I'm not the main husband, so I don't deserve this bright red color. Why does Her Highness the Crown Princess have to go through all this? A deep voice reached her ears. Chu Xingqian opened her eyes and saw a sea of red. She clenched her fists. The scene before her was not what she expected after a car accident. A scale lifted her red veil. Chu Xingqian looked up and saw a man dressed in white, contrasting sharply with her red attire. He exuded scholarly elegance and noble grace, making him seem untouchable. The young man was gentle and refined, like polished jade, but his eyes were cold and lacked any sign of happiness. Chu Xingqian wanted to look closer, but the red veil was lowered again. Arrange her. The deep voice sounded once more. In the next moment, Chu Xingqian was pushed onto the bed. The veil still covered her eyes. She was startled and reached out to remove it, but her hand was caught. Don't move. The veil was pulled tighter over her face. Everything in front of her was red, and she heard the man's deep, hoarse voice. Today, just as you wish, Chu Xingqian. Hearing her name, Chu Xingqian shivered. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into her mind, causing a sharp headache. She had traveled into a story she read 2 days ago, a sweet, royal female-centered novel. The heroine, Chen Ruoxue, was a popular figure adored by countless men. Meanwhile, the Chu Xingqian in the story was a minor, unfortunate princess. The princess liked Xie, but he loved the heroine Chen Ruoxue. He never clearly rejected the princess, nor expressed his feelings, because Chen Ruoxue was the princess's companion. Chen Ruoxue was afraid the princess would cause trouble for her. Xie feared the princess would take revenge on his beloved and kept avoiding her, accepting her favors but not returning her feelings. Later, Chen Ruoxue became engaged. In anger, Xie entered a selection of noblemen to choose a husband for the princess. The princess insisted he marry her as the main consort. The empress disapproved, but he was eventually chosen and became one of the side consorts in the Eastern Palace. However, after reconciling with Chen Ruoxue, Xie regretted his decision. He wanted to spend his life with her and refused to accept the princess's advances, intending to remain loyal to Chen Ruoxue. A month after entering the palace, the princess was still a. Xie did not touch her, and she did not want anyone else. Suddenly, he changed his mind and approached the princess because she had previously whipped Chen Ruoxue. He wanted to avenge his beloved and ultimately decided to sacrifice himself, submitting to the princess. Starting that night, Xie began his life as a male fox spirit, gradually gaining control over the crown princess and beginning her tragic life. The crown princess was unaware of all this, believing that her sincere feelings had finally moved Xie, who promised to be her only true husband for life. She even specially made wedding clothes and wore her bridal gown to complete the wedding. Xie disliked the crown princess and naturally did not want to wear red wedding clothes or touch her. So, this was the only moment of intimacy, and he even lit a special incense to make it happen. But dislika is dislika. Afraid she would see his disgust, and also afraid he would feel sick, he covered her face with a red veil. In his mind, he imagined her as Chen Ruoxue, and only then did things proceed. The crown princess got pregnant once. On the day she was to give birth, Xie launched a coup, ending her life with a sword after she finally gave birth to a daughter who hadn't opened her eyes yet. He replaced her with Chen Ruoxue's earlier born daughter, swapping the crown prince, and quietly took the throne of Chu. Chu Xingqian remembered the story in the book and snapped back to reality. He felt a pair of hands undoing his belt, and anger surged to his forehead. If you don't want to sleep, then don't. Cover your face if you're not interested. Do you think you're jeeping? If you sleep, don't take responsibility. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs, but he personally killed his child. He even claimed the child was his shame, worse than a beast. This was the part Chu Xingqian couldn't accept when reading the novel. Xie killing his wife and daughter to fulfill his love, being cold and ruthless to his own children, yet holding Chen Ruoxue's daughter in his hands and elevating her to the highest throne, simply because she was the child of the one he loved, loving her as part of his love for her. Such love, which disregards human nature, didn't move him. It made him feel sick. Chu Xingqian struggled free from Xie Ziqing's grip, tearing off the red veil from her face. She immediately saw the slight disgust and reluctance on Xie Ziqing's slightly red face. Xie Ziqing frowned, about to speak, but met Chu Xingqian's cold eyes. He was slightly stunned before Chu Xingqian looked at him with full love. Without giving Xie Ziqing a chance to react, Chu Xingqian stepped forward and kicked him away. If you're so unwilling, then don't force yourself. Get out. Caught off guard, Xie Ziqing was kicked and fell unsteadily to the ground, his chest hurting. He was so shocked he couldn't react, staring at Chu Xingqian with a hint of gloom and panic in his eyes. He could see that Chu Xingqian was unwilling just now. Xie Ziqing felt a heavy knot in his heart and quickly tried to soothe her. Xingqian, you. Chu Xingqian stood up, readying her loose waistband. She shot a cold glance at Xie Ziqing. Can you call me Xingqian? Her voice was icy and emotionless. Xie Ziqing was stunned, staring at her cold, elegant face with no warmth. He was speechless for a moment. In the past, she always told him not to be too formal and to call her the princess, asking him to call her Xingqian. Now, she said he wasn't worthy to call her that. Chu Xingqian, dressed in red, had a slim waist tightly bound by her sash. Her long red skirt trailed on the ground. Her dark hair fell over her shoulders, and a red flower decoration on her forehead contrasted with her flawless skin, making her look dazzling and breathtaking. He suddenly felt she was unreachable. She was stunningly beautiful, but her eyes were cold and deep, like ice and fire. The contrast was striking. It reminded him of his own body, cold and hot at the same time. He felt a chill in his heart, but also a strange warmth. His throat moved, and his whole body stiffened. People often said that the princess only had beauty, with a tone of regret, but also indirectly acknowledged her beauty. Xie Ziqing had never paid much attention before, but now, looking at Chu Xingqian's cold and striking appearance, he felt a flicker of nervousness. He thought, if Chu Xingqian was unhappy and covered her face, and he saw her expression, then he should explain clearly and not let her hide her face. He could endure this for a moment. Xie Ziqing stood stiffly and reached out to hug Chu Xingqian. Unprepared for this sudden turn of events, Chu Xingqian was trying to make sense of her situation and her identity. Overall, she was like a doting admirer, Xie Ziqing, who loved her blindly, ending up with nothing. She had 5 husbands but only adored one. Wait, now she was Chu Xingqian, which meant she had 5 husbands. She was someone afraid of marriage, and suddenly, after crossing into the story, she was already married. Even more shocking, she had 5 husbands? Chu Xingqian froze, struggling to process the fact that she now had 5 husbands. Unexpectedly, Xie Ziqing suddenly hugged her. His move was faster than her thoughts. Without hesitation, she gave him a quick over-the-shoulder toss. With a loud bang, Xie Ziqing's body hit the table and chairs, making a loud noise. Your Highness! Third young master. The door to the room was pushed open. Seeing Xie Ziqing on the ground, everyone was stunned. They had heard strange noises from inside, but didn't expect Xie Ziqing to be the one who fell. Third young master, are you all right? The palace's talented lady hurried to help, looking anxious. Xie Ziqing was in so much pain he couldn't speak for a moment, and he hadn't yet recovered from the dizzy spell just now. He didn't understand why he was lying on the ground or how Chu Xingqian had become so skilled. Everyone in the Chu family knew that their new crown princess was a fool. Because she was afraid of hardship, lacked both literary and martial skills, and most importantly, she was obsessed with him. She wouldn't even let him move a finger in daily life. Xie Ziqing was too shocked to speak, and Miaobi grew more anxious. Interestingly, Chu Xingqian's personal maid, Xia, also hurried over. Seeing her reaction, it seemed like she was the one who was Xie Ziqing's servant. Sejun, are you all right? After entering the Eastern Palace, Xie Ziqing was titled Sejun, second only to the main wife of the crown princess. Although he was just one of the Sejuns, he was given the special title Yu, and people called him Yu Sejun, meaning Jade Sejun, inspired by the noble, gentle Jade. Unfortunately, Xie Ziqing didn't like being called Yu Sejun, so Miaobi still called him the third young master at home, as if he hadn't entered the palace. Xie Ziqing was helped up, feeling clumsy and in pain all over, but a certain part of his body still responded, making him awkward and hurried to hide it. Miaobi, supporting Xie Ziqing, was furious and pointed at Chu Xingqian. "Your Highness the Crown Princess, what exactly did you do to our third young master?" Chu Xingqian's eyes narrowed coldly. "You're tired of living, daring to shout at my palace. Guards, slap her." Previously, the Crown Princess tried to please Xie Ziqing. Despite being a noble princess, her status was quite low. Xie Ziqing felt superior, partly because the Crown Princess gave him face, which made his own status seem higher, but there was no proper etiquette. But she was not the original owner, and not just any stray cat or dog could climb onto her head. When Chu Xingqian finished speaking, the air fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. "You dare!" Miaobi almost jumped up in reaction. Chu Xingqian's face darkened sharply. She looked at the palace attendants who had come in. "Do you still want me to do it myself?" Miaobi's face changed drastically. Before she could speak, her face was slapped hard. A loud slap echoed, and everyone's faces changed. They lowered their heads, afraid to look at Chu Xingqian again. This was the first time the Crown Princess had publicly humiliated Yu Sejun and physically attacked him. Chu Xingqian's expression finally eased a bit, and her headache lessened considerably. When reading novels before, everyone praised how sweet she was. But she was furious at this love-struck Crown Princess with the same name. "You, a Crown Princess, with so many men around you, insist on hanging onto a crooked tree, making yourself so humble. Don't you know that humility leads nowhere?" Xie Ziqing's face changed dramatically. This slap was more like a slap to his pride than to his face. He shouted for everyone to stop, but no one listened. He didn't understand how things had turned out this way. His face flushed with blood, his body feeling like it was about to explode. In an instant, all reason left him. "Chu Xingqian, you're crazy. You're the one who's crazy," Chu Xingqian sneered coldly. When she loved him, he was her whole world. When she didn't love him, she was nothing. "Doesn't that mean anything to you?" Hearing Miaobi beg for mercy, Xie Ziqing clenched his nails into his palms, took a shallow breath, and quietly approached Chu Xingqian. "Chu Xingqian, do you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten what day it is? If you don't want to regret this for the rest of your life, stop them now." He almost said, "If you keep going, you won't get me anymore." Chu Xingqian chuckled. "Isn't today your special day? I don't want to see you anymore. Get out." If she truly wanted to stay pure for love, she should guard her chastity well. He didn't want to touch her, and she was even annoyed by him. Xie Ziqing's face turned pale, but he didn't move. Chu Xingqian grew impatient. "Someone throw them out." The palace maids hesitated, though they were afraid the princess might regret it later. After all, they had fought and reconciled before, only to suffer the consequences. They saw Miaobi being slapped and quickly stepped forward again. Xie Ziqing had never endured such humiliation. Before the palace maids could touch him, he coldly shot a glance at Chu Xingqian, flicked his sleeve, and left. "I'll go myself." "Chu Xingqian, don't regret this." Miaobi, with her face marked by the slap, staggered after him. As they left the Eastern Palace, Xie Ziqing felt his body heat up unbearably, his movements becoming more unnatural. Because of his discomfort, Xie Ziqing soon calmed down. He was just waiting for Chu Xingqian to regret and come to beg for forgiveness. That was always how it was. She would come to reconcile and soften her attitude. Tonight, he didn't even need to wait until he returned to Yuhua Palace. He kept waiting for Chu Xingqian to chase after him, but no matter how long he waited, even after returning to Yuhua Palace, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Chu Xingqian never appeared. After driving Xie Ziqing away, Chu Xingqian felt the air become much fresher. But soon, she sensed an unusual heat, an abnormal warmth. Her gaze swept over the already burnt-out incense, and her face darkened. She nearly forgot about this situation. As a girl who traveled through time, she was bound to encounter herbal remedies. She had experienced it too. Outside, gentle snow was falling slowly, but she was burning up all over. Chu Xingchen impatiently tugged at her clothes and coldly ordered, "Summon the imperial physician." Worried about Xie Ziqing, the palace maid Xia early seized the opportunity, quickly following the command to send someone to fetch the doctor and also to inquire about the situation of the USC June. Because they didn't know the situation of the crown princess, several doctors on duty quickly rushed over. One took her pulse and silently sighed. The crown princess wanted to join in the fun herself, so why did she call them? The doctors didn't speak. Feeling her fever rising, Chu Xingchen directly said, "Give me the medicine quickly." Although her condition was still bearable and not as severe as in novels or TV shows where women lose all reason at the sight of men, she still felt uncomfortable. And who knew if delaying further would cause her to lose all self-control? That would be disastrous. She must take the antidote. "Your Highness, there is no particularly effective antidote," the doctor replied nervously, emphasizing that balancing yin and yang was best. He subtly hinted that the best remedy for Chu Xingchen was a man, suggesting she shouldn't ask them for medicine but find someone to serve her. After all, there were 5 men in the Eastern Palace. She could choose any. Chu Xingchen. If she wanted a man, she wouldn't have called the doctors. Seeing that Chu Xingchen remained silent, the doctor remembered that the crown princess favored Jade Side Lord, but Jade Side Lord was indifferent to her rumors. He gently advised her not to suffer unnecessarily. The palace servants, who had been listening, hurriedly presented a box. Chu Xingchen turned her head to look. Inside were several wooden plaques, from left to right inscribed with the names Jade Side Lord, Shen Side Lord, Ling Shaoqing, Xiao Shaoqing, and Young Master Zhou. The plaques had red tops, clearly indicating, "Crown Princess, please flip the red card." It was the same treatment as the emperor flipping a green card in TV dramas. Chu Xingchen looked at the red card in silence. She never thought she would enjoy the emperor's treatment in her lifetime. But the emperor wouldn't get pregnant. She would. In the original novel, the original protagonist was infected once. She couldn't get pregnant, but she could endure it. So Chu Xingchen didn't move and waved her hand to dismiss the doctors. The doctors saw her gesture and were about to speak, but suddenly heard some noise outside. "Your Highness, Xiao Shaoqing has arrived." Shaoqing is not an official title but a special term for the men in the Crown Princess's Eastern Palace. Jade Side Lord corresponds to the Crown Prince's consort, Shaoqing to the Crown Prince's favored lady, and Gongzi to Chenghui. Hearing that Xiao Shaoqing had arrived, the doctors thought he was indeed the one managing the affairs of the Eastern Palace and was the most well-informed. With that, they could leave. A few doctors stepped aside to wait for their dismissal, looking relaxed. Chu Xingchen, however, felt a shiver run down her spine. Just as she was about to speak and stop them, several palace servants led a man inside. A man in a cloak stood tall with a well-defined figure and sharp features. His eyes, slightly tilted outward, radiated vitality and charm, with the deepest black eyes resembling a dark lake. He only glanced at Chu Xingchen once, then stood still and bowed politely, saying, "Your Highness the Crown Princess." His voice was cold and distant. Chu Xingchen quickly searched for information about him in her mind. His name was Xiao Wang, the son of the Minister of Personnel. The Xiao family was supported by the former empress, and their prosperity depended on the royal favor. Currently, Xiao Shaoqing was responsible for managing the Eastern Palace. Although the Eastern Palace was not small, the commotion in the Jinhua Hall was hard to ignore. Xiao Wang initially didn't plan to interfere, but since the imperial doctors had been summoned, he had to come and ask what was happening. Xiao Wang was just doing his duty. He was respectful to Chu Xingchen but didn't bother to look at her again, thinking she was impatient when she remained silent. His gaze then shifted to the imperial doctors. Seeing his look, the doctors hesitated, unsure how to explain that the crown princess had taken some kind of medicine. Their eyes subtly glanced at Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen awkwardly smiled and said, "I'm fine." Xiao Wang was perfectly polite and composed, with excellent demeanor. With his appearance, in modern times, he would definitely be a top celebrity adored by many women. Chu Xingchen was also momentarily captivated, staring blankly for a moment. When Xiao Wang heard her say she was fine, he didn't say anything more, only suggesting she rest early before politely preparing to leave. The imperial doctors looked at Chu Xingchen's flushed face, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, a voice from outside the door questioned sharply, "What? You can't wait overnight? Are you planning to kick us out of the palace tonight?" The voice was clear, direct, and tinged with sarcasm. Before the person arrived, the voice had already reached them. Next, a young man in armor entered. He stood tall with sharp features, thick eyebrows, a high nose, and a vigorous aura, full of youthful energy. Unlike Xiao Wang's pale complexion, the young man had a wheat-colored skin tone, full of vitality, perfectly embodying the unique charm of a young soldier and a man. Seeing him, Chu Xingchen thought to herself, "What a young general." A hint of admiration flickered in her eyes, but unfortunately, the young general's gaze toward her was full of dislike. He said, "Chu Xingchen, give me a clear answer tonight. I'll leave the palace immediately and stop being Xiao Xiaoqing. I'll go back and continue my battles." He spoke quickly and decisively, like a blazing fire. Hearing his words, Chu Xingchen recognized who he was, Lingshaking Lingzhou, the young son of the king of Jinbei, guarding the border. He expressed his feelings most openly. Chu Xingchen didn't like him, and he didn't like her either. "Young Masterling, no speaking without thinking," Xiao Wang spoke out. "You should address Her Highness the Crown Princess," someone else added, with a gentle and warm voice that made people feel happy just hearing it. The speaker was tall and elegant, handsome and refined, with a face like a jade ornament. His noble air was calm and graceful, with snowflakes resting on his cloak, like pine and bamboo. Chu Xingchen saw his name at first glance, Shun Songzhu, the Shun Side Lord. True to his name, he is the grandson of Elder Shun, and the Shun family is a truly prestigious noble family. After Shun Songzhu stood still, he bowed politely, "Your Highness the Crown Princess." His movements were smooth and elegant, looking very graceful. Ling Zhou, unwilling to be left out, also bowed. Chu Xingchen's harem men were almost complete, only missing one. Seeing these three men with different styles, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but feel that the crown princess was truly lucky in love. Together, these three men made the night seem brighter for a moment. "Now that everyone is here, Your Highness the Crown Princess, just say it. Are we to leave the palace directly?" Ling Zhou asked again, breaking Chu Xingchen's thoughts. The reason Ling Zhou said this was related to the Crown Princess's earlier big fuss about dissolving her harem. Although these three men didn't look or act worse than Xie Ziqing, and some were even better, her heart was still set on Xie Ziqing. Because of Xie Ziqing's lifelong vow to be with her, she didn't want anyone else. Tonight, Xie Ziqing also made a request during their intimate moment, to dissolve the Eastern Palace men. This was no longer a secret. Tonight's intimacy between Xie Ziqing and the Crown Princess was known, and the Crown Princess was determined to follow through. She didn't realize this was Xie Ziqing's first step of revenge. The three people she brought into the palace weren't chosen randomly. They were carefully selected by the Empress to be her allies. Although they were not allowed to participate in politics, these three forces from the Chu Kingdom, Elder Shen, Minister Xiao, and King Jinbei, had both civil and military power. Elder Shen represented the aristocratic families, and these forces could support her family's influence in the court. Xie Ziqing's entry into the palace was also because he was a Confucian scholar, watched by all the scholars and students. The royal harem wasn't just about love and romance. The Empress carefully paved the way for the Crown Princess. The three forces were balanced to keep peace. Unfortunately, the Crown Princess didn't understand the Empress's intentions and didn't realize that Xie Ziqing's goal in asking her to dissolve the harem was to weaken her power. In the story, the Crown Princess saw these men as the villains who ruined her happiness, and she caused trouble several times, but no one listened to her. However, her behavior naturally made a few people feel humiliated and dislike her. The Empress punished her several times, but this only made the crown princess more unhappy. Initially, they ignored her, but later, when they met her, they spoke harsh words, insulted her, and treated her badly. Ling Zhou and she had long been at odds. In the story, after the crown princess became pregnant, she finally succeeded in driving them out of the palace. Relying on her pregnancy, she took advantage of the Empress's poor health to write a resignation letter, forcing them to leave the palace, and even threatened that if something happened to the baby in her belly, they would be responsible. All three of them entered the palace because of their families and had long been fed up. After receiving the resignation letter, they left the palace immediately. When the Empress woke up, it was too late to change anything. She was so angry she vomited blood. She carefully dismantled the crown princess's power, and her tragic ending was well-deserved. None of these three would have trouble finding a new husband if they were taken away. If not for the crown princess's status, how could they have all been with them? Their families had hoped that if they could have children with the crown princess, their future heir would carry their bloodline. But instead, they ended up becoming enemies through marriage. Chu Xingqian figured out the whole story and immediately denied it, saying, "No, there's no such thing as leaving the palace. It was just my mistake before." She forced herself to stand up despite feeling hot and uncomfortable and apologized. "It was my poor judgment earlier. I'm sorry to all of you." She wanted to resolve everything quickly and let them go before she lost her reason completely. If they were to leave the palace now, it would mean losing support from all sides. She would be in trouble later, so she couldn't let them go. Chu Xingqian was afraid of marriage, but she was more afraid of death, so for now, she had to keep them close. Chu Xingqian was from the modern world and could only accept monogamy, which she found frightening. But each of them was so handsome and cool that just looking at their faces eased her fears a little. She apologized sincerely, and Shun Songjua and Xiao Wang's eyes showed a hint of surprise. They looked at Chu Xingqian carefully and noticed she seemed a little different. Ling Zhou reacted more openly, staring at her with a shocked expression. "You can actually apologize? What's going on?" He looked around and suddenly realized that Xie Ziqing was missing. He guessed that Xie Ziqing didn't want her anymore. He pouted and then saw the doctor standing in the corner, invisible like a shadow. Why is the doctor here too? Ling Zhou had no idea the doctor was even present. He was just listening carefully and heard the noise from Jinhua Palace, thinking they were about to be driven out again. Several imperial doctors once again became the focus of attention. Seeing Chu Xingqian suffering, they bowed respectfully and briefly explained the situation. The three men looked at each other with strange expressions, surprised that such a small matter could cause so much fuss. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that Chu Xingqian's face was unusually red, and her expression changed slightly. Could she be asking one of them to serve her? This was normally their duty. Before entering the palace, both their families and themselves believed that it was best for Chu Xingqian to lose her virginity to her first husband. If she could have a daughter, that would be even better. But after seeing how obsessed Chu Xingqian was with Xie Ziqing and hearing her previous insulting words, they thought she might cause trouble later. These ideas quickly faded. They all wanted to find an excuse, but while women could claim water issues, men had no such excuse. As they hesitated, Chu Xingqian said, "The doctors are overthinking." "I'm fine." Chu Xingqian was indeed feeling very uncomfortable. She had come into this story with many memories and worries. Her head was aching, her body was hot, and she had to stay alert to handle the visitors. So she kept calm by pressing her palm. Fortunately, this discomfort had a solution, and the person who could help was right in front of her. Honestly, these three men were gaining a lot. They were all legitimate husbands. But she couldn't accept it. According to the story, after her current situation, she would become pregnant, which meant she was in a risky period. She didn't want to get pregnant, and they didn't want her to either. Forcing them would be wrong, and it would be too awkward later. Her refusal made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. However, Ling Zhou still felt uncomfortable, thinking they still disliked her and only liked Xie Ziqing. So, despite the current situation, he insisted on only staying close to Xie Ziqing. The atmosphere grew silent and awkward for a moment. The three men prepared to leave, when suddenly there was noise outside the hall. Someone from Xie Ziqing's side had arrived. "Your Highness the Princess, please go see Lord Yu. He's not feeling well." Chu Xingqian raised an eyebrow. "Is he dead?" These words froze Zhu Mo, the servant who had just entered, as he thought he had heard wrong. The three people about to leave also stopped in place. Shun Songzhu's eyes flickered with interest. Xie Ziqing's two servants, previously called Miaobi after being beaten, along with Zhu Mo, who was trusted by him, were quick to kneel and plead. They said that Xie Ziqing was close to death and was now soaking in cold water, asking her to go see him. Xie Ziqing was waiting in Yuhua Palace for Chu Xingqian to apologize and give in, but she didn't arrive. Instead, she heard that Ling Zhou and the others had gone there. Xie Ziqing became anxious. If Chu Xingqian truly became involved with them, his plan would fall apart. His plan was disrupted, and he felt truly uncomfortable. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent someone over, finally softening and pleading with Chu Xingqian for the first time. Zhu Mo did not lie. Xie Ziqing was indeed soaking in ice water because he felt so uncomfortable, just waiting for Chu Xingqian to feel pity and distress. Because Ling Zhou and the others were present, Zhu Mo couldn't speak too clearly. He spoke vaguely, constantly glancing at the three people who hadn't left, hoping Chu Xingqian would make them leave quickly. However, Chu Xingqian seemed unaware, only raising an eyebrow and saying, "So he's soaking in ice water." The smell from her was so unpleasant that Xie Ziqing felt even worse. Since Zhu Mo also smelled it, the medicine's effect must have been stronger, which was why he was soaking in ice water. Zhu Mo kowtowed and said, "Please, Your Highness, go quickly and persuade Lord Yu. Lord Yu can't handle being soaked in ice water." He was asking Chu Xingqian to go persuade, but in reality, he wanted her to go as a remedy. Everyone present understood this. Ling Zhou's eyes flashed with a hint of sarcasm, knowing she was eager to go, but Chu Xingqian said, "He likes soaking in ice water, so let him soak longer." Her tone was calm and casual, as if it was an insignificant matter. Her words surprised everyone. Zhu Mo looked up in disbelief and shouted, "Your Highness, how can you say such a thing?" Not only did Zhu Mo criticize Chu Xingqian, but he also angrily looked at the person, showing no manners. Chu Xingqian's face turned cold. "How rude. A mere servant dares to speak to me like that. Who gave you the courage?" After speaking, she suddenly looked at Xiaowang. Xiaoqing, you manage the affairs of the Eastern Palace. Please handle this person according to palace rules. Xiaowang's eyes flashed with surprise. He looked at her deeply but quickly spoke. "Anyone who offends the master will be punished with 30 strokes of the cane, straightforward and decisive."
Chu Xingqian understood.
She was saying that he should be taken out and given 30 lashes, similar to a severe punishment. Zhu Mo was about to jump up in anger, but was blocked by Xiaowang's men, who held his throat. He looked at Chu Xingqian for help, but she didn't even look at him, let alone stop him. With a quick move, she struck, and Zhu Mo was left with no temper, as if she had no patience. These two servants deserved to be punished. They would both be accomplices in the future, as the princess and her mother had been tragically killed. Initially, there were only 2 spots for the side prince. Ling Zhou and Xiaowang were made Xiaoqing. The empress, to show her importance, ordered Ling Zhou and Xiaowang to handle palace affairs. Ling Zhou was allowed to fight in wars, but managing palace affairs was not permitted. In the end, only Xiaowang handled them. Xiaowang's enforcement was swift. Soon, there were sounds of knocking outside and faint struggling from Zhu Mo inside the Jinhua Palace. Xiaowang-san and the others looked at Zhu Xingqian with different expressions, all very quiet. "Stop." Soon, Xie Ziqing, the owner of 2 young attendants, arrived uninvited. Xie Ziqing still wore white clothes. He came hurriedly, his clothes a bit messy, with a long white cloak dragging on the ground. His hair was half damp, clearly having just come out of icy water. He trembled slightly, looking somewhat embarrassed, but his back was straight, making him seem proud and aloof. When Xie Ziqing shouted to stop and no one responded, he knew he had truly angered Zhu Xingchen. So, he deliberately wanted to punish him. He didn't expect Zhu Xingchen to change his attitude so quickly, but he was sure he had to handle the current situation properly. "Your Highness, may I speak with you alone for a moment?" A stubborn and sad look flashed in his eyes. If it had been before, the princess would have felt sorry for him, but Zhu Xingchen's heart was completely unaffected.
No.
Xie Ziqing clenched his fists instantly, anger flashing in his eyes. Zhu Xingchen's temper also flared up immediately. "I forgot to deal with you earlier. Coming here just reminded me." Zhu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang, Xiao Shaoqing. In the palace, if someone uses filth to the princess, how should they be punished according to palace rules? She was experiencing this kind of poison for the first time and felt terrible. She couldn't let him go easily. Xie Ziqing looked up in surprise. Xiao Wang Lingzhou also looked at her. She was willing to punish him? Shun Songjue squinted his eyes, his thumb and index finger moving habitually. Did the princess experience some kind of shock tonight? Xiao Wang paused briefly and quickly replied, according to palace rules, he should be demoted and confined. As for how much to demote or how long the confinement would last, it all depended on the mood of the person punishing him. Clearly, Zhu Xingchen was in a bad mood. In that case, the Year-side prince will demote Xie Shijin and confine him to Yuhua Palace. Don't be fooled by the title-side prince. It's just one word different from prince, but the status difference is huge. It's a direct demotion of 3 ranks, almost to the lowest attendant level, and he loses his title Yu as well. No one expected Zhu Xingchen to be so harsh. Everyone thought it was just confinement, but they didn't realize Zhu Xingchen hated him so much she wanted to remove him from the Eastern Palace altogether. This was actually quite lenient. Xie Ziqing saw this as complete humiliation. His eyes turned red as he stared at Zhu Xingchen. "Zhu Xingchen, you dare? I am the princess. What is there I dare not do? Or do you prefer to be a male attendant as a pet?" Zhu Xingchen looked at him coldly and waved her hand. "Take him away." Xie Ziqing, trembling with anger, was dragged back, along with Zhu Imo, who had been beaten with 30 lashes and fainted from blood loss. After 15 minutes, Zhu Xingchen soaking in the water finally felt less uncomfortable. Since there was no special medicine to cure her, she could only soak a little. Cold water in winter was definitely not an option, but warm water was okay. Zhu Xingchen leaned against the bathtub and sorted out her thoughts. She was currently in the Chu Kingdom, a time when men still held most of the power because women were fewer in number. However, women also had a special period of respect. Chu Kingdom was a time Zhu Xingchen had never heard of. It was also a time of strong preference for boys over girls. Decades ago, it was a typical society where men were superior to women until the appearance of the childbearing pill. The childbearing pill was created by a female doctor who had 7 daughters but was disliked because she couldn't produce a son. She spent her life developing this pill, which, when taken, could guarantee the birth of a son, one after another. Once it appeared, it was very popular, and every household had big, strong boys. Everyone was very happy. But this caused an imbalance in the gender ratio. By the time people realized it, it was too late. Or maybe some had noticed but couldn't stop the rush to have sons. 20 years after the childbearing pill appeared, when these boys reached marriage age, everyone was at a loss. There were no girls available for marriage. Girls were very scarce. Since rarity made things valuable, the status of girls was forced to rise. The use of the pill was banned, but perhaps because of its influence, having daughters became more difficult. Later, a situation of one husband with multiple wives emerged. Powerful men could have many wives, and women could also have multiple husbands. This trend grew, with some women gaining influence or rural men pooling resources to support one wife to have children. This rise in women's status led to the appearance of the legendary first female emperor. Strictly speaking, she was Zhu Xingchen's grandmother. She was originally a consort in the palace, But after the emperor died early, only a young son and daughter were left. Both children were born to the first female emperor. The prince ascended the throne, but he was only 5 years old. At that time, the regency was held by the first female emperor. After 10 years, the young emperor was killed by the empress, and the regent became the first female emperor. Her only daughter became the crown princess, Chu Xingqian's mother, the empress. The empress had 2 daughters. Chu Xingqian was the second daughter. She had an older sister, a very talented crown princess, but she tragically died 4 years ago. Chu Xingqian then became the crown princess. Her status as the crown princess was established, but her education and outlook hadn't kept up. She still harbored small loves and feelings, especially for Xie Ziqing. As Chu Xingqian thought about this, she became so tired that she accidentally fell asleep. Perhaps she had been thinking about this all night before sleeping. In her dreams, she experienced the pain of being a princess firsthand. The crown princess, after dismissing the harem, was coaxed into doing many foolish things, which damaged her reputation further. Later, the military token was also taken away, giving Xie Ziqing complete control over the palace. On the day the crown princess gave birth to her daughter, her world changed forever. The empress, already in poor health, was murdered. Xie Ziqing, with his true love Chen Ruoshui, revealed the full truth. To avenge Chen Ruoshui, he destroyed her face before death, exchanged her child, and killed the original baby. The crown princess watched all this and died from her injuries, her eyes wide open in death. The heart-wrenching pain and deep hatred overwhelmed her. Chu Xingqian initially only had the memories of the crown princess, but this time, she fully empathized during her dream, experiencing her pain firsthand. The despair, suffocation, and guilt made it hard for her to breathe.
Ugh.
Chu Xingqian struggled more and felt even more suffocated. Suddenly, with a splash, Chu Xingqian was pulled out of the water by her arm. Gasping for air, she finally woke up. She realized she had accidentally slipped into the bathtub while sleeping. She had been unable to breathe earlier because the pain in her dream was so intense, and she had slipped into the bathtub. Chu Xingqian understood and looked at the man in front of her. He quickly crossed his arms and let out a short gasp of surprise. Why was it a man who pulled her out of the water? Most people would react in some way in such a situation, but the man screamed in horror while showing no change in his expression. He simply grabbed a nearby cloak, wrapped her up, and carried her out of the bathtub. While doing all this, it was as if she was just a puppet, completely ignoring her beauty and figure, as if he didn't see her at all. Chu Xingqian looked at him with a blank face. Despite the situation, she couldn't help but admire his appearance. He was a lean, strong young man. From the way he moved, she could tell he was very powerful. His shoulders were broad, waist narrow, with delicate features that looked like a painting. However, he had a few old scars on his forehead, adding a cruel aura. He had a blank expression, as if he had been toyed with. No, he looked more like a robot. But he wasn't a robot. He was the only one among the 5 husbands who had not been seen before, young Master Zhou Baiyan. Their first meeting was so honest, quite exciting. Zhou Baiyan was very handsome, exactly to her taste. His looks would make him a campus heartthrob in modern times, the cool type. He was indeed very cool. When the palace maid, Wan Dong, came to apologize, he had already disappeared onto the roof without a word, completely silent. Chu Xingqian looked down at herself. Her figure was so attractive that even women would be tempted, but she felt indifferent, like looking at a piece of wood. She looked up at the ceiling silently and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're impressive. Zhou Baiyan was the most special among the 5 husbands. He didn't belong to any faction, came from a humble background, and held the lowest status among the 5. In the Eastern Palace, he was like a shadow, following her commands. Instead of calling him a husband, it was more accurate to say he was a bodyguard. He was from the Shadow clan, a dog raised by the royal family, hated by everyone. The queen gave him to the crown princess as armor and sword, protecting her and being used by her. Chu Xingchen occasionally looked at the ceiling. Late winter was helping her dress and comb her hair, but she couldn't help but speak. Your Highness, don't blame Lord Zhou for not returning when you ordered. He received the Queen's command to protect you. He's the best fighter among us, and with him here, he will do his best to protect you. Don't think that Minister Xie is a hindrance. He is absolutely loyal to you. Chu Xingchen glanced at Late Winter and nodded. I know. Besides him, you are also loyal. The two maids, Early Spring and Late Winter, had different reasons for being favored. Early Spring was loved for her sweet tongue, while Late Winter was valued for her skills. When the crown princess was killed and disfigured, Zhou Baiyan desperately saved her. Late Winter was also killed by Xie Ziqing to protect her. When Chu Xingchen realized that Late Winter didn't tell her to leave but instead agreed with her, she looked at her in surprise. Late Winter's face was quite ordinary, but her eyes were bright and expressive. Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen thought, and unconsciously called out his name. She turned around and almost bumped into him. Zhou Baiyan appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of her. Seeing her look at him, he silently saluted, waiting for her instructions. Looking at him, Chu Xingchen felt a sharp pain in her eyes. In the novel, Zhou Baiyan's name was mostly replaced by the devil later on because he was badly burned while saving the crown princess, with no good parts left on his body. At first, reading about him didn't feel very deep. After all, he was just a character on paper. But now, seeing Zhou Baiyan alive in front of her, knowing he was burned all over, made her feel distressed. How painful that must have been, especially since he was so young. Zhou Baiyan, how old are you? Chu Xingchen asked without thinking. Zhou Baiyan looked at her, but didn't reply. Your Highness, he's 18, the same age as you. You were born on the same day, Late Winter hurriedly explained, worried Chu Xingchen might blame Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. They're born on the same year, month, and day. What a coincidence. These details weren't in the book. Chu Xingchen was happily smiling, while Zhou Buyan remained expressionless. Wan Dong closed his eyes briefly beside her and had to lean closer to Chu Xingchen to speak again. Your Highness, young Master Zhou just doesn't like to talk. He's not ignoring you. Please don't blame him. Don't worry, I won't blame him. I'll be kind to him. Wan Dong closed his eyes briefly beside her and had to lean closer to Chu Xingchen to speak again. Your Highness, young Master Zhou just doesn't like to talk. He's not ignoring you. Please don't blame him. Don't worry, I won't blame him. I'll be kind to him. In the memory of the crown princess, besides her hatred for Chen Ruoxue and Xie Ziqing, normal person, Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Buyan in front of her. He indeed had little emotion, lacking the 7 feelings and 6 desires. His ignoring her beauty and figure just now was proof of that. Ultimately, he had never truly engaged with the world, nor learned how to be human. Normal person. Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Buyan in front of her. He indeed had little emotion, lacking the 7 feelings and 6 desires. His ignoring her beauty and figure just now was proof of that. Ultimately, he had never truly engaged with the world, nor learned how to be human. She became Chu Xingchen to fill her regrets. She must bring him back. She valued her life and felt safe with him protecting her. She could also protect him closely, teach him about the world, and achieve 3 things at once. Chu Xingchen believed that talking more with him would help him understand human feelings gradually, and he would become more human. She must bring him back. She valued her life and felt safe with him protecting her. She could also protect him closely, teach him about the world, and achieve 3 things at once. Chu Xingchen believed that talking more with him would help him understand human feelings gradually, and he would become more human. Zhou Buyan, have you eaten? Chu Xingchen said, maybe you think I suddenly talk more. I just see things more clearly now, so I've changed a bit. Still no reply. Chu Xingchen asked, Zhou Buyan, your name means not speaking, so you don't speak? Zhou Buyan finally looked up at Chu Xingchen, then floated back to the roof and disappeared. Chu Xingchen was left speechless. It seemed this task was quite difficult, but she wasn't afraid. Wan Dong, who had already stepped aside and pretended to be a wooden figure, closed his eyes again. Your Highness, don't be angry. Young Master Zhou is really loyal. I know, I'm not angry, Chu Xingqian smiled. After the death of the crown princess, the only person who remembered her command to seek revenge was Zhou Buyan. As the main villain in the story, he caused a lot of trouble for Xie Ziqing and Chen Ruoshui. If it weren't for the hero's luck, he might have killed them both. After causing chaos for a while, Chu Xingqian was tired. He ordered the decorations in the room to be taken down and prepared to sleep, but that night was destined to be restless. Just as Chu Xingqian was about to fall asleep, the palace maid, Zaichuan, returned. Your Highness, about Lord Yu Saiyan. He is no longer Saiyan. Call him Xie Shijun. Chu Xingqian interrupted her, giving her a quick look. Since you're back, I thought you'd be staying in Yuhua Palace all night to serve Xie Shijun. The phrase serve all night had a suggestive meaning, causing Zaichuan's face to turn pale. She hurriedly knelt and apologized. Your Highness, I only felt a bit unwell in my stomach. Maybe someone spread false rumors? Please don't misunderstand. She glanced meaningfully at Wei Nibong, who remained expressionless. Your Highness, I saw Zaichuan enter Yuhua Palace with my own eyes. Many others saw it too, Wei Nibong reported. Zaichuan's face changed drastically. She quickly knelt to explain, I did go to Yuhua Palace, but there was a reason. Someone from Xie Shijun's side asked to see him, saying he had a high fever. The palace staff went to call the imperial doctor, but he refused without your orders. I was worried it could cause a tragedy, so I dared to take a quick look. She added thoughtfully, I was also worried that your Highness might feel pain or regret later.
Chu Xingqian chúc cờ.
Just a quick look turned into so long. If I didn't know better, I'd think you even cured Xie Shijun's illness. Because the girl was noble and precious, even in the palace, male attendants mainly served the men. There were only 2 personal maids for the princess, and all the men in the harem were attended by male servants to prevent any misconduct. In Xie Ziqing's case, Zaichuan sneaked out to find him because she wanted to be with him. The young girl had fallen for him and liked him. The princess trusted Zaichuan and treated her very well, but her kindness betrayed her mistress. In the story, Zaichuan helped Xie Ziqing a lot, and her death was partly her fault. Hearing Chu Xingqian's pointed words again, Zaichuan's eyes flashed with fear and a mix of resentment. She did sneak in, but Xie Ziqing would rather sit in ice water than be with her, remaining pure and chaste. She pale-faced explained, I don't know how to treat any illness, Your Highness. Please don't joke with me. Chu Xingqian raised an bored eyebrow. If their plan succeeded, they could catch both of them at once. But Zaichuan wasn't very helpful. You're not good enough. Chu Xingqian sighed just as he heard cries for help outside. Your Highness, please save third, sir. Lord Xie is burning up and is very hot. If he burns any more, he will be gone. Xie Ziqing was soaking in ice water to suppress his medicine's effects and keep his purity. His purity was preserved, but he was no longer able to stay conscious. Zhu Mo, who had been beaten, was also running a fever and was half dead. Miao Bai, with a face marked by slap prints, knelt before Chu Xingqian, looking more miserable than ever. Your Highness, please save Lord Xie. No matter what, Lord Xie is your side consort. I beg you to allow the Imperial Hospital staff to examine him. Miao Bai knelt and kowtowed repeatedly, with hatred in his eyes. In the past, whenever Xie Ziqing showed any sign of trouble, the Imperial Hospital staff would rush to help. But this time, they couldn't even be called. He had never been treated like this before. He was determined to make the Imperial Hospital pay for neglecting them, secretly reporting their misconduct with a heavy hand. Unfortunately, Chu Xingqian didn't think along those lines. Hearing about Xie Ziqing's serious illness, her heart suddenly ached uncontrollably. She inherited the feelings of the crown princess, her love and hate intertwined. Thinking of Xie Ziqing made her feel overwhelmed, both love and anger. The crown princess didn't know why she liked him so much. Seeing him made her heart race wildly. She loved him so much, she was willing to give him everything, even her life. This was pure love blindness, But Chu Xingqian was not like that. Her remaining feelings and the pain of despair still lingered, but she could control herself completely. Chu Xingqian's face flickered with confusion for a moment, then turned cold. She ordered someone to drag Miao Bai out. Let him die, he deserves it. It was impossible for her to save Xie Ziqing. If he died, it would be easier to deal with. Winter didn't miss the murderous intent that suddenly erupted from Chu Xingqian. She was startled inside. Your Highness, if Lord Xie dies in the palace, it won't do any good for your situation. I know, Chu Xingqian nodded. Now, if Xie Ziqing had an accident, it would only threaten her already fragile reputation. Xie Ziqing wasn't worth risking her safety. Besides, if he died like that, it would be too easy for him. Even if he was going to die, she wanted to expose his true nature and ruin him completely, just like he did to the crown princess before. She wanted him to die bearing the shame he deserved. Seeing Chu Xingqian rarely willing to listen to her, Winter added, Lord Xie is talented and well-known. His writings are loved by scholars. He comes from a prestigious literary family. His grandfather is a great Confucian scholar, with students all over the world. His father is also a respected scholar. Chu Xingqian understood the meaning of late winter. I know their influence, and I also know that since the former empress declared herself emperor, they have thought themselves superior, resigned from official positions, and stayed out of public affairs, earning much praise. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that after the empress became emperor, she remained a woman, and the crown princess was also a woman. Chu Xingqian smiled. So, the Xie family couldn't sit still. They sent out Xie Ziqing, the eldest grandson, to gain experience and remind everyone of the Xie family. Mother Empress initially agreed to let Xie Ziqing enter the Eastern Palace and even gave him a side position, hoping to have his grandfather step forward and have scholars accept the Empress. Usually, Chu Xingqian didn't like to talk about these things, but today she understood everything. Late Winter was very surprised. Your Majesty truly means this, but it currently has no effect.
Chu Xingqian rút.
Because Xie Ziqing feels forced into the palace, the Xie family actually resents the royal family. When Chu Xingqian said this, Late Winter was shocked. She blurted out, Your Highness, you actually know? You weren't willing to admit it before? Late Winter looked at her with a Your Highness, you are surprisingly self-aware expression, making Chu Xingqian hesitate. She almost forgot that Late Winter's unpopularity came from seeing things clearly and always speaking the truth, hitting the mark every time, shattering the crown princess's illusions, trying to make her see that Xie Ziqing didn't love her, which is why she wasn't favored by the empress. Late Winter immediately regretted speaking out, kneeling to apologize. Zhao Chun, who had been eavesdropping, was also startled and quickly defended Xie Ziqing. Your Highness, you've misunderstood. Xie Shijun doesn't think that way, and the Xie family certainly doesn't mean that. Zhao Chun glared fiercely at Late Winter. Your Highness, don't listen to petty gossip. Xie Shijun is still ill, and you. Seeing the two kneeling, Chu Xingqian told Late Winter to get up, then spoke coldly to Zhao Chun. You know so much about Xie Ziqing and the Xie family. Xie Ziqing is sick, and you're so anxious you've turned pale, more nervous than I am. People who don't know might think he's your servant. Her face darkened. It seems you have developed feelings for my man. Zhao Chun's face turned deathly pale. With this accusation, she had no way out. Your Highness, I am just a maid. You've misunderstood. Misunderstood what? I'm not blind. Can't I see through you? Chu Xingqian said lazily. Bring her out. Tomorrow, send her to Shaoqing, so he can handle her according to palace rules. Chu Xingqian had no patience to play palace intrigues with maids or to constantly watch out for Zhao Chun's schemes. She simply dismissed her, ending the matter. Early spring, her face changed drastically as she tried to beg for mercy, but she was silenced and dragged away. From now on, she would never return to the palace or even Beijing. Girls are delicate, so palace rules wouldn't take her life, but if she committed a capital offense, she could be spared death but not imprisonment. She would likely be poisoned to become mute and exiled to the frontier, given as a reward to soldiers who had made achievements, so she could leave descendants for those soldiers who might die on the battlefield at any time until she could no longer bear children. Late winter watched as early spring was taken away. He lowered his head and quietly told Chu Xingchen, "The servant will make sure no one notices or contacts the Xie family from Yuhua Palace." Chu Xingchen was very pleased with late winter, thinking his mind was excellent. It was necessary to stop Xie Ziqing from contacting or slandering the Xie family to control public opinion. In the story, after the crown princess died, Xie Ziqing used her influence to slander the original owner. Writers' words can be sharper than swords, and any bad deeds or bad reputation were blamed on her. When disasters or misfortunes happened, they also said it was her fault. The crown princess not only died tragically but also left behind a tarnished reputation, dying with shame and unrest. In their slander, her tomb was despised and eventually destroyed, with her being beaten and humiliated, an insult, yet everyone cheered. It seemed everyone forgot she was just a princess without power, and those faults weren't really hers. She wouldn't follow the path of the crown princess, but she still had to stop them from framing her and creating public opinion. Chu Xingchen was about to praise late winter when she heard him say, "The servant can guarantee that no words from Yuhua Palace will be leaked without your permission. I only hope you can stay firm and not be tempted by beauty." The crown princess had many bad deeds, so late winter was very cautious.
Chu Xingchen, me.
Facing late winter, Chu Xingchen's attitude was 1 second thinking, "Wow, so capable." The next second, "Ugh, my head hurts." Feeling exhausted and unmotivated, Chu Xingchen fell asleep. While she slept, the palace was not peaceful. There was a sense that the Eastern Palace, or even the entire palace, was on the verge of change. At night, as Chu Xingchen fell asleep, Jinhua Palace was silent. Zhou Bian quietly drifted down. He looked at Chu Xingchen by the bed for a few moments but found nothing unusual. Finally, he approached gently and loosened her clothing. Zhou Bian moved very carefully. Chu Xingchen was sleeping soundly and didn't notice. He unbuttoned her collar, parted her hair, and saw a red mole 2 inches below her collarbone. On her snow-white skin, the red mole was very noticeable, but earlier her hair had covered it, so he couldn't see clearly. Now he was sure that although the crown princess had changed completely, like another person, she hadn't been replaced. Chu Xingchen quietly left without anyone noticing, just like when she arrived. The next day, Wan Dong woke her up on time, even though she had become the crown princess. She still had to go to work. The empress sent someone to ask about her condition. Chu Xingchen said she was fine and would go to work on time. Wan Dong was pleased to see Chu Xingchen was serious about going to court, even though she had been reluctant before. "That's right, Your Highness. Before, you often avoided court and made excuses not to go, only looking for Xie." Wan Dong realized she had said too much and shut her mouth. Chu Xingchen didn't blame her. "It won't happen again. I used to care more about beauty than the country. Now I love both equally. Modern women know that men are not always reliable at work, and once the country is stable, what man wouldn't want that?" Chu Xingchen, with Wan Dong, confidently went to work according to her memory, but was met with cold reality. The officials coming to court were respectful, but very distant. Chu Xingchen found herself isolated. She also noticed that although women's status had improved, the court was still a man's world. There were no female ministers, and she was the only woman in the grand hall. When the empress arrived, 2 women finally appeared in the hall. The empress was beautiful and gentle, but at first glance, her appearance was easy to overlook because she carried an air of authority. Compared to Chu Xingchen, the crown princess, the officials truly bowed to the empress. They showed respect to the empress, but only dissatisfaction toward Chu Xingchen. On her first day at court, she faced a petition accusing her of being too harsh and unworthy of being the crown princess. Chu Xingchen thought this is awkward. Since Chu State's crown prince was only her, and her relatives had little close blood relation, the petition was left unread, and her official position was temporarily secure. After court, everyone kept their distance. Only Dong waited outside and approached her quietly. "Your Highness, the petitioners are people backed by Chen Ruoshui because you previously whipped her," Dong whispered. Chu Xingchen. She was speechless. Dong felt guilty. "I should have stopped you from going to see Xie Shijun. If I had, you wouldn't have run into him and Chen Ruoshui, and you wouldn't have pushed Chen Ruoshui into the water out of anger and jealousy, causing yourself to fall in too." Chu Xingchen joked bitterly. "If I hadn't fallen in, you wouldn't have jumped in either, right?" This girl is naturally a poor swimmer, but when she saw someone fall into the water, she instinctively jumped in to save them. In the end, she also became soaked and wet. The crown princess was ultimately rescued by Zhou Bian. Late winter. "The maid will learn to swim properly, so next time, she can save you. That way, you won't have to be jealous of Xie Shijun and risk your life to save Chen Ruoshui, nor will you become so nervous and frantic about her that you lash out in public. Today, you wouldn't have been impeached." Chu Xingchen. "That Late Winter, your words are really sharp and clever." Late Winter murmured. "Late Winter doesn't speak sweet words. Please forgive me, Your Highness." "It's okay. You may not speak sweet words, but you tell the truth. I was indeed right to be impeached today. After all, I was jealous over a man and publicly whipped the daughter of a minister. I lacked the grace of a future ruler." Chen Ruoshui fell into the water and was beaten, feeling humiliated. Later, she fell seriously ill with a fever. Her men felt sorry for her and decided to take full revenge. The crown princess's reputation was already poor. When they started to act, they also launched a public opinion campaign. The crown princess's position and reputation were in danger. Seeing that Chu Xingchen was not angry and being praised, Late Winter gathered her courage and whispered again, "Your Highness, actually, it's also because you previously insisted on driving away Shin Sijuan and others." So Shin Shofu and the others watched coldly from the side. They were all trusted ministers of the emperor. With their attitude, how could others be different? Chu Xingchen's arrival was badly timed, like walking into a battlefield. It was not easy to regain their support and restore her image. After inserting her comment, Late Winter quickly added, "Your Highness, there is also a way to solve this difficult situation." "Are you talking about Shin Shofu and the others?"
Chu Xingchen smiled.
"I understand what you mean. I will do my best to serve my duties, quickly improve relations with them, and earn their trust." As she spoke, she arrived at her designated post. Late Winter knelt and bowed, quietly reminding her, "Your Highness, they might continue to make things difficult for you. The maid is outside. If you need anything, just call her." Late Winter's guess was correct. The first challenge Chu Xingchen faced was a carefully planned problem prepared by Chen Ruoshui's behind-the-scenes men, dealing with the aftermath of the snow disaster. This was part of Xie Ziqing and Chen Ruoshui's revenge plan. They coordinated inside and outside the palace to weaken the crown princess's power and show everyone how incompetent she was. Princess Taifei, the relief and rebuilding efforts for the snow disaster were specifically ordered by the Empress to be handled by you. We have already provided disaster relief and started reconstruction. Right now, your only task is to solve the heating problem. This is the first matter you are taking charge of, and we believe you can definitely solve it." After Chu Xingchen entered, he flattered her and spoke indirectly, making it impossible for her not to accept. They also made it clear that this problem was left for her to solve, and they would no longer interfere. Chu Xingchen knew this was intentionally making things difficult to provoke her into accepting. She thought for a moment and realized they probably hadn't found a solution either, but she still agreed to take it on. They were serious about forcing her, but the suffering and death of the people in Nanshan County were real. She couldn't avoid it. "All right, I will find a solution as soon as possible." Seeing Chu Xingchen accept, the few people speaking lowered their heads, their eyes full of disdain and pride. She was just a clumsy princess, and they couldn't solve the problems they faced. What could she possibly solve? Outside, two people whispered quietly, "It's okay now, with the princess in charge. Even if people die, it's her fault." Yeah, she wanted to show off. She probably thinks everyone in Nanshan County is like her, that the rebuilt houses are palaces, and that there are plenty of warm clothes and charcoal, right? The speaker chuckled. No one told her that Nanshan County has few trees, so chopping wood for heating is basically impossible. If the princess finds out, will she refuse to do it again? This time, her refusal won't matter. People are dying, and it's all her fault. Their tone was full of malice. Not long after, they heard the princess summon everyone, saying they had found a solution. Chu Xingqian really found a solution. A Kong heated bed, rebuilding the house, and adding a Kong for warmth. Currently, Chu doesn't have the Kong as a cold-resistant tool, so this problem has persisted. Luckily, Chu Xingqian comes from the modern era. That's it. Does everyone understand now? Chu Xingqian was serious about solving the problem. Before the meeting, she even drew a simple diagram of a Kong, then explained the principle in detail, planning to have someone learn and bring the design to Nanshan County. The houses were also being rebuilt. After she finished speaking, no one agreed. An elder who had mocked her earlier stood up and said, "Princess Taifei is indeed talented, but I really cannot understand. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now." The person speaking is someone secretly in love with Chen Ruoshui, like a small fish in her sea. Under his lead, everyone began to leave, and no one supported her. Chu Xingqian took a deep breath. Her authority was limited, and her reputation was too bad. Everyone thought she was daydreaming and didn't follow her orders. Even if she used her status as the princess to force others to obey, pretending to comply while secretly opposing her would only cause delays. Chu Xingqian didn't eat lunch. She sat alone for a while, then finally stood up and left directly. Everyone sighed in relief, thinking the princess finally stopped causing trouble. Chen Ruoshui smirked sarcastically, taking the opportunity to spread some gossip about the princess's foolishness and unrealistic ideas. Chu Xingqian didn't know what they were thinking behind her back. When faced with Wang Dong's worried look, she smiled slightly. "It's okay. Let them see the charm of the stove. Then they'll understand. The warmth of a family on a cozy stove isn't just talk. Once they see the stove's charm, everyone will have to submit." Chu Xingqian returned to the Eastern Palace with a plan in mind. Although some officials didn't support her, there was one person who would definitely listen. "Zhou Bian, help me with something." As soon as Chu Xingqian finished speaking, Zhou Bian silently appeared in front of her. "Find a few people to help me." Chu Xingqian, as the mistress of the Eastern Palace, still had the final say. The few secret agents Zhou Bian found always obeyed her commands unconditionally. So by the afternoon, they quickly started working, using simple materials on purpose. Such a big operation naturally couldn't escape Xiao Wengling's Hao and Shen Songzhu's notice. Lingzhou was the first to sneak a peek and then told Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu about it. Originally, the three of them represented different factions and had some competition. But because of Xie Ziqing, they got along pretty well. Those secret agents are just the princess's pawns. They've done a lot of bad things before, either to avenge her or to teach someone a lesson. As soon as they hear a girl like Xie Ziqing, they go to teach that girl a lesson. Even if someone just says something slightly unpleasant about Xie Ziqing, they go to teach that person a lesson. Those secret agents, as her dogs, have bitten many people. But today, they're just moving bricks. I wonder if I saw it wrong. Lingzhou shared what he saw and took a sip of water to calm down. It's no wonder Lingzhou was surprised. Even the secret agents themselves were shocked. Usually they follow orders without question, but this task was strange. Their good mental strength kept them from losing their temper. Although they are secret agents and not used to such situations, they didn't say much. They just obeyed and worked efficiently, which made Chu Xingqian very satisfied. She was satisfied, but Xiao Wang and Shen Songzhu couldn't figure out what she was thinking. After talking with Ling Zhou and the others, she secretly went to the roof to observe Chu Xingqian and the group of spies. "I just want to see what you're really up to." Ling Zhou's eyes were intense. He did well, but Zhou Buyan kept looking in his direction several times. Ling Zhou crouched on the roof. Xiao Wang finished handling palace affairs, thought for a moment, and then came over out of duty to manage the Eastern Palace. Chu Xingchen saw Xiao Wang, and her eyes lit up because Xiao Wang's appearance was so outstanding that it made people feel happy just looking at him. Xiao Wang looked like a handsome hero from a novel, and when she thought of the unattractive male leads in modern ancient dramas, Chu Xingchen felt a bit sorry for herself. Chu Xingchen didn't hide Xiao Wang's question and explained the reason briefly. It will be ready soon. When the time comes, I'll invite Xiao Xiaoqing to see it. Sorry, I forgot to tell you earlier. Xiao Wang saw her apologize so politely, no longer acting like a servant or steward, and shook his head to show he didn't mind. Chu Xingchen wanted to ease the relationship with Xiao Wang and the others, so she said a few more words. Xiao Wang listened but felt a bit distracted because Chu Xingchen had some dust on her face, which she didn't notice, and she was smiling brightly. Her skin was fair, and the dust was very obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Maybe it was the beautiful sunset, or her relaxed smile, or simply because he couldn't stand the dust. Xiao Wang instinctively reached out and wiped it off. He used a handkerchief. After wiping, he suddenly realized what he had done. His hand froze, as if expecting her to scold him for shamelessly flirting. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang froze and Chu Xingchen also stopped, staring with wide eyes. She was caught off guard and truly surprised. Such a beautiful person suddenly helping her wipe her face, with a faint cedar scent to her nose, and being looked at like that. She couldn't really handle it. In the end, Xiao Wang was the first to regain his composure. He calmly withdrew his hand. Just some dust. Chu Xingchen touched her face and said, "Thank you. Thank you." Xiao Wang shook his head and bowed to take his leave. Chu Xingchen watched his tall figure walk away and felt a mix of emotions. Some people are just different. Even their back looks elegant and beautiful. Ling Zhou, who had been secretly watching, snapped out of his daze. Seeing Xiao Wang somewhat hurried back compared to usual, he was shocked and let out a breath before covering his mouth and running away. That night, even the carefree Ling Zhou had trouble sleeping. The next morning, he couldn't help but sneak out again to look. When he arrived, Chu Xingchen was already busy. She wore a red cloak with white fur trim, fluffy and eye-catching in the snow. Chu Xingchen was dressed in red, standing next to Zhou Baiyan, who wore black. The two looked very harmonious together. She looked down at her dark red clothes, and Ling Zhou tugged at his own, feeling a bit strange. "Why are you also wearing red?" Chu Xingchen didn't realize Ling Zhou was secretly watching again. The bed was almost finished because there were many people and it was completed yesterday. Last night, they even used fire to dry it. Now only some finishing touches remained. The bed was successfully made, but a few shadows only followed orders and didn't understand the principles behind it. Chu Xingchen picked up a stick and explained as she drew on the ground. When they understood, she let them help. Shen Songzhu came while she was explaining. Seeing her so serious, he didn't disturb her. When Chu Xingchen heard someone greeting her, she quickly stood up. She accidentally stepped on her skirt, causing her to fall back down. She sat on Shen Songzhu's foot and bumped her head against his leg. Chu Xingchen tilted her head to look at her hem and awkwardly turned back to apologize to Shen Songzhu. "Sorry, I stepped on my skirt." She had always thought these ancient costumes were very beautiful. Now, seeing these finely handmade clothes, she loved them and didn't want to let go. But even though they were beautiful, she was a bit unfamiliar with them. Shen Songzhu looked down at Chu Xingchen sitting on his foot, feeling a little confused. When she turned around and looked at her smiling face under the red cloak and white fur hat, showing her white teeth in a pure smile, her eyes clear and bright, he was momentarily stunned. He hesitated, reaching out to help her, but she had already stood up on her own. She brushed off the dust from her cloak and looked at the ground, which was a bit dirty. She then led Shen Songzhu to the side. "Don't get your clothes dirty," Shen Songzhu, wearing a long, beautiful dark blue cloak, said. Chu Xingchen was worried about getting her dress dirty on the ground. Once she was steady, Chu Xingchen smiled and explained what she was doing, asking if he had something to say. Shen Songzhu answered, feeling a bit complicated. This was the first time he had a normal, face-to-face conversation with Chu Xingchen, and they even made eye contact. In the past, When Chu Xingchen met them, she always looked cold and annoyed. But when she faced her small face for the first time, he noticed she had a dimple on her left cheek. She usually looked cold and elegant, but when she smiled and showed her dimple, it suddenly felt sweet. Shen Songju was momentarily distracted and quickly looked away. Chu Xingchen followed Shen Songju's gaze and said, "Shen Sijuan, would you like some soup? I see it's cold today, so I had someone make some." Thinking he might be cold, Chu Xingchen casually poured a bowl of soup for Shen Songju. Shen Songju paused, then quickly stood up and took the bowl with both hands to thank him. It was necessary for the crown princess to serve him herself. There's no need to be so polite. I was just being helpful. Chu Xingchen forgot her status, doing it out of habit. She didn't expect to receive a formal thank you. As Shen Songju left, he still had a faint sweet taste in his mouth. Usually, he didn't like the taste of, but this time the soup was a bit sweet. Shen Songju slowly returned to Mingyan Palace. Ling Zhou was already waiting there. When he saw Shen Songju, he seemed eager to speak with him alone. After the attendants left, he couldn't wait to ask, "Shen Sijuan, do you think she really doesn't like Xie Ziqing and has started to like you instead? She even personally poured soup for you." Shen Songju narrowed his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes.
How do you know that?
Ling Zhou didn't notice Shen Songju's gaze and thought he suddenly seemed a bit dangerous. Hearing his question, he froze and scratched his neck. I just happened to see. He absolutely couldn't say he was secretly observing Chu Xingchen. No, he wasn't spying on her. He was just watching her to prevent her from planning something bad again. She had suddenly become strange. Ling Zhou clenched his fists. "Shen Sijuan, what's important now is whether she has truly decided to like you, or if she's plotting against you." Ling Zhou had his reasons for doubting. "You and Xie Ziqing are actually a bit alike. Of course, Xie Ziqing isn't as graceful as you, and his looks aren't as good as yours." He couldn't help but complain, "I wonder if her eyes are malfunctioning." Shen Songju saw through Ling Zhou's lie, but didn't press him. He only warned him to be careful and then shook his head confidently. "No, she isn't. But just now, when you left, she was still watching your back." Shen Songju looked at Ling Zhou. "Have you ever thought she might be doing it on purpose? Just to upset Xie Ziqing?" Ling Zhou pounded the table. "Yeah, I didn't think of that." Ling Zhou left, and Shen Songju looked at the winter sunlight shining in. His mind drifted to Chu Xingchen's smiling face and dimples. He felt like she had changed somehow. And that bowl of soup really was quite sweet. Ling Zhou was about to go back, but halfway through, he couldn't resist visiting Chu Xingchen again. This time, he entered openly, asked a few polite questions, then deliberately looked at Jiang Tang. "What is this?" Chu Xingchen didn't expect so many people to visit her bed, but she didn't mind. "Jiang Tang, do you want to drink some?" "Just a little." Ling Zhou still held a whip in his hand, crossed his arms, and tilted his chin high. His eyes sparkled, but he pretended to be indifferent. Ling Zhou is the youngest among 5 brothers. Chu Xingchen chuckled at his appearance, feeling a bit like a senior guiding a junior. She smiled, poured him a bowl, and handed it to him. Ling Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't expect Chu Xingchen to pour him a bowl. He froze for a moment, then thanked her and reached out to take it. He stared at Chu Xingchen's hand, not paying attention, almost knocking over the bowl. Chu Xingchen quickly grabbed his hand to steady it. "Careful, you might get scalded." Gently, she placed the bowl into Ling Zhou's hand. She thought to herself, he is definitely someone trained in martial arts. He is young and fiery, yet his hands are warm, unlike hers outside, which are always cold. Ling Zhou's hands are warm. When touched by Chu Xingchen's cool hand, he shivered.
Did she
intentionally hold his hand? How could she casually hold someone's hand? Ling Zhou grew up in a military camp in the northern frontier, surrounded by men with sweaty, stinky feet. In the camp, even the mosquitoes seemed male, rarely seeing girls. Until he was taken to Beijing and became Ling Shaoqing. The first girl he truly interacted with was the crown princess. But they didn't get along before, both feeling annoyed by each other, let alone touching hands. Suddenly, She held his hand. Lingzhou almost jumped up. He pointed at Chu Xingchen.
You.
Hiccup. He was so nervous he hiccuped loudly. He felt embarrassed and quickly shoved Jiang Tang's bowl back into Chu Xingchen's hand, saying, "I won't drink anymore," then ran away. Chu Xingchen looked at the bowl of Jiang Tang she had just returned and then at Lingzhou, who seemed to be fleeing quickly, with a puzzled face. "I didn't say much, so why did I upset him?" She couldn't understand this boy either. Jiang Tang had already poured her drink, so she drank it all without wasting. Chu Xingchen tilted her head and gulped it down. Meanwhile, Lingzhou hurried back to Fiyu Palace, closed the door, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he let out a loud hiccup. "What's going on? Why am I hiccuping?" Lingzhou bit his finger, thinking quickly. "That's not the point. The point is she held my hand. Look at my hand." Lingzhou felt the cold touch still on his hand and roughly rubbed it twice. Brother Zhongjue is not entirely right. It seems she really no longer cares about Xie Ziqing and wants to be with us. If that's the case, she will find him sooner or later. What should he do then? Should he give in to her? If she is a child, can he still return to the northern border? While Lingzhou was lost in thought, the heated bed on Chu Xingchen's side finally finished. Because time was tight and the disaster couldn't be delayed, Chu Xingchen didn't worry about the fire burning too fast and cracking the bed. He personally watched over it to dry it as quickly as possible. When it felt warm enough, he sent someone to invite the Empress and the people responsible for rebuilding after the snow disaster. Although the Empress was doubtful, she was impressed by her daughter's first effort to work seriously and quickly arrived. Others didn't believe it either, but showed up on time. They were then invited to experience the warmth of the simple heated bed. Constant heat rose up, and just by casually draping a piece of clothing, it no longer felt cold. The skeptical expressions on everyone's faces changed completely. Chu Xingchen explained again, the heated bed consists of 3 parts, a stove, the bed frame, and a chimney. The stove can also be used for cooking. The bed frame provides warmth and a place to sit or lie down. It's very efficient. The main advantage is that clay beds are inexpensive. With some effort and learning, every household can build one. An official asked about the heating principle, and Chu Xingchen explained it in detail. Watching him speak confidently and calmly, the Empress felt very pleased and finally showed a proud expression for her daughter. This heated bed is well made. With it, I believe no one in Dachu will die from the cold anymore. The Empress spoke, and everyone praised it. They were waiting for Chu Xingchen to embarrass the fool, Yu, who originally looked full of sarcasm. Now his face alternated between pale and white. Suddenly, he spoke amid the praise, "This heated bed is good, but Nanshan County has little wood. The firewood used to burn." He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. The bed is good, but a talented woman can't do much without firewood. Without it, it's useless. He didn't know who came up with such a good idea to help this fool girl, but he had to stop her reputation from improving. Chu Xingchen responded with an "Oh, don't worry, Lord Yu. The fuel for the heated bed doesn't have to be wood. Anything combustible, like sawdust, weeds, animal dung, and other burnable materials, can be used. This suits Nanshan County's shortage of wood. The point of the heated bed is to create the warmest home with the least fuel." Coincidentally, Yu, who also has the surname Yu, found it quite interesting. "Good, well said." The Crown Princess immediately ordered that this heated bed method be promoted to Nanshan County as soon as possible to reduce the number of people freezing to death. The real cold winter is coming, and no time can be wasted. Everyone knows how effective it is, but no one has learned how to make the heated bed yet. Learning takes time, and it would delay things too much. Chu Xingchen said this was not a problem. No need to find a master to teach. Just let the secret agents go. They learn quickly, and once they master it, they can teach others while they work. The officials present. Secret agents? Are they talking about the ones we know? Can secret agents do this kind of work? The Empress. She didn't expect Chu Xingchen to use secret agents this way. The secret agents, who thought their strange tasks were over. They are used to hiding in the dark and are not comfortable being watched by so many people.
And
They have to teach apprentices? They all wanted to refuse, but obeying orders was in their bones, so they quickly accepted. The secret agents took the blueprints Chu Xingqian gave them and set out as fast as possible. That night, everyone in the capital who was well-informed knew that the crown princess had solved the difficult problem of heating in Nanshan County after a disaster. This method wasn't just for Nanshan County, but could be used in all cold parts of the Great Chu. It was truly beneficial for the country and its people. After discussing with the Empress, Chu Xingqian handed the blueprints and the heated bed method to the Ministry of Works, arranged for people to learn, and finally publicly announced it across the entire Great Chu. Everyone was encouraged to learn, which would greatly reduce the number of people freezing to death and help everyone stay warm during the cold winter. When Chu Xingqian returned to the Eastern Palace, it was already dark. She had been busy all day and was very hungry, but she felt fulfilled and satisfied. The attendants in Jinhua Palace were attentive. They brought out steaming hot food, and Chu Xingqian happily started eating, chatting with Wan Dong as she ate. Finally, we've gotten through a tough time. We've done some real good. Maybe this will change people's opinions of me? Chu Xingqian was just casually talking. But when Wan Dong heard this, her expression suddenly changed. She stepped back and knelt down solemnly, bowing deeply. Your Highness, what you did this time is more than just a small act. You saved tens of thousands of common people. Because of your heated beds, no one will have to suffer from the cold this winter. Wan Dong was able to come to the palace because her family was poor. She understood how hard it was for poor people to survive winter. Many elderly and children had frozen to death. Get up quickly. Chu Xingqian felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't invent the heated bed herself. Late winter, she got up and praised the heated bed several times. Chu Xingqian looked at her. You like it so much, then the room and the bed are yours. You can move in. The palace's warm bed would soon be ready too. Late winter was very happy and carefully thanked her, feeling the joy of being loved for the first time. Chu Xingqian continued to think. Although her situation had improved a bit, it was not enough. She was still weak and alone. Besides, she needed to stabilize her current supporters, like Minister Shun and the Loyalists. Today, she saw Minister Xiao Shangshu, Xiao Wangxi's father, but his attitude toward her was not warm. That was not surprising, since her husband's harem was being bullied and mistreated. Late winter, what do Shinsean, Ling Xiaoqing, and Xiao Xiaoqing usually like? How can I improve my relationship with them? She must show them respect and ease tensions. Besides the past issues from the previous dynasty, she also needed to mend her own mistakes. They were not at fault. Your Highness, you finally understand, Late Winter said happily, sharing what each of them liked and even giving helpful suggestions. You can visit them first. As long as you don't favor anyone, things will gradually get better. Not favoring anyone?
Exactly.
The key to a peaceful harem is fairness. Chu Xingqian was surprised. Fairness and equality. Late Winter, you really understand a lot. Late Winter modestly replied, everyone says so. Also, I plan to marry 3 husbands in the future. I've thought about it and I think it makes sense. Chu Xingqian looked at her with admiration and gave a thumbs up. Late Winter, you're amazing. You have big goals. But is it difficult to find suitable husbands now? It's still early. Palace maids usually leave the palace after 20. Few palace maids die inside the palace. By 20, they usually marry and have children. If a noble woman values her, she can return to serve after marriage. Chu Xingqian had been smiling, but suddenly remembered that in the novel, Late Winter died before leaving the palace at 18, and her 3 husbands were just shadows. She took a deep breath. Late Winter, I will make sure you marry 3 good husbands. Although she was used to monogamy, Late Winter could have multiple husbands. Inspired, Chu Xingqian eagerly began planning. I still have some rare books and calligraphy in the storeroom and study. Quickly find them. I want to see Shun Songju. Chu Xingqian watched the palace servants start to busy themselves and thought that since she had worked during the day and free time at night, it was a good chance to strengthen relationships. Shun Songju, as the side consort, lived nearby. Chu Xingqian automatically ignored the Jade Flower Palace, which was the closest to her. 15 minutes later, Chu Xingqian, carrying a gift for Shin Songju, set out grandly and arrived quickly. It was already dark. Since Chu Xingqian had never flipped a card before or entered the Mingxian Hall, although it wasn't locked, the door was half closed. Dian Zhu personally stepped forward to negotiate, announcing that the crown princess had arrived. Chu Xingqian looked up to admire the inscription on the palace sign, Mingxian Hall. Shin Songju's name contains the character for bamboo, so it suits him to live in Mingxian Hall. The words Crown Princess has come to Mingxian Hall sounded like a drop of water falling into an oil pan, causing a big splash and shaking Mingxian Hall quite a bit. This is the first time the Crown Princess has actively entered Mingxian Hall. And it's at night. The timing was perfect, just as it was time for the evening rest. So everyone thought, the Crown Princess is inviting our side consort to sleep with her. The entire Mingxian Hall was thrown into chaos for a moment. They quickly welcomed the Crown Princess inside. Chu Xingqian still didn't know the East Palace was about to explode with excitement. She casually stepped into Mingxian Hall and saw Shin Songju, who was caught off guard by her sudden visit and hadn't had time to change clothes. Shin Songju was dressed casually at home, with a book on the table, indicating he was reading earlier. Perhaps because of the lighting, his bow was still charming, but tonight Shin Songju seemed less aloof and more approachable. "Don't bother yourself, I didn't mean to disturb your reading." Chu Xingqian presented a rare art copy she brought, saying, "I don't know what you like, so I picked out some. Take a look and see if you like them." She added, "If you like any, just tell me. I was fortunate to find them, and I can bring more." Compared to the nervous palace servants, Shin Songju was surprised but calm about Chu Xingqian's arrival. At this moment, he couldn't help but glance at her. "Thank you, Your Highness," he said. Previously, because of Xie Ziqing's preference, these items were meant for him, but now they weren't his turn. "No need to thank me." Chu Xingqian waved her hand and looked around the hall. The overall atmosphere of Mingxian Hall was solemn yet elegant, filled with a scholarly air. "Shin's side consort, the Kong bed you saw this morning has been prepared." Chu Xingqian mentioned the bed and the subsequent plans. Shin Songju had known what Chu Xingqian was doing that morning, but he didn't have much information about the later developments because he was in the back palace and couldn't inquire easily. When he heard Chu Xingqian bring it up, he realized the bed was ready. He understood the influence of this matter. Once promoted and publicized, the common people would thank Chu Xingqian. In his mind, many ideas started to form. He took a deep breath, suppressing the words that kept bubbling up to his lips, and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness." Chu Xingqian noticed that Shin Songju had something to say. "You can speak openly." Shin Songju shook his head politely, indicating that the harem should not interfere in affairs of the previous court. "It's nothing much. I just took the initiative to tell you. Saying a few words won't hurt. If I help, I will only thank you." Shin Songju is the legitimate son of the Shin family, carefully raised by the family. If not for entering the palace for the family, he would definitely pursue a great career in the future. Not only him, Xiao Wang and Ling Zhou are the same. They should be outside making big plans, but instead, they are kept in the harem.
Just thinking about it is not easy.
Chu Xingqian feels that leaving them idle in the harem is a kind of torture and a waste of talent. He encourages Shin Songju with a look, but Shin Songju does not speak easily. He only asks, "Your Highness, why did you think of making a Kong-heated bed?" Previously, the Crown Princess had little regard for the common people. She was used to not feeling cold since childhood, so she couldn't think of or make a Kong. Shin Songju reasonably suspects that someone else invented the Kong. Chu Xingqian understood the implication and felt a bit embarrassed. "It was just a coincidence that I thought of it. The principle is actually not complicated." Shin Sijuan listened carefully. Although he still didn't believe her, it was true that the common people benefited. "Your Highness, your kindness brings blessings to the people." Not really. Shin Songju has a vision for the world, but in the novel, both he and Ling Xiao are villains. Although they were insulted and did not support the crown princess, they also did not support Chen Ruoxue and others later. Chen Ruoxue initially wanted to win them over, but they refused to appreciate it. Moreover, they repeatedly criticized the male leads for favoring Chen Ruoxue too much, claiming they usurped imperial authority. Although they are upright and righteous, representing good-hearted people with a broad view, they were eventually punished for opposing the protagonists. Chu Xingqian was moved and said, "Shun Sijuan, you can speak frankly about anything in the future. Whatever you want to do, you can do it. I just want you to live comfortably here." After speaking, Chu Xingqian stood up. "It's getting late. Rest early, Sijuan." The attentive servant nearby was energized, thinking this was finally the moment to get to the main point. He quickly rolled up the curtain and led the crown princess to her bedroom. But she simply headed straight for the door. Chu Xingqian and the servant's eyes met. Her expression was full of doubt, while the servant looked shocked and blurted out, "Your Highness, are you leaving?" Since the crown princess came so late, everyone in the East Palace, and even the entire harem knew what it meant. Yet she stayed for a while, and then left again. This clearly shows she doesn't like Sijuan, or perhaps they offended her somehow, making her unhappy. They clearly didn't defend Her Highness the Princess. The attendant's eyes showed involuntary feelings of frustration and anger. Shun Songzhu frowned slightly. Bao Pu, quickly apologize. Shun Songzhu also apologized himself. Chu Xingqian only realized afterward that her late-night visit and departure were inappropriate. She broke out in a sudden sweat. "No need to apologize. I didn't mean to bother you. I have some matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Nothing else." Chu Xingqian hurriedly left Mingxian Palace as if fleeing. Perhaps the attendants thought that since she came, she should just wash up and sleep. That would show they value their side lord. But she had no such thoughts. Shin Songzhu didn't like her either and didn't want to interact with her. In the end, she admitted she was a bit impulsive tonight. In the future, she shouldn't act rashly, and they should try to improve relations during the daytime. "Spread the word that I have matters tonight," Chu Xingqian instructed Wudong. Watching Chu Xingqian leave, Shun Songzhu told Bao Pu, who hesitated to speak, observe and contact the people close to the princess these days. He wanted to see who was offering gifts to the princess. If that person was talented, it would be a shame to overlook them. Shin Songzhu picked up his book again, seemingly unaffected by Chu Xingqian's arrival and departure. Bao Pu was anxious and stomped her feet. "Side Lord, how can you still read? If the prince stays tonight, you'll be her first man. All men in the world would be proud of that, especially since she was the princess." "She won't stay," Shun Songzhu said, though he didn't want her to stay either. When Chu Xingqian arrived, she caused a big fuss. When she left, everything suddenly became quiet. The others didn't receive the news immediately, only that Chu Xingqian had gone to Mingxian Palace. Upon hearing this, their reactions varied. Xiao Wang listened and continued to count his accounts without even frowning. Ling Zhou suddenly stood up, realizing she had truly fallen for someone else. Then she patted her chest in relief and muttered softly, "That's good. I don't have to worry anymore." The messenger, Jin Chong, was initially disappointed. Hearing this, he hurriedly asked, "Little General, you don't plan to do anything bad, do you?"
Don't scare me.
"Girls are precious. You can't treat them roughly or hurt them. She's still the princess." "I know. You and my father keep nagging me. If she weren't a girl, I would have fought her hundreds of times already," Ling Zhou said impatiently, waving her hand. "Go to sleep, go to sleep." Lying on the bed, Ling Zhou looked at his hand and remembered the scene from this morning. He couldn't help but roll over. They used to say a heart could only hold one person, but now I can fit several. In the morning, I touch this one. At night, I sleep with that one. Chu Xingqian, you're still as annoying as ever. Little General, Jin Chong returned again. "What's the matter?" Ling Zhou kicked off the blanket and sat up. The Grand Princess left Mingxian Hall again.
Jin Chong said happily.
She said she had something to do. "Little General, don't catch a cold. Why are you kicking off the blanket in the middle of winter?"
Why should I tell you about this?
It's probably because Brother Songju didn't want to bother with her, so he drove her away. She's just making excuses to save face. Ling Zhou flopped down and pulled the blanket over himself. I want to sleep.
Don't bother me anymore.
After returning, Chu Xingqian didn't rush to sleep. She started working in the study. The original owner wasn't interested in political affairs, but as the Grand Princess, she still had many things to handle in the study. To stay alive, she had to be the Grand Princess and govern the country well. Chu Xingqian studied hard. Since Winter End was a female official assigned to the Eastern Palace, she knew quite a lot. The next day, Chu Xingqian went to court on time, looking radiant because she had finally solved a problem that had troubled the court for many days. She was no longer isolated. After court, she returned and Wanzhong reported something. She said that the Jade Flower Palace was about to deal with a court lady accused of trying to poison Xie Ziqing. Wanzhong had stopped her. From what she heard, it was clear that Xie Ziqing wasn't dead yet. They hadn't sent a royal doctor, and his weak body had survived. Did he really poison Xie Ziqing? No, he didn't. He was only responsible for boiling medicine. The maid had already asked, and he was framed. It was probably Xie Shijun who, during a high fever and coma, called out a name. Chu Xingqian immediately understood. Xie Ziqing was confused and called out Ruoxue?
Yes.
The Jade Flower Palace was worried this news would spread, so they planned to deal with the person. Hearing this, Chu Xingqian's anger rose. She had a fever and called out her dream lover, yet the person who heard it might die?
Why?
Is this how people do things? This time, her crossing into this story was both unlucky and lucky. Because she became the crown princess, if she had been an ordinary person, would she also have been casually disposed of? Who gave them the right to handle people like objects? They're human. Chu Xingqian said grimly. Send orders. I may not control other parts of the palace, but in my Eastern Palace, no one is allowed to handle palace staff casually. Everyone in the Eastern Palace quickly received Chu Xingqian's order. Ling Zhou and the others didn't understand right away, but Xiao Wangke understood immediately. This command was specifically directed at the Jade Flower Palace, so it was mainly sent there. It was repeated 3 times to Xie Ziqing and the palace servants of Jade Flower Palace. At Chu Xingqian's request, each person was required to memorize it, especially Xie Ziqing and the talented calligrapher Zhu Mo, whom he trusted again. Servant Xie, please recite it. When Dong personally delivered the task, watching Xie Ziqing recite. Xie Ziqing truly felt like he had narrowly escaped danger. The experience was terrible. If he had managed to build some connections earlier and obtained medicine to save his life, he might have really died now. He didn't expect Chu Xingqian to be so ruthless, changing her attitude so suddenly and completely. He was both angry and resentful. After waking up, he heard Miaobi talk about Chu Xingqian's change, as if she no longer liked him. But he didn't believe it, not until this moment, when he was once again humiliated. How dare you, a palace maid, treat me like this? Get her out of here. Xie Ziqing's face was full of anger. Servant Xie, this is the prince's order. When Dong remained unmoved. The people of Jade Flower Palace didn't dare to act either. The fate of Miaobi and Zhu Mo had already made them afraid to make any move. Honestly, the princess's order was actually a protection for them, so one by one, they lowered their heads and pretended not to hear.
Fine.
I'll go talk to her myself. When Dong. The prince is busy handling official affairs and may not have time to see you. Servant Xie, don't forget, you're still under house arrest. Xie Ziqing almost spat blood, but in the end, he could only humiliate himself and recite the edict of the Eastern Palace under Wen Dong's stern gaze. When Dong left, Miaobi looked at Xie Ziqing's pale face and could only comfort him. Third young master, don't be angry. There will be plenty of chances to get rid of that servant girl in the future. But Xie Ziqing had no mood to listen to this. Find out what's really going on with Chu Xingqian. Why does she dare to treat me like this? What is her real intention? Could it be that she discovered my secret? Miaobi has also thought about this.
I have a guess, she said.
Go ahead. Earlier, The prince said not to worry too much about Princess Ta, just use the tactic of playing hard to get.
Could it be that she?
Are you suggesting she's using this trick too? Xie Ziqing suddenly realized that in the past 2 days, he kept hearing about Chu Xingqian and kept thinking about her. He immediately understood. You're right. She's deliberately doing this, trying to attract my attention. He didn't expect Chu Xingqian to learn this trick too. Xie Ziqing gritted his teeth. I won't let her have her way. I definitely won't forgive her easily this time. Xie Ziqing stood straight with a determined face, never bending under pressure. Unfortunately, this resolve was soon broken. Their Jade Flower Palace's situation changed suddenly because Chu Xingqian's attitude shifted and Xie Ziqing was confined and seriously ill. The news was delayed, and Miaobi found out that the outside world had changed. Chu Xingqian and Shun Songju's relationship improved. Last night, Chu Xingqian even visited Shun Songju's Mingxian Palace. Although he didn't stay overnight, next time he might. What should we do? Third young master, it seems the crown princess has really changed. Miaobi used to think the so-called crown princess was just a toy in the third young master's hand, easily controlled by them. But now, they felt they were losing control. You also said she is trying to get my attention, on purpose. Don't worry, Xie Ziqing tried to stay calm. But what if the crown princess is so disappointed that she gives up and breaks all ties? Third young master, we can't just wait and see. Miaobi's words made Xie Ziqing uneasy. In the end, he forced himself to write a poem to Chu Xingqian as a sign of goodwill, hoping to show some hope. Chu Xingqian saw the letter shortly after lunch and understood the main point. He explained that his previous strange behavior was due to health issues. TSK. Such a lame excuse. Only a fool would believe it. It was only because the original owner was naive enough to trust him, thinking he was honorable and untouchable. In reality, he was just a sycophant in front of Chun Ruoshui. Everyone is just a sycophant. Who looks down on whom? Chu Xingqian muttered and casually threw the letter away, following his plan. Go see Ling Shaoqing. Meeting in the evening might cause misunderstandings, so he decided to go during the daytime. Under the winter sun, Chu Xingqian set out with gifts for Ling Zhou, grand and imposing. After a satisfying lunch, Ling Zhou was rubbing her stomach to digest when she suddenly heard the Empress's daughter approaching. Is it daytime now? Did she want to indulge openly during the day? Ling Zhou was startled and jumped up, seeing Chu Xingqian with a guarded expression bowing respectfully. Your Highness, why are you here? Jin Qi, nearby, couldn't help but close his eyes at the sound. Sounds like they're rushing her away. Chu Xingqian sensed the hostility and said, just came to see you and bring some things. Seeing the gift, Ling Zhou snorted inwardly. Sure enough, he brought something, but he wasn't easy to please. He had already decided, like Songju Ge, he wouldn't be so easily persuaded. She still remembered the insulting words he had said before, but she wouldn't forgive her just because she casually waved her hand and passed by. Ling Zhou sat nearby, arms crossed, with a tough expression on his face, not saying a word. Chu Xingqian looked at his high-held chin, feeling a bit nostalgic. Youth. What youth? If you're looking for youth, go somewhere else, Ling Zhou replied. Chu Xingqian chuckled loudly, unable to resist teasing him, but you're the only one with youth here. Chu Xingqian smiled with squinted eyes, looking a bit mischievous. Ling Zhou instinctively leaned back, thinking, this sneaky fox is up to no good. He tried to remember if there was anyone named Youth in his palace, but he couldn't recall. When he saw Chu Xingqian's gaze fall on Jin Chong and Bao Jian, who had grown up with him, his face changed. His mind filled with scenes of how this bad woman had mistreated them after Chu Xingqian took them away. He blurted out, Jin Chong and Bao Jian are my people. They don't look good either. Doesn't Feng and City like fair-skinned, red-lipped pretty boys? Look at how dark they've become. Jin Chong and Bao Jian. They felt a bit touched but also helpless. Chu Xingqian only looked at them curiously, thinking these two seemed different from other palace people, tall and straight like two young white poplars, clearly having been in the military. She generally liked soldiers who defended the country. She didn't expect to misunderstand Ling Zhou just because she looked at him a little longer, and her words were so funny that she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ling Zhou, why are you so funny? I just found out that youth is actually a person's name, and Jin Chong and Bao Jian. Are those your names? So like you. As expected from a young general, his names are so unique. But she misunderstood that he wanted to steal her people, and he even said it was ridiculous how dark they were. They're not really dark. A little tan is just right. Ling Zhou looked at Chu Xingchen, who was laughing so hard, and realized he had misunderstood. His face turned red.
You.
What are you laughing at? There's nothing wrong with those names. Who told you to look at them? Fine, I won't say they're bad names. Don't worry, I won't take your Jin Chong and Bao Jian. After all, I don't use spears, and I definitely don't use swords, Chu Xingchen joked, trying to keep a straight face. From the names you gave them, it looks like your favorite weapons are spears and swords. Ling Zhou, who was already annoyed from laughing so much, immediately lifted his chin. That's right. Wei Shaoqing's spear has truly inherited the prince's skill, a red spear that is unstoppable. Even the barbarians are afraid when they see Shaoqing. Jin's spear immediately praised Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou watched Zhu Xingchen with bright eyes, curious and admiring, feeling pleased inside. It's okay, but still not as good as my father. You're still young, Zhu Xingchen and Ling Zhou spoke more casually. Have you been to many battles? Have you been hurt? After asking, he looked at him and saw a scar on his left hand. Did you get hurt in battle? Does it hurt? Ling Zhou's fingers were slender and beautiful, with clear joints. The scar was very obvious. Zhu Xingchen gently touched it, feeling the pain from the wound. Ling Zhou was shocked. She touched his hand again. Yesterday, she touched his right hand. Today, she touched his left hand. Both hands had been touched by her. Realizing this, Ling Zhou quickly pulled back his hand and hid the back of his hand behind his back. Why are you touching me randomly? It's been so long. How can it still hurt? It's good if it doesn't hurt. Zhu Xingchen asked a few more questions about other wounds. Hearing her caring words, Ling Zhou was a bit unaccustomed. He lost his mother when he was young and had no sisters. His father and brothers raised him. Big men don't fuss over small things. When he was little, he even cried and was teased by them. In the army camp, you bleed and sweat but don't cry. For the first time, Ling Zhou felt the concern of a woman. He was a bit distracted, and Zhu Xingchen noticed and decided to leave. She came quickly and left just as fast. Watching her back, Ling Zhou suddenly realized, why did she leave after giving something? He hadn't even told her to go. Jin's spear saw his expression and hurried to comfort him. Young general, Her Highness the Princess still cares about you. Maybe she'll come tonight. Don't be disappointed. Who's disappointed? Don't talk nonsense. I just think she has some sense. Knowing that the young general didn't want to be disturbed, Ling Zhou quickly took a sip of water. Thinking about Zhu Xingchen smiling with her eyes curved earlier, he suddenly put the cup down on the table.
Who does she like?
Is she really just trying to provoke Xie Ziqing? Before he could figure it out, he heard the latest news about Zhu Xingchen. She left his place and went to Shaoqing's. Quite busy, Ling Zhou chuckled. Zhu Xingchen just wanted to take the opportunity to give her gifts. She couldn't favor one over the other. Xiaowang was calm about her arrival, still the same as always, steady and composed. His courtiers were the same. Because, I don't know what you like, I brought a little of everything. This is the truth. Even late winter, Xiaowang doesn't know what Xiaowang likes, and she doesn't understand books either. Thank you, Your Highness. I like all the servants you sent, Xiaowang said, but she didn't take the opportunity to say what she liked. You don't need to be so formal. Chu Xingchen heard her call herself a servant and felt a bit uncomfortable, as it reminded him of a concubine. Although Chu Xingchen tried to lighten the mood and find topics to talk about, he was unsuccessful. He sat quietly for a while and then said, "Shall we go see the warm bed? I told you yesterday, once it's ready, I'll find you." Xiaowang responded smoothly, and the two headed out together, attracting many people's attention. Chu Xingchen wanted to chat along the way, but Xiao Wang always stayed a step behind her, staying proper. When they finally reached the warm bed, Xiao Wang's expression changed slightly. A flash of sadness and regret crossed her face. If only they had this thing a few years ago, her mother wouldn't have gotten so cold and sick. Chu Xingchen asked with concern, "Are you tired from managing the palace affairs?" Xiao Wang snapped back to reality and said, "Not tired. If you're tired, rest more and ask someone to help you. You've worked hard these days. Luckily, there's someone as capable as you. Otherwise, it would be troublesome." In the past, managing palace affairs was done by women. Chu Xingchen used to mock him, saying he was useless for doing women's work. Xiao Wang thought Chu Xingchen was about to mock him again, but he looked at her without a trace of mockery. Actually, there was a hint of admiration. Ridiculous. That was Xiao Wang's first thought. What was there to admire about Chu Xingchen? Was he playing some new game? Thinking of his mother stirred some emotions in him, and he blurted out, "Do you really think I'm impressive?" Immediately after, Xiao Wang regretted it. He was asking for humiliation. He was about to lower his head when Chu Xingchen confidently replied, "Of course. You're already very capable, managing everything and being versatile. Managing palace affairs isn't simple. It involves many small and large matters, including managing estates, etc. In modern terms, he's like a powerful CEO of a company." Strictly speaking, Xiao Wang is like a royal boss. With his ability and appearance, he would surely attract many admirers. Seeing that Chu Xingchen was sincere in his praise, Xiao Wang showed a strange expression. Just as he was unsure what to say, he noticed Ling Zhou secretly watching from the door. Ling Zhou had forgotten about the bed earlier, but suddenly remembered and couldn't resist coming to see. When he was caught, he looked a bit embarrassed, but once he reached the bed, his expression changed. "It's really warm now. Your Highness, could this bed be used in the northern border too? The northern border is cold and icy, with strong winds that can cut to the bone. The soldiers have endured a tough winter, and the common people are suffering. If only they had a heated bed, life would be different. Of course, this is something we need to promote." "I thank you on their behalf," Ling Zhou said. He thought Chu Xingchen wouldn't agree, but hearing her agree so quickly, he awkwardly expressed his thanks. Chu Xingchen hesitated. "No need to thank me. It's what I should do." While they were talking, a figure at the door pretended to pass by, but then walked into the Jade Flower Palace and delivered a message. After sending the letter, Xie Ziqing washed up and tidied himself, waiting for Chu Xingchen to regret coming. But she didn't come back. Instead, she turned around and went to see Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang. Hearing this, Xie Ziqing was the first to lose his composure. He thought Shen Songzhu was deliberately provoking him by finding a substitute to upset him. But Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang were completely different, and the meaning was entirely different. "Did you really deliver the letter to her?" Miaobi was anxious inside. "Third young master, I delivered it. Guaranteed it reached the princess's hands." "Then why? Why is it still like this? How could Chu Xingchen have promised him before, but now dare to treat him like this?" Xie Ziqing couldn't sit still anymore. "I'll go see her myself. I want to ask her what she means." Unfortunately, Xie Ziqing was stopped at the gate.
He was still under house arrest.
When Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang passed by the Jade Flower Palace, they heard a commotion inside. "What's going on?" Ling Zhou, who was excited, stopped talking. Ling Zhou, who had accidentally mentioned his experience in the northern border while talking about the heated bed, listened carefully to Chu Xingchen and even asked a few questions, which made Ling Zhou even more interested. He chattered on happily, having been away from the northern border for 3 months and in the palace for over a month. His tone was full of nostalgia. Ling Zhou was excited, but Xiao Wang remained much quieter. Just as they were about to ask about the noise in the Jade Flower Palace, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Xie Ziqing appeared in front of everyone. It turned out that the palace guards at the gate, hearing the greeting, thought the princess was coming to see Xie Ziqing. They were momentarily distracted and felt guilty, but Miaobi pushed them aside. Xie Ziqing stood awkwardly at the door. The first thing he saw was Chu Xingqian happily embracing two people and walking over, chatting and laughing happily. He almost spat out blood in shock. "Your Highness is really in a good mood." Xie Ziqing stiffly bowed to Chu Xingqian, speaking slowly, with a sarcastic tone. "I was quite in a good mood, but now it's been spoiled." Chu Xingqian's voice was cold, but even colder was her gaze. Previously, her eyes, when looking at him, were full of love, which he found annoying. Today, her eyes looked at him like a stranger, with no trace of affection. How could this be possible? Xie Ziqing looked into Chu Xingqian's eyes and felt it was unbelievable. He was so distracted by Xiao Wang's words that he ignored them and grew impatient. "Xie Ziqing, didn't you hear what Xiao Xiaoqing said?"
Chu Xingqian Frau Wen.
Xie Ziqing endured and looked at Xiao Wang. "Xiao Xiaoqing, please wait. I have something to discuss with His Highness." His tone was polite but full of pride. Before Xiao Wang could reply, he turned to Chu Xingqian. "Your Highness, I have something to say to you alone." He then started to walk back, intending to take Chu Xingqian to Yuhua Palace. But after a few steps, he stopped and looked back, only to see Chu Xingqian standing still, not moving at all. "I have nothing to say to you. Also, Xie Ziqing, when you see them, don't you know to bow? Have you forgotten your status? A court attendant, the lowest rank in the Eastern Palace, must bow to everyone they meet." Xie Ziqing's face instantly turned pale. His eyes flashed with humiliation and shock. How could Chu Xingqian make him bow to these people? He was so angry that, because he was still seriously ill, he felt his vision blackening. He staggered a few times and then fainted directly. Seeing Xie Ziqing collapse, Miaobi hurried forward. "Third young master." Before Xie Ziqing completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear Chu Xingqian's disdainful voice, a grown man fainting just like that. Xie Ziqing thought it was ridiculous. He believed Chu Xingqian would only be worried if he saw him faint and probably thought he was hearing things. But in reality, he wasn't. Chu Xingqian was truly speechless and disgusted. How could Xie Ziqing, a grown man, play such a game of avoiding bowing? Chu Xingqian clicked her tongue. "A noble scholar from a famous family, yet your manners are so lacking." She seemed very disappointed and said to Xiao Wang, "Xiao Xiaoqing, find someone skilled in etiquette to send to Yuhua Palace later. Teach Xie Ziqing proper manners, so he won't embarrass himself again." Xiao Wang was a bit surprised but remained calm and nodded. Ling Zhou, standing nearby, stared in shock. Although he had seen Chu Xingqian deal with Xie Ziqing before, seeing it again felt like the sun was rising from the west. Mainly because the princess had always pampered Xie Ziqing. Miaobi held Xie Ziqing, full of anger. But after repeatedly suffering losses, he dared not say much. Chu Xingqian didn't care what he thought. She did it on purpose. Who let Xie Ziqing treat human life so lightly? When Xie Ziqing woke up again, he had already been returned to bed. Hearing Miaobi talk about Chu Xingqian's reaction and words afterward, his hand clenched into a tight fist. Good, Chu Xingqian. Don't blame me for being unkind if you're unkind." A fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Miaobi, proceed with the plan." After parting from the two, Chu Xingqian felt completely relieved, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. The task of easing the relationship was completed. Although the whole trip was tense and their interactions were only superficial and not very harmonious, she found it quite pleasing. She was beginning to understand the emperor's happiness a bit. It would be even better if Xie Ziqing was not in the harem. Back in her sleeping quarters, Chu Xingqian started looking for Zhou Baiyan. Duan Dong was right. She wanted to share the benefits evenly, so she needed to build a better relationship with Zhou Baiyan and talk to him more. Although Zhou Baiyan had no ties to the former court's power, she couldn't ignore him. Zhou Baiyan, Zhou Baiyan. She called twice, and Zhou Baiyan appeared silently, waiting for her instructions. Chu Xingqian smiled. "Nothing special. I just wanted to see if you're here. Let's eat together." Before she finished speaking, Zhou Baiyan disappeared. Chu Xingqian. Wow, such a personality. How can I get through the world just by chatting? But at least she completed her task. Chu Xingqian tidied up for the night, prepared to sleep peacefully, and noticed a few palace maids hadn't left yet. She softly said, "All right, you all can go now." Yawning, she walked toward her bed. She didn't notice that one palace maid, who was supposed to leave, instead rushed toward her with a dagger in hand. When Chu Xingchen sensed something was wrong and turned around, it was too late. She was about to come into close contact with the dagger. Her mind went blank. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, kicking away the dagger. It was Zhou Bian. For the first time, Chu Xingchen saw Zhou Bian act. His speed was so fast she couldn't see clearly. The palace maid was kicked away and restrained by others. Looking at the sharp dagger that had been kicked aside, Chu Xingchen felt her legs go weak. She was frightened. She couldn't help but be. This was her first time experiencing such an assassination. She had lived in the modern world, one of the safest places in the world, where people lived peacefully. Such danger was rare. How bold! How dare you try to assassinate the princess? Duan Dong was helping Chu Xingchen make her bed. Who would have thought that an assassination attempt would appear out of nowhere? He was quite angry. She cursed him. She didn't deserve to be the princess. She was doomed to die. The palace servant was restrained, their hands bound, face covered in cold sweat, yet they still struggled and shouted loudly. There was an assassin in the Eastern Palace, so naturally, a thorough search and investigation were needed. The servant was taken away for questioning. Chu Xingchen waited for Wan Dong's result and dismissed the others. After experiencing the assassination, she realized how dangerous the palace was. No one knew if the palace servants might suddenly pull out a knife again. They all felt unsafe and just wanted to stay alone. The sleeping quarters became quiet. She looked around and saw that Zhou Bian had saved her, but then fell silent and disappeared. This was not good. Even after helping her, he didn't seem to take credit. "Zhou Bian, are you there?" A gentle knocking sounded above her. Zhou Bian indicated he was there. Chu Xingchen looked up but couldn't find him. "Where are you?" "Zhou Bian, come down." "I can't find you." There was a brief silence in the air. Then Zhou Bian appeared in front of her. After bowing, he still didn't speak.
Chu Xingchen didn't mind.
"Zhou Bian, I'm glad you showed up just in time. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble. You really are my best bodyguard. Your skills are amazing." Chu Xingchen gave a thumbs up. "You saved me once. Tell me what reward you want. I'll do my best to give it to you." Zhou Bian shook his head and pointed at the ceiling. He just wanted to go up. "No, if you go up, I won't be able to find you," Chu Xingchen said. "Actually, I've always been curious. Are you shadow people always around? Do you really stay hidden all the time? If you were always there, wouldn't you hear everything, even farting? Or all the whispering and secret plotting? That would be very awkward." There were 2 more questions. "Zhou Bian, how do you eat and drink? Is it convenient for you?" Suddenly, Chu Xingchen became serious. "By the way, Zhou Bian, when you're free, aren't you also around? Don't you see and hear everything?" Zhou Bian's face finally showed a flicker of change, as if he was startled. Then he said his first words, "Do not look at what is inappropriate. Do not listen to what is inappropriate." Maybe he hadn't spoken in a long time.
His voice was hoarse and dry.
But to Chu Xingchen, it sounded like heavenly music because she finally got him to speak. She pressed on, "Then tell me, how do you usually eat and drink?" Today she asked 1 question. Tomorrow she would ask 10. In Chu Xingchen's imagination, Zhou Bian suddenly moved to run away. Quick as lightning, she grabbed him. "You're not allowed to leave. We just had an assassination. I don't feel safe alone." Zhou Bian's eyebrows furrowed again as he looked at the hand she was holding, then struggled and pulled it away. Chu Xingchen. She was just too anxious earlier and accidentally grabbed his hand. Why can't he let her pull away now? Although she fears marriage and isn't planning to get involved with them, his action just now made her speak out. "Zhou Bian, have you forgotten you're still young Master Zhou? Besides being a shadow, he's also my husband, you know." A hint of confusion flickered in Zhou Bian's eyes. She had said before that his identity as young Master Zhou was just for show, and he shouldn't have any false hopes. He couldn't understand Chu Xingchen's ever-changing mood. She seemed to drift away in an instant. Chu Xingchen gritted her teeth. "Zhou Bian, if you run again next time, I will just carry you." Just when Chu Xingchen thought Zhou Bian was about to pretend to be dead again, he honestly replied, "You can't carry me." She had never touched him before, so earlier he wasn't on guard, which is why she managed to pull him. But from now on, he would be cautious. With Chu Xingchen's speed and skill, even 10 of her couldn't catch him, let alone carry him. Chu Xingchen was stunned for a moment before realizing what Zhou Bian meant. She didn't know how to describe her speechless feelings at that moment. "Can't carry you? Is that something you should say to your wife? If you said that in modern times, you'd probably get beaten up." If Zhou Bian ever left the palace and found his wife without any desire to survive, that wouldn't do. He still needed to teach him a lesson. "Zhou Bian, you can't be so cold and aloof. You shouldn't speak so bluntly either. It's deadly to be so harsh. Girls like to hear nice words." Chu Xingchen said a few more things, but she didn't know how much Zhou Bian actually listened. When Wanzhong returned late, the emergency search in the Eastern Palace uncovered quite a few issues. However, the palace assassins hadn't spoken about who ordered them. The investigation only revealed that he had previously been helped by Chen Ruoxue, and since then, he regarded her as a lifesaver. It sounded like revenge for Chen Ruoxue, but Chu Xingchen shook her head. There might be other reasons. Otherwise, there would have been no activity before, and now they're making a move? She pressed her temples. "We need to investigate further." Wanzhong nodded solemnly. "Yes." The next day at court, the censor accused Chu Xingchen, the noble daughter, in her position, is neglecting disaster relief supplies for Du County, yet she only cares about buying a few flowers to admire. Such a noble daughter makes the great Chu a joke to the world. I have heard that the crown princess was also attacked and is currently investigating the cause. Instead of focusing on the investigation, she should reflect on whether she herself committed a heinous act that caused palace guards to act rashly. This year's weather has been unusually cold. Besides the snow disaster in Nanshan County, many other places have also suffered from frost damage. Duxian is one of them. The court is doing its best to provide relief. When Chu Xingchen heard the officials mention relief supplies, Duxian, and the attack, she suddenly had a new idea about the series of events. Before the court session, Wan Dong told her that the palace guard who attacked her was from Duxian. "Let's not rush to accuse anyone before we find out the facts," Chu Xingchen said. The official then presented evidence. "The list of supplies that the crown princess altered is in my possession." What does the crown princess have to say? Or does she claim she never saw this list? Seeing the evidence, Chu Xingchen thought to herself, "It's exactly as I suspected. I have seen it." The official looked surprised and was about to speak, but Chu Xingchen said, "But this list is wrong." She bowed to the Empress and asked, "Your Majesty, I also want to ask why I carefully wrote a correct appendix list, yet they only follow the wrong list when distributing supplies?" This issue was discovered when Chu Xingchen examined the memorial left by the original owner. The total amount of supplies listed there did not match the prices and quantities on the relief list. She specifically wrote a correct appendix list before it was taken away. The official looked stunned, as if caught off guard. Chu Xingchen glanced at him and continued, "I was also puzzled before. Why was there such a big mistake in the memorial sent to the court? I even wondered if the officials of Great Chu were all incompetent. Now I see. The list sent to me was altered. Someone deliberately did it to frame me." The official was shocked and angrily defended himself. "Your Majesty, I would never frame anyone. If I have told a lie today, I am willing to die in this hall. I am not afraid of death, but I must speak honestly and advise the throne. The crown princess is unworthy and not fit to be crown princess. I would rather die than see her succeed. Please, Your Majesty, grant my request." Before he finished speaking, the official suddenly charged at a nearby pillar and crashed into it with a loud bang. Immediately, he was bleeding from his head and collapsed to the ground. No one expected the official to do such a thing. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then chaos erupted. The Empress suddenly stood up from the throne. swaying slightly. Imperial physician. Summon the imperial physician. The once orderly and majestic hall of heaven fell into chaos in an instant. Chu Xingqian stood among the crowd, unmoving, her gaze sweeping over the bloodstains. It landed on the imperial censor, who was uncertain about life or death. At that moment, she realized she had traveled, transported to ancient times, to an era where imperial censors often died for their honest words. Dying for honest advice, she had encountered it now. Because she spoke out, regardless of the truth, her name and this event would follow her for life, becoming a stain in her record and a dark mark in history. Chu Xingqian clearly understood. They wanted to force her to die, trapping her step by step, all just to take her life. This part wasn't detailed in the novel, only mentioning that the crown princess was too weak, even hiding relief supplies. Her final fate was that her already bad reputation became worse, and she could do nothing more. Now she saw that it also involved the issue of honest advice. What was even more ridiculous was that the crown princess was completely framed in this matter. The imperial doctor arrived quickly. Fortunately, although the censor was bleeding heavily and looked seriously injured, his life was not in danger. The doctor treated and bandaged his wounds, and the censor regained consciousness calmly. After waking up, the censor knelt on the ground and again advised Chu Xingqian, saying she was unworthy of being the crown princess. He declared that if the emperor did not punish or accept his advice, he would speak out again. The empress's face turned pale. The other ministers lowered their heads, but their eyes flickered faintly on Chu Xingqian. She sneered coldly. I just wanted to say, since the censor has solid evidence, why not investigate thoroughly? But he tried to commit suicide before I could speak. I still say the same. Before the censor dies, he should be thoroughly investigated, so that everyone's death isn't meaningless or unclear. Chu Xingqian's palms were sweaty, but she didn't step back. She was not a scapegoat and would never accept this false charge. She refused to be framed by this act of honest advice. It wasn't her doing. Even if she spoke out 10 or 100 times, she wouldn't admit it. The censor didn't expect Chu Xingqian to still be arguing at this point. Fine, then let's investigate thoroughly. The empress's face darkened. She immediately ordered people to search through the case files. They found the documents Chu Xingqian mentioned, along with the revised list inside. Come, Minister Zhang. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. Seeing the documents, the empress let out a sigh of relief, but her face grew even uglier. She directly threw the documents aside. The small banner fell onto the forehead of the censor, who had just bandaged it, causing him pain. He ignored the pain and immediately knelt down to check. As he looked, cold sweat grew more and more, and his face showed disbelief. This can't be. Your Majesty, this cannot be used as proof of the princess's innocence. Who knows if the princess later found out something was wrong and planted it to escape suspicion. Your Majesty, I did not frame the princess. I have witnesses and evidence showing that the princess's money was spent to satisfy her personal desires. Censor Zhang was not quick to admit defeat and directly presented witnesses and evidence. The evidence from the Eastern Palace was a witness, showing that Chu Xingqian liked white cloud flowers, so they searched extensively for expensive, white cloud flowers. The money meant for disaster relief was used for this. The physical evidence was a flower pot held by another person, which contained the white cloud flowers collected by the princess. With both witness and physical evidence, they thought the crown princess would be frightened. However, Chu Xingqian remained calm and looked carefully at the witness. You are indeed from my Eastern Palace, I acknowledge that. But I never ordered you to use disaster relief funds to buy flowers. I don't know how you operated or who bribed you to frame me. My revised list is also evidence, so this witness is not acceptable. Chu Xingqian did not look at Zhang Yushi but turned her gaze to the flower pot, her lips twitching with an extremely strange expression. As for this white cloud flower, I did indeed have people buy a lot of it. Just as everyone was shocked and Zhang Yushi's eyes widened, Chu Xingqian continued, but I didn't do it because they look nice. It's because these flowers are full of treasures, which can influence our great Chu, and even the entire world's crops. The ministers couldn't help but raise their voices in the court, and Zhang Yusher's voice grew louder, implying that Chu Xingqian was talking nonsense to clear her name and exaggerating. I am speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, it's because you don't understand. White cloud flowers. When she said the last 3 words, Chu Xingqian's lips twitched. In fact, the original owner had gone to great lengths to find and buy white cloud flowers, not for a serious purpose, but because Xie Ziqing once praised that the white cloud flower looked like clouds, pure and beautiful. She thought the white cloud flower resembled Chen Ruoshui, so she praised it a few times. The original owner, hearing the praise, wanted to buy expensive, rare flowers to give to Xie Ziqing to make him happy. But after Chu Xingqian saw these so-called white cloud flowers, she realized there's an inappropriate word to say here, because she found out that the so-called white cloud flower was actually cotton. She was speechless and also remembered that when cotton was first introduced, people only saw it as an ornamental plant and did not realize its economic value. Currently, this is also the case in Great Chu. But cotton's importance is huge. I accidentally learned that this white cloud flower is actually called cotton. It can be made into fabrics of various sizes. Cotton fabric is strong, durable, washable, and can be ironed at high temperatures. It absorbs and releases moisture quickly, making it very comfortable to wear. Apart from making clothes, it can also fill quilts and be used to make winter coats, providing warmth during cold seasons and improving people's lives. The flowers of cotton can be used, and the seeds can be pressed for oil. Every part of it is valuable. It is an important fiber crop and also a key oil crop. It covers clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. It's very rare, so I had people gather it. Initially, the crowd didn't believe, but as Chu Xingqian explained more about its uses, their expressions gradually became serious. Chu Xingqian had previously made a bed, so he no longer seemed untrustworthy. The Empress's face also changed. She immediately realized that if this was true, it would have a huge impact on Great Chu. If it was true, Chu Xingqian hadn't committed a serious mistake, but had made a great contribution. Chu Xingqian was quickly surrounded by everyone, all asking about the uses of cotton. Even the Empress stepped down and looked at the cotton repeatedly. Chu Xingqian had indeed collected quite a bit of cotton, and being able to gather so much at this season was thanks to those who had tried to frame her as incompetent, but in fact, they had helped her by sending the cotton to her agents. To support the impeachment, she even made sure the buyers returned today. Originally, a large patch of expensive but useless white cloud flowers was displayed in front of everyone. Under the greed for resources, it looked like evidence of guilt, shocking to see. But now, since the white cloud flowers are called cotton and have shifted from ornamental flowers to vital crops for people's livelihood, their significance has completely changed. Seeing this vast amount of cotton, everyone's eyes lit up. Princess bought it well. Yes, the princess is truly thoughtful. Amidst the praise, Magistrate Zhang's face turned purple. His previous advice against the emperor's plans had now become a joke. He didn't understand how things had turned out like this. But at this moment, no one paid attention to him. Everyone was chasing Chu Xingqian, eager to turn the cotton into a piece of clothing on the spot. Chu Xingqian felt embarrassed. There were many steps involved in making clothes from cotton. She didn't know how to remove the seeds or spin the cotton. But their demands were too strong. In the end, Chu Xingqian had no choice but to let Wandong come in and reluctantly let her make a small cotton-filled sleeve cover to let everyone feel the warmth of cotton. Since Wandong was called in last minute, the fabric was also girls' fabric, pink and cute in color. Such patterns and colors were usually not seen among the officials in the main hall, but today, everyone was trying to wear them. Let me try it on. I want to try first. After some scrambling, everyone took turns feeling the warmth of the cotton. Their eyes shone brightly, almost like they wanted to eat her. The cotton fabric hadn't been seen yet, but the warmth alone was enough to move them. Plus, they could also extract oil from the cotton. At this moment, no one remembered the previous matters. Zhang Yusher, who was confident of victory, watched the scene before him, and felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't a dream. Why was the scene in front of him like this? In the end, he could only try to find fault and ask about the planting and yield situation, hoping to dampen everyone's enthusiasm and prevent Chu Xingchen from fooling them. Cotton has a high yield and low production costs. In the future, all the people of Da Chu can grow it. Once planting increases, cotton products will be cheap. I believe the people of Da Chu will be able to wear new clothes and cotton clothes, and even enjoy oil. Chu Xingchen's words made everyone's hearts feel warm. Good, very well said. Looking at Chu Xingchen surrounded in the middle, Zhang Yusher's face turned pale, and several others looked unhappy. They were all men of Chen Ruoshui. Yes, this challenge was also initiated by Chen Ruoshui's men. Last time it failed, but this time they tried again. It seemed they were about to get rid of Chu Xingchen, but just like last time, Chu Xingchen rose again. This time, it was even more shocking than before. In the end, the Empress did not disappoint Chu Xingchen. She announced an immediate investigation into the false accusation against the crown princess. After the investigation, those involved were punished, and Zhang Yusher was dismissed on the spot, being told he was unworthy to be a censor. The Empress did not directly punish the censor or imprison him, but the words unworthy to be a censor were more painful than 1,000 cuts. Zhang Yusher had hoped to leave a good reputation, but instead, he ended up with a reputation that would be remembered with shame forever. Because of the cotton incident, Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace feeling her throat was hoarse and her back was cold. She later realized that her back was covered in cold sweat. Attending court was like going to battle. If she was careless, she might be defeated. In late winter, the worshipper looked at Chu Xingchen carefully and served her water cautiously. Your Highness, I didn't know you previously asked someone to gather white clouds. Cotton is used for a reason, and I misunderstood you before. Chu Xingchen thought to herself, you didn't misunderstand, just ask directly, and said, did the palace servant give any instructions last night? No, and he seemed very excited, as if waiting for good news. He probably expects bad news about me. After dinner, I will see him. The palace servant hadn't been seen all night and looked different, as if he had been punished. Chu Xingchen didn't say much and asked straightforwardly, you tried to assassinate me, right? Did you work with people outside the palace? I don't know what you're talking about, the servant insisted. Chu Xingchen smiled slightly. Your plan was clever and cruel. You used the censor's honest advice and the news of the princess's assassination to make things worse. Then you spread rumors that I took disaster relief supplies, making everyone think I'm stupid, useless, and unworthy. If I get hurt, I deserve it. Am I right? The servant finally couldn't hold back and laughed loudly. You finally understand, but it's too late. It's worth sacrificing my life to bite a piece of you. He waited for Chu Xingchen to get angry, but she only responded with an "oh." That's a pity. You can't bite me now. Don't even think about biting a hair. Not only that, I should thank you for bringing something good to me. The servant's face changed. What do you mean? I don't believe you.
Don't try to deceive me.
Even if you're the princess, such a big thing happening would have some impact. It really has no impact. In the end, only you will pay the price and die. And, because you haven't revealed the people behind you, dying would be meaningless. The servant's face flickered with fear and then became firm. You're just trying to trick me into revealing who is behind me? I already said I have no one behind me. I simply think you deserve to die, because you're guilty.
Fool.
You don't even realize you've been used. You think you're important, but they only used you. They encouraged you to try to kill me, but they never planned to succeed because I have shadows around me. Not only you, but they also used the people of County Du, deliberately withholding supplies, hoping to bring me down at the cost of their lives. Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue. You were sold by the real culprit without knowing it, and you helped those who trampled on your life and the lives of the people of Du County. What were you thinking? It's a pity you're from Du County. Chu Xingchen truly couldn't understand. Had she lost her mind after being blessed with the heroine aura? The palace maid's pupils suddenly shrank, and her face changed drastically.
You.
Are you serious? It wasn't you who was greedy, it was them. Chu Xingchen smiled and pointed at himself.
Who am I?
I'm the crown princess. Even if I were not, I am still the crown princess of Great Chu. When have I ever worried about food, clothing, or money? Why would I need to steal that little amount? This statement completely broke down the palace maid's mental defenses. Yes, Chu Xingqian didn't need to steal that money at all. The palace maid's expression struggled. Just then, Wan Dong left for a moment and returned, looking very upset. Your Highness, the person who was supposed to assassinate you with a dagger is dead.
What?
Chu Xingqian was stunned. The palace maid also looked confused. He used a sharp dagger to try to kill you. The person who cleaned the dagger accidentally cut himself. Because the dagger was coated with a deadly poison that causes instant death, he was already dead by the time it was discovered. Chu Xingqian's face darkened. A deadly poison that causes death upon contact?
Yes.
There's no antidote. As soon as the skin is broken, death is certain. Chu Xingqian's lips twitched. She suddenly looked at the palace maid. It seems I guessed wrong. You planned to kill me. I didn't apply any poison. I don't know about any deadly toxin, the palace maid said, sweating coldly. She thought about how she had been kept in the dark. If she had been careless, she might have died too. Her mind instantly collapsed. It wasn't me. It was Zhu Mo. The dagger was given to me by Jade Flower Palace's Zhu Mo. I didn't put any poison on it. I have no power or influence to bring such deadly poison into the palace. The palace maid gritted his teeth and explained. He was grateful to Chen Ruoxue for helping him, and he also held some resentment toward the crown princess. But to carry out the assassination, he had learned that the crown princess was still greedy for the relief supplies for Du County. He was originally afraid to act, but Zhu Mo kept provoking him and even promised that if he took action, Chu Xingqian would pay the price. His family in Du County was also arranged for. The palace maid had a good relationship with Jade Flower Palace. He was the one who had been passing messages. Zhu Mo was the most familiar with him, and only Jade Flower Palace had the power to get such deadly poison into the palace. Having uncovered the truth, Wan Dong immediately went to Jade Flower Palace, captured Zhu Mo, who was still lying in bed recovering, and brought him before Chu Xingqian. The person who tried to kill me has already confessed that it was you who incited him. Tell me, who ordered you? Did he also tell you to apply the poison?
朱墨冷汗直流，疼得又气又恼。他没想到事情会这么快被揭露出来，还被供出了。对，是我做的，就是为了要你的命。谢自清让你这么做的吗？楚星辰直接点名问。朱墨看了看楚星辰身边的婉东，咬紧牙关，不是三公子，三公子不知道，是婉东让我做的。婉东？楚星辰猜到朱墨可能不会随便说出谢自清，毕竟他家人都在谢家手里，他可能会咬别人，但没想到竟然咬了婉东。婉东也愣了一下，你胡说什么？我没有胡说。朱墨直视楚星辰，你侮辱我们三公子，还打了我，我恨你恨得要死，死也要你死。婉东也是一样。婉东喜欢沈策军，说只有你死了，他才能顺理成章去跟沈策军在一起，可惜沈策军不喜欢他，只喜欢和他一起长大的罗小姐，皇太女。你没想到吧？你身边最亲近的婉东想杀了你，你可以去查，药也是婉东给我的。楚星辰，这话信息量太大了。朱墨看着楚星辰的表情，哈哈大笑。他故意的，楚星辰这几天变化太大。而他身边唯一的变化就是婉东突然被重用，主子和他都猜测是婉东在背后改变了楚星辰。既然被扎到，他就打算除掉婉东，然后死也要拉个垫背的，在楚星辰心里留下刺，绝不能让沈家和皇太女联手。皇太女又小气又没脑子，没有了婉东，也没有沈首府等人的支持，依然会完蛋。朱墨看着婉东，露出一抹嗜血的笑容。婉东又气又急，殿下，我没有，你知道我的。朱墨如此笃定，肯定是把药放到他那儿了，到时候就算有理也说不清。我知道不是你，我相信你。楚星辰微笑安慰， 他很确定，不仅因为小说里婉东的表现，更因为这几天接触，婉东是要嫁给3个丈夫的人，不会做小妾，更不会背叛他。婉东看到楚星辰毫不犹豫相信他，满脸感动，朱墨的笑容僵在脸上。楚星辰看着他，冷笑一声，给你最后的机会，你不说实话，那就自己承担后果。
She would never let Zhu Mo go, seeking revenge for herself, for Wan Dong, and for the innocent palace servants who lost their lives. The lives of palace servants are also lives. They should not die in vain. His heart is too cruel. He bites Wan Dong, and also pulls Shin Sejuan into it. If it were the original owner, maybe she would truly believe him, and Wan Dong might die at his hands again. Zhu Mo is accused of harming the crown princess, with solid evidence. According to palace rules, he should be executed. Chu Xingchen then ordered, "Gather everyone from the Eastern Palace to witness the execution, as a warning to others, especially those from Yuhua Palace. No one is to be left out." Wan Dong went on a quick trip for Chu Xingchen, informed Xiao Wang, and asked him to gather all the palace servants who were not on duty. Zhu Mo was taken away to prepare for the execution. Xiao Wang ordered all the gathered palace servants to be present. Everyone from Yuhua Palace was forced to come, including Xie Ziqing and Miaobi. Chu Xingchen cast a deep look at Xie Ziqing. Execute him. Zhu Mo's previous whip wounds had not healed. After only 2 strikes, blood appeared. He had looked fearless at first, but soon couldn't hold on and started to scream painfully. Xie Ziqing's hands trembled at Zhu Mo's agonized shouts. The plan was exposed, the scheme failed, and even Zhu Mo's close aides were captured. Xie Ziqing knew he shouldn't interfere, but hearing Zhu Mo's cries for help, he couldn't help himself. Ignoring everything else, he shouted, "Stop, stop." No one paid attention to Xie Ziqing. He gritted his teeth and rushed to Chu Xingchen to plead, "Your Highness." Chu Xingchen sneered, "Everyone can plead for mercy, but you cannot." Xie Ziqing, 1 life for 1 life. I will not spare Zhu Mo. Xie Ziqing's hands trembled as he finally knelt in humiliation. "Your Highness, I know Zhu Mo did wrong, but please spare his life. I will compensate his family for the wrongful death of the palace servant. I will teach Zhu Mo properly. He was just confused after being beaten. Compensation is enough?
And he has no family."
You have nowhere to compensate. And you want to spare him? That's easy for you to say. Such a murderer. Someone who even wants your life. Will you really let him go? Chu Xingchen's temper flared instantly at his casual words. Xie Ziqing was startled, hesitated, then carefully reached out to hold Chu Xingchen's sleeve. "Your Highness, I beg you. Can't you just? What face do you have?" Chu Xingchen interrupted coldly, unhanding him directly. Xie Ziqing looked at his hand being pushed away and heard Chu Xingchen's unkind words. He froze completely. How could she treat him like this? He was angry and disappointed, but suddenly he remembered her secretly holding his hand, then pulling away in impatience, and her face full of disappointment. So this was how it felt to be rejected in front of others. Xiao Wang, standing nearby, said nothing, expressionless, but Xie Ziqing felt sure he was mocking him. As the sound of Zhu Mo outside gradually faded, he thought about his loyalty and service, his face turning pale and his heart aching. He clearly understood that Chu Xingchen was warning him with revenge. Thinking of the previous news he received, he felt a strange, bitter taste in his throat. He was frustrated about the recent discovery. He never expected that Bai Yunhua was such a good thing. When he first saw it, he never thought of it, but Chu Xingchen did. It felt like the heavens were joking with him. No, he had to save Zhu Mo. "Your Highness, I beg you." Before Xie Ziqing finished speaking, Chu Xingchen interrupted him. "Xie Ziqing, I told you are not qualified to plead. You are Zhu Mo's master, and I haven't even asked you about it yet. Putting poison on a dagger, that's your skill. Are you trying to harm me?" Chu Xingchen's eyes were dark and sharp, like a sword, seeing through everything. Xie Ziqing's heart seemed to stop, and he felt icy cold all over. No, I didn't." This time, Xie Ziqing was telling the truth. He did not order Zhu Emo to apply poison. He never intended to harm Chu Xingchen himself. Zhu Emo acted on his own. His face looked defeated, and he felt utterly ashamed under Chu Xingchen's piercing gaze. He had never seen such a terrifying look before. He tried to explain but dared not ask for mercy, instead accepting blame. It's all my fault for not managing properly. Chu Xingchen sneered, coward. The mastermind behind this was Xie Ziqing. If he had taken responsibility and admitted his actions, Chu Xingchen might have looked at him more kindly. But he didn't. Although he pleaded, he pushed Zhu Emo forward as a scapegoat. Chu Xingchen raised his voice. Bring him here. Let him face Zhu Emo. Watch him execute the punishment, as a warning to others. Xie Ziqing's face changed drastically.
No.
Don't let him close his eyes. Make him see clearly what happens to those who try to harm me. And everyone from Yuhua Palace, bring them forward so all can see. Xie Ziqing was forcibly pushed in front of Zhu Emo, who looked furious, with a face twisted in rage. Zhu Emo looked at Xie Ziqing, then at Chu Xingchen, who was calmly approaching, and a deep, deadly hatred flashed in his eyes. Chu Xingchen, you deserve to die. Killing you is my way of revenge. Wow, even though you knew your master was using you as a shield, you still protected him. That's truly touching. What should I do? It seems your master doesn't even want to look at you. Chu Xingchen's face turned cold. Zhu Emo, I'll give you one last chance. If you tell me who is behind you, I will spare your life. No one is behind me.
Zu Montag shouted.
He wouldn't betray his master. Continue the execution. Chu Xingchen's expression darkened. Hold Xie Ziqing down. Don't let him close his eyes. Let them say their last goodbyes in peace. Xie Ziqing was pressed in front of Zhu Emo, forced to look at him. He watched helplessly as Zhu Mo's life slowly slipped away. Beside them, Miaobi was pressed down, gripping the ground so tightly that she bled without realizing it. Chu Xingchen took one last look at Zhu Emo, then turned and left, flicking her sleeve. It wasn't because she was cruel. She was simply returning everything they had done in the story back to them. In the story, Wandong was beaten to death in this way. Zhu Emo was executed right in front of the princess, so she could see him die with her own eyes. Why did Zhu Emo do this? Because Wandong didn't treat them with respect. So, he killed a chicken to warn the others, making Wandong a warning figure to scare everyone from protecting the princess again. This time, Zhu Emo even bit Wandong, but she wouldn't let Wandong go through that again. She didn't know about this beforehand, but now she watched Zhu Emo be killed. Somehow, it was all predestined. In the end, Zhu Emo didn't say a word to betray Xie Ziqing. Maybe he wanted to speak, or maybe he regretted it at the end of his life, but he couldn't speak anymore. When Zhu Emo stopped moving, Wandong reported, "Your Highness, the execution is complete." Xie Ziqing suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Third young master, Miaobi, with tears in her eyes, was shocked. She hurried to catch Xie Ziqing, her face full of hatred, but she didn't dare say a word. The others were the same. That day would be unforgettable for everyone, and many would have nightmares tonight. Xie Ziqing was taken away, leaving bloodstains on the ground, which were soon cleaned up. Chu Xingchen let out a breath. Xiaowang looked down and saw that Chu Xingchen had, without him noticing, grabbed the hem of her clothes. Her fingers were white from gripping so tightly. Seeing her stiff expression just now, he thought she seemed a little scared. But Xiaowang quickly denied it, convinced he must be mistaken. How could Chu Xingchen be afraid of a palace servant being executed? She had been so calm and decisive just now. Xiaowang's gaze caught Chu Xingchen's attention. She looked down quickly and hurriedly let go. Sorry, I thought I was grabbing my own clothes. When she was nervous and scared, she habitually grabbed something, thinking she was holding her own clothes, but it was actually Xiaowang's. Xiaowang's clothes were made of good fabric, and they wrinkled easily. She didn't know when Chu Xingchen started grabbing them, and now they were all crumpled. Chu Xingchen quickly tried to smooth the wrinkles twice, but failed. Should I help you take them off and iron them? No need. Xiaowang shook his head. Your Highness, the matter is settled.
I will take my leave now.
Wait. Chu Xingchen glanced at the corpse of Zhu Mo being taken away and swallowed hard. Xiaoqing, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's dine together. I'll consider the wrinkles on your clothes as an apology. Although she usually wasn't afraid of ghosts, someone had just died in the yard. Thinking of Zhu Mo's fierce face, she felt like a ghost wouldn't let her go. She felt uneasy and didn't want to stay alone or eat alone. Xiao Wang paused. No need to apologize, but...
Yes.
You really don't have to be so polite.
Just call me Chu, she said again.
Xiao Wang nodded.
Yes.
Late Winter hurriedly led the two inside. Xiao Wang was about to wait for Chu Xingchen to go first, but she didn't move and seemed a bit distracted, so she went in first. After taking a few steps, she felt Chu Xingchen was following her. Just as she stopped, Chu Xingchen bumped into her from behind. It wasn't intentional. She was a bit absent-minded. The bump was quite strong. Chu Xingchen's nose twitched, and tears suddenly welled up and streamed down her face. Xiao Wang turned around and saw Chu Xingchen's nose was slightly red, with tears rolling down like pearls. She looked at Chu Xingchen's tears and paused for a moment. It's my fault for stopping suddenly. It's my own fault for not paying attention. I'm fine, I didn't cry, just my nose felt a bit sore, Chu Xingchen quickly said. But before she finished speaking, another string of tears involuntarily fell. Xiao Wang handed her a handkerchief. Chu Xingchen's vision blurred as she took it, and she accidentally touched Xiao Wang's hand. Thank you. Her hand was cold, and Xiao Wang noticed her fingernail marks on her palm. Suddenly, she realized that Chu Xingchen had been truly scared. Behind her fierce and decisive exterior, she was also afraid. She stayed because she was scared. Knowing that Chu Xingchen was genuinely afraid, Xiao Wang felt a strange mix of emotions. After Chu Xingchen recovered, she looked at her handkerchief and smiled shyly. I'll return it to you after I wash it. She wiped her tears, but her eyelashes were still a bit wet. Let's go inside quickly. This time, I definitely won't bump into you. Xiao Wang sidestepped, wanting Chu Xingchen to go in first, but she saw his back with a cracked expression. On Xiao Wang's light gray cloak, there was a very bright red lip print. The print was very complete, subtly showing off her perfect lips.
But
at this moment, Chu Xingchen looked at the perfect lips and only wanted to die. Since coming to Chu, she had seen the royal family's rouge and powder, made naturally without chemicals, very healthy. Lip balm came in several colors and smelled wonderful. Chu Xingchen liked using it, but she ended up making a joke. She felt helpless and tearful. Xiao Wang looked at her with a strange expression as she held onto his clothes. What's wrong? I accidentally got some lip balm on your back when I bumped into you. You should take it off and I'll help you wash it. I'll make sure it's very clean. Woo-woo. Today Xiao Wang's clothes really suffered. First, they were wrinkled by her, and now they had a lip print, completely ruined. If anyone saw, they might think she did something inappropriate to Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang's gaze involuntarily fell on her tender, rosy lips, then quickly looked away. It's okay. Just let them wash it when we get back. He couldn't see her back and didn't think much about it. Chu Xingchen hesitated, feeling it might not be appropriate for Xiao Wang to go out like that. But Xiao Wang said it wasn't necessary, and she couldn't just his clothes off directly. If she did, Xiao Wang might think she was a pervert. Chu Xingchen had already experienced enough embarrassment and didn't want to make it worse, so she kept quiet. Luckily, dinner was soon served, and she shifted her attention. The princess's meals were quite good. The royal chef was very skilled. Chu Xingchen had been amazed before, but today, seeing similar dishes, she felt a bit disinterested. She was used to modern heavy flavors, seasonal ingredients, and various cooking styles, which made her find it hard to get used to Chu's diet. First, there were few seasonings and not many stir-fried dishes, mostly stews. Chu's territory is in the north, and even though it's royal, during winter there are rarely green vegetables, not even bean sprouts. Thinking of this, Chu Xingchen's eyes suddenly brightened. Ah, right, I almost forgot. When it's warm, there are places with heated beds where you can grow some vegetables. You can also do winter greenhouses for sprouting bean sprouts. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang and quickly explained how to make bean sprouts, feeling very nostalgic for their taste. Xiao Wang, who was used to the rule of eat in silence, paused his chopsticks when Chu Xingchen spoke. When he heard Chu Xingchen briefly describe the method, he stopped his hand. I will arrange for someone to try making it as soon as possible, but it might take some time for testing. No rush, Chu Xingchen waved his hand. In this world, bean sprouts haven't appeared yet. Could they be used for business? Perhaps trading with Wu and Qi countries. Currently, Wu, Qi, and Shu countries are in a three-way balance, with no war, but competition still exists. These bean sprouts can be taught to the people, so they can make them themselves. Before that, maybe we can sell them in Wu and Qi to make some money or sell the recipes. Chu Xingchen asked for a professional opinion. Young Master Xiao, do you think this is feasible? Xiao Wang nodded without hesitation. Of course. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will pretend I didn't hear the recipe you mentioned. Chu Xingchen shook his head. That won't do. I still need your help with this. It's a professional matter, after all. Xiao Wang was genuinely surprised this time. He looked up at Chu Xingchen. You mean to entrust this to me? If he does a good job, it could be quite profitable. Would Chu Xingchen really trust him? Not worried he might steal? Xiao Wang didn't believe it. The next second, he heard Chu Xingchen firmly say, Of course, I'll give it to you. Xiao Wang's eyes flickered. You trust me? He deliberately hinted at something, but Chu Xingchen seemed not to notice. Of course. I'll write down the types of beans suitable for making bean sprouts and the process for you later. Once successful, we can start earning money. We'll split the profits, he said excitedly. Xiao Wang's face remained serious, not smiling. Chu Xingchen calmed down and asked, What's wrong? You're not willing? No. Xiao Wang shook his head and looked deeply at Chu Xingchen. Thank you for trusting me. I will do my best. Yes, I believe in you, Chu Xingchen said. Just as he was about to eat, a palace servant came to see him, saying there was an urgent matter. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen, who quickly said, You should go now. Work is important. Before nightfall, Xiao Wang finished handling the matter. Inevitably, many palace servants saw that his clothes looked unusual, and sharp-eyed ones even noticed the lipstick mark on his back. This caused a big misunderstanding. They quickly imagined a scene of him and Chu Xingchen being intimate, leading to a serious misconception. Because there were no official records or announcements, but secretly within the palace, rumors quickly spread that Xiao Wang might soon be favored by the crown princess. Some even said that he and the crown princess were about to become intimate, but the plan was interrupted. Xiao Wang didn't care much about the small amount of lip gloss on his back, and the palace maids dared not show any strange expressions or gossip in front of him. After handling his affairs, he went straight back to Jinghong Palace. Coincidentally, Ling Zhou was waiting for him. He immediately noticed something unusual about Xiao Wang's clothes and also caught sight of the lip print. However, he didn't react right away, thinking Xiao Wang was busy with palace matters. Brother Xiao Wang, are you all right? Ling Zhou asked. I'm fine, Xiao Wang replied, seeing Ling Zhou's expression soften. Why are you here now? It's nothing. I was just a bit upset after hearing about the execution from Bao Jian and the others. She. Ling Zhou suddenly stopped speaking, not caring about Chu Xingchen at all. Xiao Wang looked at him with suspicion, but Ling Zhou had already stood up. It's nothing. I'll go now. Xiao Wang realized what was happening and watched Ling Zhou's back. The crown prince is fine, just a little scared. They rarely talked about the crown princess before. Today, Xiao Wang was surprised to learn that Chu Xingchen might be afraid, so he said this. Ling Zhou paused, then said, Brother, I don't care about her. He then ran off. Xiao Wang lowered his head with a slight smile, noticing the wrinkles on his sleeve. Be careful with your words. Change your clothes. After changing, Xiao Wang saw that the lip print on his back was very obvious. Due to the fabric, it was hard to wash off the lip gloss, and the clothes could no longer be worn or easily disposed of. With Chu Xingchen's lip print, it was not suitable to lose or give away the clothes. He stored them in the wardrobe instead. Because he managed palace affairs, Xiao Wang soon heard the rumors. For a moment, he regretted not changing his clothes. But as soon as he thought about it, he realized that changing clothes might make the rumors worse. Chu Xingchen was unaware of the chain reaction caused by the lip print. Xiao Wang left early, and at the dinner table, only she was left alone. She had barely eaten anything. Looking at the large table of food and then at Dawn Winter, who would definitely not eat with her, Chu Xingchen looked up at the sky. "Zhou Bian, come down and eat with me." She had no appetite alone. It was such a waste. Zhou Bian poked his head out from the roof and shook his head at her. This silent, sneaky way of appearing was like a ghost, which startled Chu Xingchen. "Did I command you to come down?" With 5 husbands, she didn't believe she couldn't find someone to eat with her. Upon hearing the command, Zhou Bian finally descended. After confirming that Chu Xingchen hadn't eaten yet, Wan Dong was asked to serve a bowl of rice.
Eat it.
Zhou Bian lifted his bowl and ate silently and quickly, with astonishing speed. He ate like a robot, seeming to treat all food the same. Before Chu Xingchen could react, he put down his chopsticks and floated away. The bowl was spotless, not a grain of rice left.
Chu Xingchen.
Forget it. She decided to eat by herself. Chu Xingchen's appetite was small, and she finished quickly. When the palace servants took away the dishes, Chu Xingchen held Wan Dong back. "Wan Dong, how much do you know about Shinsean? And that Miss Luo that Zhu Mo mentioned earlier?" Wan Dong immediately understood Chu Xingchen's question. "The maidservant doesn't know if it's true or not, but I heard a little before. The Shin family and Luo family have been connected for generations. Shin Shoufu and Luo Jiao are friends. Shin Sean and Miss Luo seem to have known each other since childhood. I heard that the 2 families intended to marry earlier. In summary, childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure, likely to support each other in the future. But now Shin Songju has entered the palace. Since they planned to marry, they probably liked each other or had good feelings. Has Miss Luo gotten engaged or married now?" Chu Xingchen asked. "It seems not yet." Chu Xingchen nodded. "When the situation stabilizes and the time is right, if Miss Luo is still waiting, she will definitely make Shin Songju leave the palace to fulfill their love." As they were talking, Zhou Bian suddenly floated away again. Soon, strange noises came from outside, then quickly stopped. Chu Xingchen and Wan Dong tensed up immediately, thinking it was another assassination attempt. When they went out, they saw that the yard was occupied by a furious Ling Zhou. "Why are you grabbing people randomly?" Ling Zhou looked at Zhou Bian, angry and annoyed. "Just because you're good at fighting doesn't make you invincible. Next time, I'll find a way to spar with you properly." Chu Xingchen asked, "What happened?" Zhou Bian looked at Ling Zhou, pointing at the wall. "Thought it was an assassin."
Chu Xingchen understood.
She looked at Ling Zhou. "Did you climb over the wall? Why didn't you just come in through the main gate?" Ling Zhou's face turned red with anger. "I was just practicing my skills casually."
Who knew he would catch me?
Hearing Xiao Wang say Chu Xingchen was a bit scared, Ling Zhou couldn't help but sneak over to see if Chu Xingchen was crying out of fear. But he was caught by Zhou Bian before he could do anything. He glanced at Chu Xingchen, seeing her face looked quite fine, and muttered to himself. She didn't seem scared at all. Chu Xingchen noticed Ling Zhou's insincere words. "Did you hear that the dagger was coated with poison, so you came to see me?" "Thank you." Ling Zhou wouldn't admit it. "I didn't. Really didn't?"
Chu Xingchen sighed. "It seems no one cares about me."
Seeing her like this, Ling Zhou wanted to comfort her, but suddenly noticed her lips. Looking at their beautiful shape, his mind suddenly flashed to the mark on Xiao Wang's back. He suddenly realized what it was. It was Chu Xingchen's lip print, identical in color and shape. Ling Zhou froze for a moment. His mind flashed with the dirty jokes the soldiers in the camp often told. They rarely saw women. Some might never touch or see one in their whole lives. Those who had seen or tasted a woman's charm could talk about it for a lifetime. He looked at Chu Xingchen, and a phrase they often said during their jokes came to mind, something quite intense. He swallowed the words he was about to say and turned to leave. Chu Xingchen watched his back, feeling a bit angry suddenly. Why was he throwing a tantrum again? She had only teased him casually. "If you don't care, Then just don't care, Chu Xingchen said, touching her nose and going back to her room to sleep, but she kept tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Later, Yan Dong came back from a late visit to Yan Yuan Palace and found her still awake. Your Highness can't sleep? Yes. Would you like to flip the cards? Yan Dong brought over a box with a red card inside. Having someone to accompany you might help you sleep. Chu Xingchen saw the box again, feeling embarrassed and amused. Yan Dong, stop joking. Go ahead and do your work. Yan Dong looked serious. Your Highness, I'm not joking. You can really flip the cards. Women should enjoy life in time. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen chuckled. Yan Dong's eyes lit up. Do you agree that flipping the cards every night is such a happy thing? The feeling of flipping the cards was indeed exciting. Chu Xingchen remembered how the emperor did it on TV and sat up quickly. Then I'll try flipping once just for fun. Last time she saw the red card, she couldn't touch it because of her special situation. But tonight, only she and Yan Dong were here, so she could do it. Yan Dong respectfully handed over the box. Chu Xingchen randomly pointed at the cards in order, then casually flipped one. Yan Dong looked and said, Tonight, Lord Shun will serve you. Chu Xingchen chuckled happily and flipped 3 more cards. Yan Dong followed, saying, and Ling Shaoqing, Xiao Shaoqing, and Lord Zhou. Inside the box, there were 5 tokens. Except for the one belonging to Xie Ziqing, which was disliked and set aside, the others had all been turned over by Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen listened to Wan Dong's voice and chuckled happily. Those who didn't know might think she was about to summon 4 people to serve her. Wan Dong watched Chu Xingchen finally become happy, and she let out a sigh of relief. She had noticed earlier that Chu Xingchen seemed upset. Men are really useful, she thought sincerely. She gently advised, Your Highness, maybe you should just turn the tokens over. With such a good man, why not do it? Wan Dong wished she could help Chu Xingchen turn the tokens herself. No, I was just playing, Chu Xingchen said. You should go now. Your Highness, earlier you said you only wanted to be with Xie Shijun as husband and wife. Now you don't like him anymore. Why suffer alone? The time isn't right. Wan Dong, you should go now, Chu Xingchen replied. She couldn't really turn the tokens herself. Besides, Shun Songzhu might still have feelings for someone else. How could she force him? Just now, Ling Zhou also turned to leave. Reluctantly, Wan Dong put away the box. As she left, the sleeping hall suddenly became quiet and empty. Chu Xingchen didn't want others around for now. It was uncomfortable with men nearby when sleeping. She used to sleep alone without issue, but tonight she felt a little scared. Suddenly, a breeze blew in, and the light curtains fluttered in the wind. The entire hall looked even more gloomy. Chu Xingchen pulled the quilt over her face, but it didn't help. She kept feeling like some ghost with ink-red eyes was staring at her from outside the quilt, or sitting on her, watching her quietly. Scared by her own imagination, Chu Xingchen's palms were sweaty. She didn't dare to pull the quilt open herself. She could only ask for help. Zhou Baiyan, come down and help me lift the quilt. Zhou Baiyan silently floated down and lifted one corner of the quilt. He pulled it back completely, exposing Chu Xingchen's upper body. She shivered suddenly. But when she saw Zhou Baiyan with the quilt pulled away, she finally let out a breath. She pulled the quilt back up and thought for a moment. Zhou Baiyan, don't rush to go up. Just sit below and keep me company for a while. If I fall asleep, then you can leave. Zhou Baiyan silently stood beside her. Chu Xingchen looked at him and felt something was wrong. She patted the bed frame and said, Sit down. Standing is tiring. It's too luxurious for someone to stand and watch her sleep. Zhou Baiyan frowned, but sat down as she said. He truly stood like a pine and sat like a clock, with a straight back, watching her responsibly. Chu Xingchen hesitated. She was finally no longer afraid, but with him staring so intently, she couldn't fall asleep. Chu Xingchen closed and reopened her eyes. She and Zhou Baiyan stared at each other for a moment. Finally, she sighed, pulled the blanket closer, and said, Zhou Baiyan, You can't refuse. Just lie on top of me. I'm only changing the position so you can watch me differently. When I fall asleep, you can leave. Zhou Baiyan sat stiffly, without moving. Chu Xingqian hurriedly said, Don't worry, I won't do anything to you.
No one will know about this.
I'm just a bit scared alone, especially since someone just died outside today. Zhou Baiyan didn't understand Chu Xingqian's fear. Seeing he still didn't move, Chu Xingqian pointed at the wardrobe. There should be a blanket there. Take it out and cover yourself so you won't be cold. One bed for each of us. In the end, Zhou Baiyan didn't take the blanket. Instead, he lay down next to Chu Xingqian like a statue, arms crossed, body straight, making it look like he was standing rather than lying down. Because he was lying flat, Chu Xingqian finally stopped being stared at. She felt satisfied, curled up in the blanket, only peeking out with one eye to look at him. She thought to herself that he was quite pleasing to look at. If only someone like him could be in a relationship, it would be so nice. As long as they didn't get married, she wouldn't mind if he was silent like a mute. His face already made up for his inability to speak. But Chu Xingqian was just thinking this. Her real goal was to teach him how to live in the world. Zhou Baiyan, are you really not cold?
She asked.
Zhou Baiyan shook his head. Chu Xingqian reached out from under the blanket, tentatively touched his hand, and found it warm, warmer than her own covered in the blanket.
She felt relieved.
Zhou Baiyan changed position beside her. He was no longer afraid or awkward. He was worried she would leave as soon as she closed her eyes. Chu Xingqian's eyes flickered, and she moved very quietly, slowly reaching over to tug at his clothes, gently pressing her hand on his shirt. She thought she was being very sneaky, but she couldn't hide from Zhou Baiyan's gaze. Zhou Baiyan didn't understand why Chu Xingqian was pressing on his clothes, but he didn't care. After a tiring day full of fear and stress, Chu Xingqian quickly fell asleep. Zhou Baiyan heard her steady breathing, turned to look at her. He was about to leave immediately but couldn't move because she was holding onto his shirt. He looked at the fabric she was pressing down on, hesitated for a moment, then didn't leave right away. Suddenly, Chu Xingqian rolled over, leaned close, her breath on his neck, and her hand suddenly pressed against him. Feeling her warm breath, Chu Xingqian automatically moved closer in her sleep. Her feet seemed to be about to touch him too, but Zhou Baiyan quickly slid off the bed and left. The moment her head floated up, Chu Xingqian let out a small sob, as if she was crying softly. Zhou Baiyan frowned, then slid down to see Chu Xingqian's brow furrowed lightly, as if something unpleasant from her dreams was bothering her. She mumbled incoherently and reached out with her hands unconsciously. Zhou Baiyan wanted to wake Chu Xingqian, but just as he reached out, she grabbed his hand and held on tightly, stopping her movements. Her crying stopped. Seeing her calm, Zhou Baiyan initially wanted to leave, but his hand couldn't pull away. Chu Xingqian held him tightly, her soft body pressed against his arm, making it impossible to ignore her. Zhou Baiyan hesitated, but then he accidentally touched her more, and his usually expressionless face finally showed some change. Chu Xingqian had a very stressful day, and that night, she inevitably had nightmares. Sometimes she saw the official crashing into a pillar, bleeding heavily, and other times she saw Zhu Emo covered in blood, snarling and reaching out to grab her. No matter how she tried to hide, she couldn't escape. Eventually, she found a large wooden stick and fought them off fiercely until they finally stopped bothering her. After a tiring night in her dreams, Chu Xingqian woke up feeling very exhausted. She received a new task from the Empress, to go and celebrate the birthday of the Lady of Loyal and Brave on her behalf. The Loyal and Brave house had always supported the Empress, and she rewarded them equally. This time, the Crown Princess was sent to represent her, showing her trust. This was Chu Xingqian's first time going out officially. She was a bit down at first, but then she cheered up and watched eagerly as Wandong hurried around choosing clothes. She looked at one and immediately picked a light purple cloak. Wandong helped Chu Xingqian put on the cloak, then stepped back to look at her with satisfaction. You look so good. It seems you really don't like Lord Xia anymore. You don't wear white like Chen Ruoshui. You suit these fancy clothes better. Thinking about whether ancient birthday banquets were really like those on TV made Chu Xingqian feel a headache coming on. Seeing her expression change, Wandong hurriedly apologized. Because Chu Xingqian was getting better and more relaxed, she sometimes said things she shouldn't. It's okay. Get up quickly. You're right. This is more suitable for me. I won't imitate her anymore. Since Chu Xingqian found out about Xie Ziqing and Chen Ruoshui, she couldn't avoid thinking about Xie Ziqing's feelings. Frustrated, she started to imitate Chen Ruoshui's dressing style and speech. But it turned out to be useless. After trying repeatedly, her imitation was awkward and off. Luckily, she had only started to show signs of this before, and when she arrived, she stopped. Upon leaving Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingqian heard the sound of its own zither. Although not a professional, he appreciated music and paused to listen. Looking at a nearby pavilion in late winter, he thought, "Your Highness, it seems to be Shen San." Chu Xingqian slowly approached, and indeed saw Shen Songzhu. Inside and outside the pavilion felt like two different worlds, noisy outside, fragrant incense smoke curling inside, like fairy mist. Shen Songzhu was playing the qin nearby. The fragrance was pure and peaceful. Watching the smoke drift lazily, the qin music floated softly, filling the air. Chu Xingqian had been feeling a headache since morning, but at this moment, he felt calm and clear-minded. His whole body relaxed, and the worries in his heart disappeared amid the qin sounds. Shen Songzhu finished his song and stood up to bow to Chu Xingqian. "Greetings, Your Highness." He had already heard Jumo's confession and was waiting for Chu Xingqian to ask about it. He had been waiting but had not seen her come. Now he was playing scene and waiting for her. "Please, no need for a formal bow." Chu Xingqian clapped loudly with a smile. "Shen San, your playing was so wonderful. My mind was quite chaotic, but now it's completely calm." In that moment, clapping was not customary, so Shen Songzhu looked at Chu Xingqian in confusion. When he heard her praise, he finally understood her meaning. He thought it was just politeness, but seeing her bright eyes, he was surprised. A noble lady is easy to find, but a true friend who understands music is rare. He didn't insist, but he wondered, could Chu Xingqian really understand his qin sound? He paused and said, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I just played casually." Casually playing and making such beautiful music. "That's impressive," Chu Xingqian praised, habitually making a heart gesture with her hands, crossing her thumbs and index fingers. Seeing Shen Songzhu look at her strangely, she realized, this gesture means you're very talented. Shen Songzhu didn't notice Chu Xingqian's hesitation. He replied, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Chu Xingqian quickly withdrew her hands, thinking she shouldn't act so casually next time. They sat down, and Chu Xingqian brought up Jumo's confession. "I don't know if you've heard about it. If you have, don't worry, I didn't take it seriously. In the future, you and Wandong don't need to avoid or be cautious about anything. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness." Shen Songzhu sighed in relief. He wanted to explain about Miss Luo but hesitated, worried he might be overdoing it. He was unsure if Chu Xingqian cared or wanted to hear his explanation, so he remained silent. Chu Xingqian also wanted to ask about Shen Songzhu and Miss Luo, but the timing wasn't right. She couldn't reveal her true thoughts, fearing she might mess up.
In the end, she didn't ask.
However, Chu Xingqian saw Bao Pu leave and took the initiative to quietly talk to him about the cotton matter. As the son of Minister Shen Songzhu was the most well-informed in the palace. He had already heard some news, but Chu Xingqian's direct approach was different. When Chu Xingqian first mentioned the heated bed, it might have been a coincidence. When he mentioned it a second time, it was no longer accidental. Shen Songzhu looked at the incense burner and asked, "Your Highness told me about this. Are you worried I might do something?" "No matter what I do, I won't do anything that harms Great Chu Xingqian smiled. She couldn't say she knew what kind of person he would become in the future. "Shen Songzhu, I won't hide from you. I just want you to listen. If you think I've done something wrong or biased, please point it out. I won't blame you, and might even thank you. Just consider it helping me, okay?" The Empress's energy was limited, and she had to handle many affairs, which gradually affected her health. Chu Xingqian wanted to share some of the burden, but the pressure was heavy. She was afraid she wouldn't do well, so she needed Shen Songju's help. Shen Songju was excellent and dependable. Even if they couldn't become spouses in the future, he would definitely serve as her official. With someone like Shen Songju in the court, she felt safe. This was also a blessing for the people and for Great Chu. Since he couldn't go to the front court now, she could only ask him more questions. It was a good opportunity because they were now part of the same team. Shen Songju was very surprised inside, but looking into Chu Xingqian's clear and honest eyes, he saw only sincerity. He didn't know if Chu Xingqian wanted to use the excuse of participating in court politics to deal with him, or if someone behind the scenes was guiding her, intending to use him for some purpose. But at this moment, he couldn't resist the temptation. "All right," he responded in a hoarse voice. "Although I know my abilities are limited, I will do my best wherever I am needed." Even if she had bad intentions, he still wanted to wait and see because he truly didn't want to miss this opportunity. Starting from the age of 3, he had been enlightened, studying diligently for over 10 years. He had prepared himself to serve the country and the people. He was full of passion, but by a twist of fate, he ended up in the palace. Entering the palace was also for the sake of the country and his family, but it was different. He had accepted his destiny before, but now an opportunity suddenly appeared. Even if it was risky, he wanted to seize it. A flicker of something unusual crossed Shen Songju's eyes. His gentle yet cold gaze, like a drawn sword, became sharp, and his entire demeanor changed dramatically. Chu Xingqian felt both happiness and shock. She knew this was the real Shen Songju. She then talked about the court plans and future arrangements. Shen Songju nodded, saying, "Your Highness is doing well, no problem." "Really?" Chu Xingqian heard the praise and smiled slightly.
"Yes."
Shen Songju looked at the dimples on Chu Xingqian's face, thought for a moment, and then extended her hand, mimicking Chu Xingqian's earlier gesture of giving a heart, saying, "Your Highness is very impressive." Shen Songju applied what she learned, thinking that no matter what Chu Xingqian thought, as long as she behaved like this, he would be pleased. Unaware that her actions deeply affected him, it was a real to Chu Xingqian. Shen Songju's looks and temperament are already outstanding, and her long, fair fingers are the best among men's hands. Her handsome face, beautiful hands, and deep voice combined with her gesture of giving a heart and complimenting him made him feel like soaring. Although she wasn't a favorite celebrity giving a heart, it felt almost the same. Chu Xingqian was internally shouting, speechless for a moment. "Am I doing it wrong?" Seeing Chu Xingqian's strange reaction, Shen Songju looked at her. Yes, you're right," Chu Xingqian hurriedly replied. "That's good." Shen Songju smiled and withdrew her hand. Chu Xingqian's gaze on her hand made her slightly curl her fingers uncomfortably inside her sleeve. Chu Xingqian nodded, feeling both pain and happiness. Being praised by a handsome guy was wonderful, but he was only complimenting her on her strength. Late Winter checked the time and signaled Chu Xingqian with a look. Chu Xingqian remembered she had other plans and said, "Shenxi Jun, I need to go to Lord Zhongyong's house to celebrate his birthday. I have to leave now. I'll find you to chat next time. Take care, Your Highness." Chu Xingqian took a few steps back and suddenly turned around. "Shenxi Jun, do you need me to bring anything for you?" Shen Songju looked puzzled, and Chu Xingqian hurried to explain, "Aren't I about to leave the palace? If you want something, I can help buy it for you." Since they are all part of the same team, if she goes to the market, she can help bring back anything Shen Songju wants. Seeing the bright eyes of Chu Xingqian, Shen Songju wanted to refuse directly, but swallowed her words. She honestly said, "I can't think of anything right now. Then I'll help you look later and buy something suitable for you." Shen Songju delayed a bit, causing Chu Xingqian to leave the palace a little later than planned. But since she was the queen's representative, she just needed to appear on time as the final guest, so she didn't mind being a little late. After visiting Lord Fan and congratulating the old madam on her birthday, everything went smoothly. Unexpectedly, on the way to the banquet, she overheard someone mocking Xiao Wang. At first, Chu Xingqian didn't react at all. He just walked over until the person mocked him a few times. Only then, when he was told he would become a minor official, doing the kind of housekeeper work usually done by women, did he suddenly stop in his tracks. The servant leading him respectfully was already blushing with worry. He coughed twice, hoping the people behind the bamboo could hear and calm down. Instead, they seemed to enjoy the teasing even more. An illegitimate child, just getting into the palace is already a blessing he's earned in his 8 lifetimes. Exactly. Although the princess dislikes him and he might never get close to her, considering his status, it's already a kind of favor. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear, melodious voice suddenly responded, like a stream over smooth stones, catching everyone's attention. How come I didn't know I dislike Minister Xiao? Her voice was beautiful, but her words made the few joking men change their expressions drastically. They turned around in disbelief and saw a woman standing behind them. She wore a light purple cloak, tall and elegant, with a graceful appearance that also carried a commanding presence, making it hard to look directly at her. This woman was familiar, yet strange. The group was stunned for a few seconds before they suddenly realized she was the princess, the main person they had just been talking about. "Greetings, Your Highness." They hurriedly bowed and apologized after realizing they had been caught. The young man in a yellow robe standing nearby, who hadn't spoken but looked pleased, was stunned for a moment. It took him a little longer to bow and apologize, his face full of disbelief, unsure how things had turned out like this. Chu Xingqian glanced at him casually, not paying much attention. He didn't even call out, "Which of your eyes saw me dislike Minister Xiao? I only fear neglecting him, so I don't dare be careless." How did it turn into something else in your words? The Crown Prince's minister is not someone you can mock. Who gave you the right to criticize the princess's man? Although Xiao Wang and the others weren't truly a married couple, they were now part of the palace. She would protect them as long as they stayed in the palace, and she wouldn't allow anyone to speak badly of them. It was our careless words. We won't dare to do it again. Please forgive us, Your Highness. The group was sweating profusely and hurriedly apologized. Perhaps their attitude was sincere enough, so the princess didn't pursue them further and left. After she left, the others finally relaxed. They all looked at the young man in the yellow robe who hadn't spoken the entire time, with expressions of dissatisfaction and regret. They had only been flattering Zhao's legitimate son by speaking badly of Xiao Wang, but they didn't expect the princess to catch them and say such things. The princess protected Xiao Shaoqing so fiercely, it was clear she cared about him deeply. Yet, no one knew where those outrageous rumors came from. Who else could it be? Probably some people who think they are better because they are the legitimate heir. So what if he's a commoner? With the princess's favor, if there are more boys and girls, some of the legitimate heirs might have to kneel and bow. They mocked a few more times, noticing that the young man in yellow robes looked even paler than they were and was more hurt by the rumors. Satisfied, they left together. Young Master Xiao Cheng, wearing yellow robes, listened to their words and almost spat blood. He couldn't find the words to reply because he had seen and heard everything with his own eyes. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't believe the princess would defend Xiao Wang, a commoner. But no matter how unbelievable it was, it all happened right in front of him. Watching Chu Xingqian walk away, Xiao Cheng's face turned pale. Why would the princess defend Xiao Wang? This was completely different from before. And why did he feel that the princess was different now? She was still the same person, but she seemed completely changed. If she had been like this from the start, he wouldn't have given the spot to Xiao Wang. Young Master Xiao clenched his teeth and followed in the direction Chu Xingqian went. Chu Xingqian was a bit unhappy now. Why are they so boring? Big men talking behind others' backs. Your Highness, they might be trying to flatter the Xiao family's eldest son, Xiao Cheng, by belittling Xiao Wang. Originally, the Xiao family planned for Xiao Cheng to enter the palace as the heir, but later it was changed to Xiao Wang. Chu Xingqian suddenly stopped. What? Xiao Wang was actually a stand-in? You don't know? I've heard a little. It's said that because you liked Xie Shijun, they wanted to make him the emperor's husband. Xiao Cheng didn't like that, so Xiao Wang was sent in his place. It's understandable. Xiao Cheng couldn't become the emperor's husband because of his status, and the princess kept saying she wanted a lifelong partner. She thought there was no future with Xiao Cheng and changed her mind, choosing Xiao Wang instead.
Chu Xingchen Frauen.
So, one of those people was Xiao Cheng? Yes, that yellow-robed young man. I didn't notice, Chu Xingchen said softly. Is Xiao Wang not very valued at home? Otherwise, how could he be so easily replaced? Usually, in stories about arranged marriages, the one being replaced is often the less favored, used as a. Xiao Wang was such a good person. Was the Xiao family blind? The news network in late winter is very broad. It is said that Xiao Shaoqing was about to pursue an official career, but suddenly signed up for the nobleman selection. Later, his strict mother quickly trained him for a few days and then sent him to the palace. In reality, things were worse. Xiao Wang was considered a thorn in his mother's side because he resembled a concubine, handsome and talented. His mother feared he would threaten Xiao Cheng and knew that entering the palace would not lead to favor, so she deliberately blocked his career path and sent him to manage palace affairs as a woman. No wonder he always seemed gloomy and was cold to me. It turns out he was forced into the palace. Before leaving the palace, Chu Xingchen visited Xiao Wang to check on his bean sprout progress. Xiao Wang was very quick. He had told him last night and soaked the soybeans that very evening. Xiao Wang is really capable. Chu Xingchen has interacted with him quite a bit, but always felt there was a barrier between them, a sense of distance. Now she finally understands why. Sigh, one Xiao Wang and one Shin Songzhu, they were both forced into the palace. If I had cursed them more earlier, especially Xiao Cheng, she thought, it would have been better. The child born from the concubine was caused by Minister Xiao. If she disliked the child, she also disliked his father, Minister Xiao. Xiao Cheng, who had finally caught up with Chu Xingchen, was about to approach when he overheard her words. His face instantly changed, and he dared not go any closer. Chu Xingchen quickly arrived at the gathering spot for young people, planning to show her face briefly and then leave. But when she heard the announcement that she had arrived, the lively atmosphere suddenly froze. After hesitating for a moment, she paid her respects. Respectfully, no needfully. Chu Xingchen glanced around and saw mostly young men. There were only 2 delicate female guests, both surrounded by people. Near a pavilion, someone was playing the guzheng. Chu Xingchen's gaze fell on the woman closest to her. After a quick look, she saw that the leading salute was from Fan Shizi, whose face immediately changed, and he stepped in front of her. Princess, what are you trying to do? Do you want to cause trouble for my fiancé?
He said.
Today I am here, and I will protect her. The woman behind Fan Shizi hurriedly straightened up and pulled him back. Only then did Chu Xingchen recognize her face. Oh, it was the charming heroine, Chen Ruoshui. She almost forgot. Chen Ruoshui's official fiancé was Fan Shizi, the loyal and brave marquis. It wasn't that she had a bad memory, it was just that Chen Ruoshui had many suitors. Her official fiancé wasn't particularly special, and everyone was on equal footing. Fan Shizi's presence wasn't very strong. Chen Ruoshui has a slim and delicate figure, fair skin, an oval face, double eyelids, gentle and kind nature. She is best at crying with tears like pear blossoms, earning her the nickname Enchantress. Everyone from princes, divine doctors, noble sons, to talented generals admires her. Chu Xingchen looks at her familiar face, and I can't help but think of her scarred face before her death and the children she lost. Hatred boils in his chest. If the original owner were here now, she would probably go and kill Chen Ruoshui immediately. If she knew what Chen Ruoshui and her people did later, she might hate them so much, she would want to tear them apart. In the novel, because Chen Ruoshui's children are very young, her men control the government. Eventually, she is given the position of regent king and becomes the adoptive mother of the little empress, allowing her daughter to openly call her mother. She lives in the palace, not just as empress, but even more powerful and free, unrestrained. She becomes the most respected woman in Great Chu. This story is called a strong woman's story. Since she becomes regent king, she is considered a strong woman. But it's funny, because she still relies on powerful men behind her. These men are all very capable and love her dearly, spoiling her. Riding in a red dust carriage and laughing like a princess is just basic. They don't mind spending money or effort. She only cares about being loved, and her main job is to have children. She's quite fair. She has children with each man. It seems she has had 7 or 8 children in total. Seeing the regent king who has had 7 or 8 children, Chu Xingqian's eyes fill with killing intent. His gaze makes Chen Ruoxue flinch for a moment. She instinctively touches the scar hidden under her rouge. She looks very afraid, but quickly straightens her back, showing a face that is pure and firm, not to be invaded. Chen Ruoxue doesn't say a word. Fan Shixi feels she has suffered a great injustice and shields her tightly behind him. Don't be afraid, Ruoxue. Today, if anyone dares to trouble you again, I won't hold back. Chu Xingqian's lips twitch. What a big-hearted fool she is, such a silly statement. Which I saw me troubling her. Chu Xingqian just said this, and Fan Shixi exploded. We're not blind. We saw your suspicious look. Fan Shixi snorted coldly, looking very fierce and cool. I wasn't around before, so I couldn't do anything. Since you're here today, apologize to Ruoxue.
Chu Xingqian frowned.
Apologize for what? Fan Shixi clenched his teeth when he saw Chu Xingqian's expression. They had planned twice to deal with Chu Xingqian, but she still managed to escape. Prince Fan is not qualified to attend court, so he couldn't find out the exact reason. He only knew that Magistrate Zhang was dismissed, and the disaster relief supplies incident actually caused their people to suffer losses. It was truly a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers, which made him very angry. But he believed there would be a third chance, and today he would make Chu Xingqian regret. Why are you asking about apologies? Your Highness, have you forgotten what you did? Even if you didn't misuse the disaster relief supplies, causing a bad impact is a fact. You didn't contribute to the relief efforts and even whipped Ruoxue, who was wholeheartedly helping with disaster relief. Shouldn't you apologize? Chu Xingqian felt a bit annoyed. If you don't understand, don't speak carelessly. How do I not contribute? Then tell us what you did, Prince Fan immediately asked. They had heard a little about what Chu Xingqian did, but it didn't concern them much. They saw it as a minor matter. The cotton matter was very important and had become a major secret of Great Chu, related to the country's future. Everyone in Feng Tian Hall had to keep it confidential, and no one leaked it. So Prince Fan and the others didn't know about it. They naturally thought that the Empress had taken action, investigated the truth, and protected Chu Xingqian. Chu Xingqian was just as easy to fool and bully as before. Chu Xingqian remained silent for a moment to keep the secret, which boosted their confidence. Not only Prince Fan, but also those who liked Ruoxue around Chen Ruoxue started speaking up and causing trouble. Why doesn't the princess say anything? Can't she speak? Do you know what Miss Ruoxue did? When she heard about the disaster, she stayed up all night reciting scriptures and praying. She even planned to set up a porridge stand outside Fengmen City to help the victims. But you, without understanding the situation, whipped her. If you don't apologize, it's unjust. That's right. Even if you're the princess, you can't be unreasonable. They were indeed talking about what Chen Ruoxue was doing. She gained a lot of praise for her actions. There's nothing wrong with doing good deeds and spreading them, which is respectful. But for Chu Xingqian, who knew the real situation after reading the novel, her good deeds were just a joke. Chu Xingqian looked at their excited expressions and sneered. Doing good for disaster relief is a good thing, but I want to ask, did the refugees from Nanshan County and Du County really escape to Fengmen City? This one sentence made Prince Fan and others, who were indignant, stop. It also stunned Chen Ruoxue, who was full of emotion. That wasn't the case, but what? Chu Xingqian looked at Chen Ruoxue. Chen Ruoxue, you have a mouth yourself. Don't keep hiding behind men. Come out and answer. I want to ask you, since the refugees haven't arrived in Fengmen City, what are you setting up a porridge stall outside Fengmen City for? Are you going to do good deeds in Nanshan County or Du County? or donate supplies and money.
But what have you done?
The disaster victims are 100 miles away, yet you're just making porridge outside Fenghan City?
Chu Xingchen spread his hands. I really can't understand your kindness, nor do I know where your good reputation comes from. I heard you are also called Chen Guanyin, and there are countless poems praising your kind heart. I just want to know, how do they praise you? Do they just hot air with their eyes closed?
Chu Xingchen's words made Chen Ruoshui's face change repeatedly. I just want to do some good for the disaster victims.
Everyone told you the disaster victims aren't in Fenghan City. Chu Xingchen interrupted her, annoyed by her stammering and grievance.
Let me be direct. Chen Ruoshui, is your porridge stall set up for the disaster victims?
No.
I've been to your stall, and there are hardly any refugees around. The porridge is made with the best new rice, and only a few well-dressed farmers come to improve their meals occasionally. The purpose of your porridge stall is just to gather your followers. When one group finishes, another appears, and they compose some bitter poems for you. A few bouts of jealousy, and that's it. Doing good deeds like this, calling yourself Chen Guanyin, I really can't agree with that. The novel mentions the porridge stall twice, but the focus isn't on doing good, but on creating chaos. Men competing for attention, making Chu Xingchen speechless. She was already unhappy about how these people tarnished the reputation of good deeds. Now, they dared to come out, and she naturally wouldn't let it go. Chu Xingchen fully confronted them, tearing off their masks and exposing the dirty truth. Chen Ruoshui, Fan Shizhi, and others were speechless, and it made the onlookers think deeply. Before, Chu Xingchen hadn't said anything, so they didn't notice the problem. But once she spoke, they realized how serious it was.
What kind of charity is this?
Seeing the change in the surrounding people's eyes, Fan Shizhi became anxious. The crown princess has criticized so much. Have you ever done a good deed like this? Almost saying you haven't even set up such a porridge stall. I know my mistake. After realizing it, I already sent people to Duke County to deliver porridge and medicine. If you don't believe it, Fan Shizhi, you can check for yourself. Chu Xingchen looked at Chen Ruoshui with a smile and said, Miss Chen, next time you do good deeds, remember the two methods I mentioned. I can guarantee that as long as you do good, a monument will be built in your honor, writing down your good deeds, so you can continue to be like Guanyin. After Chu Xingchen said this, Chen Ruoshui felt everyone's eyes piercing her. She wavered, and Prince Fan felt deeply distressed. Ruoshui just doesn't know how to help them. Her heart is kind, just inexperienced.
How can you criticize her like that?
Prince Fan looked serious. And your Royal Highness, you're just trying to shift everyone's attention from Gu Yan's words. I was talking about the apology you owe. As a princess, hitting someone without reason, and still not apologizing to Ruoshui. Let me apologize? Chu Xingchen shook her head without hesitation.
Impossible.
As the princess, pushing someone into trouble in front of everyone, fighting out of jealousy, it's wrong and not fitting for a crown prince. There's nothing to argue about there. But that doesn't mean Chen Ruoshui did the right thing. Chu Xingchen's eyes were sharp as she looked directly at Chen Ruoshui. I know people are talking about what happened earlier. Today, I want to make it clear. I hit her because Chen Ruoshui secretly met with Xie, the prince-side consort. I was wrong to hit her, but Chen Ruoshui, you and Xie meeting privately, was that right? Now, in front of everyone, tell me, am I wrong to suspect you? Chen Ruoshui's face twisted with anger and grievance. Your Highness, why do you have to say such harsh words? We just met and spoke a few words. Chu Xingchen interrupted her. So, you admit you met him privately? Your Highness, I explained last time that we... Chu Xingchen was impatient. You don't need to say so much. Just tell me. After Xie entered the palace and became my side consort, did you meet him alone in the palace? Chen Ruoshui was speechless. We just happened to meet by chance, and we knew each other before, so we only exchanged a few words. Everyone heard her admit it. Chu Xingchen didn't want to hear her nonsense and looked coldly at everyone. Everyone should understand right from wrong. Just because I am the princess doesn't mean I can't be angry. Don't blindly blame me. No matter how many people criticize me, I stand by what I said. Chun Ruoxue, you deserve to be punished. Ordinary people would react the same if their wife or servant had contact with someone of the opposite. Just because I am the princess, I can't vent my anger? Chu Xingchen angrily shouted. You are the one who isn't behaving properly and looking for trouble. As the victim, I am not only being scolded in front of everyone but also forced to apologize to you. How can there be such a rule in this world? Are you stealing love and even stealing the truth in the process? The crown princess considered Xie Ziqing's reputation and didn't argue at first, but she refused to stay silent. She wanted to say Xie Ziqing's name openly, so everyone would know that the people to blame were not only her, but also those two unfaithful and disrespectful people. As Chu Xingchen finished speaking, everyone was speechless. Even Chun Ruoxue couldn't find words to reply. Prince Fan's face turned red when he heard Chu Xingchen repeatedly accuse Chun Ruoxue and Xie Ziqing of secretly meeting. Chu Xingchen looked at him calmly and confidently. Well, Prince Fan, are you still not convinced? Or do you think it's okay for your fiancé to meet other men in private every day? From this, your green hat looks really bright and handsome. Prince Fan's face turned completely green.
I didn't say that.
At this moment, Prince Fan wasn't ready to share his wife with another man. Chu Xingchen snorted, that's good. She looked around at everyone. I'll only explain this once. I believe everyone can make their own judgment.
Goodbye.
She was about to leave, but Chun Ruoxue stopped her. She couldn't let Chu Xingchen walk away like that. If she did, it would be the end for her. Chu Xingchen chuckled. Chun Ruoxue, don't take advantage of the situation and act innocent. If you push your luck any further, I might really kill you, do you believe it? Chun Ruoxue looked into Chu Xingchen's eyes and felt a chill down her spine. She saw the killing intent in her gaze. If looks could kill, she would have died 1,000 times. She wobbled and stepped back, and Prince Fan hurriedly supported her. He felt regretful. He only wanted to avenge his beloved, but now it seemed like things were getting worse. If Chu Xingchen spread this news, what would happen to Ruoxue? His strong love made him suppress his discomfort and doubts. He explained to Chu Xingchen, Your Highness, they just exchanged a few words. Isn't it too much to make a big deal out of this? How will Ruoxue face others in the future? Prince Fan, your way of thinking is really different from mine. You actually think it's okay for your fiancé to meet other men in private. Do you not see this as a problem? Chu Xingchen clicked her tongue. I can only say you're impressive. Now, having multiple wives and concubines and one husband with many attendants is considered normal. I wish you and your future wife and her attendants a happy life. Chu Xingchen's gaze subtly swept over the man surrounding Chun Ruoxue, ignoring the green-faced Prince Fan. He sighed, but I personally don't like this, so in the future, don't casually provoke anyone from my eastern palace. Chu Xingchen didn't get angry. Instead, he clasped his fists in respect, but this almost made Prince Fan furious. Chun Ruoxue couldn't take it anymore and fainted on the spot. Ruoxue! Prince Fan and several men exclaimed in panic. Chu Xingchen thought, Xie Ziqing plays this game, and Chun Ruoxue plays along too. It really seems like they're from the same family. The news that Chu Xingchen had a fierce fight with Chun Ruoxue and Prince Fan at the loyal and brave Marquis' residence spread quickly throughout the estate and beyond. When Marquis Fan, who was hosting guests, heard this, his face went pale, almost fainting. He had warned his son not to cause trouble with Chu Xingchen, but he didn't listen and ended up making a fool of himself. He dared not imagine what would happen if this news got out. What face would their family have? Marquis Fan forced himself to stay conscious and hurried over to apologize to Chu Xingchen, hoping to keep him and salvage the situation. But Chu Xingchen shook his head. I dare not stay. What was supposed to be a good banquet turned into a courtroom interrogation, even questioning the crown princess. It really opened my eyes. I'm afraid if I stay any longer, I might be executed on the spot. This will truly break the old servant's heart. Marquis Fan thought, wishing he could die. Chu Xingchen helped Marquis Fan to his feet. Marquis, please rise. I was at fault today, disturbing the old lady's birthday banquet. I will come back and apologize next time. Marquis Fan didn't dare let Chu Xingchen apologize. Seeing how completely changed Chu Xingchen looked, he felt helpless and could only watch him leave. Before leaving, Chu Xingchen faintly heard a woman say, "Such great power." He turned his head and saw a woman playing the guzheng not far away. She wore a moon-white dress with delicate shoulders and a slender waist. Her face was beautiful, and she carried an aura of cold elegance tinged with scholarly charm. A stunning cold beauty, but she seemed somewhat hostile toward him. Chu Xingchen's heart felt strange as he kept walking. After he left, he asked Wandong, "Who is that girl playing the guzheng?" "Your Highness, unsurprisingly, that is Miss Luo Wanner." Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned. No wonder she seemed hostile. She saw him as the culprit who ruined her and Shen Songju's plans. When he saw Miss Luo earlier, he felt she looked familiar. Now he realized it was probably because of her clothing color. Shen Songju mostly wears blue clothes, mainly light blue and moon-white colors. Luo Wanner also wears a similar outfit, which can be considered a traditional couple's attire. Shen Songju is skilled at playing the zither, while Luo Wanner is good at the guzheng. One is from a noble family, and the other comes from a scholarly background. Both their appearance and personalities match well. Late winter, watching Chu Xingchen not speak, thought for a moment and comforted her, saying, "Your Highness, don't think too much. Although she is well-read and talented, and popular among scholars, you're not much worse. Plus, Shen Sijuan is now in your palace, so you've already won her." Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Does she think she can win just by her noble status? Alright, I don't want to think about it. I want to go eat something first. At the birthday banquet, Chu Xingchen didn't take a seat. Since she was out, she naturally wandered around to see Fang'an City, taste local food, and, incidentally, look for something Shen Songju could take back. Chu has no curfew. So many people are out at night. Overall, the city is quite lively, but there is a serious imbalance of men and women on the streets. Women are rarely seen. Chu Xingchen, dressed in luxurious clothes and with outstanding appearance and temperament, immediately attracted many gazes. But it was obvious she wasn't an ordinary girl, so no one dared to approach her. Chu Xingchen immersed herself in experiencing the ancient street life, eating snacks, exploring around until the palace gates were about to close, then reluctantly headed back. Next time I have free time, I want to come out and explore again. As soon as Chu Xingchen returned to Jinhua Palace, Xie Ziqing came to apologize and explain. It turned out that while Chu Xingchen was out shopping, the events at the Boifu had reached the palace. Xie Ziqing saw Zhu Imo being beaten to death with his own eyes, vomited blood on the spot, and when he finally woke up and heard the news, plus what Chu Xingchen had said, even mentioning his name almost made him faint again. She's trying to ruin me, and with such a reputation, how can I survive? Earlier, Chu Xingchen said she no longer liked him. People didn't believe it, and Xie Ziqing didn't either. He thought her actions were deliberate, being kind to others to make him jealous, expecting him not to fall for it. He believed this so strongly because the crown princess loved him deeply. But in just a few days, Chu Xingchen's attitude changed completely. Xie Ziqing was repeatedly humiliated and lost face. Even Zhu Imo died, which made him waver. It seemed more than just jealousy. Chu Xingchen might really no longer like him, or perhaps she was too disappointed in him, her love turning into hatred. Xie Ziqing felt lost and hopeless for the first time. He was scared. He had dreamed before that the princess wouldn't cling to him, but now that she was really here, he saw everything was so terrible. Your Highness, I know you're angry that I saved Chen Ruoshui, but I didn't see clearly at the time and saved the wrong person. The person I wanted to save was you. I only spoke to her twice, nothing more. Nothing happened, yet you have a fever and are so confused that you call out for Ruoshui? Chu Xingchen sneered. Xie Ziqing, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I didn't know you killed the palace maid just to cover your tracks? Even now, he dared to lie. Xie Ziqing's face instantly turned pale. Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue twice. And at that time, Chen Ruoshui was dressed in white, while I was in red. The difference was obvious. Anyone not blind wouldn't mistake us. Yet you say you didn't see clearly? Are you colorblind? I can't tell red from white? No, that doesn't make sense. How could you mistake her when you rescued her? Chu Xingchen looked into Xie Ziqing's eyes. What's the use of these eyes? Just gouge them out. Chu Xingchen's nails scraped across Xie Ziqing's eyelid. Xie Ziqing's pupils shrank. He was about to speak, but Chu Xingchen's gaze moved down to his mouth. I still remember you shouting for Ruoshui while holding her body. Could you have called her by the wrong name? Impossible. So, it must be your mouth that's disobedient. Better just shut it. Chu Xingchen's nails traced along Xie Ziqing's throat, making him shiver. Looking into Chu Xingchen's eyes, Xie Ziqing was afraid for the first time. He collapsed to the ground in a mess. She knew everything. She heard everything. She understood his true feelings. That's why she treated him like this. That's the real reason for her drastic change. He had never been so clear before. Never realized so plainly that she was not an ordinary woman. She was the princess. When she cared for him, he could do whatever he wanted. But when she turned against him, he could only accept her punishment. She truly wanted to gouge out his eyes, truly wanted to silence him. The cruel truth left Xie Ziqing speechless for a moment. Why don't you keep explaining? Keep lying if you want. I'll give you time. Just make it sincere and believable. Chu Xingchen urged him when he saw he was silent. In his memory, Xie Ziqing later explained it the same way, saying he had mistaken her. The princess knew the truth, but closed her eyes and believed his lies. No, she didn't really believe him. She loved him too much, so she could only deceive herself into believing his false words. She gradually stepped back, thinking that having a child would make everything better, but she didn't realize that Xie Ziqing saw the child as proof of his humiliation. She was unwilling to accept this even after her death. She didn't understand that he had said he would never share his wife with anyone. She believed they would be together forever, but he ended up becoming one of Chen Ruoshui's many lovers, and he was so humble about it. He would rather share Chen Ruoshui with others than spend his life with her. The original owner didn't understand this, but Chu Xingchen knew that Xie Ziqing was just being foolish. Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Xingchen's eyes, full of mockery and teasing, and felt she was a stranger to him. His heart was pounding, but he couldn't find the words to speak. Can't make up a story? Then just leave. Chu Xingchen frowned. He's been confined at home, so why do I keep seeing him? From now on, without my permission, he is not allowed to step out of Yu Hua Palace. In response, Wan Dong suddenly shouted, and Xie Ziqing raised his head sharply, losing control and shouting, Chu Xingchen, you're calling my name too? Wan Dong, give the order. Xie Shijun has violated the marriage vows. Demote him to a court attendant. Conduct a thorough investigation of Yu Hua Palace. To prevent another Zhu Mo, seal the palace gates. This was Xie Ziqing's first emotion. He was angry but not too bothered. He thought Chu Xingchen was just acting out of spite and that he would soon regain his title. But now, being demoted a second time, to the lowest position as a court attendant in the Eastern Palace, was a huge insult. He had only been in the palace for a little over a month when he was effectively sent to the cold palace, branded as disobedient to his marriage vows, with the palace gate sealed. What future did he have left? What hope? Your Highness, do you want to lock me inside forever? Yes, I do, Chu Xingchen nodded. Xie Ziqing's eyes reddened, deeply hurt. How can you? I am the eldest daughter. Why can't I? Have you not realized this yet after entering the palace? Xie Ziqing, recognize your status. Chu Xingchen waved her hand, and Xie Ziqing was ordered to leave. Not only was he asked to leave, but all the palace servants in Yu Hua Palace were also taken away, leaving only Xie Ziqing and Miaobi behind. Then the palace gates were locked. Inside this deep palace, being confined, they faced a future where everything was unresponsive, no news could come in or go out. Once being confined was just difficult for messages to pass. Now, they were cut off entirely from the outside world. No news could get in or out. Moreover, their food, drink, and supplies would inevitably decrease sharply. Xie Ziqing had never suffered like this before. Although Miaobi was just a servant and attendant, her life was more comfortable and refined than that of many young masters from noble families outside. If he had to start over as a servant doing laundry and cleaning, it would be almost as deadly as his current situation. A talented person desperately knocked on the door, but there was no response outside. Finally, she sat down weakly on the ground and asked, "Young Master San, what should we do now?" Xie looked at the locked door and suddenly lost his temper. "You ask me? I ask who? You said that Chu Xingchen only wanted to pretend to be weak to lure the enemy. But now? What should he do now?" Chu Xingchen's handling of Xie reflected her attitude. She thought that once it spread, even Qin Shoufu and others would hear about it. Her relationship with Xiao Wang and others had also eased, and it seemed they could finally stabilize the loyal supporters. As for offending Xie Qin Ruoshui, and the people behind them, Chu Xingchen didn't care. She had already offended them long ago, and they weren't her people.
Chu Xingchen gu et Scott Setin.
Everyone indeed sensed her stance. Her actions, along with what she said at the Duke of Loyalty and Courage's residence, spread quickly. Not a fool could miss her attitude, and the truth behind it. Chu Xingchen chased after Xie Qing for 2 years. Even the common people of Fomin City knew that their princess was infatuated with a young Master Xie. Rumors said she also had a good impression of Chen Ruoshui. But after Chu Xingchen's actions, everyone saw the truth. Chen Ruoshui, once a pitiful servant girl beaten by the princess, had become someone who was considered unfaithful and deserved punishment. That night, Chen Ruoshui woke up only to be overwhelmed with anger and fainted again. Her eyes, full of tears, were red from crying. Fan Shixi and others were heartbroken. "Ruoshui, don't cry anymore. Rest assured, I will avenge you. She is the princess's daughter. How can we take revenge?" Chen Ruoshui cried even harder. "Even if she is the princess, even if she is the empress, if she dares to insult or slander you, I won't let her go," Fan Shixi said confidently. But Fan Shixi's bravado was quickly shattered when Duke Fan punished him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Duke Fan submitted a petition to apologize and, to show sincerity, kept Fan Shixi under house arrest. While Fan Shixi was confined and Chen Ruoshui continued to cry, Chu Xingchen was out delivering gifts. When she left the palace and wandered outside, she visited many shops and stalls, chatting with shop owners. She bought things she liked whenever she found them. She wanted to bring gifts for Shen Songju, but she couldn't just buy for him alone. Even as gifts, she believed in sharing the wealth. So, she bought gifts for everyone. By the time she returned from outside the palace, it was late. She was busy dealing with Xie Qing, and only the next day did she have time to organize and start giving out the gifts. The first gift she gave was to the Empress. The Empress loved playing chess, so Chu Xingchen bought her a creative chess set to show her sincerity. The Empress was very pleased. "My Xingchen has truly grown up and become sensible." Chu Xingchen was a bit shy after being praised. "It's because my daughter used to be careless, which worried Mother Empress. Now that she's more sensible, it's good," the Empress said happily. After giving the Empress a gift, Chu Xingchen took the present she bought for Shen Songju to Mingxian Palace. The gift Chu Xingchen bought for Shen Songju was an inkstone. It wasn't a precious one, nor very expensive. Chu Xingchen simply liked its nice shape and the smiling face on it, so she bought it. After bringing it back, Chu Xingchen drew 2 curved, smiling eyes on the smiling face, making it a complete smile. She thought it looked nice. When she was giving it to Shen Songju, she remembered that Shen Songju didn't need fancy inkstones, which made her feel a little guilty. "I thought it was fun, so I bought it. I just wanted it to have a smiling face. Whenever you see it in the future, you'll feel happy. You can use it freely. If you don't want it, you can throw it away," she said. Shen Songju was surprised that Chu Xingchen actually bought him something. He had thought she was just talking casually, and the gift was also unexpected. Such a rough, simple inkstone wouldn't usually be given to him before, but Chu Xingchen chose it herself. The smiling face also surprised him. He took it and faced the smiling face, which was simple but expressive. Shen Songju even saw Chu Xingchen's shadow in that smile. She also smiled like that, with her eyes curved. If she had a dimple, it would be just like her. Seeing her a bit shy, he directly said, "I really like it." His eyes showed rare surprise. "It's strange. It's very simple, but looking at it makes me want to smile." Chu Xingchen was happy that he liked it so much. "Really? I picked it carefully. When I bought it, I thought about how you might get tired of reading or feel upset. Just looking at it will make you happy." Chu Xingchen thought to herself that this was the charm of emojis, simple yet magical. Shen Songju looked at Chu Xingchen's smiling eyes and then at the smiling face on the inkstone. He couldn't help but smile too. "I will use it well. Thank you, Your Highness. As long as you like it. Actually, I also bought a small turtle inkstone. It's very cute. I kept it for myself," she said. Bao Pu, who was nearby, watched Shen Songju holding the inkstone and couldn't understand. When he heard Chu Xingchen also bought a small turtle inkstone, his eyes widened. "A turtle? Isn't that a swear word? Your Highness actually likes it?" Luckily, she didn't give it to the side prince. Bao Pu's thoughts were different from Chu Xingchen's. Seeing Shen Songju like it made her feel satisfied and happy. "Side prince, I will help you put it away," Chu Xingchen said. He watched him leave and then stepped forward to receive the item. Based on his understanding of the side prince, he knew that such a inkstone would never be placed on the table or even brought into the study. It simply didn't match the environment. It also didn't fit the decor. His study was full of simple, elegant, and old-fashioned items. The smiling face inkstone looked out of place, like a chicken among swans. He reached out to take it, but Shen Songju avoided him. "No need, just use it." With a look of disbelief in his eyes, Shen Songju carefully placed the mismatched smiling face on the table. He even looked at it for a long time and finally took a brush, gently tapping near the face. The smiling face then turned into a small face with dimples. He looked at it and felt it seemed familiar, but couldn't remember who it resembled. However, seeing the side prince's gentle smile, he guessed the prince liked it. Confused, he scratched his head and left. Later, every time he entered the study, he couldn't help but look first at the smiling face inkstone, which seemed completely out of place among the more valuable and delicate items. Perhaps because it was so mismatched, it always caught his attention, making him feel awkward every time he looked at it. But the side prince liked it quite a bit. He would often glance at it, as if his mood improved, and he would say, "Isn't it quite interesting?" Gradually, Bao Pu got used to it after watching for a while. After Chu Xingchen finished giving Shen Songju his gift, it was Xiao Wang's turn. When she arrived at Jinghong Palace, she looked at the nameplate and thought that Xiao Wang and Jinghong were a perfect match. At that moment, Xiao Wang was listening to Xinxing report, "Young Marquis, Lady Tseng is doing well." The young lady said, "You don't need to worry. As long as you're well in the palace, Lady Tseng won't dare to do anything to Lady Side." Before Xiao Wang entered the palace, his biological mother had become Lady Tseng from his aunt. Though still a concubine, the main wife no longer dared to bully others easily. "That's good," Xiao Wang nodded. "Young Marquis, I also heard a piece of news. I heard that when His Highness went to the Zhongyong Marquis's house for the birthday banquet, he openly admitted he liked you." Xiao Wang's first reaction was to frown. "Don't talk nonsense." Xinxing hurriedly said, "I didn't lie. The young lady said it herself. It's all over outside, and even in the house. It's said that His Highness said it to the eldest son. She loves you sincerely." After returning, the eldest son was very angry and broke several things. Xiao Wang still didn't believe it. "These rumors are just hearsay. Don't take them seriously. They are probably exaggerated." Just as he finished speaking, Jing Yan entered. "Young Marquis, His Highness has arrived." Shen Xing's eyes lit up, and he said the rumor was true. Chu Xingchen didn't realize that her words at the Zhongyong Marquis's residence had been simplified, refined, and even improved. She took out the gift she bought for Xiao Wang, saying, "I saw this abacus and thought it was very delicate. The shopkeeper said it was made of warm jade, so it wouldn't be cold to use in winter. I thought of you." This was the first time Chu Xingchen saw such an abacus. It was intricate and unique. Without much hesitation, she bought it. It was the most expensive gift among all, even more than the combined price of the others. But she didn't care about the cost. She only bought what felt right. Xiao Wang looked at the abacus, momentarily stunned and silent. Don't you like it?
Chu Xingchen misunderstood.
No, Xiao Wang quickly shook his head, realizing that such an abacus was usually a gift for a wife. But Chu Xingchen probably didn't think of that. It was clear she meant it as a kind gesture. He reached out to take the abacus, feeling complicated inside. Similar abacuses were also owned by the Xiao family's main wife, bought by Xiao Shongshu. That one wasn't as nice, but the main wife often showed it off. Now, Chu Xingchen had given him one. If the main wife found out, she might be upset and throw a fit. Thinking of this, Xiao Wang suddenly sneered. Just earlier, he had said that the rumor was probably false. Thank you, Your Highness. I like it very much, Xiao Wang said gratefully, his eyelids drooping, long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. This scene made Chu Xingchen think to herself, eyelash fairy, and she really wanted to measure how long his eyelashes were. Seeing him rarely show such expressions, she guessed he truly liked it and felt very happy. I'm glad you like it. Next time, if I see anything else, I'll buy it for you, she promised, patting her chest. After Chu Xingchen left, Xiao Wang continued to stare at the white jade abacus. Shen Xing covered his mouth and smiled, thinking that His Highness might really like their Shaoqing. Chu Xingchen gave gifts to 3 people, and all 3 were perfect choices. Her confidence grew, and she decided to give all her gifts at once. Let's go to Feiyu Palace to see Ling Shaoqing. Her husband was busy, but they hadn't yet started the nightly festivities. Otherwise, women would also risk exhaustion. At Feiyu Palace, Ling Zhou took advantage of the good weather to practice a set of boxing in a simple outfit. It was his daily routine, running in the morning, practicing spear skills, then doing boxing and martial arts at other times. Even in cold winter, he never stopped. If he didn't train, he was afraid he would become useless. After sweating, he felt refreshed. He wiped himself with cold water and was pleased he hadn't fallen behind. But then he remembered he was now in the deep palace, where there was no need to go to the battlefield anymore.
Sigh.
Ling Zhou suddenly looked downcast and, wearing his night clothes, lay down in bed. I won't train anymore, and I can't go to the battlefield. Jin Chong casually agreed, but didn't take it seriously. Ling Zhou had said this many times before, yet the next day he still got up to train as usual. Dinner will be ready soon, young general. Don't fall asleep, Jin Chong just warned. At that moment, Bao Jian hurried in, saying, Young general, His Highness is here to see you. Hearing that Chu Xingchen was here, Ling Zhou straightened up, then half lying down again. I don't want to see her. Just say I'm feeling unwell, and go to sleep. He didn't want to see Chu Xingchen because seeing her reminded him of her and Xiao Wang's intense kiss marks. Bao Jian looked worried and was about to speak, but Jin Chong held him back. Seeing Ling Zhou's unusual mood, Jin Chong pulled Bao Jian out. Ling Zhou ignored their quarrel, pulled the blanket over his head to sleep, and tried not to see anything. But soon he felt someone enter. He rolled his eyes, not wanting to pay attention, but the person quietly lifted his blanket. Bao Jian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Ling Zhou suddenly threw back the blanket and saw Chu Xingchen standing by his bed. It wasn't Bao Jian who entered, but Chu Xingchen. Ling Zhou stiffened, and his gaze fell on her chest. He didn't like restrictions, so he usually just loosely tied his night clothes. This time they were also open. It wasn't a big deal for him. Many soldiers in the camp went shirtless, and they often compared muscles, sizes, or even who could urinate higher. Although, as a young general, few dared to do this to him, he was used to the free and easy atmosphere in the military camp. His private quarters were always relaxed, and he never thought much of it until now. Ling Zhou was stunned, and Chu Xingchen was also surprised, but she didn't delay her gaze. The young man's body was lean and strong, with well-defined abs that attracted Chu Xingchen's attention. Only when Ling Zhou's muscles were covered did she come back to herself. She cleared her throat, somewhat regretfully, and looked away. I heard you're not feeling well, so I came to check on you. His body was so healthy that he probably wasn't sick, but her sudden concern made her worry. Now, it seemed he just didn't want to see her, and was lying. Her lie inadvertently gave her a good view. But she only took a quick glance and didn't touch him, so Chu Xingchen didn't mind. She had seen many abs in modern times. There are plenty of pictures online showing off abs. Many of those abdominal displays are quite attractive, but Xiao Lingzhou's young abs are even better, and she was lucky enough to observe them up close. Chu Xingchen silently compared and praised Lingzhou, then said 2 more words, but unfortunately, Lingzhou couldn't hear anything. He clenched the blanket tightly, thinking only one thought. He had been seen completely. After being touched, Chu Xingchen had just looked at him so openly. She had been staring intently just now. He looked up angrily at Chu Xingchen. Seeing his expression, Chu Xingchen realized that Lingzhou might be feeling shy. Chu Xingchen coughed and kindly excused herself. I'll go outside first. I brought you a gift. Inside the Flying Feather Palace, there is a martial arts training ground and an archery area, both very warrior-like in setup. She also saw the place that should have been a study now filled with weapons. These were specially allowed by the Empress for Lingzhou, along with a few scattered books about military strategy. Looking at the room full of weapons, Chu Xingchen touched the gift inside her sleeve and suddenly felt less confident. Just as she was thinking this, Lingzhou came overdressed. What gift are you giving me? Chu Xingchen hesitated, feeling she might not have something suitable. Seeing her look disappointed, Lingzhou frowned. Are you lying to me? There's no gift? There is, I'm not lying, Chu Xingchen said shyly, taking it out. I don't know if you'll like it, but I saw it last night and thought of you. The boss said it was called a slingshot, but Chu Xingchen thought it was just a toy. So she bought it. She was confident that Lingzhou would like it, but after seeing his study, she lost confidence. Seeing Lingzhou not taking the gift, Chu Xingchen thought he was rejecting her. Just as she was about to take it back, Lingzhou snatched it quickly. What are you doing? Do you want to change your mind? No, I thought you wouldn't like it. Lingzhou snorted. Who said I don't like it? Even if I didn't, now that you've given it to me, it's mine. Good, I'm glad you like it, Chu Xingchen smiled. You can play with it in the palace from now on. Do you know how to use it? Want me to teach you? Deceit, Chu Xingchen either li et lai. Lingzhou couldn't help but hum. Of course I know how. My father made one for me when I was little. He made it himself. Yours can't compare to what my father made, and your aim is probably not as good. Although he was a bit dismissive of Chu Xingchen, Lingzhou still handed her the slingshot. He thought, even though Chu Xingchen had just seen everything, he was about to tell his father, and she had given him such a gift. For the sake of the gift, he decided to forgive her for now. Chu Xingchen has started to understand Lingzhou's personality a bit better. He is probably still in a rebellious phase, just a stubborn and awkward young boy. Sometimes he speaks without thinking. She can tell that he likes gifts, and that's enough for her. She spots a few small sparrows, nervously aims, and quickly takes a shot. But nothing happens. She misses completely, and the sparrows fly away. Ha ha ha, Lingzhou laughs loudly. You're so bad at this. Your aim is terrible. The arrows even went off to the sky. If it were me, I would have hit it. He looks proud and smug. Chu Xingchen says that I was just cold. Stop making excuses. Cold hands don't matter. If your aim is bad, it's just bad. Chu Xingchen bites her lip. Sometimes, this blunt young boy can be really frustrating. Since you're so good at aiming, you try yourself. I'm going back, she says, tossing her slingshot back to Lingzhou and leaving. Lingzhou raises an eyebrow. Aren't you going to see how good I am? If you want a sparrow, I can help you get one. I don't want to watch, and I don't want a sparrow, she replies quickly and walks away. Watching her hurried departure, Lingzhou shows a victorious smile. You see, I'm not your match, right? Jin Chong and Bao Jian, who saw everything, look at their young general. They feel something's off but, lacking experience, can't quite tell what. Jean Chong hesitates and says, "Young general, will His Highness be angry if you do this? Shouldn't girls be a little more gentle? If she gets angry over this, she's too petty. And didn't I already tell her? Knowing she's not very good, I still let her try." Jean Chong and Bao Jian are convinced by their young general. "Young general, it seems His Highness likes sparrows. Maybe you should help her catch some more."
All right.
With her poor aim, she probably won't catch any sparrows in her life. But since she gave me a gift, I'll help her catch a few. After a quick meal, Ling Zhou waits eagerly to hunt sparrows. But the sparrows in Feiyu Palace had been startled away earlier and didn't come back. So Ling Zhou leaves the palace to find some sparrows, leaving Jean Chong and Bao Jian behind. They watch their young general so dedicated and feel very pleased. Young general's favor will come soon, they say. Yes, he's so sensible. When His Highness sees the sparrows, he'll be very happy, they agree. Suddenly, Bao Jian feels something's not right. But what does His Highness want with the sparrows? To eat them, of course. Roasted sparrows are delicious, Jean Chong says, swallowing. Bao Jian asks, does His Highness really crave sparrows? Jean Chong scratches his head. Maybe. It's a kind of flavor. Ling Zhou searched for sparrows all along and found Jinghong Palace. Soon, he caught 3 sparrows, picked them up, and used a slingshot to carry them while looking for Xiao Wang. He listened carefully and heard Xin Xing praise him. "Young master, this white jade abacus really isn't cold at all. His Highness truly cares for you." Jin Yan and Xin Xing's thoughts were similar to those of the treasured sword, believing that their young master was favored and that his status would rise soon. Ling Zhou paused, smiled, and went in to greet them. He looked at the white jade abacus and asked, "Brother, did His Highness give this to you?" Xiao Wang didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "Do you like it?" He didn't deny it, so Ling Zhou knew the answer. It was a gift from Chu Xingchen. He chuckled, "What I like, I wouldn't play with this." Ling Zhou quickly took his leave. After leaving Jinghong Palace, he threw the sparrows he was going to give to Chu Xingchen directly to Jin Xiang. "Roast them and eat." Jin Xiang and Bao Jian noticed his unusual mood. They initially thought he was upset because the princess didn't like the sparrows he was delivering. But after asking around, they found out that the princess had given gifts to Shen Sijuan, Ling Xiaojing, and the young general. They understood why Ling Zhou was angry and cautiously tried to comfort him. "Young general, don't be angry. His Highness gave you the most thoughtful gift." "I'm not angry." Ling Zhou rolled his eyes at Bao Jian. "Which eye of yours saw me angry?" Bao Jian thought to himself, "I saw both eyes," but he dares not say it. "Young general, it's good you're not angry. The sparrows are small and not much to eat. Just don't shoot them." "No, I want to shoot." He wanted to shoot down all the sparrows in the palace, leaving none for her. Ling Zhou climbed onto the roof and immediately started a sparrow-clearing operation. Bao Jian and Jin Xiang watched nervously, hurriedly following and secretly advising Ling Zhou not to be angry. "Ling Zhou, I said I'm not angry." "What am I angry about?" He kept shooting sparrows one after another. They thought, yes, you really aren't angry at all. But why are you taking it out on us?" Chu Xingchen didn't realize she had brought disaster to the palace's sparrows. After finishing her gift, she happily returned to Jinhua Palace. After dinner, Chu Xingchen took out her last gift from her sleeve pocket. "Zhou Bian, come down." She was the fairest of all. Except for Xie Ziqing, she hadn't forgotten anyone. Just as she was about to praise herself, Chu Xingchen hesitated. Her continuous gift-giving made her feel a bit like a shallow girl, an air-conditioned shallow girl. But she couldn't leave anyone out. That was her current reality. Zhou Bian floated down, and Chu Xingchen no longer thought about these things. She waved the item in her hand and said, "Look what this is. A bell bracelet, I'm giving it to you." Chu Xingchen stepped forward and put it on Zhou Bian. "You're not allowed to take it off. If you wear it, I'll know where you are. Since there are 2, I'll wear 1, and you wear 1. After putting the bracelet on Zhou Bian, she extended her hand. "Come on, help me put mine on." Zhou Bian felt very awkward and couldn't help but say, "This is for kids. Adults can wear it too." It wards off evil and keeps you safe. Once we wear it, everything will go smoothly and safely. Both she and Zhou Bian needed such good luck symbols. They both never had the chance to wear such things as children, so now it was just right. Zhou Bian, this bracelet carries my blessings and can bring you good luck. Plus, silver can test for poison. If someone tries to harm you, the bracelet will change color. Chu Xingchen's gift to Zhou Bian wasn't chosen randomly. In stories, he often died from poisoning. They use silver needles to test food because silver reacts with many toxins and turns black, which is easy to see. Luckily, no accidents happened. But the poison they used on Zhou Bian was on his clothes, soaked with incense, slowly poisoning him over time. Such threats are hard to prevent, but if he wears a silver bracelet, it can alert him. If it turns black, he'll know something's wrong. Although I know you've been trained to identify and use poison since childhood, there are countless poisons in the world. You can't know them all, so don't let your guard down. I must keep you safe so you can't take it off, okay? Look, the style I chose is more masculine. Although he usually protected her, seeing Chu Xingchen's serious expression, Zhou Bian finally agreed. Seeing him obey, Chu Xingchen felt satisfied. Quick, put one on me too. Looking at his delicate, white wrist that could be broken with a squeeze, Zhou Bian frowned and put the bracelet on her. Really pretty. Chu Xingchen liked it very much, shaking her hand to hear the tiny bell jingling. The little bell was useful. Usually, Chu Xingchen couldn't find Zhou Bian because he moved silently. Now, she could hear even the slightest sound. That night in Jinhua Palace, such conversations happened from time to time. Hey, Zhou Bian, where are you going? Have you eaten? Zhou Bian, I didn't know you've been right above me all along. Does it feel good up there? Do you often step on my head? Do you stay awake watching me at night? Do you fall asleep? If you do, will you fall down? Zhou Bian, why haven't you moved again? Are you still there? I heard your movements, Zhou Bian. Do you want some water? Or do you need to go to the bathroom? Zhou Bian. He said nothing, pinching the bell flat. Although he still wore it, it wouldn't ring anymore. The next day, Chu Xingchen noticed something was wrong. She looked at the flattened bell with a helpless smile, but didn't say anything. I was hoping you could wear it for more than one night, but it didn't last. I know this isn't suitable for your job, so I was prepared. Actually, I'm not very suitable either. After a few days of novelty, you can help me flatten it too. Seeing that Chu Xingchen wasn't angry, Zhou Bian relaxed a little. For people, including the Empress, gave gifts. Chu Xingchen initially thought she did a good job, but by the afternoon, she realized she was completely wrong because she had forgotten one person, her younger brother. When she returned to the Eastern Palace after work in the evening, she didn't take her usual route and then encountered a chubby little boy. The boy was already plump, dressed warmly, and looked round. Seeing her, he was so startled he ran away quickly. Your Highness, it's the little prince. Chu Xingchen hurried over and saw a small backside facing away from her. The boy had hidden his head behind a stone, probably thinking he was safe this way. This was clearly a case of closing one's ears while stealing a bell. Chu Xingchen poked his round back. Chu Xinghai, stop hiding. I saw you. Why are you outside in this cold weather? Where are your people? The boy stiffened, then struggled to stand and turn around. He was chubby, adorable, and spoke in a cute, rough voice. He held an egg in his left hand, but his right hand was empty. Chu Xinghai was born with only his left hand. His right hand was naturally missing, ending just below the elbow, with no wrist or fingers. Because of this, he was not eligible to inherit titles and had little presence in the palace. Originally, Chu Xingchen had an older sister who was very talented. She was made the eldest daughter at age 10 but died unexpectedly. Chu Xingchen, who was not very capable, had a younger brother born later by the Empress's daring. They had long hoped for a prince, and the officials thought things would return to normal, with no more eldest daughter Empress. But the boy was born with a disability, and there was no choice but to accept it. Chu Xingchen became the crown princess. The eldest daughter didn't like her younger brother because her health declined after giving birth to the Empress. From her memories, Chu Xinghai wanted to get close to his sister, but she didn't like him. He would secretly watch her and hide when she saw him. In the past, Chu Xingchen pretended not to see anything. This time, she suddenly decided to pay attention. Chu Xinghai was so nervous he wanted to speak, but he opened his mouth and vomited loudly. Chu Xingchen was standing in front of him and also got splashed with. "Your Highness, the little prince." Wan Dong hurried forward. Chu Xingchen ignored her own discomfort and quickly helped Chu Xinghai. "Big sister, I'm sorry." Chu Xinghai's body trembled, feeling unwell and scared. "There's no time to say sorry now, Physician Xian." The Eastern Palace was nearby. Chu Xingchen carried Chu Xinghai back to the palace. The boy was dressed warmly and was chubby, so Chu Xingchen overestimated herself and got sweaty halfway. She was about to find Zhou Baiyan when she saw Xiao Wang. "Your Highness." Xiao Wang approached and immediately smelled the odor. His steps faltered, but seeing Chu Xingchen's worried face and the situation, he moved forward. Jing Yan glanced at Xiao Wang, quickly reaching out to take Chu Xinghai. Chu Xinghai felt uncomfortable and, since his sister was holding him, he didn't resist. "Little prince, your sister is a bit tired holding you." "Let me hold you," Xiao Wang said. He reached out to take Chu Xinghai. Chu Xinghai hesitated but didn't struggle, tightening his left arm around Xiao Wang's neck. Xiao Wang's face paled slightly. He clenched his teeth and held his breath as he carried Chu Xinghai. Chu Xingchen hurried to follow, leaving Jing Yan and Shen Xing behind, feeling overwhelmed. "Shang Qing. What if he vomits again later?" Shen Xing shivered and ran after them. "Hurry up and catch up." They hurried along, not noticing Shen Songzhu nearby. Shen Songzhu watched and guessed what was happening, but didn't disturb them. Instead, a thought flashed through his mind. Xiao Wang holding Chu Xinghai, Chu Xingchen beside him, looking quite like a family of three. Realizing what he was thinking, Shen Songzhu suddenly felt awkward. "Let's go back." Thanks to Xiao Wang's help, they returned smoothly to the Eastern Palace. The imperial doctor arrived quickly and examined Chu Xinghai, giving the diagnosis. Nothing serious, just vomiting from overeating. "Chu Xingchen." Although she was amused and helpless, she finally relaxed. The doctor said the child's stomach was weak. It was better to treat him with rest, massage, and dietary adjustments rather than medication. Chu Xinghai began treatment, and Chu Xingchen remembered to thank Xiao Wang. She turned around and saw Xiao Wang's stiff and clenched fists, with a pale face. "Xiao Wang, are you feeling unwell too?" Chu Xingchen was startled. Xiao Wang looked worse than ever. Xiao Wang wanted to speak but closed his mouth tightly. Jing Yan hurriedly said, "Your Highness, Shang Qing is fine. He just needs to wash up." He was really afraid that Xiao Qing would right in front of the princess. Chu Xingchen was momentarily stunned, then realized that Xiao Wang might have a cleanliness obsession. Chu Xingchen isn't particularly cleanly, but he understands cleanliness habits. "It's my fault. I didn't react earlier." Later, Dong arranged for Xiao Qing to take a bath. Xiao Wang is such a kind person. Despite his obsession with cleanliness, he even helped carry Chu Xinghai. Just now, she and Chu Xinghai must have seemed very frightening in his eyes. Chu Xingchen looked grateful and let out a sigh of relief, quickly turning to Xiao Wang. If Xiao Qing was here bathing, he would be using the prince's bathroom or even the bath barrel, sharing a bath barrel, which shows closeness. Jin Yan's heart skipped a beat, worried Xiao Wang might refuse, since Xiao Wang never uses others' things, especially not a bath barrel. But Xiao Wang didn't think so much. He just wanted to wash thoroughly. He couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't wait to go back. Xiao Wang nodded, and Jin Yan was surprised but also felt relieved. Shen Xing just wanted to leave and get Xiao Wang's clothes from Jinghong Palace when Chu Xingchen ordered, "Dong, bring clothes for Xiao Qing." There were men's clothes here, sewn by the original owner herself, meant as a gift for Xie Ziqing. She was well off and didn't need to sew clothes herself, but for her beloved, she still made some despite getting pricked many times. She hadn't had the chance to give them yet. Xie Ziqing is slimmer, but Xiao Wang should be able to wear them too. Afraid Dong might not react in time, Chu Xingchen casually added, "The one I sewed before." Xing's eyes widened in surprise. Did the princess secretly sew clothes for Xiaoqing? She truly has deep feelings for him. Xiao Wang's back stiffened for a moment, then quickly left again. Chu Xingchen didn't notice anything unusual. She thought, anyway, that clothes wouldn't be given to Xie. It would be a waste to keep them. She went to wash up briefly, changed clothes, and saw Dong looking troubled. Your Highness, the little prince is better now, but he doesn't allow the maid to change his clothes or serve him. Seeing Chu Xinghai bow his head, looking helpless, Chu Xingchen sighed. It's okay. I'll do it. Chu Xinghai, your clothes are dirty. You need to take them off and wash your hands, Chu Xingchen said cautiously as she tried to help him remove his clothes. Chu Xinghai didn't resist. She helped him wash his face and noticed he was still clutching the cooled egg. Xinghai, you like eating eggs so much? Even if you like them, you can only eat one a day. You can't eat too many in the future, understand? She reached out to grab the egg, but Chu Xinghai quickly hid it behind his back and whispered, I want to eat it. Chu Xingchen felt helpless. Eating too many eggs can upset your stomach and cause indigestion. Just now, you even threw up. Chu Xinghai mumbled, sorry, sister.
I didn't mean to.
I just want to eat a little more and grow up faster so my hand can grow too. His last words were very soft. Chu Xingchen was surprised.
What?
Just my hand. Chu Xinghai looked at his hands with envy in his eyes. Everyone has 2 hands, but I don't. I want to eat more so it can grow. Sister, will it grow back? Chu Xinghai looked at her with hope in his eyes. Chu Xingchen was caught off guard, feeling a sharp pain in her heart. In the original owner's memory, this younger brother was chubby and always eating. She thought he was just greedy, but it turns out he just wanted to eat more to grow up. Maybe he heard that eating more helps you grow, so he hoped that when he grew up, his hand would grow back. But no matter how much he ate, his hand wouldn't grow back. If they were in modern times, they could give him a prosthetic limb, but here that's impossible. Chu Xinghai, it won't grow back, Chu Xingchen said, holding his shoulder and looking into his eyes. Though it was hard, she gave him the answer directly to prevent him from hoping and eating more. Chu Xinghai was stunned, and tears fell like tiny golden beans. It won't grow back? Chu Xingchen hugged him. Yes, it won't. Maybe heaven thinks that since Xinghai has a clever mind, it's less generous with giving you a hand. But don't be upset. A smart mind is just as good as 2 hands. That's heaven's way of making up for it. Look at how much you already know and how many words you can say at such a young age. Chu Xinghai heard this for the first time. Then can I be less smart, as long as I have 2 hands? No, because you're already very smart now.
Chu Xingchen pa tiền ti comfort Chu Xinghai.
Meanwhile, Xiao Wang in her bathroom was already stiff all over. Xiao Wang finally washed himself thoroughly, changing the water twice before he let out a breath and relaxed. As he relaxed, he caught a faint fragrance, similar to Chu Xingchen's scent, and then saw other things in the bathroom that were very girly. He slowly realized that this was Chu Xingchen's bathroom. Even the bathtub belonged to her. Once he understood, Xiao Wang froze completely and suddenly stood up with a splash. He went to get the towel placed nearby but paused again, thinking it might belong to Chu Xingchen or even have been used by her. He hesitated, unsure whether to take it or not. The cold wind made him decide to wait. When Jin Yan helped him put on his robe and told him it was personally sewn by the prince, Xiao Wang felt one thing. He could smell Chu Xingchen all over him, as if he had become her from inside out. Since it was his first time sewing, and the original owner's skills were average, he thought it was made for Xie. But Xiao Wang's clothes fit him perfectly, as if tailored just for him. Jin Yan and Xing didn't realize it was for Xie. They thought it was for their young lord and got very excited, blushing with happiness. Xiao Wang's usual clothes were also well-fitting, but since his mother's mind was not clear anymore, no one had sewn clothes for him with care for many years. After many years, when he put on clothes made by skilled tailors, they looked very delicate. Now, wearing rougher but fitting clothes, he felt a complex, hard-to-express emotion. Then he saw Chu Xingchen patiently comforting Chu Xinghai. He couldn't help but think that if Chu Xingchen were a mother, she would be very gentle. Finally, Chu Xingchen took the egg away and placed it aside. Seeing Chu Xinghai still upset, she wanted to comfort him but couldn't find anything suitable. She felt a bit annoyed. Because Chu Xinghai was rarely noticed in the palace, she had forgotten about him for a while and didn't buy him any gifts. In a sudden idea, she carried him to the study and waved at Xiao Wang. Although we only have one hand, each finger can become very powerful. Xinghai, wait a moment, I want to show you something good. Chu Xingchen placed Chu Xinghai into Xiao Wang's arms.
He's cleaned up now.
Sit down and hold him for a little while. Then she asked Wan Dong to grind something while she chose a very fine brush. Chu Xinghai, close your eyes. Seeing Chu Xinghai's eyelids twitch rapidly, as if he was about to open them, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Xiao Jing, help me cover his eyes. Xiao Wang wasn't used to holding children and awkwardly held out one hand to cover his eyes. Chu Xinghai obediently asked, Sister, what are you going to do? You'll find out very soon, Chu Xingchen said, bending down to draw a smiley face on his tiny, chubby finger. His fingers were too small, so she kept her drawing simple. She was focused and didn't notice Xiao Wang's stiffness. Because she was drawing, she leaned very close to Xiao Wang. Her faint scent filled the air, and her arm brushed against him. A few playful strands of hair slipped from her shoulder onto his hand, tickling him. Xiao Wang didn't know if Chu Xingchen was doing it on purpose. His Adam's apple moved, but he didn't speak until Chu Xingchen's painting caught his attention. After Chu Xingchen finished the painting and dried it, Xiao Wang let go of him.
Tada!
Look at this, Chu Xingchen said, pointing to his thumb with a serious expression. See, this is a teacher. Looks quite impressive, right? Chu Xinghai looked at the finger with wide eyes. Teacher? Like Sister Xiao? In his excitement, he wasn't sure if he was calling her Miss or Sister Xiao. Chu Xingchen looked at Xiao Wang. Yes, like Xiaoqing. And here are 4 students. He pointed to 4 fingers. The index and middle fingers showed 2 mischievous smiles, as if 2 people were playfully teasing each other. The ring finger had a big open-mouthed smile. The little finger was pouting unhappily. The little finger is the smallest, so the brothers don't play with him, and he's very unhappy. Chu Xingchen was making up a story. Chu Xinghai listened with a surprised face. You're so clever, sister. He moved his fingers playfully and finally looked at the little finger. I'm the little finger. Sister didn't like me before, but now I'm very happy. Chu Xingchen patted his head. I didn't dislike you. I was just too busy before. The queen heard that Chu Xinghai was sick and hurried over to see him. She didn't expect to see the scene. She paused for a moment, not wanting to disturb them, but this warm moment suddenly made her think about wanting grandchildren. The queen felt that if things continued like this, it might happen soon. Chu Xingchen originally wanted to thank Xiao Wang properly by inviting him to a meal, but Xiao Wang refused. Although he cleaned up simply, he wasn't feeling well enough to eat or be in a good mood. Xiao Wang left. Sharp-eyed people in the palace saw that he changed clothes, and it was said that the clothes were sewn by the princess herself. The news spread quickly. Xiao Wang finished washing up, and many people had already heard about it, both openly and secretly. Jing Yan carefully hung up the clothes. Xiaoqing, this was sewn by the princess herself. It's one of a kind. In Jinhua Palace, Chu Xingchen was unaware of all this. After sending Chu Xinghai back, Wan Dong gave the servants a good scolding. The palace people couldn't help but play both sides. The queen also cared about Chu Xinghai but was too busy to pay much attention. In the novel, Chu Xinghai's presence isn't strong, but his ending is very tragic. Chen Ruoxue and others had already succeeded in overthrowing the country. Since Chu Xinghai was born disabled, he couldn't inherit the throne. They posed no real threat to him, but Xie Ziqing and others still saw potential dangers. If he were to grow up safely and have normal children, that would be bad. To prevent accidents and ensure the Chu family's bloodline was completely cut off, they initially planned for Chu Xinghai to pass away. However, Chen Ruoxue, being kind-hearted, said he was still a child and decided to spare his life. Several men cooperated with her kindness, but to prevent future problems, They deliberately handed Chu Xinghai over to the Chu family's enemies. Chu Xinghai was raised in silence, poisoned and made mute, treated like a pig, beaten and scolded daily. His body was damaged to prevent him from having children, and he was constantly bullied. Chu Xinghai knew he was a prince, but he was too young and too clever to do anything. Later, he had no chance to change his fate. The more he became aware, the more painful it was. He couldn't ask for death or hope for life. He was tortured until he died at 20, suffering far more than if he had simply died. This is Chen Ruoshui's kindness. Every time she seems to do a good deed, but if you look deeper, you'll see that behind her kindness is a chilling, bloody truth. Chu Xingchen wanted to ask Wandong, "What's been going on with Chen Ruoshui these days? I heard she's trying every way to donate money to Duke County. Many young men chasing her are also donating, each more than the last. They're even competing to prove she's genuinely kind by doing good deeds. But now everyone sees through her, calling her a fake Guanyin, goddess of mercy." Fake Guanyin? That's quite fitting, Chu Xingchen thought. He knew Chen Ruoshui and her men wouldn't sit still. "You're right, Your Highness. You exposed her true nature in one move. When she was your attendant, the maid noticed she was good at pretending to be kind and often slandered you to make herself look good." Chu Xingchen thought that was her heroine aura, but he said, scolding her might also benefit the common people. "I hope they keep it up. Those suitors often wasted time competing out of jealousy. Doing some good deeds is better." He then asked, "What about Xie Ziqing? Is he just staying obediently?" "Of course. His servants have all been dismissed. Now only Miaobi, who's more precious than the young master, is taking care of him. Today there was smoke coming from that side. We thought there was a fire, but when the palace doors opened, we saw Miaobi causing the commotion with fire." Chu Xingchen felt relieved after hearing this. He lifted the quilt to lie down on the bed, but when he looked, he let out a sharp, short scream. On her bed, there was a dead monkey placed there, with a dagger stabbed straight into its chest. Blood was flowing onto the bed. Even more terrifying was its face, disfigured beyond recognition, eyes wide open, staring in death with no peace. Chu Xingchen shivered and said, "Zhou Bian." She instinctively called out to Zhou Bian, but he did not appear. "Your Highness." Wandong also saw this and was startled, stepping in front of Chu Xingchen. "Protect Your Highness." Chu Xingchen took a few steps back. When her foot was caught on something, suddenly a pair of hands supported her. She turned around and saw Zhou Bian. Zhou Bian's hair was still damp and a bit messy, indicating he had just finished a shift. Usually, he stayed close to Chu Xingchen, but it wasn't possible for him to be with her all the time. Sometimes they took turns. Chu Xingchen didn't know the exact schedule, but occasionally Zhou Bian was absent, and this was one of those times. Wandong saw the frightening object on Chu Xingchen's bed and was very angry. "Go after them. Find out who is responsible." Zhou Bian didn't expect such a mistake to happen. When he saw Chu Xingchen steady herself, he knelt down to apologize. Chu Xingchen felt relieved when she saw Zhou Bian. Although her palms were still sweaty, she was less afraid. "Get up quickly." She casually pulled up Zhou Bian. "Wandong, wait a moment. I want to look again." Wandong wanted to stop her, thinking such a terrifying thing wasn't worth looking at, but Chu Xingchen had already stepped forward. She endured and looked carefully for a few moments. "The carving on its face says death." She shook her head. "No need to chase anymore. You won't catch them." Wandong was about to argue, but looked at Chu Xingchen's expression. "Your Highness, do you know who did this?" "Yes." It wasn't just anyone. It was the most mysterious man in Chen Ruoshui's harem. She didn't know his full name, only that she was supposed to call him Yi. This Yi was saved by Chen Ruoshui. The story was very much like a novel. After being rescued, he only thought of Chen Ruoshui. He was mysterious, with a killer organization called Nge behind him. He was both good and evil, very capable, able to control the weather with a flick of his hand. Simply put, he was crazy. Unsurprisingly, he was probably avenging Chen Ruoshui. This plot was briefly mentioned in a novel. He gave a gift to the princess, promising it would scare her to death. Later, he released 3 more times at irregular intervals. The princess tried everything but couldn't catch him. She was terrified because she was also a monkey zodiac sign and feared that the dagger might someday pierce her heart. Her early delivery was also caused by fear. To maintain the mystery, they didn't say how Yi managed to do it. His hideout was also not revealed, only that it seemed to be somewhere called Honglu. Chu Xingchen's confidence was misplaced earlier. She said in a deep voice, "Tell Feng and Fu Yin that they should investigate the brothels and red houses in Fengmin City. I don't know which part of the Red Mansion is unimportant. As long as Fengmin City conducts strict investigations, no one can escape. Even if the mysterious man is not caught, his communication network will be cut off. Daring to offend her, who holds the script, is essentially seeking death." "Yes," Wan Dong immediately responded. When Zhou Baiyan heard the words brothel, his eyes flickered slightly. Chu Xingchen didn't notice, only emphasizing, "Remember, both the brothel and the Red Mansion must be investigated. Although women are precious, brothels still exist, or rather, must exist. After a servant makes a mistake or after officials conduct searches, they are sent to brothels. The purpose is to appease men who cannot marry women, giving them a place to vent. Because women are rare, the number of brothels is limited. Eventually, the Red Mansion was created, mainly filled with handsome men who dress in a feminine style to entertain guests, and business is booming." Wan Dong took the orders and immediately arranged for people to handle it. However, she was a bit confused and asked, "Your Highness, this monkey is related to the brothel people?" "Yes," Chu Xingchen nodded firmly. "And also related to another person." Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Baiyan. "Zhou Baiyan, tonight throw this monkey onto Chen Ruoshui's bed. I want her to share the bed with this monkey. Abusing a little monkey is simply perverted. It doesn't matter who throws it, as long as the source is known. If Chen Ruoshui is angry at night, she will return the favor and double it. As long as her precious Chen Ruoshui can handle the shock, she can continue to accompany him. Let's see if he dares." Zhou Baiyan immediately agreed. Chu Xingchen suddenly called him back. "You don't need to go personally. Just give the order." She was not worried about Chen Ruoshui being caught off guard, as in many novels, after Chen Ruoshui falls asleep, the men in the harem take turns sneaking in to kiss her through the window. None can resist. She wasn't worried Zhou Baiyan couldn't resist either, but she wanted to protect him from being caught in the act. That night, Fengmin City conducted a thorough investigation. The brothels and the Red Mansion couldn't escape. Many people stayed awake all night, and the secret chamber was caught off guard, suffering unprecedented damage. That night, Chen Ruoshui at the Chen residence was so frightened by the dead monkey in her arms that she fainted. Originally, the shadow had only thrown the monkey onto Chen Ruoshui's bed, but Chen Ruoshui, habitually holding someone at midnight, took the dead monkey into her arms, holding it tightly. The tighter she held it, the more terrified she became. But that's a story for later. Chu Xingchen felt that ever since she arrived, the Eastern Palace had fallen into chaos. Wan Dong was busy investigating Jinhua Hall again, and she inevitably couldn't sleep. So, she had no choice but to ask Zhou Baiyan for help once more. This was their second time lying on the same bed because the new bed in the side hall was not as spacious as before. Zhou Baiyan lay beside her, within arm's reach, making Chu Xingchen feel as if they were sharing the same bed and pillow. But the feeling of sharing the bed was only momentary because Zhou Baiyan was cold and distant, like a block of ice, and he was holding a sword. Someone had sneaked into the Jinhua Hall. Zhou Baiyan was challenged, and he rarely took up a weapon. He held the sword with both arms crossed in front of him. It was as if they were lying on the same bed, but looking at the sword, all romantic thoughts disappeared. Still, holding the sword gave him a sense of security. Chu Xingchen watched him until she fell asleep. The next day, everyone in the palace was talking about the dead monkey. However, the Eastern Palace also spread another story about the princess personally sewing clothes for Xiao Xiaoqing. Chu Xingchen's affection for Xiao Wang was further confirmed. Late Winter also told her, Your Highness, because Xiao Shaoqing came to visit you. Shen Seiyan and Ling Shaoqing also came, but they didn't wait for the servant to announce them. They said they wouldn't disturb you, and left directly. That's just being considerate. Chu Xingchen finally ended her previous favoritism and didn't want to cause such a scene again. Your Highness, do you remember what the servant said about equal sharing of benefits? As long as you do that, the rumors will soon disappear. But that's impossible to share equally. She couldn't sew clothes well. Although she had the memory, she didn't have the skill. Making a modern button was already impressive enough. She couldn't possibly sew a long dress out of a piece of cloth for them, right? Chu Xingchen could only pretend she didn't hear. She could ignore the issue of clothes, but she couldn't ignore the political matters. The latest news from the northern border was that after winter set in, the North D tribe kept harassing them as usual. A village was attacked a few days ago. They fought guerrilla battles, riding horses and attacking unexpectedly, then fleeing. It was hard to defend against, and despite increased patrols, it was unavoidable and difficult to catch them. Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace, still thinking about this matter. When she arrived at the main hall, she found that she could move back in now that the investigation was complete. But looking at the familiar scene, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but think of the dead monkey. Thinking of the dead monkey, she tried hard to remember and finally recalled the simple story in the novel about the North D tribe and that mysterious night. She decisively left Jinhua Hall and said, Late Winter, I want to go out for a walk.
You don't need to follow me.
She said she was going for a walk, but Chu Xingchen couldn't help but walk toward Feiyu Hall. Maybe I should ask Ling Zhou. Chu Xingchen was about to walk past the Stillbear Plum Grove toward the Flying Feather Palace when she heard strange noises nearby. She turned her head and saw a rope ladder suddenly thrown over the tall palace wall from outside. Chu Xingchen was puzzled. Who could be so bold as to climb the palace wall, and why didn't the guards or shadow stop them? She guessed something and went over to check the ladder. It looked quite sturdy. After waiting a moment and seeing no movement, she tentatively started climbing. She thought that if it worked, she might sneak out like this next time. She slowly climbed up and suddenly found herself face to face with Ling Zhou, who was climbing over from outside. Ling Zhou had heard news from the northern border and was in a bad mood. If he were there, he would have gone back immediately. But now, he couldn't do anything, so he secretly sneaked out of the palace to find out about the northern tribes. He was good at climbing, but his method was different from Shadow's. The palace gate was very high and needed some tools. He was happy to avoid patrol guards, but then Chu Xingchen suddenly appeared in front of him and climbed his ladder. Ling Zhou was startled. Because he reacted so quickly, by the time he saw it was Chu Xingchen, he had already pushed her. She was pushed backward and fell straight down. She shouted, Ling Zhou. She was upset. She hadn't even looked for guards or shadows, and now he pushed her just because they met? Ling Zhou realized his mistake when he saw it was Chu Xingchen. He quickly grabbed her hand, pulled her into his arms with force, and before they hit the ground, he turned over and cushioned her with his body. They landed with a thud, and Ling Zhou let out a groan. A dark figure hurried over, saw what happened, and took a few steps back. It watched them for a moment before disappearing before they noticed. Chu Xingchen thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, a hero came to save her. She was unharmed. Hearing Ling Zhou's groan, she became worried. Ling Zhou, are you okay? Did you fall? Does it hurt a lot? She was eager to get up, but couldn't move. Her hair was pulled painfully because it seemed caught on his soft armor. Ling Zhou usually wore tight clothes and armor, which could save his life in the northern border, but now it tangled her hair. Chu Xingchen had long, shiny, smooth black hair that she liked. But now it was tangled and hurt. Rip. Ling Zhou, my hair. Are you alright? After the first time a girl held his hand and revealed herself, Ling Zhou now experienced his first close contact, holding a girl in his arms. And Chu Xingchen was not being obedient. She moved around and touched him all over, making Ling Zhou's senses extremely sharp. After a loud bang in his mind, only one question remained. Are all girls so soft? Not only soft, but also fragrant. Even Chu Xingchen, that annoying guy, is surprisingly fragrant and soft, completely different from men. Men in the border army camp are all tough and smelly, not like this fragrant softness. The first girl he ever met was the princess. Before, he thought girls were really annoying and not good at all. He couldn't understand why the older men in the camp said that holding a girl's soft hand and hugging her fragrant body would be enough to make them happy forever. He didn't understand before, but now he seems to be starting to get it. Ling Zhou was stunned for a moment, then snapped back to reality, listening to Chu Xingchen's anxious voice, which was a little hoarse. "I'm fine. Don't move around." "I'm fine. That's good." Chu Xingchen sighed in relief when she heard he was okay. Her scalp hurt too much to move forcefully. "I won't move. Can you help me see if my hair is tangled?" Just as Chu Xingchen finished speaking, she suddenly heard a burp. She looked up in confusion. "Ling Zhou, you burped again?" Last time, Ling Zhou also suddenly burped. "Are you okay?" Ling Zhou was shocked by his loud burp. He still remembered the embarrassment from last time. Why did it happen again? "I'm fine," he answered stiffly, then burped again. He really wanted to leave immediately, but Chu Xingchen was lying on him, her hair still tangled in his armor. Ling Zhou clenched his teeth. "Let's sit up first." "That's what I was thinking too." Chu Xingchen reached out and grabbed his shirt on one side. "But we need to cooperate, or I'll pull my hair out. Let's use force together." This move by Chu Xingchen was like hugging him. Ling Zhou stiffened even more. Just as Chu Xingchen was about to get up again, she moved, causing him to move once more. Ling Zhou was completely stiff, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. He didn't even know how he managed to sit up, and his burping hadn't stopped. "Ling Zhou, is it tangled badly?" Chu Xingchen used to call him Ling Xiaoqing, but just now, she called his name directly. "Wait a moment." Ling Zhou squeezed his hand hard, trying to ignore the burps and his pounding heart as he started to untangle himself. Chu Xingchen suddenly leaned close to Ling Zhou and sniffed. "What's this? It smells so good." Looking at the paper bag that was exposed, she couldn't help but reach out mischievously. "It feels like roasted chicken." When she opened it, it really was roasted chicken. Ling Zhou bought it on his way out. "It's still warm." Chu Xingchen's mouth watered. "Ling Zhou, eat it." Ling Zhou understood her meaning and directly responded. "Thank you, Ling Zhou. You're the best." Chu Xingchen flattered him quickly, tore off a piece of roasted chicken, and ate it happily, feeling satisfied. "Delicious." Ling Zhou snorted. He said he was the best, but why didn't she sew clothes for him? She only knew how to say nice words. He wanted to speed up, but worried about hurting him, so he couldn't do it right away. Instead, he kept hiccuping. Chu Xingchen couldn't ignore it. "Ling Zhou, are you okay?" "These hiccups." "I was startled by you." Ling Zhou gritted his teeth.
Chu Xingchen smiled.
"It wasn't on purpose. Your heart is beating so fast. Looks like I really scared you." Ling Zhou was surprised and squeezed his hand tightly.
"Ouch."
Chu Xingchen touched his hair. "That hurts." It hurt for a moment, but he finally relaxed. Seeing he was free, Ling Zhou wanted to leave, but Chu Xingchen handed him a roasted chicken. "Eat together. You should clean up your things too." She looked at the rope ladder. "It's pretty sturdy." Ling Zhou couldn't run away, so he had to pack up, but he wasn't in the mood to eat the chicken. Does hiccuping make the food taste bad? Chu Xingchen understood. "Let's go back and drink some water. 7 sips will make you feel better." Ling Zhou was forced to go back with Chu Xingchen. Under her watch, he drank 7 sips of water and finally stopped hiccuping. "I told you this works, right? Next time you hiccup, just use this method." Chu Xingchen tore off a chicken leg and handed it to Ling Zhou. "Ling Zhou, I want to ask you something." "Go ahead," Ling Zhou said without looking at her, afraid he might hiccup again. "Did your army ever catch spies or undercover agents before?" Chu Xingchen asked cautiously. "Yes, why?" Ling Zhou's face darkened. "Did you hear something?" Chu Xingchen was unsure how to say it. That night, to avenge Chen Ruoxue and overthrow the princess, they used a traitor planted in the northern border army to collude with the Beatty. They sent messages to Beatty, helping them understand patrols and constantly harass the northern border. Later, they even pretended to prepare for war, but in reality, Beatty was in cahoots with this traitor to confuse the army's deployment, pulling away the troops near Lifeng-Anqing and leaving the city isolated. In the story, they succeeded. The Empress ordered troops to support the northern border, which allowed the coup to succeed. After the coup, the traitor immediately betrayed them, using salt sent to Beatty to strike back at Beatty. However, the innocent civilians who suffered during this would never come back. Chu Xingqian didn't know if Tonight had started to act, but she knew she had to stop them from colluding, especially finding the traitor inside. The consequences would be serious if she didn't. But this was a problem to solve. "Just tell me if there's a traitor working secretly," she said when she didn't speak. Ling Zhou was anxious. "There's nothing hard to say. Leave this to my older brother. He can definitely find out."
Huh?
That's it? Chu Xingqian stared in surprise. Seeing her doubt, Ling Zhou was annoyed. "My brother is very capable. There are always spies and traitors in the army. He's caught many. Just tell him, and he'll handle it." "Oh, okay, Chu Xingqian said, feeling a bit happy. "You trust me that much?" Ling Zhou was confused. "Why not trust? You're the princess. Would I joke about something like this?" "No, I wouldn't."
Good.
"I'll write a letter to my brother later. If you want, you can tell me what to say, and I'll send it as a family letter."
Great.
With a big boss helping, I feel much easier. I really made the right choice to ask Ling Zhou, Chu Xingqian thought. After she left, Ling Zhou let out a deep breath. Finally, she's gone. Bao Jian saw Chu Xingqian coming and thought she would stay at Feiyu Palace, making the young general the first man. But Chu Xingqian left again. "Young general." Bao Jian looked at Ling Zhou, who didn't try to keep her, and looked relaxed. He sighed and muttered a few words. Then he saw Ling Zhou's face turn red. "Young general, what's wrong with your face? Do you have a fever?" Bao Jian asked. Before he finished, Ling Zhou looked at him in shock, as if someone had stepped on a sore spot. "You're the one being inappropriate, Bao Jian. Are you looking for trouble?" Bao Jian felt wronged. "Young general, I didn't mean to say you're. You know how I speak back home. I just care if you're feeling hot." Ling Zhou realized what was happening. He coughed, sat down awkwardly, and apologized. "From now on, be careful. Others might misunderstand." "Okay, I won't talk to His Highness anymore," Bao Jian said, though he couldn't distinguish his tongue sounds clearly. Chu Xingqian already knew. That night, Ling Zhou couldn't sleep well. He finally fell asleep but had a dream. He forgot what it was about, only remembered it was soft and fragrant. When he woke up, his legs felt cool. He covered his face, feeling ashamed to face anyone. After tidying up, Bao Jian reported, "Young general, His Highness is here."
What?
"Why is she here?" Ling Zhou wondered if she knew what he dreamed last night and was coming to get revenge. "I am here to deliver a message, as promised last night, without delay," Chu Xingqian said straightforwardly. Ling Zhou stiffened. The person he least wanted to see right now was Chu Xingqian. Seeing her made him uncomfortable. "Why did you come in person? It would have been fine if someone else delivered it." He kept his head down, too afraid to look at Chu Xingqian. He reached out to take the letter, but in doing so, he not only grabbed the letter but also accidentally caught Chu Xingqian's hand. Her hand was cool and soft, which surprised Ling Zhou for a moment. He quickly realized he had done something wrong. He felt terrible and apologized. "Sorry. I didn't mean to do that." As a man, he shouldn't be so reckless. He had grabbed Chu Xingqian's hand without thinking. Ling Zhou quickly pulled his hand back as if burned. His hand was free, but the feeling of her soft hand stayed with him. Her hand was small and gentle, unlike a man's rough, hard hand. He was afraid of hurting her if he squeezed too hard. No wonder they say girls need protection and shouldn't be hit easily. They are so delicate. Thinking about softness, Ling Zhou couldn't help but remember last night. His whole hand felt hot and itchy. He couldn't resist rubbing it on his clothes a couple of times, then quickly said, "I'll write to my brother right away," and turned to leave. Chu Xingqian saw him nervously rubbing his hand and said, My hand is clean, and it still smells nice. Just then, she noticed Ling Zhou frozen in place. She tilted her head and saw Shen Songju standing in the yard. Chu Xingqin's scalp suddenly went numb. Chu Xingqin had never encountered such a situation before. Usually, she met them separately, and she rarely ran into all of them at once. She hadn't done anything wrong, but under Shen Songju's gaze, she suddenly felt guilty and short of breath. She wondered if it was because he carried the aura and authority of a real husband. She had an odd feeling like she was caught flirting with her lover and discovered by her husband. Realizing what she was thinking, Chu Xingqin felt deeply ashamed and speechless. What a mess. She hadn't done anything with Ling Zhou, so why did she feel guilty? When she thought carefully, everything was legal. Besides, she wasn't truly married to either of them, so she didn't need to feel guilty. After mentally preparing herself, Chu Xingqin cleared her throat in the awkward silence. Why is Shen Songju here? Shen Songju's eyes flickered when he heard her voice. I came to see Ling Xiaoqing about something, but it's nothing important.
Sorry to bother you.
Please continue. He turned and left quickly, walking with unusual haste. Shen Songju, don't misunderstand. We didn't do anything, and there's nothing more to discuss, Chu Xingqin blurted out. Shen Songju paused but did not stop walking. Ling Zhou's voice also reached her ears, saying, he hasn't done anything serious. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess should go, and explain to Shen Sijuan. Chu Xingqin turned around and saw Ling Zhou walking away quickly, his back mysteriously carrying a stern and serious aura. Chu Xingqin looked in the direction of Ling Zhou, then at Shen Sijuan and fell silent. Who should she go after? It seemed wrong to chase either of them. Fine, she decided not to chase anyone and went to work. But during her lunch break, Chu Xingqin found an excuse to ask about Shen Songju and still went to Mingxian Hall. When she saw Shen Songju, he looked normal, as if nothing had changed, and she felt relieved. But soon, she sensed something different. Shen Songju seemed unchanged, but she felt a sense of distance. She had just started to feel close to him, but now it seemed like they were back to before. Realizing this, Chu Xingqin quickly took her leave. Wan Dong, in the future, avoid me seeing them at the same time. When you see me, just see one. She didn't want to face a complicated scene, even a fake one. She wasn't a sea king or an emperor, and she couldn't handle that kind of situation. After Chu Xingqin left Mingxian Hall, Shen Songju kept looking at the smiling inkstone. Baopu observed everything carefully and asked cautiously, Sijuan, when Her Highness the Crown Princess left just now, she seemed a bit upset.
Why?
Why were you so cold in front of her, but kept looking at the inkstone behind your back? Shen Songju withdrew his gaze. The Crown Princess's thoughts are not something you can guess. He had always known that her smile was not only for him, but seeing Chu Xingqin and Ling Zhou holding hands, with Ling Zhou showing that expression, this was the first time. In the afternoon, after Chu Xingqin returned to the Eastern Palace, she saw Chu Xinghai sitting upright on a chair, his back straight and serious face, but his little legs swinging and his small hands still wiggling. Big sister. Seeing Chu Xingqin, Chu Xinghai's eyes lit up, and he wanted to come down, but his short legs limited his movement. His attendants helped him. This time, Chu Xinghai had someone with him. Chu Xingqin glanced at him and said, Xinghai is here. Big sister, what if I drop it? Chu Xinghai stretched his little hand in front of Chu Xingqin. She looked and asked, why haven't you washed it off yet? It's been 3 days, and you haven't washed your hands? It can't be washed off. Big sister drew it. Chu Xinghai immediately hid his hand behind his back. His attendants hurriedly bowed and reported, saying Chu Xinghai didn't allow them to wash it. Can't bear to wash it off. Big sister drew it. I want to keep it forever. Chu Xingqin's heart softened. But if you don't wash your hands, you can't do anything, and dirty hands are not good. Do you want to be a little kitten? Seeing Chu Xinghai still looking reluctant, Chu Xingqin sighed. Sister can help you draw on other places. She remembered the eggs Chu Xinghai was holding earlier.
Drawing on the eggs is fine.
You can make bigger pictures and keep them for a longer time.
Eggs?
Chu Xinghai's attention was caught. You can draw on eggs? Of course, and you can draw many different things. Without needing Chu Xingchen to tell him, Wang Dong quickly found some eggs. Under Chu Xinghai's gaze, Chu Xingchen started drawing expressions on the eggs. Soon, simple but lively expressions appeared on the eggs, and Chu Xinghai cheered excitedly. Wow, sister is amazing. You can try drawing too, Chu Xingchen said, holding his hand and drawing one. The little guy was even happier and more excited. Chu Xingchen also tried drawing one herself. That's it. Xinghai is great.
Keep drawing.
Encouraged, Chu Xinghai continued. He was very talented and creative. In the end, he made 20 eggs, each with a different, very expressive face. Chu Xinghai's face turned red with excitement. He danced around, getting ink on his clothes and face, still looking forward to her stories. Sister, who are these today? He asked. Chu Xingchen comforted him. Let's stop here for today. Next time, we'll draw better pictures and tell stories, okay? Okay, he replied, a little disappointed but obedient. Next time, we can dress them up and add different colors, Chu Xingchen thought. She then asked Wang Dong to bring out 2 sets of drinking cups. We can put the eggs in them. Next time, we can make many more. Chu Xinghai looked forward to it. Sister, when is next time? Play with these first. How about the day after tomorrow? Chu Xingchen tidied his clothes. You're really becoming a little kitten. When it's cold, don't wash here. Go home and listen carefully to wash up properly, okay? Chu Xinghai showed resistance. I don't want to wash. It hurts. How can it hurt? Chu Xingchen laughed. You need to listen and wash your hands and bath regularly. Only then can you be a clean little kid and avoid getting sick. Do you want to take bitter medicine? No. Chu Xinghai shivered but finally nodded. Chu Xingchen watched Chu Xinghai leave, shook her head, and Wang Dong, standing nearby, was very happy and relieved. Your Highness, you will definitely be a good mother someday. Chu Xingchen. And my younger brother is different from his mother.
How could you even think of that?
Also, I don't know why they say bathing hurts. Chu Xingchen muttered, then suddenly stood up, thinking of something. Late winter, I'll go check if Xinghai is bathing properly. Xinghai lives in Changla Palace. The original owner rarely visited, but it wasn't unfamiliar. When the palace maid tried to report, Chu Xingchen, hearing Xinghai bathing, went straight over. As soon as she entered, Chu Xingchen felt something was wrong. She heard Xinghai making muffled, uncomfortable sounds, along with the breathing of a man. Little prince, hold on. It'll be over soon. The voice was strained from breathing, broken up. Today, the princess consort specifically told you to enjoy your bath. You're not allowed to say you don't want to wash anymore. I will make sure you're thoroughly cleaned everywhere, so you're spotless. The voice belonged to a palace maid who was with Xinghai today. But now, her tone carried a suppressed excitement, sounding strange. Chu Xingchen's face changed. She quickly stepped over the screen and rushed inside. She saw Xinghai in a small, specially made bath bucket, turned to the side, pressed close to the edge, biting a cloth in his mouth. His only hand was clutching tightly, trembling. Behind him, the palace maid was using a cloth to scrub Xinghai's back and arms. His skin was red from the scrubbing, but she kept applying force, not easing up. Little prince, today I will also carefully make sure you're clean. Chu Xingchen was furious. She stepped forward and kicked him. Trying to die? The maid didn't notice her and was caught off guard, falling to the ground. Her arm and ribs hurt from the kick. Who's that? Her words stopped abruptly when she saw Chu Xingchen. Panic flashed across her face, but she pretended to be innocent, as if she didn't know what she did wrong. Chu Xingchen picked up the cloth she dropped and wiped her hand to test it. She didn't use much strength, but even so, she felt a sharp pain, as if scraped by a steel wool pad. Her arm immediately turned red. Something's fishy. The cloth looked normal, but the maid was intentionally rough. She had used so much force just now, how painful it must have been. Chu Xingchen was furious. She kicked the kneeling maid again, hard. Big sister. Xinghai spat out the towel in his mouth and turned around blankly. His small body, red from the scrubbing, was trembling from the pain. Chu Xingchen grabbed a nearby towel, wrapped Chu Xinghai up, and looked coldly at the palace servant abusing the child. Wan Dong, interrogate him carefully. If he doesn't admit it, let him experience it firsthand. Yes, Your Highness. Before the servant could say anything, she pouted and was sent out. Chu Xinghai looked at Chu Xingchen with shining eyes.
Sister.
Xinghai, does it hurt?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know before. She just remembered Chu Xinghai flinching and resisting during his bath, feeling uneasy. She couldn't help but think of some child abuse news she had seen in modern times. Originally, Chu Xingchen thought it was the palace, and since Chu Xinghai was a prince, he probably wouldn't be abused. She just wanted to check for safety. To her surprise, she found something unusual. The palace servant had been taking care of Chu Xinghai. Because he was usually very attentive, the empress was quite trusting of him. He was like a nanny close to Chu Xinghai, but who knew he was tampering with the bath. He deliberately used a very painful scrubbing cloth to wash him, venting his dissatisfaction. Chu Xinghai was always scrubbed until his skin was red. Bathing was very painful for him, but since he didn't break the skin, there were no marks. His whole body was red only because of the hot water. Chu Xinghai resisted and was afraid of bathing. Everyone thought he simply didn't like it, not knowing he was being tortured. I thought baths were supposed to hurt like that. Hearing Chu Xinghai's muttering, Chu Xingchen became angrier. This kind of silent brainwashing and abuse was the worst. Children didn't understand, thinking that was just how it was. Baths shouldn't hurt. Even scrubbing shouldn't be that painful. If it hurts, it's abnormal. Why didn't you tell us before? You can tell me, or the empress. The nanny said I should listen. The empress is busy every day and you are busy too. I wanted to wait until my hands grew out and then find you. By then, you wouldn't dislike me anymore. Chu Xingchen felt guilty. The original owner wasn't really busy. She just ignored him. Your sister doesn't dislike you. And even if we're busy, we don't want you to be in pain. So from now on, if anything hurts, tell the empress or me, okay?
Okay.
Chu Xinghai realized that baths didn't have to hurt and tasted the feeling of being cared for by his sister.
He was happy.
That palace servant was really unlucky. He was carefully cared for with tools by Wan Dong, and not a single part of him was spared. Later, he confessed that there was no one behind him, but he deliberately tortured the young prince, feeling very satisfied and happy because he thought he could control and torment the prince. Feeling upset from being scolded outside, he vented his anger by giving Chu Xinghai a bath. When the empress heard about this, she was furious and ordered him to be executed by slow slicing. Chu Xingchen heard about it, but didn't say much. She didn't want to argue about whether it was a crime deserving death or too cruel, because she believed that those who abuse children don't deserve to be human. Because of this incident, the atmosphere in the palace became tense until Xiao Wang managed to get the bean sprouts to grow successfully. Chu Xingchen was very happy and sent some to the empress and Shun Songzhu, and each palace had a plate of crisp, tasty bean sprouts to enjoy. The success of the bean sprouts was a big achievement. Chu Xingchen and Xiao Wang discussed how to sell them well in Wu and Qi countries for a good price. Meanwhile, Prince Fan was imprisoned for 7 days, but finally gained his freedom. When he heard that Chen Ruoxue was frightened by a dead monkey and had nightmares every night, everyone believed that Chu Xingchen was the culprit. With old and new grudges combined, he and the men who secretly admired Chen Ruoxue united again to seek revenge. Many people believed that strength comes from numbers. They quickly found out that Feng and city's magistrate had been investigating the brothels and red chambers under Chu Xingchen's orders. Chu Xingchen's move was clever. She didn't follow the usual rules, leaving her defenses down, and indeed uncovered many suspicious people, including the top courtesans and popular figures in the red chambers. All those with problems were arrested, whether they were the leading courtesan or the most famous lady. Prince Fan and his allies, not understanding the full situation, thought they had found evidence against Chu Xingchen and saw it as a good chance to turn her into an enemy. Those who run brothels and red chambers in Feng'an City are not simple people. Chu Xingchen's actions hurt their interests and naturally, they were unhappy. Prince Fan thought it was a blessing from heaven and quickly took action. Overnight, rumors spread throughout Feng'an City. The crown princess Chu Xingchen finally stopped obsessing over Xie Ziqing, but she shifted her obsession to men from the red chambers. Now, the top men from the red chambers had been captured and brought to the palace. A noble princess, yet she was obsessed with beauty. She had 5 husbands and still wasn't satisfied. She became infatuated with men from the brothels, and in the future, she might ignore the people's welfare and forcibly take men from the common folk. Rumors spread, and Prince Fan and his allies were very pleased. They were about to stir up more trouble when a letter of thanks from the people of Nanshan County arrived at the court. Although it was called a thank you letter from the people, it was somewhat exaggerated, but the gratitude was genuine. The people of Nanshan are now building many Kong beds. Soon, every family will have one. It is said that the princess knew people were freezing and invented the Kong bed to help. She called it the princess's Kong or sometimes the royal Kong because she also used it. Since the Kong beds appeared, no one in Nanshan has died from the cold. Before the shadows returned, they even saw off the people and wrote a thank you letter on behalf of everyone. Chu Xingchen knew the people didn't write the letter on their own, but he was happy that no one had died and that the Kong beds worked. After court, Chu Xingchen met with some returning shadows in the East Palace. She had quickly sent the shadows to Nanshan to help build the Kong beds, and it was a very good decision. The shadows are skilled and fast. Most people would take 5 days, but they arrived in just over 2 days. Their speed saved many lives in Nanshan. Thank you for your hard work. I really appreciate it, Chu Xingchen said sincerely. She thought it was the right thing to do. The shadows dared not refuse. We're just doing our duty, they said. They followed orders to build the beds quickly and shared their skills openly. The shadows had a bad reputation at first. Some angry villagers even hit them, thinking they were destroying their newly built homes. Luckily, someone explained the situation. When the villagers saw how useful the Kong beds were, they finally understood that the shadows were helping. Later, more villagers learned how to build them, and the shadows taught many. As more people joined, they could build so many beds in a short time. The Ministry of Works took over, and the shadows returned home. Their journey was a special experience, from hated by many to appreciated by all. Seeing how hard they worked, Chu Xingchen asked, "Do you want any rewards?" She thought they deserved some bonuses and wanted to see if they had any wishes. But when she asked, the shadows looked confused. They hadn't thought about rewards. Never mind. I'll arrange something for you. I'll give you 3 days off to relax and shop. Tonight, the kitchen will prepare some good food for you to enjoy. All right, everyone, go now. Your rewards still stand. Take your time to think about what you want. When you decide, just tell me. I'll do my best to make it happen. Chu Xingchen told them to go down and rest first. The group quickly left, but halfway through, the young man at the back turned around and came back. "Your Highness, can I have a wife?" he asked. This was something Shadow had been desperately wanting to reward him for, and he finally remembered. He went to set up a bed, overhearing the men saying how nice it would be to have a wife, like it was the best thing ever. As he spoke, a few shadows suddenly came in, covering his mouth and forcing him to kneel. Zhou Bian, who never usually appeared voluntarily, also showed up silently, kneeling to apologize. Shadows shouldn't make such requests, nor should they have such hopes. People like them, with their background, Zhou Bian was already very special. Chu Xingchen was a bit choked by their reactions and words. Cough. Let him go. It's okay. I'm the one who asked you to make requests, but... He felt a little embarrassed. I really can't fulfill this request because I can't decide a girl's fate. But when the time is right, and I think you're ready to be a good husband and father, I'll introduce you to a girl. If she likes you too, then you can get married. Actually, Chu Xingchen did want to reward him, but he wouldn't do it. What's your name? Chu Xingchen asked. Tian Lu, Shadow replied. His name was more like a code, as he was from the Tian generation of Shadow's Heaven, Earth, and Yellow. Tianlu, I'll remember that. After the shadows left, Chu Xingqian stayed with Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan, do you want a wife? I think Tianlu is pretty good, and he even wants a wife. You could learn from him and think about it, he said. Can you eat a wife? Zhou Baiyan frowned. She wasn't even his wife, one was enough, and another one would be too much. Without hesitation, Zhou Baiyan shook his head and floated away. Meanwhile, Chu Xingqian was rewarding the shadows. News about Nanshan County's universal heating system had already spread in Feng'an City, along with the news of the Empress's bed. The Ministry of Works was quite efficient. While spreading the news, they also announced it. The people in Feng'an City could now make their own beds to stay warm in winter. People who wanted to learn how to make beds or masters who could teach could come for free. The Empress's bed was practical and affordable. If families worked hard, everyone could make one. Everyone was originally listening to stories about the Empress's romantic adventures, but now they all forgot about that and focused on the new bed. After visiting the Empress's bed, every household was tempted. This year, we must make a bed. We can't miss out on such a good thing. Besides the Empress's bedchamber, everyone can also learn to grow some vegetables in winter, either for their own use or to sell. It's said that these vegetables were also thought of by the Empress, who wanted our common people to be able to eat green vegetables in winter. Previously, I always heard that the Empress was not good in this or that, but now I see she is actually kind. In just 3 days, Chu Xingqian's reputation visibly changed. The rumors spread by Prince Fan and others to tarnish her had no effect at all. She's just a woman. What's wrong if she likes a few men?
Exactly.
And if the Empress really likes common men, isn't that a good thing? Many families were happy to send their men into the palace to serve the Empress, especially after the Empress's bedchamber incident. In the common folk, there is also a tradition of having multiple husbands, so why not just enter the palace and become one of the Empress's men? People started to wonder if there would be a selection process among the common people, and if so, what requirements the chosen men would need to meet. Rumor spreaders were even asked about the Empress's preferences, and some men from the Red Mansion were so captivated that they eagerly waited for the Empress to visit, hoping to have a chance to be close to her. The Red Mansion, which was quite aware of the situation, introduced a few men believed to be favored by the Empress, and they quickly became popular. The news reached Duxian County in Nanshan County. Those who already liked Chu Xingqian went to the county office to ask when the selection would start. The officials there had to be cautious and probe carefully. Chu Xingqian, the person involved, was the last to hear about it. She listened with a bitter smile. What selection? I won't participate. Wang Dong, go clarify this quickly. The 5 officials in the palace were already enough trouble. Another selection would be too much. The clarification in the palace disappointed many people. They were disappointed, but Chu Xingqian was quite happy. After being impeached and told she wasn't suitable as the Empress, and after her earnest advice was ignored, finally someone praised her properly. Chu Xingqian clenched her fist. Good, from now on, she just needed to work seriously. Xin Shoufu and the others would surely support her in her work. Look, Xin Shoufu even showed a kind smile for the first time in the court. Chu Xingqian was feeling happy when suddenly a minister stepped forward. He first praised her a few words, saying it was the luck of Great Chu to have her, then suddenly shifted the tone to talk about inheritance and succession. Chu Xingqian listened carefully and felt something was wrong. Her premonition of trouble was confirmed. The Empress is already 18 years old, yet she remains childless. I believe that for the sake of the country and the people, the Empress should give birth to an heir as soon as possible. Chu Xingqian. Don't think that just because you speak politely, I don't know you're urging me to have children, using the country and the nation as an excuse. That's a good and powerful reason, but it can't hide the fact that you're pushing me to have children. Chu Xingqian was completely stunned. Just earlier, she was happy to focus on her work. The officials must have been pleased that she now had a career and would support her. But now, they only want her to have children. This doesn't seem right, big brother. Chu Xingqian secretly glanced at the Empress and saw her gentle expression, seeming to agree. She looked at Minister Shun and the others, who showed no opposition. Minister Xiao even nodded repeatedly. I also agree. Seeing Chu Xingchen's gaze, Minister Xiao directly added this and gave her an encouraging look. Chu Xingchen was overwhelmed. What's going on? I performed well, and yet they still urge me to have children? I showed my talent, so why does it always come back to having children? Chu Xingchen experienced a strange scene in the court about urging childbirth. She was in a daze the whole time, feeling like she had returned to modern times. Whatever was said, it all related to urging marriage or childbirth. It was endless. When the court session ended, Chu Xingchen was the first to leave. Minister Xiao looked at her back and whispered to the nearby officials, stroking his beard, "She must be shy." Seeing Shen Shoufu, Minister Xiao hurriedly greeted him politely. Compared to before, there was a faint pride in his eyes, his first feeling of having beaten Shen Shoufu. Shen Shoufu always acted as if he had everything under control, but today he wasn't afraid because the crown princess liked Xiao Wang from his family. They had openly admitted it, haha. Minister Xiao seems happy today, Shen Shoufu said calmly, watching Xiao Wang's uncontrollable smile. Is the Prime Minister not happy? Minister Xiao thought to himself. You just pretend. Who doesn't want grandchildren with royal blood? Today's urging to have children was a mutual understanding. Recently, the crown princess had performed well. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang's families noticed that she hadn't repeated her past favoritism towards Xie Ziqing. They saw hope. But Chu Xingchen only saw despair. She had previously said she understood the happiness of the emperor, but now she felt she was worse off. The emperor was happy, and he didn't need to have children. She still had to do it herself. Why not just let men have children? It all seems so matriarchal now. Although it goes against biology and feels strange, not having children is actually quite good. Chu Xingchen and Wan Dong complain, Shen Shoufu and others disappointed me. I used to think they would support me to be a good daughter of the family. What do they really think? Wan Dong says, Your Highness, Shen Sijuan Xiao Shaoqing is in the Eastern Palace. If you have children, they will have grandchildren. Even maids hope you have children. Chu Xingchen realizes she was careless. Wan Dong excitedly asks, Your Highness, are you flipping the cards tonight? No matter who you choose, they will be very happy. The current situation in the Eastern Palace is clear. Everyone can see that whoever Chu Xingchen's child is with might become the emperor's consort. Who wouldn't want that? They're happy, but I'm not. Wan Dong, why are you defending them? Chu Xingchen points to herself. I'm only 18. I'm still a child. How can I be pressured to have children? That's too crazy. She just became an adult. Wan Dong's disdain and helplessness almost show in her eyes. She has never seen someone who is 18 and still calls herself a child. Chu Xingchen looks at her silently, and Wan Dong quickly lowers her head, trying to explain, Your Highness, many people are mothers at 18 with 1 or 2 children, sometimes 3 or 4. She closes her eyes and honestly says, Maids think the adults are right. You're not young anymore. Chu Xingchen. Modern people hearing this would really want to hit someone. Being considered old at 18 is too unreasonable. Seeing Chu Xingchen clench her fist, Wan Dong hurriedly explains, Your Highness, I don't really think you're old. You're young. But because women are rare, they tend to marry and have children early. In Fomin City, girls start at 15. In places like my hometown, they marry at 12 or 13. Chu Xingchen frowns. 12 or 13 is too young. Their bodies haven't fully developed. Who says not? That's just how it is where we are. Girls wait until they grow up. Once they have their first period, they think they can have children. When they come to the palace, they realize that girls are better at having children when they're a bit older. Actually, many people know that having children too young is bad, but they can't wait. They want to have descendants early, so they start earlier if they can. Chu Xingchen feels uneasy inside. This world is male-dominated, but because women are rare, there isn't severe gender discrimination. Still, its disadvantages cannot be ignored. Women are precious, but their role in childbirth is greatly exaggerated. Male dominance ideas are still deeply rooted, and men expect women to keep having children as if a woman's only purpose is to give birth. Even as the eldest daughter, She was raised to believe that having many children is a blessing and that more children are better. People say girls are precious, but look at what they actually do. Chu Xingchen's tone was sarcastic. Wandong honestly said, "But Your Highness, overall, it's better than before. So, you see, you can wait until you're 18 to have children." Chu Xingchen glanced at Wandong helplessly. In this situation, her best chance was to get pregnant. Her image improved once she was pregnant, and then everything would seem easier. Nothing would be a problem anymore. But that was only superficial. If she really got pregnant, her value might change completely. She could be seen only as a carrier of royal blood, and she might be replaced again. If she had a child to inherit the throne, she might even feel indifferent if she died. The Empress probably considered this, so she didn't push her to get pregnant in the past 2 years. She hoped Chu Xingchen could stand on her own first, develop her abilities before having children. Having power and connections made everything more stable. It was best to wait until everything was secure, just like the Empress did. The Empress did the same, creating good conditions for her and laying a solid foundation. She couldn't let that go to waste. Wandong, no matter what they say, I won't get pregnant in the next 2 years. Chu Xingchen made her decision without hesitation. Her previous considerations were one thing, but she also came from the modern world, where she was taught that women should be independent. She wouldn't become a mere tool for childbirth. It's not that having children is bad. It's good, especially for the eldest daughter, when there's a real royal inheritance. But she would only do it if the circumstances were right, and she truly wanted to. The ministers believed that having children was the most important thing, and they could handle political affairs. But she insisted on doing both, building her career first, and then thinking about children. Seeing Wandong look worried, Chu Xingchen casually made an excuse. I'm also afraid of pain. Giving birth is very painful and risky. It was an excuse, but also the truth. Modern medicine is very advanced and accidents can happen. Here, safety was even less guaranteed. She is naturally afraid of pain and more sensitive to it than others. When she truly empathizes, she remembers the experience of giving birth, the torment, and the pain. She doesn't want to try it now. It's too scary. Fear of marriage and pain make her want to never marry or have children in modern times. Although she can't do that now, it requires a lot of courage. Also, choosing who to have children with is a problem. She has 5 husbands, but none of them are truly married to her. To be honest, she still believes children should be born from people who truly love each other. Listening to her reasons, Wandong begins to agree with Chu Xingchen's words that she is still a child. She says in a childish way, Your Highness, there are doctors. Giving birth is painful, but it will be fine after. Doctors can't reduce my pain, Chu Xingchen replies seriously. Wandong, I made this decision after careful thought. You will understand someday. Right after Chu Xingchen finished speaking, she was surrounded by the wives' tokens of respect as soon as she returned to the Eastern Palace. As a wife, it's normal for them to pay respects to her. So, she accepted their gestures. The next day, Chu Xingchen met them at the Eastern Palace. Since she is the eldest daughter, it's normal for women to pay respects to her. She was surrounded by these mother-in-laws and sisters-in-law. Chu Xingchen was trembling inside. It was her first time facing so many mother-in-laws. She might be the first person in history to experience this. Luckily, her status as a daughter-in-law was special, so no one dared to make things difficult for her. Maybe they were afraid she would make their son unhappy. Everyone was very polite. Chu Xingchen couldn't help but laugh and cry. She felt like she had become a son-in-law. Seeing the worries in their eyes, she could only think of promises made by modern sons-in-law and parents-in-law. She tried to say things to reassure them. Madam, please rest assured. I will get along well with Shen Sijun. I will be honest, trusting, tolerant, and understanding with him. No matter what happens, I will consider his perspective and understand his difficulties. I will never lose my temper easily. I used to be naive and cause those problems, but I won't do that anymore. Shen Sanju's mother finally smiled happily after hearing her words, feeling satisfied. Ling Zhou's mother has passed away. It was his sister-in-law from Feng'an City who came, and she was very worried about Ling Zhou, who was still young and grew up in the military camp and had upset Chu Xingchen. Older sister-in-law, don't worry. I will get along well with young Master Ling, and definitely won't argue or fight. Based on Ling Zhou's age and personality, Chu Xingchen offered a promise about how siblings should treat each other. Hearing her call him older sister-in-law and say such things, Ling Zhou's wife finally felt a bit more at ease. Xiao Wang's situation is a bit special. Although her mother became a side consort, only the main wife has the right to enter the palace. The main wife is very different from Shun Songzhi's mother. She immediately implied something about Xiao Wang, but Chu Xingchen skillfully interrupted her. Madam, don't worry. Since Xiao Wang has entered the palace, she is part of my family. No matter her personality, I will understand, support, and accept her. I will not ignore her because of politics or small matters. She is very important to me. No one should try to cause trouble for her or look down on her. Anyone who troubles her is troubling me, and I will not forgive that. Chu Xingchen finished with a loud slap on the table, startling the main wife so much she almost jumped up. Since hearing from Shun Songzhu about Chu Xingchen's good treatment of Xiao Wang, the main wife has been worried and restless, fearing Xiao Wang's favor might turn against her. She didn't want Xiao Wang to be spoiled. This time, she was reluctant to enter the palace and even tried to cause trouble, hoping Chu Xingchen wouldn't like Xiao Wang. But she didn't expect Chu Xingchen to respond with such understanding, support, and especially the threatening words that followed, almost making her grind her teeth. Your Highness the Crown Princess is right. Who dares trouble young Master Xiao? I don't think anyone would dare. Chu Xingchen looked at the main wife with a meaningful expression. Seeing her face full of defeat, she sneered inwardly. She had previously arranged for Xiao Wang to marry in, and now she was trying to sow discord, clearly not wanting Xiao Wang to do well. That was just too cruel. Xiao Wang is the CEO of the Eastern Palace and vital to the palace. She can't be bullied easily. She must let her know her strength. Chu Xingchen was confidently showing off her dominance, speaking as a powerful boss, making the main wife angry. She didn't notice a glimpse of clothing at the door. Xiao Wang was busy managing palace affairs. When these ladies came, he naturally had to attend to them. Originally, he was here for something else, but unexpectedly, he overheard this conversation. Earlier, Xinxing told him that Chu Xingchen said she loved him outside, but he didn't believe it. Now, unexpectedly, he heard these words himself. It turned out those words were true. The crown princess really said such things. Xiao Wang lowered his head, his eyes dark and unclear. Is he really so important? At the Xiao residence, he was always seen as transparent and unwelcome. As he grew older, he gained some attention and admiration, but only because of his looks. People only cared about his appearance and nothing more important. The phrase something important has never been related to him. Would Chu Xingchen think he is important? He wanted to joke about it, but recalling Chu Xingchen's proud yet serious tone earlier and the way she looked at him and spoke before, he thought maybe she was serious. She had once mocked him so much, but now she was defending him in front of her biological mother. This was the first time anyone had done that for him. Xiao Wang's lips twitched, feeling everything was absurd and funny. His mind was chaotic, and he quietly left without disturbing them. Chu Xingchen saw off the pale-faced, anxious-looking legitimate lady and heaved a sigh of relief. There's no need to meet her anymore, right? There's also Madame Xie. Oh, Madame Xie Ziqing, no, she won't meet him. He's just a servant candidate. What right does he have? Besides, the Xie family looks down on women who are just for managing the household. Why meet? 3 people are enough for now. After she finished meeting with them, she planned to send everyone to their respective halls so their families could reunite. Let them chat a bit longer. Have dinner first, then go back. Except for the Xiao family. They've come all this way to see their son and younger brother, so they shouldn't go back hungry. No meal should be missed. Wan Dong chuckled. Yes, I will pass the message well. The prince's protectiveness made her both amused and warm-hearted. 5 husbands, Xie Ziqing ignored one. and the remaining 4 saw 3, with only one not seen, the one named Zhou Bian, who has no family. But that's okay. She can be his family in the future. Tonight is the family gathering, so she said, Zhou Bian, let's eat together tonight. What do you like to eat? I will ask the kitchen to prepare it. I need to nourish myself today. He was overwhelmed and exhausted from dealing with his mother-in-law, but luckily, it was over now. Chu Xingchen's part was finished, and the other halls began. Shun Songju saw her mother. When they met, Madame Shun's eyes turned red. You've been wronged. Mother. Shun Songju sighed helplessly. I'm not wronged. Madame Shun knew she shouldn't say such things, quickly adjusting her expression and mood.
I've been worried about you.
Fortunately, the eldest daughter's lady has changed a lot recently. Today, I saw her and got her promises. I finally feel at ease. Lady Shin sat upright, her face serious. Songju, your father asked me to tell you that now that you've entered the palace and the eldest daughter has changed, you should let go of past thoughts and focus on what you need to do. Songju's eyes paused, then he replied, yes. Our Shin family always acts honestly. If there's something to fight for, we should fight for it. Don't hold back. Lady Shin took a box from the maid behind her and handed it to Songju. This is carefully prepared for you by our family. Songju, you are smart and quick to learn. Don't let us down. You must study hard from now on. Her words carried meaning. Songju opened the box and saw what looked like 2 books. Just as he reached out to look, Lady Shin quickly stopped him.
Not yet.
Wait until I return. Seeing that Songju was left to serve only by Baopu, she leaned in and whispered quickly, Son, you need to make us proud. You don't know, but your father came home yesterday, angry and glaring. He said Minister Xiao was too arrogant, acting as if Minister Xiao was about to become the father of the eldest daughter's first child, as if he had already won over our Shin family. Your father couldn't swallow this. He ate 2 more bowls of rice to fill himself up. He didn't sleep much last night. He's very competitive. Don't let him lose face. Songju was silent. He hesitated and finally spoke, Mother, about this. I understand. I know Minister Xiao is very handsome, but you're not bad either. I see the eldest daughter is quite pleased with you, so you should believe in yourself. Hearing this, Songju paused. Since that day, the eldest daughter still came to see him, just as they had agreed. She would share political matters with him and ask for his opinion, talking about her ideas. He relaxed, feeling his heartbeat grow stronger, as if he was stepping onto a different path in official life. This made him very excited. Over the past few days, he had thought a lot. Seeing his mother's encouraging gaze, he finally nodded. I understand, Mother. Although he might not have promised exactly the same thing as his mother, this was what he truly pursued. Lady Shin finally felt relieved after hearing Songju. She was worried he might become stubborn. It's good that you think like this. I just hope you and the eldest daughter have a child soon. As long as you have a child, regardless of gender, I will be happy. Faced with her mother's eager expectations, Songju could only respond vaguely. Although Chu Xingchen specifically said he could speak more and even allowed him to return after a meal, time passed too quickly. They couldn't afford to be ungrateful, so they quickly took their leave and left the palace. Shin Songju was sent to the gate of Mingxian Hall. Only after the figures disappeared did he, under Baopu's persuasion, decide to leave. Side Lord, you should quickly see what the lady brought you, Baopu said, diverting Shin Songju's attention. In the box, there were only 2 books, a health preservation manual and a recipe. Shun Songju found them a bit strange, so he set them aside and picked up the second one. As soon as he opened it, he snapped it shut with a loud sound, his neck turning slightly red. Cough. Baopu hurriedly asked, What's wrong, Side Lord? Nothing, you can go out first. Baopu found it strange, but didn't dare to ask more. He scratched his head and left. Shun Songju sat calmly for a moment, then reopened the book. However, he didn't read for long before closing it again, because it was a small yellow book with pictures. After a while, he opened the other book, but as he looked, he found something strange. The key words in the book caught his attention. enhancing a man's fertility. Shun Songju never expected to receive such a book in his lifetime, and he blushed with embarrassment. At the Hall of the Brilliant Phoenix, Xiao Wangjian saw the legitimate lady. She was so angry she was about to faint. She no longer wanted to speak to Xiao Wangjian. She imagined that after Xiao Wangjian entered the palace, he would be disliked and die alone in the palace in misery. But it hadn't been long since then, and he had turned his luck around, even making the infatuated daughter of the family change her mind. Seeing Xiao Wangjian's stunning appearance, she grew angrier and angrier, feeling her heart ache with rage. "This is what your father asked me to give you, a letter and 2 books. There's nothing else. I'll take my leave now." Afraid of doing something irrational or saying something inappropriate, the legitimate lady left after less than 3 minutes, acting like a courier for the father and son. Xiao Wangjian didn't stop her. The first time he saw his stepmother's terrible expression, he actually wanted to laugh. Jiyan and Xinqing, who followed Xiao Wangjian into the palace, felt proud.
She has her today.
She used to be so arrogant and domineering. "Yes, Xiaoqing, you should see what the senior sent you." Xiao Shongshu was actually quite kind to Xiao Wangjian, otherwise, he wouldn't have grown up safely. But Xiao Wangjian never dared to hold too much hope for him. He first opened the letter, which was written in simple language, and he could see several haha expressions, showing how happy he was. Then he carefully reminded himself of the main message. "Son, the princess and the second daughter both like you. Don't be shy. Only you can be the first man for the princess." His words implied that he wanted the princess's children, either a grandson or a granddaughter, to carry the Xiao family's bloodline. He was crazy about the idea, dreaming about it constantly. Finally, Minister Xiao proudly said, "I knew the princess would like him. So many girls like you. I made the right choice by sending you into the palace." Xiao Wang. If it had been before, Xiao Minister's words would have been ignored. But just now, he heard Chu Xingchen say those words herself. Does Chu Xingchen really like him? With doubt, Xiao Wang slowly opened the 2 books he received, looked at them carefully, then suddenly closed them with a snap. Jinyan was just bringing him tea when he accidentally saw something and stared wide-eyed. "Xiao Qing, you want to?" "The princess." His gaze involuntarily shifted down to Xiao Wang's waist. Jinyan's name was called for a reason. Sometimes his mouth just couldn't stay quiet. When he saw the book, he couldn't help but say things he shouldn't, and his eyes wandered to places he shouldn't look. Xiao Wang reflexively closed his legs at Jinyan's words and actions. When he realized what was happening, he felt his face flush hot. You're talking nonsense." "About what?" He frowned and said, "Get out. I'll punish you with a month's salary." Jinyan left with a bitter face. Xiao Wang felt uncomfortable all over. He hadn't expected Chu Xingchen to be involved, and hearing Jinyan's words made him think of her uncontrollably. Thinking about what he saw earlier, he felt even hotter. Despite his maturity, Xiao Wang and Shin Songju were only 19 or 20, full of youthful energy. They couldn't handle such stimulation. Xiao Wang stiffened, closed his eyes, and nervously hid the books, feeling annoyed with Minister Xiao. "Be careful, take a bath." At the same time, Mingxian Hall was also bathing, adding some cool water. Although Xiao Wang and Shun Songju reacted strongly, the books were quite common. Many men who married multiple wives, especially those with several husbands, kept such books as part of their dowry, like secret treasures of the bride. Because it was quite common, it was allowed to be brought in through the palace inspection. However, even though it was common, it still made Shin Songju and Xiao Wang feel awkward. They couldn't calmly look at a book about palace affairs, especially one about how to make women happy and comfortable. The world has changed. Women are fewer and men are more. These days, the focus is on this. You shouldn't just think about yourself. If you do, others will surpass you. When that happens, will you still be able to serve? As competition intensifies, many new books have appeared. Many are rough, but some are refined. The ones given to Shin Songju and Xiao Wang are definitely refined. Another book mainly talks about healthcare tips and recipes that can help men have children. There's no choice. There's only one wife. If you can't make her pregnant and have a son, you'll be looked down on as incapable, like a rooster that can't lay eggs. In short, if you want her own children, you need to improve your skills, both physically and technically. It's similar to modern advice. Don't smoke or drink before pregnancy, keep a regular routine, and improve quality. Shen Songju and Xiaowang were very tempted to burn the books but finally held back, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Baopu and Jian Xingxing each received tasks. In the future, what the master eats will be carefully chosen. They also need to rest well. Additionally, they were subtly told to dress up their masters nicely. All this was completely unfamiliar to Ling Zhou, who hadn't received any books. Although the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother figure, she wasn't actually a mother. Giving such books to her little brother-in-law was inappropriate. So, he didn't know anything and couldn't guess that the two older brothers next door had secretly improved their skills and happily sent their sister-in-law away. The three of them met with their family members and, following the rules, thanked Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen said it was nothing. Xiao Wang and Shen Songju had arrived one after the other. She wanted to ask if their visits went well, but both Shen Songju and Xiao Wang ran faster than each other, looking uncomfortable and not even raising their heads to look at her. Ling Zhou also ran quickly, leaving behind a string of sparrows. Thank you for letting my sister-in-law come to see me. Roasted sparrows are also very tasty. He likes sparrows, and he kindly gave her a few. Chu Xingchen looked at the string of sparrows, amused and a bit helpless. Thank you, Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou still acted awkwardly, just like before, always saying thanks with difficulty. Winter evening, have the kitchen tidy up. Later, we'll roast sparrows to eat. Thinking about Shen Songju and Xiao Wang's strange behavior, Chu Xingchen asked, is there something going on? There probably isn't anything wrong. If the servant girl guessed correctly, it was a book given to them by the Shen and Xiao families, making them feel a bit embarrassed when they saw His Highness. What kind of book? Do you know? All books coming in and out of the palace are carefully checked, so I know. Late Winter calmly and simply explained the contents of 2 books. Chu Xingchen coughed and spat out, what? There are such books? Of course there are. The palace staff even trained palace maids to serve properly. Because it's also for His Highness's good, they sent those books. When the time comes, His Highness can enjoy them. Do you want to see? Chu Xingchen was choked again. Late Winter, encouraging her to look at inappropriate books, and once Late Winter mentioned it, Chu Xingchen really became curious. She shook her head quickly, dismissing the idea. She didn't want to argue with this fierce person and simply looked blank, saying, I didn't expect the Shen and Xiao families to do such things. That's normal. They also want their family bloodline to be part of the next emperor of Great Chu. Chu Xingchen calmed herself down. They really worked hard in the former palace. If the child isn't theirs, won't they be very disappointed? Of course. When His Highness has children and they test who the father is, they will be the most nervous. Chu Xingchen sighed. It's still early. Late Winter, does the palace have a test stone? Can I see it? Yes, Your Highness. Please wait a moment. Talking about the test stone, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but think that people really have endless potential. When pushed to a certain limit, they can create miracles, like this world's paternity testing technique. After the one-wife multiple-husband system appeared because there were too many husbands and it was hard to tell whose son was whose, many problems arose. To find out if the child was truly theirs, people finally pushed the limits and developed a matriarchal DNA testing method. Your Highness, this is the test stone. Just drop blood from 2 people on each end, and it can tell if they're related. If they are, the stone will absorb the blood and turn pink. If not, it remains unchanged. Chu Xingchen was amazed. She didn't understand how this test stone worked or what ingredients it contained, but it was said to be very accurate, with very few errors. She found it fascinating, but when she thought of the childbearing pill, she felt it was acceptable. The pill had already been destroyed by now. She still didn't know what it was made of, but it was clearly very effective. Every world has its magical places, and the childbirth pill and the testing stone fall into this category. Chu Xingqian returned the stone to Wan Dong and said, "Put it away." She was curious about the testing stone, but her action was misunderstood. Wan Dong took the testing stone and left, immediately attracting many warm glances. Everyone was waiting for Chu Xingqian's decision, hoping to find out who would be the First Lady's first man. The peace in the Eastern Palace was broken by the arrival of officials from the previous court and several noble ladies, making the atmosphere tense and full of hidden currents. That night was destined to be sleepless. Few people slept well. Shun Songzhu and others didn't say much, but their unusual behavior was noticed by their attendants, who secretly discussed it. Bao Pu and Shozhua considered, should we suggest to the side prince to send some poems to the prince? In the Feiyu Palace, Jin Xiang and Bao Jian wondered if they should give their master some pearl powder for whitening. The young general's hands were calloused from holding weapons for years. The young general probably wouldn't like that. He'd say, "What does a man need with that? Better to give something practical." So, what should we send to the prince? In Jinghong Palace, Jingyan and Shinxing also discussed, should we send some nourishing soup to the prince? Shinxing opposed. That's for men. Why not send some to Shaoqing instead? Jingyan said, we should show some gesture, right? Maybe a small pouch? Shinxing replied, who embroidered that pouch? Shaoqing can't sew. Jingyan, don't think you can use the old tricks from the back palace. The contest for favor in the Eastern Palace officially began. The attendants, close to the prince, spoke carefully. They didn't directly say they were competing for favor, but hinted that they could send gifts, using various excuses. Previously, the First Lady had sent gifts to them, so they should return the favor. Thanks to their efforts, the next day, the return gifts arrived at Chu Xingqian's place. Shun Songzhu naturally didn't listen to Bao Pu and others and sent a set of calligraphy brushes instead of poems. Xiao Wang, on the other hand, sent some painting pigments, remembering Chu Xingqian mentioning that Chu Xinhai wanted to paint on eggs. Their gifts were elegant. When they arrived in Lingzhou, the style changed dramatically. Hearing about the return gift, they thought of Chu Xingqian's expression when eating roasted chicken and sent a roasted chicken as a gift, which was very down-to-earth. Chu Xingqian was pleasantly surprised to receive the gift, and the people in each hall also received news one after another. Because there is no emperor husband, there is no need to pay respects. Shun Songzhu and the other two haven't met, but everyone has heard the news. The people below are starting to show different opinions. Everyone hopes their own master will be chosen first. The people in the Eastern Palace are waiting, as are those from the previous dynasty. Under the emperor's rule, Fengmen City is very politically sensitive and well-informed. Within a few days, rumors began to spread. People are always interested in royal affairs because the customs of Great Chu are open. Privately, they speculate about who the first man of the crown princess is and who she might have her first child with. This is a very important question. Unfortunately, after much discussion, no conclusion is reached. Then, the gambling houses saw a business opportunity and secretly started betting on who would be the final winner. At first, the bets were small, but soon the betting grew larger. Although they claimed it was secret, more and more people joined in. Instead of asking if someone had eaten, they asked, "Who did you bet on?" As the scope widened and more people got involved, factions began to form. It's easy to guess. Now, in the Eastern Palace, there is only one consort, so it must be our Shun consort. Young noble families who are friendly with Shun Songzhu support him. Those who admire him are on his side. The crown princess is pursuing CSE. She has been choosing a servant for 2 years, so she still has a chance. Even among Xie Ziqing's supporters, there are some, though not many. Since he doesn't follow the proper marriage rules and has been demoted to a servant, those supporting him are either stubborn or truly believe the crown princess loves him. Among them, the most supporting Xiao Wang is Xiao Wang. Before entering the palace, Xiao Wang was famous as a handsome man in Fengmen City. Many liked him, but he previously wanted to pursue a career in officialdom, so once he entered the palace, he naturally gained admiration. Yes, the crown princess publicly admitted her love for Xinji. It must be him. Chu Xingqian's words have already spread. Like the Xiao family, new rising families support Xiao Wang. Some, even from lesser branches, also support Xiao Wang, thinking he is fighting for their honor. Suddenly, the number of supporters for Xiao Wang increased several times. The generals received news a bit late. When they went to check, they found that the military representatives from Lingzhou had few supporters. The people of Feng'an City hadn't heard much about Lingzhou's movements. They thought he grew up in the northern frontier and might have tanned too much, so the crown princess might not like him. The generals were dissatisfied. What's wrong with being tanned? That's a real man. Our young general from the north border is a legend among the Beide. He's not comparable to you young men from Feng'an City. The crown princess will definitely like him. The generals supported Lingzhou because they hoped the next heir would be a descendant of a military family. Others shared similar ideas, feeling that children from certain factions would naturally support one side. Initially, there was a secret bet that everyone started discussing openly. Behind the scenes, the family was pressuring her constantly, and they even argued about it. Because the noise was so loud, the empress heard about it. She didn't interfere with Chu Xingchen, but she was waiting for Chu Xingchen's decision. Earlier, she thought she would soon have grandchildren, but Chu Xingchen had shown no signs. Hearing about the betting outside, the empress finally decided to ask her. Xingchen, what do you think? I see you've been getting along well with them lately. Are you still missing Xieziqing? Chu Xingchen didn't expect the empress to ask about this. No, I don't miss him. Then why don't you let someone serve you? Before you turned 16, I was worried about your health and didn't allow it. Now you're grown up. I understand, Chu Xingchen said awkwardly. Mother, I just feel I don't know them well enough. I want to get to know them better. The empress chuckled. How much more familiar do you need to be? Once you start serving, you'll get used to it. She looked at Chu Xingchen thoughtfully. Or, do you just not like them? No, they are all very good, Chu Xingchen quickly denied. None of them had any flaws, whether in appearance or character. Anyone would be a good boyfriend, but as a husband, she was hesitant. Then why? The empress suddenly frowned. Xingchen, are you hiding something from me? Maybe about your health. The empress began to suspect there might be a health issue. Chu Xingchen felt helpless and strongly denied it, but the empress still called the imperial doctor to examine her. After confirming Chu Xingchen was healthy, the empress felt relieved and then turned to ask about her mental state. Chu Xingchen. This really was her weakness. Mother, please give me some time. I don't think the timing is right now. After leaving the empress, Chu Xingchen stood outside, quietly looking at the gloomy sky for a while. Wandong quickly noticed her mood wasn't good. Your Highness, what's wrong? Nothing, I just remembered some things. Wandong, are your parents happy together? Wandong replied, my maid's father isn't very favored. Chu Xingchen chuckled, realizing she had asked the wrong person. Wandong looked at her face. Your Highness, is His Majesty also urging you to find someone soon? Yes, she replied, but she was afraid of marriage and didn't dare to become a real wife to anyone. I can't bring anyone to serve them. No matter who I choose, I feel guilty and afraid. Wandong couldn't understand, but she still responsibly offered advice. Your Highness, maybe you should let all 4 of them serve you together, or even all 5. Zhu Xingchen. Winter, are you crazy? Chu Xingchen exclaimed in shock. Winter insists she is not crazy. Your Highness, I am not crazy. It's normal. Although some ladies might gossip behind my back, but some wives are just like that. Winter, that's enough. Chu Xingchen exhales. Please don't say that anymore. I have a good heart, but I can't be so easily shocked. Chu Xingchen's fear of marriage is something Winter wouldn't understand, nor could she explain it. Chu Xingchen's fear of marriage has reasons. Her original family was very unhappy. Her mother became hysterical after her father's infidelity and later jumped off the roof in front of her. Since then, she couldn't look directly at her father. Just seeing him would remind her of her mother's brain matter spilling out, which made her feel so suffocated she had trouble breathing. When her father remarried, she gradually cut off contact with him. Later, her best friend married and had children, but conflicts with her in-laws caused her to develop depression. She changed from a cheerful, smiling girl into a gloomy person. She watched her friend slowly lose her vitality and fragrance, helpless to help her. Eventually, her friend divorced, received treatment, and slowly recovered, but the pain remained in her heart, and she could never go back to the way things were. Later, one of her colleagues was caught in a same marriage scam and was murdered after being discovered. That colleague was petty and not close to her, but suddenly died, murdered, sending chills down her spine. Chu Xingchen also had relationships, but she quickly found out her partner was violent. After being hit once and fighting back twice as hard, they broke up. Since then, she developed a fear of marriage. Too many bad things happened around her. News about infidelity and wife murder cases kept appearing, making her feel unsafe. She became more and more afraid of marriage, unsure what monsters or demons she might encounter. Although she knew many marriages were just ordinary days without many surprises, unfortunately, all the people she met had bad endings. So she became scared. In her story, she was also portrayed as a princess murdered by her husband. Her fear of marriage only grew stronger. Even in the modern world, one husband made her so afraid. 5 would be overwhelming. As the nominal wife of Shen Songzhu and others, she could get along peacefully with them. But if they truly became a married couple, it wouldn't work. Modern monogamy already has many problems, let alone the current situation with multiple husbands. She fears that marriage will change her and them beyond recognition. Chu Xingchen's words became a prophecy. Later, they indeed changed completely, but in a way she never expected. The once good men turned into green tea and white lotus types because of marriage, and they also became clingy and overly cautious. Compared to now, they really are unrecognizable. Without the ability to foresee, Chu Xingchen let out a breath. By the way, Wandong, Empress Mother said there's a betting game outside because of me. Go find out what kind of betting game it is. Wandong quickly returned. After hearing about the betting game outside, Chu Xingchen couldn't help but burst out laughing. Can they really pressure others?
How dare they?
The people of Feng'an City are so brave, even betting on the crown princess. Yes, Wandong blinked. Your Highness, do you want Shadow to handle it? Chu Xingchen shook her head hard. No need. How would they handle it? But they're bored too, right? That kind of betting game probably doesn't have many participants, Chu Xingchen hoped. No, almost everyone in Feng'an City knows about it, and many families have already joined. Now, because the bets are so uneven, there are even signs of fighting among them, Wandong explained in detail. Chu Xingchen said, I've enjoyed being a star for a moment, with people caring about everything. But then, Wandong, you didn't mention Zhou Baiyan just now. Chu Xingchen looked up at the roof and lowered her voice. Did no one bet on Zhou Baiyan? He's my husband. Why isn't anyone betting on him? Wandong also lowered his voice. Few people in the city have heard of young Master Zhou, so no one bets on him. Actually, Shadow's reputation isn't very good, and Zhou Baiyan's presence is weak. The crown princess didn't seem to have any special feelings for him, so no one spoke up for him. But, Your Highness, some people have bet on him. It's mostly supported by Shadow. They are mysterious and few in number, so no one pays much attention. Wandong, though well-informed, didn't know one thing. Shadow is very sensitive and aware of many palace affairs. They know about the books sent by the Shun and Xiao families, and they're considering whether to buy some to send to Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan doesn't have a maternal family like the Shun or Xiao families. Shadow is like his family, so they're thinking of sending him books. Zhou Baiyan is unaware of all this. Chu Xingchen and Wandong, speaking quietly, he heard clearly but didn't feel anything special, just a tickle in his nose. At that moment, he heard Chu Xingchen mutter, Zhou Baiyan is pretty good. Why isn't anyone betting on him? Chu Xingchen's eyes suddenly lit up. Wandong, why don't we bet on him? We could make a big profit. At this moment, if she didn't take the chance, when would she? She was truly a small genius at making money. Wandong squinted her eyes and asked, So, Your Highness, are you planning to flip Zhou Gongzi's card? She needed to confirm. If yes, she would bet. Chu Xingchen froze for a second, feeling excited and proud like a tide receding. No, she forgot she couldn't flip cards anymore.
I'm Joaquin Van Dunk.
Don't bet anymore. It's useless. This round of betting was pointless, with no result. Anyway, no one dared to say anything in front of her, so Chu Xingchen decided to pretend to be dead. But she didn't succeed in pretending. The next day, she received news that the annual White Horse Temple prayer ceremony was about to begin. The Empress would attend, so she should prepare as well. Your Highness, who will you take with you to the ceremony? Chu Xingchen was confused. Take who? Yes, like Shen Sijuan and the others. Who would you like to bring along? Is it necessary to bring someone? It's not really necessary, but since they live in the palace, attending the ceremony is a rare chance for them to leave the palace. Everyone is happy to go, and they can personally offer the copied scriptures at the Buddha's altar, which is a sign of favor. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen started to think. Finally, she waved her hand. Then, except for Xie Ziqing, everyone else can go. There's no limit on the number, right? That's right. Then everyone go. She couldn't favor some over others. Anyway, Zhou Wenyun would definitely follow her, so the other three could go together. Although the ceremony wasn't as lively as a temple fair, it wasn't much different. Many people in Fomin City naturally went, and clever vendors had already set up stalls. The Empress went out, accompanied by many officials and their families. It was an important gathering. That day, more people gathered around to watch. They wanted to see which member of the Eastern Palace the Empress brought along, as it related to the betting game. They were very eager, but when they saw, they were stunned. Chu Xingchen's move caught everyone off guard. She thought she was doing well until she arrived at White Horse Temple. When she walked with Shun Songzhu and the others in front of everyone, she realized she was risking her life. Earlier, Chu Xingchen had told Wan Dong that she wanted to meet with them separately, or she would feel uneasy. But when making the decision, she overlooked this. When Shun Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou walked together, it was a beautiful sight, like gathering all the world's beauty, each with their own style, standing out in the crowd like a scene from a TV drama, drawing everyone's attention. The women at the scene were all watching her closely, their eyes shining with interest. They also wanted to have 3 such men. Life would be perfect with them. Thinking this, everyone's gaze fell on Chu Xingchen in the middle, filled with envy and a little jealousy. These women are so lucky. These looks made Chu Xingchen feel uncomfortable, but she was still the center of attention. Everyone's eyes focused on her. Even the queen looked at her and nodded secretly. Chu Xingchen felt pressured walking with the 3 men, but she didn't realize she was also a kind of attraction. Standing with them, she looked very fitting. She matched well with anyone, whether it was Shun Songzhu on her right or Xiao Wanghe and Ling Zhou on her left. They all looked good together, especially with the betting game happening. Everyone's eyes were even hotter. They seemed eager to see something. Under such gazes, Chu Xingchen, no matter how strong her mental state, felt overwhelmed. She felt like a star surrounded by paparazzi, with every glance and move being endlessly analyzed. For a moment, she could only avoid eye contact. After the ceremony, under the intense gaze, Chu Xingchen stood up quickly to leave. But she moved too fast and her leg went numb, causing her to stumble. Xiao Wanghe caught her quickly, holding her arm. Be careful. Shun Songzhu on her right quickly retracted his hand when he reached out. After she stood up, Chu Xingchen realized her right leg was more numb, but remembering Shun Songzhu's previous attitude, she didn't dare to bother him. She steadied herself with Xiao Wanghe's help and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Wanghe looked at her condition, hesitated, and didn't pull back his hand. After a few difficult steps, she regained some strength, and Xiao Wanghe finally let go. This didn't take long, but as soon as Chu Xingchen looked up, she saw many passionate gazes, reminding her of modern-day fan groups. Besides some fans, there were also some disapproving looks from young noblemen and military officials, as if she was a bad person. So, was the earlier little incident overinterpreted? Chu Xingchen felt a chill. If they were unhappy, she couldn't go back to Pulshan Songzhu and Ling Zhou again, not wanting to be watched further. She decided to leave quickly. She signaled to Wandong and turned to walk away, but after just a few steps, she had to brake suddenly because her shoe had come off. Her heel had already been loose earlier when she got up, but she didn't have time to fix it. Now, running caused it to fall off completely. In front of everyone, her shoe fell off unexpectedly. Chu Xingchen quickly stopped and looked back, seeing her shoe lying at Shen Songju's feet. The lotus silk embroidered shoes were decorated with a pearl, making them look like art in modern times. But right now, they were just an ordinary pair of embroidered shoes. The feeling of social embarrassment was intense. Just as she was about to pick herself up, Chu Xingchen felt a shake and hurriedly reached out to help her. "Your Highness, be careful. Help me pick it up." "Never mind, I can do it myself." Chu Xingchen ignored everything and tried to go by herself, but Shen Songju paused for a moment, then bent down and picked up the shoes. Xiaowang had just taken half a step away when Ling Zhou's step suddenly stopped. Shen Songju held the long embroidery shoes and crouched in front of Chu Xingchen, placing the shoes on the ground. After waiting a moment and seeing that Chu Xingchen didn't move, Shen Songju looked up at her. Noticing the nearby glances, he directly took Chu Xingchen's foot and helped her put on the shoes. Shen Songju's hands were warm. Chu Xingchen's feet, cold from the ritual, felt his warmth even through her socks. Shen Songju stood up, but Chu Xingchen still hadn't reacted. She hadn't expected Shen Songju to not only help her pick up the shoes but also personally help her put them on. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, like the pearl on her shoes. "Thank you." "No need. Be careful when walking," Shen Songju said softly, but his sharp gaze swept around, making those who hadn't looked away quickly avert their eyes. Women usually cherish their feet. A girl's feet, except for her husband, shouldn't be shown to others. Although it wasn't as strict as before, where being seen could ruin her reputation, girls still didn't easily show their feet. Chu Xingchen didn't notice the gazes and lowered her head to look at her embroidered shoes. She softly said thanks again and hurried away. At this moment, she was truly socially dead. If she didn't run now, when would she? Shen Songju watched her back and unconsciously clenched his fists. Her socks were different from theirs, tight-fitting, so the shape of her feet was visible. Her small feet looked even more delicate in his palm. Chu Xingchen's quick retreating figure made him think of the big-eared little bunny on her foot. He was momentarily distracted, then turned to see Xiao Wang's deep black eyes. When he looked over, Xiao Wang quickly looked away. Ling Zhou didn't look at Shen Songju. His face showed some dissatisfaction, thinking Chu Xingchen was like a child, so easily losing her shoes. Silence spread among the three. Ling Zhou wanted to speak but held back after seeing their expressions. The three soon parted ways. Shen Songju took a few steps, but then he heard an anxious call of "Miss," and turned his head. He only saw the hurried figure of a woman in a moon-white dress, leaving quickly, followed by her maid. He felt that the figure in the back looked familiar, but his steps did not stop. As he walked away, he faintly heard a low conversation mentioning Miss Luo. Shen Songju paused briefly before continuing forward. Throughout the journey, there were always people around until he reached the back courtyard of Bai Ma Temple. Only after walking a bit further did he find himself alone. Late winter, I am so embarrassing. Only when no one was around did Chu Xingchen finally vent her feelings. She sat on a stone, looked down at her shoes and socks, and unconsciously clutched her clothes tightly. Late winter, do my feet smell bad? Do you think these socks look strange? Shen Songju found the socks unusual. Chu Xingchen had specially asked someone to make them. She was used to modern socks, and not used to the traditional ones here. They felt inconvenient and empty. There are many talented people in the palace. As soon as she mentioned it, someone made them. They looked very much like modern socks and even had cute embroidered rabbits on them. Chu Xingchen had just received them and couldn't wait to wear them, but she ended up embarrassing herself. They don't smell bad. His Highness's clothes smell nice, and the socks. They look quite cute. Really? Chu Xingchen hurried to confirm. Really, Late Winter looked at her face. Your face is very red, Your Highness. She looked a bit worried. Chu Xingchen was stunned for a moment, then fanned herself and mumbled, I walked too quickly just now, so I'm a little hot. Chu Xingchen stood up, took a deep breath, and looked into the distance, changing the subject. What's that?
It's red.
That looks like mountain red berries. I didn't expect there to be any at this time. Mountain red?
Let's go see.
Chu Xingchen went over and realized they were hawthorn berries. Seeing the red hawthorn on the tree, she immediately thought of candied hawthorn sticks, and her mouth started watering. Seeing how high the tree was, Chu Xingchen decisively called out, "Zhou Bian, are you there?" Zhou Bian appeared from behind a nearby tree. Chu Xingchen's eyes lit up. "Zhou Bian, help me pick some. Once we make candied hawthorn sticks, we can eat them together." Zhou Bian didn't say much. He leapt up into the tree. Chu Xingchen thought for a moment. "Zhou Bian, you're going to drop them somewhere. Just toss them to me and I'll catch them." She pulled up her skirt to prepare, and seeing her excited expression, late winter didn't stop her. Zhou Bian looked down from the tree, watching her bright smile and eager eyes. He picked a few and threw them down. His aim was very good, and he controlled his strength well, so he wouldn't hit Chu Xingchen. She watched the hawthorn berries fall one by one, feeling very happy. "Zhou Bian, you're so amazing. You're incredible." While they were talking, suddenly a sound came from behind. Turning around, they saw a little girl. The girl was secretly watching them. When she saw them turn, she immediately turned and ran away. She wore 2 small pouches, dressed in a round, cute, and festive outfit. Based on her clothes, she seemed to be here with her parents. Thinking that her parents might worry if she ran out like this, she took a few steps and then fell. "Careful." Chu Xingchen took a few steps forward. Wan Dong quickly said, "Your Highness, I can go." Wan Dong hurried over to help the girl. Chu Xingchen also took a few steps back. Did she get hurt? Before Chu Xingchen could respond, Wan Dong suddenly collapsed to the ground. Chu Xingchen was caught off guard. The girl then suddenly turned around, stood up, and raised her hand to shoot an arrow at Chu Xingchen. At this moment, Chu Xingchen finally saw the girl's face clearly. It was not a child's face but an adult's face. An adult face on a child's body. This was not a child. She was a dwarf. Chu Xingchen saw a quick flash of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "So, I was fooled. Is the princess really so kind?" As she spoke, her actions continued. The sleeve launcher on her wrist fired, and the arrow aimed straight at Chu Xingchen's heart. The attack was too sudden. Chu Xingchen saw it coming, but had no time to dodge. Just when she thought she would be hit, a gust of wind sounded behind her. A figure moving so fast it was almost a blur rushed forward and blocked the arrow at the last moment.
It was Zhou Bian.
Zhou Bian embraced Chu Xingchen, trying to help her dodge, but he was too late. The sharp, short arrow pierced his hand instantly. Chu Xingchen's hawthorn fruit and his blood fell to the ground together. She looked down at Zhou Bian's wounded hand, her heart tightening sharply. She didn't have time to think about where Zhou Bian's hand was or to speak. Zhou Bian let go of her and leapt forward. He knocked away the second arrow flying toward him and then threw a dart, hitting the red-clad dwarf's throat, killing her instantly. The woman seemed to be in shock, still smiling, blood pouring from her mouth as she fell to the ground. It was the first time Chu Xingchen saw such a tense scene, but she felt relieved. Just as she was about to speak, someone suddenly attacked from behind silently, grabbing her and choking her at the same time. A mantis catching a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Zhou Bian turned around but was too late. A man wearing a silver mask was hiding behind Chu Xingchen, tightening his grip on her wrist. He softly said, "Please, princess, come with me." He leaned close to Chu Xingchen's ear while speaking, his breath brushing against her skin. He chuckled softly, "Don't worry. As long as your shadow doesn't act recklessly, I won't kill you. But you have to obey me and not shout. Otherwise, I will break your neck." He spoke confidently because Chu Xingchen's fragile neck was easily breakable for him. Chu Xingchen felt his breath and looked at Zhou Bian for help. Zhou Bian's eyes flashed with anger. Just as he was about to move, his body suddenly swayed. He sensed something was wrong. quickly drew the small arrow from his hand and deliberately irritated his wound. Blood flowed freely, and the pain kept him somewhat alert. "Don't come closer. If you do, I will kill her. No one else should be notified." The man didn't expect Zhou Baiyan to be so ruthless. After taking Chu Xingqian hostage, he stepped back 2 steps and hid himself more securely behind her. He suddenly tightened his grip on Chu Xingqian's throat, making her gasp for air. Zhou Baiyan looked at her face turning red from lack of oxygen. His hidden dagger in his sleeve was ready to strike to save her. But he couldn't find the right moment. His vision blurred, and he felt darkness creeping in. The silent dagger stabbed into his thigh, and he tried to stay conscious through the pain. But it didn't work. His wound bled heavily, and Zhou Baiyan collapsed to the ground. The man loosened his grip on Chu Xingqian's hand, then covered her mouth instead. Chu Xingqian's face changed dramatically. She was completely panicked. Just moments ago, she wasn't afraid because Zhou Baiyan was there. Seeing her frightened and worried expression, the man let out a sigh of relief and chuckled. "Now you're scared, huh?" Looked at him. "He's poisoned. I know he's with you. To fight the shadow, I made a special poison. They are resistant, so I had to increase the dose several times. Killing a few cows with it is enough." Zhou Baiyan's resistance to poison was stronger than he thought. He was actually more nervous than anyone else, but luckily, he finally collapsed. As he finished speaking, a masked man silently appeared and dragged Zhou Baiyan away. Chu Xingqian's eyes were anxious. She looked around, hoping someone would notice the abnormality. The queen was out, and the White Horse Temple should be heavily guarded from all sides. "Stop looking. No one is coming to save you. Do you think I didn't prepare anything?" The man controlling Chu Xingqian's hand gradually changed his grip. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I only want the princess
to spend a night with me."
After saying this, his hand moved to her waist and suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace. "I've always heard the princess is stunning and charming. Today, I see it's true." His hand was like a venomous snake, making Chu Xingqian's skin crawl and feel sick. Chu Xingqian held back her fear and struggled, knowing she couldn't resist now. The more she fought, the more scared she became, which would only encourage the man. The man saw she was obedient and let out a strange laugh. "Those people bet on who would be the princesses first. I don't want to bet. I want to be the first myself. I've been worried I wouldn't get a chance, but it turns out it was easy. Heaven is helping me." He chuckled strangely. "Don't worry, if fate allows, we will meet again. I will also take responsibility for you." Earlier, his accent sounded normal, but now, with his emotional excitement, it became a little strange. He sniffed her deeply and said, "You smell really good, Your Highness. Don't be nervous. As long as you listen to me, I will be gentle with you." Chu Xingqian tried her best to stay calm and analyze the situation, but her thoughts were disrupted. She shook her head and made a vague sound. "Your Highness wants to speak. When we are farther away, you can shout as much as you want." He smiled ambiguously, hinting at something, and his breathing grew heavier. He said to move away, but his hands moved uncontrollably. Chu Xingqian's eyes sharpened. This was her chance. She pulled out her hidden dagger with difficulty and stabbed backward with all her strength. All her patience was for this one attack. Chu Xingqian knew she only had one chance. Success was the only option. Failure would mean disaster. She fought with all her might, and luck was on her side. She hit him. He let out a muffled groan, finally releasing her and pushing her hard, causing her to fall heavily to the ground. Chu Xingqian's whole body hurt, but she quickly got up, holding the blood-stained dagger she had just drawn. She stared fiercely at the man. The man wore a mask, tall and young-looking. He looked down at his wounded abdomen and glared at Chu Xingqian with murderous intent. "You dare to die." He took a big step forward, already intent on killing. Chu Xingqian shouted for help, knowing she was no match for him. Suddenly, she heard water splashing and a short, sharp scream from nearby. Hearing the scream, the man paused and looked over sharply. Chu Xingqian stepped back 2 steps, clutching her dagger tightly. I've applied medicine on my dagger. If you don't want to die, don't come closer. The scream just now was probably your people. Zhou Baiyan must have woken up. He's one of the top experts in the Great Chu. When he comes, even your 9 lives won't be enough for him. Who are you trying to scare? The man spoke, but quickly let out a sharp whistle. When he saw no response, his face changed slightly. His subordinate did not reply, which might mean Zhou Baiyan was truly awake. Looking at Chu Xingchen holding a knife with a fierce expression, as if he was ready to sacrifice himself, and perhaps due to a strange feeling, Chu Xingchen sensed his body growing weaker. He saw blood still flowing from his abdomen and knew he needed urgent treatment. The man glared fiercely at Chu Xingchen, weighed his options, and made a decision. I will remember this. Lady Tai, remember this too. I will always find you, and I will make you willingly come to me. After making this harsh promise, he covered his wound and turned to run away. Seeing him finally escape, Chu Xingchen let out a deep breath, shouted for help, and hurried to check on Wan Dong. Although Wan Dong showed no signs of movement, her breathing was steady, as if she was only stunned. Chu Xingchen called her twice, but received no response. He looked toward the direction where Zhou Baiyan was dragged away. Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingchen called out again, but there was still no reply. His face changed at the sound of running water he had heard earlier. It seemed someone was coming. He put Wan Dong down and went to investigate. Behind the small hill near the hawthorn tree, there was a pond. It wasn't very big, but its depth was unclear. Zhou Baiyan! Zhou Baiyan! Chu Xingchen shouted, finding footprints by the pond. He looked carefully and saw something red beneath the water, like blood spreading out. Thinking of Zhou Baiyan's pale face, Chu Xingchen called out twice more, but still no one responded. Without hesitation, he took off his cloak and thickest clothes, ignoring warming up, and jumped in with a shiver. The water was freezing cold, so cold it made him doubt his life, almost drowning him. Chu Xingchen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and followed the blood trail downward. He first saw a subordinate wearing a mask, with his neck cut open. Those were the blood flowing from him. The wound looked like it was made by Zhou Baiyan. He looked further down and soon found Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan was with his hands and feet, a large stone tied to his ankle. The subordinate had thrown him into the lake. Given Zhou Baiyan's condition, he had no way out and was likely dead. His body was being destroyed to hide the evidence. Unexpectedly, Zhou Baiyan suddenly regained consciousness. Though his limbs were bound, he managed to use a hidden dagger in his sleeve to kill the subordinate in the last moment. Zhou Baiyan's shadowy body was full of weapons, but since he had killed someone and his hands were tied behind his back, he couldn't produce anything to cut the ropes. Plus, his body was poisoned, and he ultimately couldn't surface. He vaguely heard Chu Xingchen's voice and was about to fall into darkness again when he suddenly heard a splash as someone entered the water. Then he saw Chu Xingchen. His eyes were filled with disbelief. How could His Highness have jumped down? From her appearance, she didn't seem pushed. Zhou Baiyan immediately became anxious. As the eldest daughter, how could she dare to jump? Chu Xingchen quickly swam over to him. Water made it hard to speak. She looked at him and hurriedly cut the rope under his feet. Zhou Baiyan wanted Chu Xingchen to get up quickly, but when he opened his mouth, he only swallowed water. After cutting the lower rope, Chu Xingchen noticed Zhou Baiyan's condition was very bad, as if he had fainted. Thinking about how long Zhou Baiyan had been underwater, Chu Xingchen became anxious. She didn't care about anything else and grabbed his arm, leaning close to his lips to give him breath. Zhou Baiyan opened his eyes and saw Chu Xingchen's face so close, and the softness of her lips stunned him. His Highness. She kissed him. She kissed him. Nothing could usually move the shadow, but this time, Zhou Baiyan was affected. Seeing that he had opened his eyes, Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went back to cut the ropes binding his hands. Finally cutting the ropes, she was exhausted from being underwater so long. She pulled Zhou Baiyan, but he was a bit hard to move. The water was icy cold. Chu Xingchen almost thought she would die in the pool. Zhou Baiyan, who had been still earlier, suddenly seemed to regain strength after his hands were freed. Before Chu Xingchen fainted, he grabbed her hand and quickly pulled her out of the water.
Phew.
Chu Xingchen gasped heavily and shivered suddenly. Zhou Baiyan pulled her to the shore, wrapped her in her torn clothes and cloak, then picked her up and ran forward. They met some guards on the way. When the guards heard Chu Xingchen shout, they rushed over and saw Wandong. Realizing the eldest daughter might be in trouble, they almost panicked. Luckily, Zhou Baiyan quickly carried Chu Xingchen back. Listening to their chatter, Zhou Baiyan felt Chu Xingchen trembling in his arms. For the first time, his usually calm, cold eyes flickered. He moved faster. And shadow figure approached. Zhou Baiyan gave only 2 commands: prepare hot water, find the imperial doctor. Zhou Baiyan, I'm fine, Chu Xingchen said in his arms. For the first time, she clearly felt Zhou Baiyan's emotions. Seeing his anxious, soaked appearance, she hurried to comfort him. But her teeth were chattering uncontrollably, and her voice trembled because it was so cold, she felt it deep in her bones. Chu Xingchen's face was pale, lips blue. That last fall into the water almost took her life, and this time, she might not survive at all. Why her? In the past, only shadows risked everything to save their masters. No master ever risked for a shadow. A mere shadow. Why would she take such a risk to save her? Zhou Baiyan looked down and glanced at her. His eyes were as dark as ink, with a deep, mysterious look that Chu Xingchen had never seen before. Chu Xingchen was suddenly carried away in this way, which naturally drew attention. But Zhou Baiyan ignored it and simply carried her back to her temporary residence, placing her directly into the hot water she had prepared. After soaking in the hot water, Chu Xingchen finally calmed down a bit. She looked at Zhou Baiyan, who was also wet, and said, Zhou Baiyan, you should also soak in hot water and see a doctor. He had been poisoned. Is your hand okay? Chu Xingchen checked Zhou Baiyan's hand. The bleeding had stopped after soaking, but the wound was more visible now, with flesh and skin peeled back, looking quite frightening. Chu Xingchen gasped in shock. Quick, find a doctor. Zhou Baiyan didn't look at his wound.
I'm fine.
It's the crown prince who's hurt. You shouldn't have risked jumping into the water. That was the most he had said. Chu Xingchen glanced at him. I did it to save you. No matter who I was saving, it's the same. Your Highness shouldn't put yourself in danger. A shadow's life isn't worth risking yours.
Chu Xingchen Flawen.
What nonsense are you talking about? Your life and mine are the same. Your Highness. Zhou Baiyan interrupted her for the first time. You shouldn't say such things. The lives of shadows can't compare to those of the princess. The lives of thousands of shadows are even less important. Chu Xingchen looked into Zhou Baiyan's eyes, realizing that perhaps her words might not be good for him. She nodded. I understand. I won't take risks anymore. Zhou Baiyan sighed in relief and was about to leave. He took a few steps but suddenly turned back, his hoarse voice speaking again. Your Highness, why? Did you just kiss me? He looked up as he asked, directly meeting Chu Xingchen's gaze. Caught off guard, Chu Xingchen choked on her breath. That wasn't a kiss. I was just giving you energy. You couldn't breathe underwater, or you'd die. It's just energy transfer, not a kiss. Don't say nonsense. Artificial resuscitation or anything like that isn't a kiss. Anyone else, like Wandong, I would save just the same. Do you understand? Zhou Baiyan looked at her and then turned to leave. He really left. Chu Xingchen looked at his back, feeling stuck and unable to move forward or backward. Zhou Baiyan was poisoned to save her and had fallen into danger. She promised to protect him and keep him safe for life, and naturally, she didn't want him to die or get hurt. She thought she was just saving someone and didn't think much about it. But Zhou Baiyan suddenly asked why she kissed him, making her touch her lips in surprise. Is kissing really different from passing energy?
Who blows air when they kiss?
What do you mean by kiss? Winter Dong's voice suddenly sounded. She had been awakened by a needle and felt guilty seeing Chu Xingchen soaked in water, so she ran over quickly. Your Highness, are you okay? I'm fine. Are you okay? Are you safe too? I'm fine. I was so scared. It's all my fault for not paying attention and letting your highness get into danger. This has nothing to do with you. They are just too mean, Chu Xingchen replied, pretending to be a child to deceive them. Your highness, what do you mean by kiss just now? Winter Dong asked calmly. Chu Xingchen hesitated. It's nothing. You heard wrong. She touched her head. My head is so cold. I need a wash. After she recovered, she was wrapped in a quilt, and soup was given to her. The imperial doctor was already waiting. The doctor said some cold air had entered her body. She should take medicine to dispel the cold. If she didn't have a high fever, it wasn't a big problem. Chu Xingchen then understood why the guards had suddenly relaxed. Someone had set fire near the queen's resting chamber to distract attention. It was probably done intentionally by that man. What's going on? The queen was very frightened when she heard about Chu Xingchen's attack. She came to visit herself. Seeing that Chu Xingchen was fine, she finally relaxed. Chu Xingchen told her everything, except for the part about passing energy. The queen's face darkened. We've already sent people to catch him. Once he's caught, you'll deal with him. Good. When I catch him, I'll just ruin him, Chu Xingchen said, extending a hand from the quilt and making a scissors gesture with her fingers. She hated people who forced women, calling them animals. Thinking about her own close call, she gritted her teeth without mercy. Shen Songzhu, Xiao Wang, and Ling Zhou, who came to visit Chu Xingchen, saw her scissors gesture and suddenly felt cold underneath. They heard about Chu Xingchen's accident and rushed over immediately. When they arrived, they just happened to overhear her talking to the queen about what happened. The house prepared by the White Horse Temple is not as good as the palace. They heard everything from outside. At first, they saw a fierce look in each other's eyes. Unexpectedly, they also heard Chu Xingchen's bold words and saw him make a scissors gesture. The three of them stood at the door, pausing for a moment. When Chu Xingchen saw them, he quickly pulled back his blanket, his face turning bright red. He closed his eyes and silently prayed they hadn't heard anything. But in the next second, his fantasy was shattered. Who dares to touch you? I will go and catch them right now. Ling Zhou's face was full of anger. After speaking, he turned to leave, but then looked back at the Empress. Seeing his anger, the Empress knew he cared about Chu Xingchen and felt comforted. I have already sent people to catch them. You don't need to go personally to avoid harm. I'm not afraid of getting hurt, Ling Zhou thought to himself. He had fought many battles. He just wanted to go and catch the person. Meanwhile, Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang, after greeting the Empress, looked at Chu Xingchen and almost spoke together, almost in unison. Are you hurt anywhere, Your Highness? Are you okay, Your Highness? Ling Zhou was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, yes, Your Highness. Are you hurt anywhere? Chu Xingchen quickly glanced at the three of them. Seeing their concern in their eyes, he slightly shook his head. No, I'm fine. Shen Songzhu and the others looked at Chu Xingchen and were slightly surprised. Usually, their interactions with Chu Xingchen were quite proper. They had never seen this side of him before. He was wrapped in a blanket, only his head showing. His face was red, and he looked very obedient, very different from usual. It made people want to reach out and pat his head. Seeing this, Ling Zhou felt uncomfortable and asked worriedly, Are you really okay? I'm really fine, Chu Xingchen nodded again. Her voice was a little soft, which made Ling Zhou frown and mutter, Your voice is so soft, yet you say you're fine. Chu Xingchen bit her lip and glared at Ling Zhou. My voice is not that soft. She instinctively grabbed the blanket, but in doing so, she couldn't help but let out a sharp sound. Everyone heard her cry out. The Empress and others were about to ask, but Ling Zhou reacted quickly. He stepped forward and pulled back Chu Xingchen's blanket. Where are you hurt? Chu Xingchen instinctively crossed her arms. Ling Zhou, are you crazy? How could he just lift her blanket like that? Seeing her action, Ling Zhou quickly closed his eyes. I didn't see anything. Ling Zhou saw nothing at all, and even if he had seen something, he wouldn't have noticed. Because Chu Xingchen was still dressed, and her reaction just now was purely reflex. Chu Xingchen only realized later and dared not look at Shen Songzhu or Xiao Wang. Ling Zhou, if you lift my blanket again, I'll seriously hit you. Although she knew Ling Zhou cared about her, his impulsive act of pulling back the blanket wasn't right. She was dressed properly today. What if her clothes got messed up? You were the one who said you were hurt first and threatened to hit me. Even if you hit me 10 times, you wouldn't succeed. Ling Zhou tentatively peeked and saw her dressed, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. But then he noticed her injuries. Chu Xingchen had scrapes and bruises on her hands, body, and legs. Her skin was fair, and the wounds on her elbows and wrists were very noticeable. Ling Zhou's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of them. His expression changed slightly. How did you get hurt so badly? Are there other injuries? He looked her over as if he wanted to check her himself. Chu Xingchen quickly shook her head. There are no serious wounds. Even though she said that, Chu Xingchen was already feeling quite painful. She had been too worried earlier to notice, but now that she was reminded, the pain felt even worse. Have you had a doctor look at it? You can't ignore injuries, otherwise they might cause lasting problems, Ling Zhou said, still worried. He was about to check her himself when Chu Xingchen kicked him lightly with her foot. I told you I'm fine. She didn't kick hard, just a gentle tap, no different from a tickle. But Ling Zhou was still a little annoyed.
I'm just worried about you, he said.
His eyes widened as he wanted to explain how untreated injuries could cause future problems and pain, but then he noticed Chu Xingchen's foot. Because she had just washed up and was wrapped in a blanket, she hadn't had time to put on socks. She usually liked to go barefoot because she found it most comfortable. Ling Zhou's gaze lingered on her foot, and a strange thought crossed his mind. Why is Chu Xingchen's foot so small? More importantly, why does her foot look so pretty? Her toes were like smooth, round pearls, neatly arranged from big to small, with pink nails that looked delicate and adorable. Shen Songzhu and Xiao Wang, being close by, also saw everything clearly. Shen Songzhu's gaze paused for a moment, deep and calm. Seeing Ling Zhou and Xiao Wang staring so intently, she cleared her throat and stepped forward. She picked up the blanket that Chu Xingchen had tried to pull back but hadn't succeeded in grabbing, and draped it over her. Chu Xingchen had been trying to pull the blanket back just now, her attention fixed on it. Dully, she sensed their gazes and quickly pulled her feet back inside. Once again wrapped in the blanket, Chu Xingchen tightly held it and looked up at Shen Songzhu. Thank you. Her clothes were casual wear, and since there was no underwear at this time, she only had a belly band. After removing her socks, she also had someone help her try on underwear. Before, she had only wrapped a small piece of cloth around herself, but this time she was not. She felt uncomfortable facing them without underwear and just wanted to cover herself with the blanket. However, Ling Zhou had moved too suddenly earlier, tossing the blanket away, so she couldn't retrieve it easily. Wrapping herself in the blanket, she let out a breath, feeling both comforted and safe. Shen Songzhu looked at her with a flicker in his eyes and silently shook his head. Xiao Wang watched them, then looked at the smiling queen nearby and said to Ling Zhou, Your Highness was already feeling cold, so next time, no matter how urgent, you shouldn't just lift the blanket. Luckily, there was a charcoal basin, or it might have worsened your condition. Ling Zhou muttered, I didn't think much of it just now. Even he, slow as he was, understood that Xiao Wang was helping him explain to the queen. He quickly apologized, and the queen naturally wouldn't be angry. I know you all are worried and distracted. I won't blame you. In this atmosphere, with the subtle jealousy and competition, she understood it all. Ling Zhou thought to himself that he wasn't worried and distracted, but when he saw the hand that had revealed itself when Chu Xingchen grabbed the blanket and noticed the scratch marks, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. Go ahead and apply the medicine carefully. I'll go help catch that person. You said earlier that the person's eye sockets were deep and their accent strange. I suspect they are from the Northern D people. Those Northern D are really bold, they even dared to come to Feng'an City. He couldn't sit still if he stayed seated. He had to catch that person. He would break their hands and legs. No, 3 legs. His people, even where he was, dared to cause trouble. Ling Zhou instinctively thought of his people and felt a bit uneasy. But then he remembered how he had just looked at Chu Xingchen's foot and seen the scratch marks. He realized that this was indeed his person, so he had to protect her. He was determined to help catch the person, and no one could stop him. Shun Songzhu and Xiao Wang tactfully excused themselves, letting Chu Xingchen apply the medicine. Late winter helped her with the ointment, and Chu Xingchen lay in the blanket, calling out non-stop. The final result was that after applying the medicine, Wan Dong broke out in a sweat. Chu Xingchen's hands were bandaged very badly. Wan Dong, I look like I've lost my hands. Wan Dong. Because your highness shouted so painfully just now, I instinctively thought your injury was very serious. So, it was her fault? Wan Dong coughed softly. It's better to bandage it well, so you won't accidentally hurt yourself. Chu Xingchen, who was afraid of pain, raised both hands and finally agreed, all right. At that moment, a sword suddenly delivered a note from Ling Zhou. Chu Xingchen thought it was from that villain, so she hurriedly opened it. But only one line was written, remember to wear silk socks. Don't let men see your feet unless you want more husbands. Chu Xingchen spat out, what is this? Wan Dong helped open the note and, not wanting to look, saw it anyway. She fell silent. Looking at a woman's feet is indeed a sign of closeness between spouses. Chu Xingchen, that's so, was I just now being intimate with those three? In modern times, people wear slippers or go barefoot everywhere. She never expected this. Ling Zhou had already moved out, but Chu Xingchen woke up after a nap and still hadn't caught the masked man, who had escaped from White Horse Temple during the curfew. Fortunately, Chu Xingchen's strike was fierce enough, otherwise, she would have been frustrated to death. That evening, she returned to the Eastern Palace. Zhou Buyan, he's resting well. The last 3 words hadn't been spoken when Chu Xingchen saw Zhou Buyan falling from above. Why are you still here? You're injured. You should rest properly. It's not good to work while injured. Chu Xingchen checked his hand and saw it was well bandaged. She breathed a sigh of relief. Go rest quickly. You're not allowed to be on duty these 2 days. Chu Xingchen had a slight fever, but it wasn't serious. After taking medicine, she quickly fell asleep. After she fell asleep, a figure silently sat by her bed. Seeing her face turn a little red, he clumsily reached out and touched her forehead. When he found her temperature was normal, Zhou Buyan finally relaxed. He was about to leave, but couldn't help but stare at Chu Xingchen's lips, hesitating for a long time. Why were they so soft? As Zhou Buyan kept looking, he moved closer and closer. Chu Xingchen's dreamy voice suddenly snapped Zhou Buyan back to reality. He realized he had unknowingly been very close to Chu Xingchen, almost touching her lips. What was wrong with him? He only wanted to see if she was still this soft, so he got so close. He almost kissed her. Zhou Buyan was feeling regretful. Suddenly, Chu Xingchen's eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Zhou Buyan was suddenly startled, like a frightened bird, and quickly disappeared in a flash. Outside, Zhou Buyan even bumped into a tree, which was impossible before, showing how panicked he was. The silent guard, Shadow Tianlu, held his breath, pretending he didn't exist. Chu Xingchen was awakened by a sudden feeling. She had taken medicine before sleeping. She groggily opened her eyes and thought she saw Zhou Buyan for a moment. He was very close to her, as if about to lean in and kiss her, but then he vanished when she looked carefully. Chu Xingchen was startled, sat up and looked around. Did I see things? She probably did see things. Otherwise, how could she see Zhou Buyan with a scared expression like a startled groundhog? As she got out of bed, she muttered to herself, blaming Zhou Buyan for suddenly asking if he should kiss her, which made her hallucinate. The next morning, Chu Xingchen felt much better and received a surprise, a basket full of hawthorn berries on the table. It was obviously the ones she had wanted to pick yesterday but didn't finish. Hawthorn berries. Chu Xingchen was happy but also a bit helpless. What's wrong with Zhou Buyan? Let him rest and recover. Besides Zhou Buyan, no one else had picked the hawthorn berries. Zhou Buyan was called over, and he faced Chu Xingchen's criticism with a blank expression. He only went to pick the berries because he saw how much she liked them yesterday. It's not tiring, as a thank you, Chu Xingchen said several times. Finally, he managed to say 4 words. For him, going to Bai Ma Temple in the middle of the night to pick hawthorn berries was no big deal, especially since he couldn't sleep anyway. You also saved me, Chu Xingchen said brightly. When I make candied hawthorns, I'll give some to him as a thank you. There were no candied hawthorns yet, but as soon as Chu Xingchen mentioned it, the royal chef tried and made some. Chu Xingchen saw the neat, red candied hawthorns and kept urging Wandong to reward him, eager to taste them. The sweet, crunchy sugar was followed by sour hawthorn, a perfect mix of sour and sweet, delicious beyond words. Wandong, quick, let's go give the gift. Chu Xingchen, carrying the candied hawthorns, and the palace servants set out to deliver the gift, becoming a bright and cheerful sight. The candied hawthorns looked very festive, bright red, adorable, and very attractive. The Empress and Chu Xinghai had to be included in the gift. Chu Xinghai was so excited he bounced with joy. But when he saw her bandaged hand, he thought she was badly hurt and almost started crying. I'm fine, the injury isn't serious, Chu Xingchen said awkwardly, quickly shifting his attention to the candied hawthorns. Back in the East Palace, Chu Xingchen's first visit was to Zhou Baiyan. As if offering a flower to Buddha, she was giving a small gift to thank him. This was the first time she entered Zhou Baiyan's residence. Unlike Shen Songzhu and the others, Zhou Baiyan's place was somewhat remote. As soon as you entered the courtyard, it was called Taoran Residence. Taoran Residence was simply decorated, even quite plain, lacking a lively atmosphere. When Chu Xingchen arrived, Zhou Baiyan, who was forced to rest, was sitting in the yard, looking down and doing something. Zhou Baiyan, are you carving something? Chu Xingchen asked out of curiosity. Zhou Baiyan put down what he was holding without answering. He wasn't carving, he was making weapons and hidden tools. They had many weapons and hidden tools, mostly made by themselves. Chu Xingchen, dressed in red, appeared with people, brightening up Taoran Residence. Zhou Baiyan bowed politely, thinking she had something important to say. Look at this, Chu Xingchen proudly revealed candied hawthorn. This is made from hawthorn you gave me. It's really tasty. She quickly took several skewers. You worked hard picking the hawthorn, so eat a few more. Chu Xingchen, dressed in red with bright candied hawthorn, made Zhou Baiyan's eyes blink several times. He lowered his head and took it, seemingly liking it but not eating. This candied hawthorn is for eating, not for looking. Come on, try one. Chu Xingchen watched Zhou Baiyan eat it, observing his expression. How is it? Tasty, right? Sweet and sour. She swallowed and asked, Can I have one? Zhou Baiyan directly handed over a new skewer. Chu Xingchen shook her head. No, just one is enough. I'll pick one for you. She plucked one and happily ate it, then waved goodbye. This candied hawthorn won't last long. I'll send some to them too. I'm leaving now. She left quickly, like a blazing fire, and Zhou Baiyan watched the empty yard, suddenly feeling a bit lonely. Turning around, he saw several shadows staring at the candied hawthorn. He took it directly to his room, saying, This is mine. He wouldn't give it to them. The candied hawthorn became the only decoration in Taoran Residence, bright red and edible. Zhou Baiyan stared at it for 2 days but never ate it. Chu Xingchen happily approached Mingxian Palace, saying, Shensean, this is candied hawthorn made with sugar and mountain red berries. It's sweet and sour and very tasty. You should try it. Shen Songzhu took the 2 skewers Chu Xingchen handed him. Quite festive. I didn't know mountain red berries could be used like this. He glanced at Chu Xingchen's bandaged hand. Does your hand still hurt? Chu Xingchen's eyes sparkled. Not as much. It's better now. Thank you. For before. She had her fingers exposed and intertwined, her head lowered as she stared at Shen Songzhu's robes. It's just the quilt. And the shoes. At Bai Ma Temple, Bo Pu didn't follow inside and listened to the conversation about the quilt. Her eyes widened suddenly. What were the princess and her side consort doing inside the quilt? No, nothing serious could happen inside the quilt, just that kind of thing. Both the princess and the side consort had gone under the covers. Why didn't they tell anyone? Bo Pu's intense gaze made Shin Songju want to ignore her, but it was obvious she was thinking something inappropriate. He gave her a warning look. Unfortunately, Bo Pu was too excited. Even after the warning, she was still visibly flustered, her face turning red. Shin Songju moved aside to block Bo Pu's face, not wanting Chu Xingchen to notice him. Chu Xingchen looked down, unaware of this, and didn't realize the double meaning in her words. She saw Shin Songju move closer to her, his robe brushing against her cloak. He was still dressed in his favorite moon-white color, which contrasted nicely with her red cloak. The colors looked striking but not out of place, quite matching. "Your Highness, what are you looking at?" Shin Songju's voice interrupted Chu Xingchen's thoughts, and her sneaky stepped forward. "Nothing. Nothing." Chu Xingchen shook her head. "I'm leaving now." Shin's side consort, remember to eat. It's very delicious. Her cloak brushed past Shin Songju's robes as she hurried away, like the wind. Shin Songju watched Chu Xingchen's back, his gaze drifting. Suddenly, a big face appeared in front of him. Side consort. "Shut up.
Clear your mind of those thoughts."
"Nothing you think happened," Shin Songju said, and turned to leave. Bo Pu said, "Side consort, I haven't said anything yet." The princess mentioned the quilt. Shin Songju reached out to take the candied hawthorn stick from Bo Pu. "Go out." Bo Pu left reluctantly. Shin Songju carefully looked at the candied hawthorn, feeling it resembled the smiling facing stone and her red outfit. Then Shin Songju suddenly exclaimed and ate the candied hawthorn. No, he ate the stick. The first bite was very sweet, and Shin Songju liked it a lot, but gradually it turned sour. Beautiful and tasty, but why does it have a sour taste? He didn't like sour things. Xiao Wang, the CEO of the Eastern Palace, immediately asked if the recipe isn't complicated, could it be sold? Such snacks would be loved by both adults and children, especially children. They couldn't resist. Yes, it can be sold. Chu Xingchen thought highly of Xiao Wang, thinking that it's best when people sell candied hawthorn on the streets and alleys. Can you teach our common people into chew? Let them make it themselves and sell it. Some places in the mountains have already lost their red berries, but some still have them. We can find someone to try selling on the street. If someone is interested, they will find a way to ask around. Young Master Xiao, you are amazing. Xiao Wang is naturally good at business. He is very clever. After talking with Xiao Wang for a while, it was already late when they arrived at Feiyu Palace. The palace had already received news that Chu Xingchen was delivering gifts. Seeing Chu Xingchen appear last at Feiyu Palace, the staff didn't dare show any attitude, but the atmosphere was a bit tense. After all, the order of giving gifts can sometimes mean a lot. Chu Xingchen didn't notice the change in the palace staff's attitude. He was excited to find Ling Zhou, thinking he would be very happy, but Ling Zhou was also not very enthusiastic. "Thank you, Your Highness," Ling Zhou politely said, which made Chu Xingchen feel a bit uncomfortable. "Ling Zhou, are you in a bad mood? Or is something bothering you?" Ling Zhou shook his head and tried to cheer up. "Your Highness, I received a letter from my brother. He said he caught a spy. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have noticed. When he returns to the capital, he will come to apologize to you. He did such a good thing, why apologize? He should be praised." Chu Xingchen was relieved to hear that they had found the spy. Even if that knight was still secretly colluding with the Northern D, without the spy, the situation would change. "My brother doesn't know about the situation in Feng'an City. I will contact him and ask him to investigate whether that spy has any connection with the previous bandits." Hearing this, Chu Xingchen nodded. That's very likely. Their guesses were correct. Chu Xingchen's attack was indeed linked to that spy, and also to the mysterious knight. Chu Xingchen was investigating the Red Mansion for traitors. His decades-old business was disrupted, and his best hidden plans were ruined. Even his revenge was transferred back to Qin Ruoshui, which made him very angry. In the end, he couldn't help but stir up trouble, encouraging others to take action against Chu Xingchen. Once we spend some time, we will definitely catch that villain. After speaking, Chu Xingchen looked at Ling Zhou and guessed, Ling Zhou, are you missing your father and brothers? Is that why you're in a bad mood? Ling Zhou shook his head and didn't want to say more. Chu Xingchen scratched his head. Thank you so much this time, and your brother too. Ling Zhou suddenly interrupted Chu Xingchen. Your Highness, if you truly thank me, could you grant me one request?
Just tell me.
As long as I can agree, I will. Of course, your Highness can agree. Ling Zhou looked up at Chu Xingchen. I want to leave the palace. Chu Xingchen was surprised. Leave the palace? Yes, I want to go back to the northern border and return to the battlefield. I know it's unlikely to leave the palace once I've entered, but I can fake my death. If I fake my death, I can go back. Don't worry, even if I go back, I won't let my father blame you. We will protect the northern border well. Also, I will find that bad person to help you get revenge. Ling Zhou was serious. He had thought about this carefully. This is good for you and for me. No, it's impossible. Why do you suddenly want to leave the palace? Did something happen? Did your brother say anything in his letter? Faking death is no joke. It means giving up the identity of Prince of Zhenbei and everything else. Even if he really goes back to the northern border, he would start from the bottom as a soldier. Ling Zhou had always admired his father and brothers. He was proud to be the son of the Prince of Zhenbei. But now he suddenly said he wanted to give it all up. It was a big decision. Chu Xingchen was overwhelmed with many thoughts. His face showed worry. Seeing this, Ling Zhou said, nothing serious happened. I just feel I should leave the palace. While helping to catch someone, Ling Zhou overheard a discussion. He had heard about the gambling game outside before but hadn't paid much attention. However, the gossip among the people was touching. Xiao Wang, Shen Songzhu, had the most people under his control. Even Zhou Baiyan was someone Chu Xingchen risked his life to save. Ling Zhou felt unnecessary and gloomy after returning to the palace at night. He hated this feeling. After serious thought, he still wanted to go back to the northern border. Chu Xingchen finally understood why Ling Zhou had this idea. No, you're not unnecessary. I don't dislike you. I dislike that you always smile at me. Didn't you see? The 5 husbands were under a lot of pressure, but reducing their number this way was definitely not right. Seeing Ling Zhou still acting the same, Chu Xingchen felt headache. How do emperors in TV shows usually handle such situations? He tried to remember but only thought of giving rewards or promotions. Those methods didn't seem suitable. Chu Xingchen frantically thought, then suddenly brightened his eyes. Ling Zhou, let's drink. Don't talk about leaving the palace. Didn't you say you love drinking? Go get some wine and prepare roast chicken. Roast chicken and wine go perfectly together. Chu Xingchen's alcohol tolerance is pretty good, and the wine in this great Chu isn't very strong.
Drink.
Chu Xingchen is full of confidence. He clinks his bowl with Ling Zhou's and drinks boldly.
Cheers.
Ling Zhou doesn't understand how things turned out like this. Seeing Chu Xingchen switch to a large bowl and add roasted chicken, all just to follow through on his earlier promise to drink and eat heartily, he can't bring himself to refuse. Ling Zhou is a good drinker, but he can't match Chu Xingchen. Later, he starts to feel a bit dizzy and I can't help but speak his mind. Chu Xingchen, if you took my innocence, you should know. I tell you, if you betray me, I will. I will shave your head and leave the palace to find another woman to betray you. Chu Xingchen's hand trembles as she holds her bowl. When did I take your innocence? You can't say that randomly. You won't admit it? Ling Zhou is angry. He pushes away the table on the warm bed and directly presses toward Chu Xingchen. The palace has been repaired in many places, and warm beds have been added. Chu Xingchen and the others sit on a warm bed. When Ling Zhou comes over, she steps back but is quickly blocked by the wall. Ling Zhou leans on his hands and looks steadily at Chu Xingchen. What are you hiding for? Are you afraid I will eat you? Clearly, you're the bad one. He shakes his head to stay sober. Chu Xingchen, do you admit it or not? If you don't admit it, I will leave the palace now. Chu Xingchen doesn't want to admit it, but when you're drunk, you can't reason with someone. Making a fuss and leaving the palace wouldn't be fun. I admit it. Maybe she took Ling Zhou's innocence in her dream. That's more like it. Ling Zhou smiles. Chu Xingchen then notices that Ling Zhou has a small fong, which looks quite cute.
All right, c'est properly.
Looking at Ling Zhou, who resembles a big dog, Chu Xingchen can't help but reach out and pat his head. His hair is a bit messy from his actions, but it feels quite soft.
Why are you doing that?
Men shouldn't touch their heads casually. Ling Zhou sits back down. Only my father and my brother have touched my head. I understand. I won't do it again. Having already touched it, you say that? Ling Zhou snorts, but it stirs up some old feelings. I don't know how my older brother is doing. Every winter, my father's old injuries flare up. My eldest brother's injured leg used to hurt terribly, and I want to go back and help them. His leg was almost amputated after the injury, but it was saved, yet it still hurts in winter. Chu Xingchen listened with admiration. These were injuries suffered by the guards of Dechu. She asked about the injury process. After hearing about the wound's healing, she suddenly slapped her leg. This is an infection. Without antibiotics or proper disinfection, it's no wonder problems occurred. She couldn't produce antibiotics herself. Traditional medicine could help with inflammation, but disinfection was another matter. Chu Xingchen looked at the wine they were drinking. I have a way. Ling Zhou, wait a moment. I'll make alcohol for you. With alcohol for disinfection, treating wounds can save many lives. After saying this, Chu Xingchen hurriedly left. Ling Zhou was feeling dizzy from drinking and muttered as he watched her back. She ran off again. Ling Zhou quickly fell asleep. The next morning, his memories were patchy. He vaguely remembered words like innocence and responsibility. He clearly remembered Chu Xingchen talking about disinfection, but he didn't take it seriously. Chu Xingchen wasn't joking. Since there was no distillation method in this world, she started busying herself when she returned. First, she collected alcohol, then she asked people to find the tools needed for distillation. By the next morning, everything she needed had arrived at the Eastern Palace. The aroma of wine filled Jinhua Hall, and soon everyone in the palace knew that the crown princess loved wine. Chu Xingchen ignored their reactions. She still used shadow magic because her subordinates obeyed strictly, worked efficiently, and kept secrets well. They wouldn't ask questions, and most importantly, they wouldn't betray her. The next day at court, Chu Xingchen carried a faint smell of alcohol. Fortunately, her harvest was good. By afternoon, she happily took a bottle to Feiyu Palace. She had made alcohol. Although she still needed to test it because she lacked measuring tools, she had succeeded in making alcohol. Disinfecting wounds with iodine solution was better than alcohol because it didn't sting. But she couldn't make iodine solution yet. Alcohol stings, but it could save lives. While passing near Xie Ziqing's Yuhua Palace, she saw a suspicious figure. The person saw Chu Xingchen and ran away. Palace guards immediately chased after him. Finally, they caught the person in the small imperial garden of the Eastern Palace. Wan Dong approached to check the person who was pressed to the ground and struggling. She then exclaimed, "Miss Su Dandan?"
Miss Su Dandan?
Chu Xingchen looked at the girl in front of her, covered in dirt and looking disheveled. What are you doing here? Why are you running? I won't run, so are you just going to shave my eyebrows again? Su Dandan's eyes were filled with anger. She has naturally dark skin, a flat nose, and a gentle appearance, but her eyes are bright and her eyebrows look strong. Unfortunately, her eyebrows are a bit faint at this moment. She stared fiercely at Chu Xingchen. You tried everything to get Lord Xie into the palace, and this is how you treat him? Su Dandan is the daughter of the Grand Censor. Unlike the previous censor Zhang, her father is responsible for recording court affairs, correcting official ceremonies, and is honest and upright. She likes Xie Ziqing. The original owner had her secret guard shave her eyebrows, which created a grudge. So you broke into the palace to see him? This is the Imperial Palace. For a man who has another woman in his heart, Su Dandan, are you crazy? Who said, I broke into the palace. Don't talk nonsense. Lord Xie has never admitted anything. Late winter, and Chu Xingchen explained, Miss Su probably went into the palace to see the Grand Lady. The grand lady is similar to a noble consort. Chu Xingchen understood that Su Dandan probably sneaked out of the palace to secretly see Xie Ziqing. Take Su Dandan back to the Su residence. Tell Lord Su to watch his daughter and not let her run around again. Chu Xingchen, you're despicable. Last time you shaved my eyebrows, I didn't tell my father. Now I will tell him. You, the noble daughter, are obsessed with alcohol, and the entire palace is filled with drunken chaos. Su Dandan sneered. Just wait and see if my father reports you. I'm brewing wine for an important reason. Chu Xingchen pointed at Su Dandan. Shave her eyebrows again and make her sober. And keep her at home so she doesn't fall in love and run into the palace again. Chu Xingchen, how dare you? Hearing that her eyebrows might be shaved again, Su Dandan became anxious. She broke free from the palace guards and rushed toward Chu Xingchen. Zhou Bian stepped in front of Chu Xingchen, pushing Su Dandan away. Since the last incident, Zhou Bian had been more careful about her safety. He usually didn't let anyone get close to her and had been investigating that villain. At this unlucky moment, Su Dandan also got caught in the chaos. Zhou Bian gently waved his hand, and Su Dandan was pushed into a fake rock garden. The potted plants on the rock garden fell, and Su Dandan's hands pressed on the broken pieces, bleeding immediately. My hands! Su Dandan cried out in pain. Chu Xingchen saw that her hands were deeply cut, and the flower pot had a faint foul smell, probably buried with farm fertilizer underneath. He frowned immediately. These things are very dirty, and the wounds are dangerous.
How dare you rush at me like that?
Forget it. Chu Xingchen handed the alcohol to Late Winter. Pour it on her wounds. Winter is just ending when Su Dandan screams in pain. It hurts so much. Chu Xingchen, do you want to kill me? She reaches out and pushes, nearly dropping the bottle in her hand. Fortunately, Zhou Bian quickly catches it. Chu Xingchen looks annoyed. Su Dandan, what's wrong with you? I was just disinfecting you. Do you even understand that? But Su Dandan doesn't believe Chu Xingchen's words. They are enemies, and she only feels Chu Xingchen is deliberately trying to hurt her. Dog bites Lu Dongbin, not recognizing a good person. When your wound gets infected and inflamed, you'll be begging me on your knees. I will never beg you, even if I die. Su Dandan clutches her arms, sweating from the pain. She looks at Zhou Bian, who is protecting Chu Xingchen firmly, and curses, "Is this your new love? Such a low-born wild child, and you still dare to speak to me like that." A crisp slap interrupts Su Dandan's words. Su Dandan, now you look like a wild child with no family or good background, Chu Xingchen says coldly. If I hear you say such things again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Earlier, Zhou Bian suddenly became the prince of the Eastern Palace, and naturally, everyone investigated him. It turned out he was born to a brothel, with a father of bad reputation. Su Dandan feels very upset. She didn't say anything wrong, but seeing Chu Xingchen's expression, she can't help but tremble and runs away crying. Chu Xingchen exhales and looks at Zhou Bian, worried he might be upset. But Zhou Bian remains calm, as if nothing has happened, and hands her the bottle.
Thank you.
Luckily you caught it, Chu Xingchen says, taking the bottle. She doesn't fully believe Zhou Bian is unaffected, but she doesn't say anything. Zhou Bian, don't take her words to heart. She's just a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory, she says. Zhou Bian nods and pauses. Don't be angry. Chu Xingchen laughs softly. It's you who shouldn't be angry. Zhou Bian shakes his head. He isn't angry. Su Dandan's words are true. He was born in a brothel. Usually, brothels don't allow women to get pregnant for business reasons. But if they accidentally do, they must give birth. Having a girl is considered good, whether raised in the brothel to serve clients later or redeemed and raised well. But having a boy is a bit unlucky. Zhou Bian is that unlucky boy. His mother worked in a brothel, and his father's background is bad. With such a low status and being part of the shadow world, he doesn't fit in with Ling Zhou and the others. Although he held the title of a young master, no one paid much attention to him because no one believed the crown princess would be interested in someone like him. The crown princess is the most noble person in Chu state, and she would never tolerate someone like him near her. The original owner indeed looked down on him, but Chu Xingqian came from modern society and didn't think himself superior. He also didn't see Zhou Baiyan as inferior. Next time, if Su Dandan or anyone else dares to say that to you, don't just stand there foolishly like before. If you're too lazy to argue, just hit them back. You're so skilled, they'll learn to be afraid of you. Don't worry, I'll cover for you no matter who you hit. Zhou Baiyan shook his head. That wouldn't do. If he accidentally hurt someone badly, it would be trouble. Why are you shaking your head?
Say something.
Even though your name is Baiyan, it doesn't mean you don't speak. Peach and plum trees don't speak, but they attract people. So don't be silent. Chu Xingqian urged. You could hurt someone badly, and I don't mind. I used to be called a wild kid. Zhou Baiyan finally spoke. He was used to those words. They didn't hurt him much. As long as they didn't cause real harm, he could ignore them. He used to be called a wild kid, but this was the first time he thought his new name sounded so nice. Actually, Zhou Baiyan was in a pretty good mood. Chu Xingqian, however, felt uncomfortable. It's better if you don't hurt anyone badly. Those things are in the past. Just remember, you're not a wild kid anymore. You're now the little treasure of the Eastern Palace. Chu Xingqian, who believed everyone should see themselves as a little treasure, almost said little darling but thought it was inappropriate and changed it. The most precious young Master Zhou of the Eastern Palace. If anyone insults you, they insult me too. Anyone who dares to speak nonsense about you will be taught a lesson, and I will help teach them too. As he spoke, they arrived at Feiyu Palace. Chu Xingqian didn't rush inside. Young Master Zhou Baiyan, answer me. I don't want you to be bullied where I can't see. Okay. From being called a little to the most precious, Zhou Baiyan responded quietly. If they insulted him, it was just the prince. He was so humble that he didn't care, but insulting the prince was absolutely unacceptable. He clenched his fists in response. Chu Xingqian was satisfied and turned to enter Feiyu Palace. The sword guarding Chu Xingqian overheard the last 2 lines of their conversation. Is Shadow being bullied? Isn't it always Shadow who bullies others? Especially the great demon king of Shadow, Zhou Baiyan, who can easily turn heads and twist necks like turning cabbage. How could he be bullied? Most importantly, the crown princess dared to say that, and young Master Zhou had the nerve to agree. Don't you feel guilty? The sword guard doubted his life, but no one paid attention to him. Zhou Baiyan stood in place, watching Chu Xingqian's back. He suddenly remembered and wondered what the prince just swallowed. What did Xiao Bao say? Feiyu Palace, Ling Zhou, look what I brought you. Chu Xingqian handed a bottle to Ling Zhou. Here, this is the disinfectant alcohol I promised you before. Different concentrations of alcohol have different uses. It can be used to disinfect instruments and, more importantly, to kill bacteria. On the battlefield, disinfecting wounds greatly increases the chance of recovery. Disinfectant? Ling Zhou didn't take it seriously at first. He didn't expect her to actually make it. He opened the bottle and sniffed. It smells pretty strange. It's exactly that smell. It's extracted from alcohol. Ling Zhou was somewhat doubtful, but since Chu Xingqian could make it, she was serious. I'm not lying, Ling Zhou. This alcohol really works. At room temperature, it can kill many bacteria like E. coli within a minute. It's suitable for general disinfection but doesn't reach sterilization standards. It can eliminate all bacteria, but it's still very useful. After Chu Xingqian explained, Ling Zhou, who was hearing about bacteria for the first time, only understood part of it. Simply put, it can reduce the risk of wound infection and fever. Growing up in the northern borderlands, Ling Zhou knew very well how serious wound infections could be. Most soldiers who died on the battlefield didn't die immediately. Many succumbed to infections afterward. If this really works as described, it could save many soldiers' lives. He unconsciously clenched the bottle tightly, his voice hoarse and tense. Are you serious? Of course, I'm serious. I wouldn't joke about this, Chu Xingqian said earnestly. To ensure safety, I'll first find people from the Imperial Hospital to test it on animals. If there are no problems, I'll send it to the northern borderlands. Contact your brother and ask him to arrange for military doctors to test it. If it's approved, it can be widely used, not only in the army but also among civilians.
Just now, I also met Su Dandan.
She's injured and at risk of infection. I used it on her. Maybe she'll be able to give us some feedback soon. However, alcohol's effect is limited. For large-scale treatment of wounded soldiers on the battlefield, the most important thing is actually a different item, penicillin. That's the ultimate weapon, the real life-saving medicine. But making penicillin isn't a joke, especially in ancient times. It's extremely difficult. But this thing is truly amazing. It's a miracle in medical history, capable of treating many diseases. Seeing Ling Zhou so excited, Chu Xingqian suddenly felt that just making alcohol was not enough. She still needed to find a way to make penicillin, but whether it would succeed was still uncertain. So she decided to wait for now to avoid disappointment if it failed. Anyway, she had to take her time to figure it out. Thinking of this, Chu Xingqian couldn't sit still. I'll go find the imperial doctor now. She needed the doctor to help. Although the penicillin wasn't ready yet, she could use the alcohol first. It was a powerful tool in Great Chu and could save many lives. She reached out and took the alcohol back. I'll take this first. That's good, but I could also be. Ling Zhou suddenly stopped halfway through a sentence.
What?
Chu Xingqian asked curiously. Nothing. Ling Zhou shook his head. Chu Xingqian told him to wait for good news and hurried away. Ling Zhou watched her back and looked at his hand. He wanted to say that he could try it directly on himself. Even if Chu Xingqian's words only had a half chance, Ling Zhou didn't want to give up. He couldn't wait any longer. Because the northern border couldn't wait. Every winter, the northern D people frequently invaded and plundered. Small and big wars happened often and many people got hurt. Waiting a day could mean more lives lost. Ling Zhou immediately made a decision. He ordered the sword, go get some arrows, the ones used on the battlefield. He emphasized that before fighting, everyone would stick the tips of their weapons into manure pits to cause more injuries. Bao Jian, who had been with Ling Zhou for many years, understood his plan almost instantly. His eyes turned fierce, and he quickly made a decision. Chu Xingqian returned to Jinhua Palace to call the imperial doctor. She was familiar with this doctor, as he had treated her before. She was discussing her plan with Dr. Fawn when his eyes lit up, realizing the potential impact and shock if the imperial daughter's words were true. Without hesitation, he took over and was about to ask for details when Ling Zhou rushed in, looking anxious. Your Highness, Jin Chong and Bao Jian are injured. Can I have some disinfectant? How did they get hurt? Ling Zhou looked guilty. It was me. I wanted to try it myself, but they took the initiative and hurt themselves first. Chu Xingqian was very angry. Are you crazy? How could you try it yourself? What if it doesn't work? Despite scolding, Chu Xingqian still took out alcohol for Dr. Fong to disinfect and treat Jin Chong and Bao Jian's wounds. It would depend on how they recovered afterward. You too are tough. Such deep wounds. It must have hurt a lot just now. Not bad. It really hurts, but compared to death, the golden spear sword would rather endure the pain. The two watched as Chu Xingqian harshly scolded them and also reprimanded Ling Zhou. Although very fierce, they felt warm inside despite scratching their heads. While Chu Xingqian was away, the sword quietly whispered to Ling Zhou, "Little General, Your Highness cares about you so much. You shouldn't mention the Forbidden Palace anymore." As for the prince's concern about Lord Zhou, they decided not to tell the little general for now. Are you all so easily bought? Ling Zhou snorted. I stayed only because of the disinfectant. Yes, yes. Whether it was truly because of the disinfectant or the people, as long as they didn't mention the Forbidden Palace, it was fine. Inside the palace, they started to observe the wound on the golden spear sword, while outside, the Su family was in chaos. Su Dandan's wound worsened and burned, but strangely, the hand that looked fine didn't worsen. The doctor asked detailed questions. When Su Dandan was awakened, she mumbled that Chu Xingqian had deliberately messed with her hand. What's in the water poured by the grand lady? Just a bottle of water-like stuff. It hurt a lot when poured on the wound. It was supposed to be poured on this hand, but I thought she was trying to harm me, so I didn't let her. Su Dandan thought for a moment. But she also said that if the wound got infected or inflamed, I would have to kneel and beg her. Lord Su looked at the doctor, then at Su Dandan's flushed face, and suddenly stood up. I'll go to the palace right now to beg the grand lady. Dad, she might be lying,
she said.
She had previously said she would never beg her, no matter what.
No.
Even if she was lying, Su Dandan couldn't be left in danger. The worsening wound and high fever were too dangerous. Lord Su had seen a small wound take a life before. Chu Xingchen was awakened in the middle of the night by the noise and heard about Su Dandan's high fever and Lord Su coming to ask for medicine. Chu Xingchen took the remaining small bottle of alcohol and personally handed it to Lord Su. Lord Su, please rise. This is all I have now, but it should be enough. Take it back and have the doctor disinfect and treat the wound properly. It will still hurt like today. Let Su Dandan endure it. Lord Su knelt down in front of Chu Xingchen, thinking he was asking for help. He remembered he had previously impeached the grand lady, and he didn't have a good relationship with her. He had also said he would never beg her, so he thought she wouldn't bother with him or might make things difficult. To his surprise, Chu Xingchen easily agreed. Your Highness, he said, with disbelief on his face, almost afraid to accept.
Take it.
Saving her is urgent, but I can't guarantee it will work, Chu Xingchen said, not expecting to actually be begged by her. Lord Su took a deep breath and expressed his thanks, saying that once Su Dandan recovered, she would come to kowtow and thank him. Whether she thanks me or not isn't important. What's important is that she apologizes to young Master Zhou. Lord Su already knew about Su Dandan's harsh words. Feeling ashamed, he promised and hurriedly left the palace. Late Winter looked at Chu Xingchen. The maid thought that His Highness wouldn't be so easy to forgive.
Chu Xingchen mai.
You think we were rivals or enemies before, right? She mentioned Zhou Baiyan and I do dislike her, but she didn't deserve to die. In the novel, when the crown princess died, Su Dandan also thought she deserved it. But later, when the crown princess was falsely accused, Su Dandan actually spoke up for her. Right and wrong are in Su Dandan's heart. She disliked the crown princess, but couldn't bear to see people slander her and distort the truth. As a result, because she defended the crown princess, Chen Ruoshui was upset and hurt, and in the end, Xie Ziqing ordered her to be thrown among the beggars as a lesson for her to mind her own business. Xie Ziqing knew very well that Su Dandan liked him. Because Chen Ruoshui was unhappy, he punished her like that. Su Dandan was desperate. She struggled because she didn't want to be humiliated by beggars and was unfortunately killed. But dying didn't help. The beggars who had never touched women didn't even spare her body. It was only after her corpse rotted and decayed that she was discarded. She died a tragic death and could never find peace afterward. Su Dandan, like the crown princess, was just a tragic. The next day, Chu Xingchen saw Lord Su, whose dark circles were very serious. Although he looked haggard, his mood was still okay. For the first time before court, he proactively approached Chu Xingchen and bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Once my daughter recovers, I will bring her to the palace to thank you and apologize. Last night, after applying the water-based ointment, Su Dandan screamed in pain. Her wound even produced many bubbles. He thought she was doomed, but surprisingly, her condition improved. The doctor examined her and said her wound was healing. He tentatively asked about the disinfectant, but he didn't tell the doctor. Instead, he looked at the small bottle with a changed expression. For the first time, Lord Su didn't attack anyone in court, but instead submitted a memorial praising the crown princess, which was quite surprising. Because Chu Xingchen agreed, he praised the disinfectant highly. Such a miraculous medicine, if used on the battlefield or in medical treatment, could have a huge impact. The officials were shocked. The crown princess had created such a magical thing again? Chu Xingchen didn't deny it. Considering Su Dandan's situation and the golden spear sword, alcohol was effective and successful. Although some improvements were still needed, Widespread use was inevitable. Alcohol is different from cotton. It can be widely promoted and advertised. The more people hear about it, the easier it will be to promote later. Just keep the production method secret. After the court session, without mentioning how Lord Su was surrounded and questioned, Su Dandan unexpectedly received many visits from her close friends. After Chu Xingchen returned to the East Palace, he directly took a few bottles of wine to find Xiao Wang. Since alcohol has been made, strong liquor can't be far behind. I was just about to find His Highness, Xiao Wang said, handing over a thick stack of silver notes. This is the money from selling the bean sprout recipe. Take a look, Your Highness. Chu Xingchen looked at the thick stack of silver and his eyes brightened. So much? So quickly? Because some of the recipes were sold directly to merchants from Qi and Wu countries in Chu, Xiao Wang explained with a smile. So it was quick. But they will soon realize they've been tricked, Xiao Wang added. Xiao Wang was right. Those who bought the bean sprout recipe did well in Wu and Qi countries, but when they came to Chu to make big money, they found that ordinary people there could grow their own bean sprouts. Bean sprouts became common in every household. People knew how to grow other vegetables too. The merchants quickly realized they had been fooled but couldn't find anyone to teach them a lesson. Luckily, Qi and Wu countries could still make money for a while. They decided not to buy anything from Chu or secret recipes carelessly in the future. Sadly, as soon as they made this decision, it was broken because Chu had too many good things. Chu Xingchen imagined Xiao Wang's story and laughed. Ahem. Actually, it's not a loss for them. The recipe is real, and once they make money, we won't care about them. We just give them vegetables as a good deed. Xiao Wang, we agreed earlier that the money should be split. Don't refuse. You've worked hard, so you should get your share. They had already discussed this. Chu Xingchen returned the money to Xiao Wang, telling him to keep track and divide it properly. Xiao Wang, I came to see you today about a more important business. This isn't something the bean sprout business can compare to. Chu Xingchen poured different strengths of wine for Xiao Wang. Try my wine first. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingchen with suspicion, then sniffed and took a sip. He immediately choked and felt a burning heat in his chest and stomach. Cough, cough. This wine is strong, with different alcohol levels. You can try them all to see how big the market is.
Chu Xingchen spoke fluidly.
In this era, there is no strong liquor yet. Once promoted, it will cause a big sensation and bring huge profits. Chu Xingchen is already looking forward to it. This wine is exclusively produced and sold by their Chu royal family. Such a unique business is expected to make a lot of money. Xiao Wang listened to her boastful tone and smiled, but it was indeed the first time he drank such strong wine. After 2 sips, he cooled down and slowly tasted a little more. His eyes grew brighter the more he drank. Did Your Highness make this wine? Chu Xingchen vaguely replied, sort of. There is a market, right? I also told you about the alcohol. Chu Xingchen explained the purpose of the alcohol. Although after they sell it, one is royal strong liquor and the other is disinfectant used for healing, this business belongs to our Chu royal family. I want you to be in charge, selling throughout Chu, and also to Qi and Wu countries. Of course, it can also be sold to Beatty. But it must be at a high price, heavily charging them, and making them beg to buy. Beatty is cold, so they need strong liquor more, and they will be even more crazy and fond of it. Xiao Wang watched Chu Xingchen speak confidently and couldn't help but follow her thoughts, coming up with many brilliant ideas. Young Master Xiao, you're amazing. Let's do it this way. I knew I made the right choice to give this to you. Hearing Chu Xingchen's praise, Xiao Wang finally calmed down a bit. But the wine was too strong. It was his first time drinking it, and he hadn't eaten anything else. Although he didn't drink much, the alcohol was already making him feel dizzy. He looked at Chu Xingchen, trying to organize his thoughts. So the princess entrusted him with such an important matter again? He clearly knew how sensational the wine and the divine medicine water she mentioned would cause if released. Either one alone would be extraordinary, let alone both together. If this business grew big, it would bring endless wealth and influence many others. It was no longer just a simple business. She clearly knew how many interests were involved and how important it was, yet she seemed unafraid of betrayal or misuse of these two items. She still entrusted him with it. This was a high level of trust, something he might never gain even if he entered officialdom in his lifetime. Yet, after entering the palace, she trusted him so easily. He thought his life in the palace would end there, but unexpectedly, it could still be like this. Xiao Wang looked at Chu Xingqian but found she kept transforming into two different people. He leaned forward and pressed her shoulders gently to stop her from moving. "Why did you give this to me?" The alcohol made Xiao Wang's reason drift away.
Huh?
Just as Chu Xingqian was about to answer, Xiao Wang Shuang held her shoulders with both hands. "Your Highness, don't move randomly or split into two people. First, answer my question." "I didn't move," Chu Xingqian said helplessly. "Young Master Xiao, are you drunk?" "I'm not drunk. I'm sober. I just feel a bit tired in my eyes." Xiao Wang Shuang's eyes were pitch black. When he saw Chu Xingqian moving again, he slightly lowered his gaze, his eyelashes drooping. His lips were naturally red, and his face had a pink hue, like white jade dyed with color, stunningly beautiful. "I just want to understand. Why do you trust me?" Chu Xingqian pulled back from the beauty's impact.
What?
"I thought you were testing me before, but you haven't been testing me all along. So, why do you trust me and promote me?" "Because I believe in your character," Chu Xingqian explained helplessly. She regretted inviting Xiao Wangshuang to taste the wine, forgetting it was too strong. They hadn't drunk before and didn't eat anything, so they easily got drunk. She should have been more careful. "I don't believe you," Xiao Wangshuang shook his head. "Honestly, tell me, why?" Xiao Wangshuang wanted an answer. He leaned closer, staring intently at her. Chu Xingqian tried to step back, but was held in place by him. Looking at his slightly parted lips so close, it seemed like an invitation to taste. Chu Xingqian wasn't drunk, so she wouldn't truly taste him, but in this position, he was about to kiss her. Her gaze moved downward and saw Xiao Wangshuang's long neck, with defined lines and a perfect Adam's apple. As he rolled his throat, matching his expression, Chu Xingqian couldn't help but close her eyes. This handsome man, blessed by the heavens, had no flaws. From this angle, Xiao Wangshuang looked irresistible. Chu Xingqian half closed her eyes and explained her reasons. Everything she said was true, but Xiao Wangshuang didn't believe her and was unhappy about her closing her eyes. He insisted she open them. When she opened her eyes, she saw Xiao Wangshuang's stunning face and prominent jawline. His features were even more beautiful than most girls, yet he didn't look feminine. The key was his sharp, masculine jawline full of charm. "Your Highness, why exactly?" Xiao Wangshuang asked hoarsely, clearly not willing to give up without an answer. Unaware of how close he was, Xiao Wangshuang's proximity was testing her patience. Chu Xingqian was annoyed and blurted out, "Because you're good-looking, okay?" After saying this, Chu Xingqian immediately regretted it, fearing Xiao Wangshuang would be angry. To her surprise, Xiao Wangshuang actually smiled. "Looks good. I really do look quite nice. All right then." Xiao Wang surprisingly accepted her reason, smiling shyly yet proudly. "I will do my best and won't let your Highness down."
Chu Xingqian.
He didn't believe her real reason. What she blurted out wasn't really a reason at all, yet he believed her anyway. But she also let out a sigh of relief, seeing Xiao Wang stop causing trouble. She was about to leave, but couldn't help saying a few more words. "Xiao Wang, don't look at people so casually in the future. It makes others want to rush over to you. Boys should also protect themselves outside, you know? If it weren't her, who could resist? They'd teach him a lesson in no time." Xiao Wang frowned. "Your Highness, you've got it wrong. Girls should also protect themselves outside. Both boys and girls need to protect themselves. Like Xiao Xiaoqing, if some bad people try to kidnap you, what would happen?" She wanted him to be aware of his own beauty. "I don't want to be kidnapped." Xiao Wang's eyes changed. "Whoever dares to kidnap me, I will kill them." Chu Xingqian. "Well, this is a flower that eats people. Take good care of Xiaoqing." Chu Xingqian shook her head and ordered Jing Yan and Xin Xing to leave. Back at Jinhua Palace, she found it crowded inside. Everyone was medical staff. The doctors from the Imperial Medical Office moved quickly upon hearing the news. Dr. Fong knew the most. Chu Xingchen had been with him before returning, confirming the truth. It's real. Chu Xingchen didn't hide it and added her thoughts on the alcohol's effects. Lowering the concentration can prevent bed sores, and even lower doses can reduce fever and improve blood circulation locally. The doctor's eyes brightened. Your Highness, how can we get this divine thing? Can we find herbs ourselves? No. Once Shadow's side produces enough, it will be given to you. The doctors. Shadow again. Recently, Shadow has been highly valued, and it seems their role has changed. Over the next 2 days, Chu Xingchen was busy with matters related to alcohol and alcohol-based solutions. She also confirmed something with Shun Songju. To prevent others from knowing the ingredients of the alcohol, it couldn't be called alcohol anymore. It would be called divine medicine water. Chu Xingchen felt awkward hearing the name, but nodded anyway. I understand. Shun Songju looked at her with a hint of complexity in his eyes. This was the 3rd time Chu Xingchen had done something beneficial for the country and its people. From the crown princess's bed to cotton, and now this divine medicine water. Each was not simple, and each was for the benefit of the common people and soldiers of Dechu. Based on my observations over time, there are no other experts around her. All signs suggest that these ideas seem to really come from Chu Xingchen herself. Shun Songju's thoughts are complicated. Shun San? Do I have something on my face? Chu Xingchen notices Shun Songju keeps looking at her face without speaking, as if seeing her for the first time, so she can't help but touch her face. No. Shun Songju snaps back to reality. I just think your Highness is very outstanding. Really? Chu Xingchen feels happy. Well, not anymore. Of course it's true. Shun Songju recalls and reaches out to praise Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen looks at Shun Songju making a heart shape with his hands, bites her lip, and her heart races. She feels like she shouldn't lie. What's the difference between this and those who deliberately speak wrong foreign words or lie saying I love you means hello? But now, if she were to be honest, she simply couldn't do it. It's too embarrassing. You're also great. Chu Xingchen responds with a heart shape, then quickly slips away like the wind. Shun Songju watches Chu Xingchen's back, carefully looks at his own hand, and thinks, I didn't remember wrong. Why is her reaction so strange? Could it be that she's shy because she was praised? Whether it's the progress of alcohol production and testing or the celebration, everything is going smoothly. At this time, it's also the birthday banquet of Lord Gui Tai. Lord Gui Tai is the husband of the former empress, who raised the current empress. Although not his biological daughter, his affection for her is precious. After ascending the throne, he was honored as Lord Gui Tai and is very filial in daily life. Lord Gui Tai loves lively events. The birthday banquet was prepared several days in advance, and many people were invited. Although the banquet starts in the evening, close friends arrived early in the afternoon. When Chu Xingchen arrived, the female guests were charming, and the male guests were elegant, very lively. Su Dandan also entered the palace. Her hand has healed significantly, so she came early to apologize to Zhou Baiyan. Zhou Baiyan was called out by Chu Xingchen. When accepting Su Dandan's apology, he thought he would remain indifferent, but when he actually heard the apology, he realized it was different. His heart suddenly felt strange. He was used to being insulted, but when he truly heard an apology and someone cared about him, he realized that he actually did care. He was just numb and unable to feel. Who would like those insults? He was just used to not caring or getting angry. After Su Dandan finished apologizing and saw Zhou Baiyan looking at Chu Xingchen with a certain expression, she suddenly felt very sorry. She had been too much that day. I'm sorry, she said again sincerely. I was just taking out my frustration. Zhou Baiyan sensed the feeling and looked at Chu Xingchen's encouraging gaze. Finally, he spoke, if you say it again next time, I will hit you. Su Dandan couldn't help but step back and cover her face. I really can't do this anymore. How could a man hit a woman? But Su Dandan didn't dare to speak out. Chu Xingchen didn't notice Su Dandan's expression and looked at Zhou Baiyan with satisfaction. That's right, just like that. Later, Su Dandan sincerely thanked Chu Xingchen in front of everyone. She clenched her teeth, trying to kneel, but Chu Xingchen held her back. All right, don't always think I am hurting you or talking nonsense, Chu Xingchen said, apologizing to Zhou Bian. The atmosphere was originally friendly, but someone made sarcastic remarks. Su Dandan, did you really get saved by the princess's magic potion? Or are you just pretending? I've heard a lot about the magic potion's wonders these days, but I haven't seen it myself. Chu Xingchen turned around and saw Prince Fan. He couldn't help but chuckle. I thought some dog was barking loudly, but it turns out it was you, Prince Fan. Who are you calling a dog? Prince Fan was furious. Even if you're the princess, you have no right to. Enough, stop talking nonsense. You just want to prove you don't like the magic potion I made? No problem, no one is forcing you. You don't have to use it your whole life. Chu Xingchen spread his hands. But if one day you need it, remember to kneel and bow 3 times, then shout 3 times, I'm a big fool, before using it. Chu Xingchen almost said, I'm a pig, but he quickly corrected himself. But calling himself a big fool made Prince Fan so angry, he was almost speechless. He felt humiliated again, just like last time. Princess, you're going too far. Chu Xingchen interrupted him. Too far? Who's been hinting that I wronged Chen Ruoshui, making her sad and hesitant to attend the birthday banquet, and spreading rumors about me everywhere? Prince Fan, you're a man. You talk behind my back every day, causing trouble for me. It's annoying. People might even think Chen Ruoshui is your mother. No matter what you say, I only have one thing to say. They are in a relationship, and I didn't wrong them. Prince Fan's face turned green with anger.
You.
Su Dandan couldn't help but speak up. Your Highness, although you saved me, I can't accept you speaking like this. Mr. Xie. He wouldn't. You don't believe it either, right? Fine, then I'll take you both to ask him face to face and see what he says. Chu Xingchen immediately responded, deciding to settle everything today. Su Dandan's eyes lit up, and she nodded quickly. Okay. Everyone present, one by one, along with a group of people, headed towards Yuhua Palace. They reopened the tightly locked doors of Yuhua Palace. Inside, it was empty. Although the palace had been recently renovated, it now looked somewhat dilapidated. Su Dandan's eyes showed concern. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Xingchen suddenly gave a signal. Catch that person. It turned out that Miaobi saw them but didn't approach to greet them. Instead, her face changed, and she turned to run. Miaobi was quickly restrained. Chu Xingchen looked at her and asked, Why are you running? Is there something inside we shouldn't see? After that, his expression grew serious, and he quickly stepped forward. The others hurriedly followed quietly. Then they saw Xie Ziqing secretly meeting with Chen Ruoshui, who was dressed as a palace maid. Miaobi had run earlier because she was giving them a warning. Since Xie Ziqing was imprisoned, he had been worried about Chen Ruoshui. His own situation was even worse. Chen Ruoshui also kept worrying about Xie Ziqing. So she couldn't help but disguise herself as a palace maid to visit him. She thought that during the emperor's birthday banquet, everyone was busy, so no one would notice. Thanks to her noble aura, she successfully entered the palace, and then into Yuhua Palace. There, she saw Xie Ziqing, who had suffered greatly from life's hardships. Both of them looked thinner and more worn out. When they saw each other, they felt heartache. After exchanging updates, their concern for each other deepened. You've suffered, Chen Ruoshui said, knowing that Xie Ziqing had endured so much because of her. You've lost weight, Xie Ziqing said. In the despair-filled Yuhua Palace, when he felt helpless and hopeless, Chen Ruoshui appeared as she had long ago, shining brightly and warming his heart. He was overwhelmed with emotion. He felt pain but also excitement. Unable to hold back, he tightly embraced Chen Ruoshui, feeling that all his suffering was worth it. He held her tightly, as if he wanted to merge her into himself. He called her Ruoshui repeatedly, each call full of emotion. Brother Xie. Chen Ruoshui felt pain but was reluctant to speak. Their intimate moment was seen by everyone, and all the onlookers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Su Dandan almost fainted from anger. She had been defending them, But then she saw what? Everyone's face looked terrible, but the worst was Chun Ruoshue's official fiancé, Fan Shitzi. The phrase wearing a green hat came to mind. How would you feel if you asked Fan Shitzi? He must have been furious and wanted to kill someone. He didn't need to look. He could feel everyone's mocking gazes and expressions. His feelings of hatred and heartbreak were obvious. Chu Xingchen couldn't miss Fan Shitzi's expression. He muttered to himself, "Serves you right for messing with the script I hold in my hands." Chu Xingchen deliberately brought them here, but she didn't expect them to cooperate so well or for the timing to be so perfect. She thought to herself with a sneer, but her face showed anger. "What are you doing?" Chu Xingchen shouted loudly, finally waking up the two, who were inseparable. Xie Ziqing and Chun Ruoshue separated and looked at each other, almost dying on the spot. Chu Xingchen continued angrily, "Xie Ziqing, as a courtier in the Eastern Palace, you keep repeating your mistakes and secretly meeting with others." Her face was icy cold. "If I don't make you I can't control you, right?" And Chun Ruoshue, "Do you still dare to say I am falsely accusing her? Take her away and execute her." Xie Ziqing and Chun Ruoshue were shocked, especially Xie Ziqing. Hearing that he might be made he almost vomited blood. Being turned into a was such an insulting punishment that it was better to be killed directly. His face turned pale, and his mind was almost spinning. He didn't understand how Chu Xingchen suddenly appeared with so many people. Suddenly he understood. No wonder Chun Ruoshue could come in. Chu Xingchen intentionally let her in, probably to catch them in the act. Xie Ziqing's mind was racing, and Chun Ruoshue begged for mercy. "Your Highness, you misunderstood. We didn't meet secretly. I have nothing to do with him. Please don't kill me, young master." Chun Ruoshue knelt on the ground, begging Yuan Shitzi, but Yuan Shitzi was so angry he didn't want to pay attention to her. Just hugging isn't enough to prove they were meeting secretly? Do you think they need to be caught in bed to count?
Chu Xingchen's ne?
Chun Ruoshue felt wronged, but suddenly she realized she was a woman. Chu Xingchen wouldn't really execute her. "Your Highness, it's true. I only thought of him as my brother." About brothers and sisters, Chu Xingchen just sneered. "A brotherly love without blood relations? You really have quite a few brothers then." Chun Ruoshue felt even more wronged. She had given up this relationship because she was a princess, and in the end, the princess didn't appreciate her and mocked her. Worse, she even had to apologize because she was a princess with authority. She knelt on the ground, looking at Xie Ziqing with tears. Xie Ziqing finally seemed to realize what was happening. He broke free from the palace servants holding his hand and knelt in front of Chu Xingchen. "Yes, she is just my sister. A sister, a noble scholar's daughter. Today truly opened my eyes. I wonder how your Xie family will record what happened today." Chu Xingchen's face turned cold. "Ning Lianjia, honest and upright and self-purifying? Xie Ziqing, you have truly disgraced your name." Chu Xingchen's two sentences were like a deadly to the heart, hitting directly at Xie Ziqing's weakness. His face changed drastically. He swayed twice, and suddenly blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was actually coughing up blood. Chun Ruoshue was very anxious. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "I acted improperly. Your Highness, I was wrong. Please, don't blame young Master Xie. Young Master Xie is not at fault." Chun Ruoshue apologized and kowtowed with great grievance. Chu Xingchen clicked his tongue. "Kowtowing twice isn't enough for me to forgive you?
Then what do you want?"
Do you really want my life?" Chun Ruoshue looked up, clenched his teeth. "If that's the case, I can only prove my innocence with my death. I hope my death can earn the princess's forgiveness and stop blaming young Master Xie. It was my fault for entering the palace without permission and causing trouble for him." Chun Ruoshue didn't want to drag Xie Ziqing into this. Heartbroken, he looked at Fan Shitzi, a look full of complex feelings, apology, resentment, disappointment. Then he took a few steps and jumped into the lotus pond that the princess had dug for Xie Ziqing because he liked lotus flowers.
"No."
The furious Fan Shitzi, the panicked Xie Ziqing, and the men who had come along, secretly in love with Chun Ruoshue but still angry, all went crazy. After shouting no repeatedly, they all jumped into the lotus pond like dumplings, causing chaos in the Jade Flower Palace. Chu Xingchen and Su Dandan stood to the side, watching coldly as everyone struggled in the pond. After a while, Su Dandan, who was originally furious, suddenly moved closer to Chu Xingchen. "What are they doing?" "Sharing life and death," Chu Xingchen replied calmly. He looked at the people at the edge of the pond shouting for help, cleared his throat, and raised his voice. "Stop making noise. The people below, be a little gentler. Water is splashing everywhere." Fan Shizhi and Xie Ziqing each held Chen Ruoshui, ready to speak when they heard Chu Xingchen say, "Stand up straight. Didn't you notice this pond only reaches your waist? You won't drown." As soon as Chu Xingchen finished speaking, everyone inside and outside the pond froze. The people who had been struggling and experiencing life-and-death moments stood still and looked down in embarrassment. The awkwardness kept spreading. Chen Ruoshui had shouted several times to let go and stop risking her life, spitting out the dirty water in her mouth. At that moment, she wished she could really die. Seeing everyone frozen and still, Chu Xingchen chuckled. "Are you here to perform a dumpling dance? Or do you think this pond, only waist-deep, can drown you?" In the palace, the lotus pond was designed with safety in mind, so it wouldn't be too deep. If you jumped in to commit suicide or hanged yourself with a strand of hair, what's the difference? No one answered because there was no way to answer. They just hurried onto the shore covered in dirt and mud. When lotus flowers bloom, they look beautiful, but below the water is all black mud. They struggled for so long, yet each of them looked dirty and miserable. Chen Ruoshui was soaked and trembling all over, not sure if it was from the cold or anger. "Chen Ruoshui, if you're really determined to die, just cut your throat directly. A sharp knife can cut the main artery quickly. Even a fairy couldn't save you. You shout about proving your innocence with your death, but then you pull the stunt. I find it disgusting." Chen Ruoshui was about to faint, almost losing consciousness. Chu Xingchen said directly. Chen Ruoshui entered the Eastern Palace without permission and secretly met with someone there. First, put her in jail. When young Master Fan heard about being imprisoned with such a charge, he felt distressed and couldn't help but plead, "Your Highness, she made a mistake. I will bring her here to apologize again. But if she is thrown into the dungeon and dies, I dare to ask for mercy. Since she hasn't hurt anyone, please reconsider your decision." Chu Xingchen looked at young Master Fan, who was under a rotten lotus leaf, with a curious gaze. "Are you so lovesick for Chen Ruoshui that you forget everything? Or are you just seeking revenge because she gave you a green hat today and want to retaliate? Your words remind me that I should add another charge, that Chen Ruoshui tried to harm the crown princess." Young Master Fan was completely stunned.
What?
Young Master Fan is right. She didn't hurt anyone today, but what if she tries tomorrow? The palace is heavily guarded. Chen Ruoshui, a woman, can come and go freely, even enter the tightly locked Jade Flower Palace and meet someone in secret. What if next time she enters my bedroom and tries to kill me? Everyone's face changed drastically. Young Master Fan's expression turned even worse because Chu Xingchen's words reminded him that the green hat on his head wasn't enough. It also made him think that Chen Ruoshui's actions could affect the Bai family. Add another charge to Chen Ruoshui. As for Xie Ziqing, today is the birthday banquet of the noble lady, so no bloodshed. We will carry out the punishment in a few days. Xie Ziqing, who had been under house arrest before, could still move around in the Jade Flower Palace, but now he was directly detained, losing his freedom. The two were dragged away. Young Master Fan received sympathetic and strange looks from everyone. His face turned pale. He ignored Chen Ruoshui's pleas for help as she was dragged away, cold and stinky. Finally, he covered his face and ran away. Chu Xingchen watched young Master Fan's back, a quick smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The noble lady was quite capable. She could argue with people easily and handle matters herself. Always arguing, always enjoying herself. As a noble lady, she was always in control. Next time, if Prince Fan and a group of men dare to cause trouble again, I will firmly suppress them and put an end to it. Although Chun Ruoshui and the others caused quite a commotion, it didn't affect the Eastern Palace, as Chu Xingqian handled everything promptly. The evening banquet went on smoothly. A few people who had finished eating had already left the palace on their own. Chu Xingqian returned to enjoy the celebration, looking completely unfazed by what had happened. However, Su Dandan has been distracted ever since she saw Xie Ziqing and Chun Ruoshui. Seeing Chu Xingqian acting normal, she pursed her lips. When no one was around Chu Xingqian, she hesitated and approached him slowly. Have you already moved past your sadness? I used to blame you.
I'm sorry.
She awkwardly apologized. Chu Xingqian smiled faintly and said vaguely, It's about the same now. Don't be too upset. Seeing things clearly is good. Chu Xingqian knew that Su Dandan was feeling the most hurt at this moment. There will be good things at the banquet later. Good things? You'll see then, Chu Xingqian said.
He was talking about wine.
Su Dandan, having gone through heartbreak, probably needed wine. Drinking can help vent feelings, crying or yelling, and then feeling much better afterward. At the birthday banquet of the noble lady, the royal strong liquor was finally introduced. At first, no one paid much attention, but once everyone started celebrating and took the first sip, they were all surprised. The taste was smooth and sweet, yet fiery. This wine? Chu Xingqian then promoted the royal strong liquor, which amazed everyone and quickly won over many. Since the banquet just started, the lively atmosphere was largely thanks to the royal liquor. Chu Xingqian was very pleased. He quietly told Shen Songzhu on his right, some of this wine has already been sent to the border regions. The northern border is cold, and soldiers will definitely like this strong liquor. Yes, I asked Ling Zhou about it. Chu Xingqian nodded. Shen Songzhu's smile faded a little as he took a sip of wine. Chu Xingqian then turned to ask about the construction of Xiao Wangchang's factory. Whether it was a brewery or an alcohol factory, they needed to be built separately and heavily guarded to keep things secret. Even the workers inside had to be trustworthy. The number of shadow agents was limited, and it was impossible for them to switch jobs to become workers. Fortunately, Chu had a land deed, so it wasn't a big problem. Chu Xingqian entrusted Xiao Wangchang with the factory's construction and operations, even giving him a special badge allowing him to leave the palace freely for inspections. While talking with Chu Xingqian, Xiao Wangchang observed how the guests reacted after drinking the wine. Since these were the first customers, he wanted to quickly understand the market response. Liquor is also divided into 3 levels of strength. Some female guests prefer the lower strength, and many male guests also enjoy it, but some prefer the stronger, drinking until their faces turn red. Chu Xingqian was watching and then noticed something. Everyone was drinking, but Xiao Wangke didn't touch a drop, only lightly touched his lips with the cup each time. Why don't you drink? Hearing Chu Xingqian's question, Xiao Wangke stiffened and didn't dare to look at her directly.
He only mumbled,
Not drinking for now. This was a side effect of Xiao Wangchue's drunkenness. He had never gotten drunk before and didn't want to relax that way. But last time, after trying strong liquor, he unexpectedly got drunk once. He didn't realize that he could be that way when drunk, and he remembered everything after waking up. Xiao Wangke was humiliated the first time he got drunk in front of Chu Xingqian and swore he would never drink again in his life. Thinking about what he did before, he felt uncomfortable. Chu Xingqian didn't expect him to remember, since everyone cries and laughs when drunk, and Xiao Wangke was fine. She thought he was just tired. If you don't want to drink, eat more dishes, Chu Xingqian said, leaning over to serve Xiao Wangke some hot food. You've worked hard lately. When Chu Xingqian leaned in, she was close to Xiao Wangke, and her hair brushed his lips, making him feel a tingling sensation. Your Highness, you're too polite. Xiao Wangke avoided her, looking uncomfortable. Thank you, Your Highness. Since Chu Xingqian personally served the food, he naturally ate it, not noticing the resentful gaze from nearby. Minister Xiao, one of the 6 ministers, attended the banquet with his family. He looked at Xiao Wangke and Chu Xingqian happily and drank a few more cups, feeling very pleased. The main wife next to him and Xiao Qing looked unhappy. The main wife, poor face, forced to smile even if she was frowning, but Xiao Qing couldn't smile at all. Xiao Wangke, who was usually stepped on and looked down upon, was now sitting at the top seat, and the eldest daughter was so kind to him. What right did Xiao Wangke have? Xiao Qing was furious and couldn't control his gaze. The main wife saw this and had to remind him to hold back. At the birthday banquet, gifts were naturally given, and everyone came up with ideas, making the noble lady very happy. Xiao Qing was annoyed by the laughter and was about to find an excuse to leave when the noble lady said, Xingqian said she was preparing a gift. Why hasn't she come yet? She's coming now, isn't she? The queen's cheerful voice sounded. Xiao Qing frowned and looked over, seeing Chu Xingqian dressed in a blue gown, holding a red lantern, floating up with a group of people. No, she was sliding up, she was wearing ice skates. Everyone saw what Xiao Qing saw. Chu Xingqian smiled at the noble lady above and looked to the left. Shun Songzhu played the zither. Surprisingly, he was the one playing. The music was gentle and beautiful. The crowd looked confused. Was the princess going to perform a dance to entertain the noble lady? Just as everyone thought Chu Xingqian was about to dance, she simply dispersed and then raised her red lantern. The people below didn't understand what this meant. But the noble lady and the queen at the top suddenly spoke. Good. A perfect blessing. It turned out Chu Xingqian and her group weren't dancing but spelling words. Spelling words like this is common in modern times and can create many surprises, but it was never done like this in Dechu before. Realizing Chu Xingqian was spelling words, the people sitting below couldn't stay still and stood up to watch. Chu Xingqian held her lantern, wearing special ice skates from Dechu, making her movements more eye-catching, forming one character after another. Fortune as vast as the East Sea, longevity as high as the Southern Mountain. After spelling out all 8 characters, the noble lady was overjoyed. This performance surprised everyone. Tonight, Chu Xingqian amazed the crowd even more. Xiao Qing wasn't sure if it was because he had just drunk too much wine and was feeling dizzy, or if it was because the lantern in Chu Xingqian's hand was so beautiful. All he knew was he couldn't take his eyes off her. It took him a long time to finally look away. Then he realized many of the young men present looked just as captivated as he was. Xiao Qing clenched his teeth. He was just drunk. He didn't regret not entering the palace. Chu Xingqian didn't notice Xiao Qing. She was just glad she hadn't made any mistakes. After the performance, the noble lady kept praising, saying it was her favorite gift. The queen beside her looked on expectantly and gave a subtle hint. I also like it very much. I'm just waiting for Xingqian's gift.
Chu Xingqian.
So next time, she'd have to rack her brains again for a gift? Today, she performed herself mainly because the noble lady had raised her since she was young. When she was sick, it was the noble lady who comforted her and gave her medicine. They shared a close bond, so she put effort into making her happy. She didn't expect the queen to join in, but her relationship with the queen was even better. She hurriedly changed the subject. Actually, these lanterns can also be released into the sky, you know? Released? Yes, write your wishes on them and let them fly away. When they reach the sky, your wishes can come true. The lantern Chu Xingqian used was specially made, similar to a Kongming lantern, which could be released into the sky. Lady Taiji was very excited, and even the Empress Dowager became interested. They all went outside to write their wishes and let them fly away. Others joined in the fun. Luckily, they had prepared enough lanterns in advance. Chu Xingqian took advantage of people's inattention to find Shin Songzhu and a few others, especially bringing out Zhou Bian. Quick, you all write your wishes and let them fly. Ling Zhou immediately asked, Your Highness, what wish are you going to write? Not telling you. If I say it, it won't come true, Chu Xingqian said, hiding behind others to write her wish, so Ling Zhou couldn't see. I'm not peeking, Ling Zhou said, but he also moved to the side. When hundreds of lanterns were released into the sky, it was very beautiful. Chu Xingqian looked up and said, So pretty. Yes, so beautiful. Ling Zhou looked at her. What wish did you write? Chu Xingqian shook her head. Not telling you. Actually, she wrote a simple wish. that all 5 of them would live long lives. Chu Xingchen looked up at the sky, unaware that she had already become a beautiful sight in others' eyes. Xiao Qing couldn't control his gaze. He had to admit he regretted not liking the princess earlier. Now he saw how good she was, and more importantly, she was so kind to Xiao Wang. He had overheard others at the banquet talking about how popular the royal spirits were, and now they were going to be handed over to Xiao Wang, even the divine medicine water. Drunk with wine, Xiao Cheng's only thought was that he couldn't let Xiao Wang be so arrogant. He wanted to defeat him and take what he had. When he saw Chu Xingchen leave the crowd and walk away, he quietly followed when no one was paying attention. Chu Xingchen had just changed her shoes in the side hall when she heard the door open. She thought it was Wandong and stepped out in embroidered shoes. "Wandong, I want to change my clothes too." Her words stopped suddenly because it was not Wandong outside, but Xiao Cheng. Xiao Cheng was facing away from Chu Xingchen, half undressed, revealing his fair skin. When he turned around and saw her, he gasped sharply. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? I should be asking you that." "This is my rest place," Chu Xingchen said coldly. "Leave now." I am." He looked distressed, covering himself with his clothes but half hiding. He turned to open the door, but didn't manage to open it. "Your Highness, the door seems to be locked," he said nervously, turning back. "What should I do?" Chu Xingchen's lips twitched. She had encountered this scene often in ancient costume dramas and novels, but she didn't expect to see it happen to her. When she heard the door was locked, she wasn't surprised. If she could open it, how could the scene continue? She was completely sure that the person locking the door was still one of his people. It must be Xiao Cheng, Xiao Wang's older brother. What was he thinking? And what about her late winter? Where did such a big late winter go? Chu Xingchen stepped forward with a serious face, knocking twice without opening the door. "Late winter." Xiao Cheng hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please don't call. If someone hears us and sees this, it will be..." "Your Highness, there's no need to worry. The princess hasn't seen her maidservant, so she will come looking. Just be patient a little longer." He clenched his teeth. "There are some things I've wanted to talk to your Highness about for a while. It should have been me who entered the palace first, but 3 days before, I suddenly fell ill and couldn't leave my bed. By the time I recovered, everything was settled. My brother replaced me, and I miss seeing you. Meeting you again today, I feel so emotional. If I hadn't fallen ill back then, it would have been me." Xiao Cheng hesitated, unable to continue. Chu Xingchen was speechless inside. How could she be so confused? Did she think she was foolish? There's actually such a thing? "Luckily, you were sick, and Xiao Wang went into the palace." Chu Xingchen, speaking straightforwardly and looking a bit scared, made Xiao Cheng freeze. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" "Just what it says." Xiao Cheng was heartbroken. "The princess knows what I mean, so why do you answer like that?" "I don't ask for much. Just this once. I humbly ask the princess to grant me this wish. I would have no regrets in life. Why do you humiliate me like this?" Did Xiao Wang say something? After speaking, he seemed to finally make up his mind. "Please, princess, fulfill this wish." He loosened his collar and reached for Chu Xingchen's hand, his eyes flickering with a dangerous light. Chu Xingchen didn't expect him to say it out loud, and so confidently. Seeing Xiao Cheng reach for her hand, she quickly grabbed his instead. Xiao Cheng's eyes lit up, thinking he had succeeded. But in the next second, he felt a dizzy spin, and before he could react, he was slammed onto the ground with a loud bang. His back and whole body hurt terribly. He looked up at the ceiling, unable to process what had just happened. Chu Xingchen used a shoulder throw again, looking down at Xiao Cheng. "I was just about to say, can't you put on your clothes before talking? Aren't you cold? I don't know where you got your confidence." She looked like a white chicken. Suddenly, outside, there was anxious shouting. "Young master, are you inside? What's wrong? Why can't we open this door? Someone come quickly." Chu Xingchen thought, so timely. Were they eavesdropping outside? During the day, she caught Xie Ziqing's treachery. At night, someone caught her treachery. 2 treacheries in one day? That won't do. She doesn't want to be caught like that. Xiao Cheng, who fell to the ground, doubted his life. He never expected Zhuo Xingchen to be completely unmoved by his appearance and even to attack him. He was hurt and angry, took a moment to grind his teeth, and then spoke, "Your Highness, how can you treat me like this?" This sentence seemed somewhat correct but also sparked many thoughts. As he spoke, he didn't hesitate and suddenly climbed up to hug Zhuo Xingchen with a fierce look in his eyes. "This is because you force me, Your Highness." Zhuo Xingchen sneered mockingly. The ugly face of a man desperate for affection appeared. Her ex-boyfriend was just like that. They had only been together 3 days, and he was eager for intimacy. When she refused too quickly, he changed his attitude. His words were similar to Xiao Cheng's, trying to force himself on her. Luckily, she was quick and fought back, then called the police to send him away. Zhuo Xingchen kicked Xiao Cheng's third leg, and while he screamed in pain, she knocked him out. Before Xiao Cheng lost consciousness, his eyes showed pain and disbelief. Just as Zhuo Xingchen was about to deliver a few more kicks, she heard noises outside. The servant had already brought people over. She looked around. Where could she escape? The windows wouldn't open. Just as she was anxious, Zhou Bian suddenly appeared in front of her. When the door was pushed open, he hugged her waist and leapt onto the beam of the room. "What's going on?" My young master was changing clothes, but the sounds inside were unusual. He even shouted at Your Highness not to do this. The guard who was called looked shocked. When he entered, he saw only Xiao Cheng, dressed in disarray and unconscious, with no sign of the prince. Xiao Cheng's attendant's face changed. He called for the young master and told the guards to find someone. The guards, unwilling, only carried Xiao Cheng out. Zhuo Xingchen stood on the beam, clutching Zhou Bian's clothes tightly as she watched their argument. Standing so high was quite scary. But even fear didn't stop her from enjoying the show. She didn't notice Zhou Bian's awkward expression. Zhou Bian felt Zhuo Xingchen was too close, which reminded him of their last soft contact. He was worried he might unconsciously lean in again, so he lowered his head and one finger at a time, gently pried her tight grip off her hand.
Huh?
Zhuo Xingchen looked at his actions, glared at him silently, and asked, "What if I fall?" Zhou Bian thought to himself that he definitely wouldn't let her fall. But Zhuo Xingchen couldn't hear his thoughts. She avoided his hand and grabbed the back of his waist with her clothes, looking at him proudly. Now, how could he pry her off? More importantly, this action made her feel safer. In this way, Zhuo Xingchen hugged him tightly, getting closer. Zhou Bian didn't expect this outcome. He shifted aside, his Adam's apple rolling as he felt a bit regretful. He thought if he had known, he wouldn't have let her hold his hand. Fortunately, the performance below finally finished. Xiao Cheng's attendants didn't compete with the guards, and the guards simply took the person away. The room became quiet. Zhou Bian couldn't wait to take Zhuo Xingchen downstairs, but she held him back. "Wait, let's go later. They might come back unexpectedly." Zhuo Xingchen looked at Zhou Bian and smiled. "Luckily you're here. Otherwise, I might have been blocked inside. It's not good to have such trouble at the Lord's birthday banquet. Not only would it damage her reputation, but more importantly, if she was caught like this, she might have to bring Xiao Cheng into the palace. That wouldn't do. 5 husbands were enough. Adding another would be too much. Plus, Xiao Cheng had bad intentions. One bad apple spoils the bunch, and if he caused trouble, the entire palace could be affected. That's not right, Zhuo Xingchen said, looking at Zhou Bian. "Were you already in the room? Then why didn't you speak or come out earlier? Didn't you see how Xiao Cheng was?" This shadow guard wasn't doing his job well. Zhou Bian glared at Zhuo Xingchen. "Didn't your highness say you are quite capable?" He tried twice to appear, but each time he was forced back before he could fully show himself. Zhuo Xingchen slapped him, not needing his help, and her kick was so powerful it felt like a to the soul. He watched her fight passionately and didn't want to disturb her mood. Zhuo Xingchen said, "Wouldn't it be better if you came out and fought with me?" But she was glad that Zhou Bian was paying attention to her safety. "Zhou Bian, do you usually work like this?" Chu Xingchen experienced Zhou Baian's work environment. Stepping on others and keeping everything in sight feels pretty good, but the space is a bit small. Chu Xingchen said several more words, but Zhou Baian remained silent, as usual. Zhou Baian, how do you sleep during your night shifts? Do you lie on the beam? Do you fall off? Suddenly, Zhou Baian hushed her. Moments later, footsteps sounded outside. She was right. They really had launched a counterattack. Xiao Cheng, dressed in disarray, fainted in the room. The attendant said some ambiguous words, and the official wife immediately understood her son's intentions. Deep down, she shared the same thoughts. She believed Xiao Cheng's entry into the palace would make him more favored than Xiao Wang. As the main wife's mother-in-law, or even as the future grandmother of the crown prince, it seemed promising. In an instant, her ambitions were stirred. She hurriedly called for a doctor and asked the empress to help her make decisions. The main wife said so, but Chu Xingchen was really not there, so she had to go look for her again. The main wife thought that the eldest daughter was probably just hiding. She hadn't looked carefully earlier, and now with a commotion outside, maybe the eldest daughter didn't have time to leave. Determined to find her, she searched thoroughly. Even if she couldn't find the eldest daughter, finding something that belonged to her would be good enough. Then her wishes could come true. Everyone, be careful, the main wife said sharply, not missing anything, even outside the corner windows. Chu Xingchen looked at Zhou Baian holding ice skates and was glad she remembered earlier to ask Zhou Baian to get them. The main wife came with a fierce look, but she was disappointed. She found nothing and had to leave in frustration. Chu Xingchen was taken back to the Eastern Palace by Zhou Baian. She quickly changed her clothes and then, shortly after, returned to the banquet with the main wife. Where did the eldest daughter go? Chu Xingchen pretended she didn't know anything. Her clothes got dirty, so she went back to the Eastern Palace. What's the matter? Xiao Cheng, who had been awakened by the imperial doctor, almost spat blood when he heard Chu Xingchen's answer. Xiao Cheng was confused by Chu Xingchen's antics. Worse, he was beaten and then knocked out. The pain in that area still lingered, making his face turn pale with anger. When the main wife's cold gaze looked over, he could only pale and say, I might have been drunk and saw things wrong. The servant was just overreacting. You're overreacting and talking nonsense. Your servant needs a good lesson, said the noble lady unhappily. She was upset that at her happiest moment, this scene happened, and now the eldest daughter's reputation was damaged at her birthday banquet. The noble lady looked at the main wife. Besides the servant, young Master Xiao should pay more attention. Drinking too much and sneaking into the palace is lucky he's still alive. Otherwise, he might have been killed by the palace guards. Ignoring the pale faces of the mother and son, the empress added, he's also a scholar, and his behavior is really inappropriate. He disturbed the birthday banquet. It's very rude. Go home and read scriptures to pray for good fortune from the noble lady. After speaking, she looked at Xiao Shongshu. Xiao Shongshu, your son is not young anymore. His younger brother has entered the palace, and it's time for him to settle down and get engaged. Xiao Shongshu glared at them fiercely and nodded bitterly. Everyone present knew what was going on. They could see everyone's thoughts clearly. They were initially annoyed that they had taken a step ahead, but now the eldest daughter was unhappy and refused to recognize her, and she had just been slapped in front of everyone once, then again. The Xiao family, especially Xiao Cheng, has caused a big embarrassment this time. After the banquet ended and everyone left, many people in carriages were complaining about it. Everyone wants to take advantage of good opportunities. First, they refused to support Xiao Xiaoqing, and now that the eldest daughter has changed, they want to take her back. It's really funny. Being the eldest daughter doesn't mean she has no temper. Actually, not only Xiao Cheng, but many families are now regretting how things turned out with Chu Xingchen. When the empress wanted to choose a husband for the eldest daughter, many well-informed families made excuses to avoid it, or sent their children far away, or claimed to be ill, or simply refused to meet for matchmaking. They used to feel sorry for Xiao Wang, but now that Chu Xingchen is doing well, Xiao Wang has become the unlucky one who got a lucky break. The adults in the court who knew about Chu Xingchen's situation are now regretful. The younger generation, who saw Chu Xingchen up close tonight, found her status as the eldest daughter and her beauty very appealing. Unaware that she had already run several laps in the minds of many young men while wearing ice skates, Chu Xingchen specially apologized to the noble lady. There's no need to be so formal. Xingchen, what are your thoughts? Do you want to add a few more people? I see several young men tonight are quite good. If you like anyone, just say so. They'll definitely be happy. No. Chu Xingchen refused 3 times. Don't joke with me. 5 people are enough to give her a headache. She definitely won't recruit more. All right. The noble lady thought to herself that many people must be disappointed. Chu Xingchen returned to the Eastern Palace and unexpectedly saw Xiao Wang waiting for her in Jinhua Hall. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? Chu Xingchen had just spoken when Xiao Wang apologized to her. His eyes were calm and steady, yet seemed to hold countless storms as he clenched his fists and handed over the account book to Jing Yan. Chu Xingchen was surprised. Xiaoqing, what are you doing? She frowned and guessed, are you angry that I didn't give face to the Xiao family today and made Xiaoqing embarrassed? But your relationship with him isn't very good, right? Why are you still? Wasn't I doing well before? Just continue helping me. If you don't help me, I'll be in trouble. Xiao Wang looked up slowly, a bit slow to understand. Your Highness still wants me to manage these things? Of course. Chu Xingchen nodded firmly. If you think the Xiao family's reputation is connected to yours and they rise or fall together, I won't embarrass Xiaoqing in the future. If you think the division of benefits isn't enough, we can discuss it. Seeing Xiao Wang's expression, she knew he wasn't joking. She interrupted him. No need. That's enough. Xiao Wang stood up on his own without waiting for Chu Xingchen to speak, and he smiled at Chu Xingchen. It was not his usual gentle, perfect smile, but a big, broad grin showing 8 teeth, with a hint of pride. This smile was genuine, like a blooming flower that captivates everyone. I thought that after what happened tonight, your Highness wouldn't want me to interfere anymore, so I offered to resign. Chu Xingchen chuckled. How could that be? He is him, and you are you. Just having your Highness's support is enough. I don't see myself as someone who would ruin everything. I've told Xiaoqing that I see him as an enemy, so from now on, feel free to trouble him. I'll only be happy to see that. For the first time, Xiao Wang threw aside the rules. Actually, seeing how your Highness treated him today made me very happy. I was just worried that your Highness might blame me. But your Highness is generous and forgiving. Since you still trust me, I will leave now. Rest assured, your Highness, as long as you believe in me, I will help build a business empire just for you. After saying this, Xiao Wang politely took his leave, moving gracefully. His back looked confident and spirited, very different from how he appeared when Chu Xingchen first saw him. Xiao Wang was simply too straightforward. Tonight, he watched Xiaoqing cause trouble with a cold eye. He thought Chu Xingchen would get tired of him and believe that the Xiao family was like that. It wasn't that Xiao Wang thought too much, but that the times were like this. People often judged a family by one person. He had encountered many opportunities before, but unexpected things always happened. Just when things started to look up, they would be ruined. But here with Chu Xingchen, that didn't happen. The next day at the birthday banquet, everyone was talking about the royal strong wine and the dance performed by the eldest daughter. Last night's timing was perfect, giving a good promotion to the royal strong wine. It hadn't even gone on sale yet, and everyone was eagerly looking forward to it. Of course, some people were also discussing Xiaoqing's foolishness and how Xie Ziqing and Chen Ruoshui were caught meeting in secret. Scholars and students from Confucian schools, because of Xie Ziqing's backing by the Xie family, had been defending him before. But now they were caught off guard and the whole situation was thrown into chaos. The men behind Chen Ruoshui were the same. They were furious, but Chu Xingchen was discussing with Su Dandan how to punish Chen Ruoshui. Su Dandan came uninvited. After catching them in their secret meeting, she completely disliked Chen Ruoshui. Your Highness, killing isn't necessary. Just sell her to a brothel. That's a good idea, but that's not how we handle things. Then let her walk through the streets. Su Dandan immediately suggested. This is a special punishment designed for situations similar to Chen Ruoshue's. She was made to march around the street, listing her crimes, and was subjected to insults and attacks with rotten leaves. This was meant to remind everyone not to follow her path. Usually, such methods are rarely used. Only those who are shameless might endure it, as most people find it worse than imprisonment. Many cannot bear it and might even choose to end their lives, so it rarely happens more than once or twice. I must say, making Chen Ruoshue march in the street was very painful for her. Before Chu Xingchen could speak, Su Dandan became anxious. Let her march in the street so everyone can see her true face, so they won't keep praising her for being pure and kind. Your Highness, don't hesitate.
Chu Xingchen Zhuge.
I never said it's not okay. I just wonder if I can accuse her of sneaking into the palace to attack the crown princess and then exile her to the northern border after her march. Chen Ruoshue was unhappy. The men helping her to vent their anger had lost their lives in the process. She didn't think it was too much. She just wanted to prevent anyone from losing their life because of her displeasure. Good idea, let's do that. I'll go see her march now. The charming Chen Ruoshue never thought she would experience this day. When she heard she was going to be paraded, she spat blood and fainted immediately. When she was splashed with water and woke up, Chen Ruoshue shouted, "A soldier can be killed but not humiliated," trying to hit the wall, but was stopped and eventually, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth. They decided to parade her anyway. Chen's family and her mother, who were trying to rescue her, were furious and almost rushed to the palace. Chu Xingchen, you're going too far. Do you know Chen Ruoshue's identity?
How dare you?
I will remember this insult today and make you pay 100 times later. The men who liked Chen Ruoshue also became anxious. Elder Fan and the young Master Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and they were about to go crazy. Break off the engagement. The engagement must be broken. Our Fan family will never accept a bride who has been paraded in the street. Young Master Fan was overwhelmed with emotion after hearing the news. Heartbroken and furious, he rode out of Fomin City to vent his anger. Chen Ruoshue's parade attracted many onlookers. Some were curious about her beauty, while others simply hated her and threw rotten eggs and vegetable leaves. Chen Ruoshue couldn't bear it and fainted again halfway through. After the parade, Chen Ruoshue was thrown back into prison. Her mother, bleeding and desperate, begged to see the Empress Dowager, but was refused. That night, things got even worse. Chen Ruoshue developed a high fever and was critically ill. She fell into a coma due to water inhalation and a sudden attack of anxiety. Her condition worsened with a persistent high fever. If not treated in time, she could either go mad or die from the illness. After receiving many requests for an audience, Chu Xingchen got the latest news from Wandong. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and wonder, have we committed too many sins and finally faced our punishment? Wandong handed him an item again. Your Highness, as you ordered, I have been informing Xie Xianshi of Chen Ruoshue's situation in real time. After hearing this news, Xie Xianshi begged to see you. Chu Xingchen didn't go to meet him. Even if he doesn't ask to see me, I will see him. He wanted to see how much he was suffering. Previously, someone said they would ruin him, and he planned to ruin him and then send him to Chen Ruoshue. Maybe they would even be moved to tears. He's gone so far for Chen Ruoshue. A sorrowful voice sounded. Chu Xingchen frowned and turned his head. Su Dandan, why haven't you left yet? Su Dandan pursed her lips. Your Highness, are you really going to ruin him?
Why?
Are you still holding on to old feelings for him and want to plead for him? It's not that, Su Dandan muttered softly. I just think it's a pity. He hasn't even used his strength, and now he's going to be ruined. Chu Xingchen didn't hear her quiet words. That's good.
You should leave the palace soon.
In a good mood, Chu Xingchen went directly to see Xie Ziqing. Greetings, Your Highness. Xie Ziqing surprisingly took off his matching white clothes with Chen Ruoshue and put on the red outfit given to him by the former crown princess. Dressed in red, Xie Ziqing looked much better, with a different kind of charm. Chu Xingchen looked at his red clothes and then at the room, which seemed deliberately decorated to look joyful. He asked, "What are you planning? Knowing Chen Ruoshui is about to die, are you planning to form a spiritual bond with her?" Xie Ziqing looked at Chu Xingchen, who now had no trace of unfamiliarity in his eyes. Thinking of Chen Ruoshui suffering in prison, a dull pain struck his heart. "This place was arranged for your highness." Xie Ziqing's eyelids trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. "Xingchen, everything you're doing is just to get me, isn't it? I agree to stay with you. Please let her and her family go. Don't humiliate them." Every time Xie Ziqing heard news of Chen Ruoshui, knowing how long she had endured, he felt heartbroken. This was Chu Xingchen's revenge. He truly might kill Chen Ruoshui. He had suffered for a long time, knowing Chen Ruoshui couldn't hold on much longer. To save her, he finally decided to sacrifice himself. "As long as you let her go, I can." He spoke, closed his eyes, and slowly took off his outer cloak. At that moment, Xie Ziqing's expression resembled the one Chu Xingchen had seen when others had to sacrifice for family or loved ones, resigned, humiliated, and in pain. Chu Xingchen watched him and suddenly couldn't help but laugh softly. "Xie Ziqing, where do you get your confidence?" He still thought he was special, believing the princess still dreamed only of him as she did before. Xie Ziqing's hands trembled. He never expected that after struggling so long, Chu Xingchen's reaction would be like this. He opened his eyes in disbelief. "Why you? Stop glaring." Chu Xingchen waved her hand. "You don't need to look like you're sacrificing yourself. I find it dirty and won't touch you." "Chu Xingchen, even if you're angry, you shouldn't insult me like this. You brought this on yourself, Xie Ziqing. Do you think everyone is eager to have someone made of gold like you?" Chu Xingchen sat in a chair, coldly examining Xie Ziqing from top to bottom. "The 4 people from the Eastern Palace, aren't they better than you? With them, why would I need you? You have Xin Songju's handsome, elegant aura or Xiao Wang's stunning charm. General Ling Zhou is brave and vigorous. Zhou Baiyan is both beautiful and skilled in martial arts. How do you compare? Relying on your plain looks and weak body?" Xie Ziqing truly didn't care. His tone and expression clearly showed his indifference. He couldn't believe it. His face instantly turned red with anger. He thought he was sacrificing himself, but Chu Xingchen didn't seem to care. The few words she said directly entered his mind, making it hard to ignore, and he couldn't find any words to refute. He used to believe Chu Xingchen might have given up on him because she was disappointed, but he didn't realize that in her heart, he was far inferior to them. Even Zhou Baiyan was better. This was a complete insult. He had never considered them important before. Xie Ziqing felt both resentful and strangely more self-conscious. He clenched his teeth and said, "Chu Xingchen, don't think you can just provoke me and make me suffer. I'm being serious." Chu Xingchen truly believed so. Xie Ziqing relied on his charm to get by, but now he was panicked and his aura was gone. She stood up after watching the scene unfold. "I thought you'd come up with something good, but this is all you have. Looks like you really want to become a. Maybe it's better for Chen Ruoshui to be sick." Xie Ziqing's eyes widened with rage. Seeing Chu Xingchen about to leave, he signaled with his eyes to Miao Bai, desperately telling himself that Chu Xingchen only resented him because he liked Chen Ruoshui. She was just stubborn. That's right, she was just stubborn. Whether or not she was just stubborn, he had no other choice now. He had to find a way to save Chen Ruoshui and himself. He absolutely couldn't be discarded. If that happened, he might as well die. Xie Ziqing watched Chu Xingchen's back with a look full of determination. Standing at the door, Miaobi was equally anxious and desperate. After receiving Xie Ziqing's gaze, she raised her hand towards Chu Xingchen, who was walking towards her, and a cloud of powder flew out. Chu Xingchen tried to hold her breath, but didn't have time, and everything went dark before her eyes. Chu Xingchen was the first to see Zhou Baiyan's face when she woke up. Seeing him made her feel at ease. She knew Zhou Baiyan was there. Wandong was also affected but was behind her and woke up earlier than Chu Xingchen. "Your Highness, this is Xie Xian's room," someone said. Feeling a bit dizzy, Chu Xingchen nodded, pressed her temples in frustration, and sat up. It's so annoying. There's even this powder trick. Where is Xie Ziqing? This isn't a martial arts drama, she thought. She followed Wandong's hand and saw Xie Ziqing on the ground. His outer clothes had been taken off, leaving only a red inner garment. Chu Xingqian glanced at it and noticed it was somewhat transparent, which made her frown and wish she could close her eyes. She felt like stabbing her eyes out. Xie Ziqing was on the ground, looking very disheveled. Somehow, he seemed to have cried and looked both angry and wronged. When he saw Chu Xingqian wake up, he was so excited that he made sobbing sounds. That little thing, people who didn't know the truth might think he was the victim. Chu Xingqian spat and said, "You still want to drug me and kill me, just to avenge Qinrua Shui? Do you even realize where this is?" She was protected by Zhou Baiyan. Chu Xingqian looked at Zhou Baiyan, who was staring intently at Xie Ziqing. "Zhou Baiyan, thank you so much. I don't know what I would do without you." Zhou Baiyan remained expressionless, while Xie Ziqing looked almost exhausted, desperately shaking his head. Finally, he managed to pull off the cloth stuffed in his mouth, showing pain on his face. "No, Your Highness, I didn't mean to kill you." He tried to get closer to Chu Xingqian, but as soon as he moved, his face showed pain, and he let out several muffled groans. "Shut up. I haven't even hit you, so what are you shouting about? Are you even a man?"
Chu Xingqian's not pet.
Xie Ziqing, unable to bear the pain anymore, said, "Your Highness, my hands have been cut off 3 times already." He looked at Zhou Baiyan with a face full of pain and hatred. Zhou Baiyan remained emotionless and said nothing when Chu Xingqian looked his way. Since Zhou Baiyan was from the Zhou family, normally, if Chu Xingqian wanted to summon someone or visit another husband at night, it was usually done by other shadow guards. Other shadow responses were not as quick as Zhou Baiyan's, and, according to the rules, they wouldn't get too close to avoid seeing things they shouldn't and upsetting the master. So, Chu Xingqian was caught off guard. Fortunately, Zhou Baiyan didn't come in directly. He was outside. When he sensed something was wrong, he immediately entered. At that moment, Xie Ziqing had already carried Chu Xingqian onto the bed, while Miaobi was dragging Wandong out of the room. The first thing Zhou Baiyan saw was Xie Ziqing pulling off Chu Xingqian's belt. At that moment, Zhou Baiyan's mind went blank, and for the first time, he felt a wave of fear. What if he had arrived a moment later? Seeing Chu Xingqian unconscious, Zhou Baiyan stepped forward to attack Xie Ziqing. Xie Ziqing's throat was grabbed. If Miaobi hadn't shouted loudly, Zhou Baiyan might have strangled him. Luckily, Xie Ziqing escaped death, but Zhou Baiyan's anger surged again when he saw Chu Xingqian's belt undone. He forcefully tried to break Xie Ziqing's hand. In the last moment, he remembered how the princess had previously protected Xie Ziqing, even punishing him for it. His hand, which was about to be broken, hesitated and then let go. But this hesitation was not good for Xie Ziqing, because his hands were repeatedly cut off and reattached, causing him almost unbearable pain and suffering. Xie Ziqing screamed in agony, sweating coldly. "Zhou Baiyan, wait for your death. I won't let you go." Zhou Baiyan remained numb, casually taking off Xie Ziqing's clothes and stuffing them into his mouth. He then went to check on Chu Xingqian again, found no other issues, and finally relaxed. He carefully retied Chu Xingqian's belt, making it exactly the same as before. He still looked expressionless, but his trembling hands revealed his true emotions. He easily subdued Xie Ziqing, but when he thought about whether Miaobi had used poison instead of just a sleeping drug, his whole body radiated killing intent. He immediately punished the shadow following Chu Xingqian and personally dealt with Xie Ziqing. The shadow didn't expect Miaobi to suddenly pull such a move. Being punished, he had nothing to say. The entire Jade Flower Palace was thoroughly searched. Zhou Baiyan also checked Xie Ziqing from head to toe, removing his outer clothes to prevent any hidden weapons or dangerous items. This was the scene Chu Xingqian saw when she opened her eyes. Seeing Zhou Baiyan acting as if nothing had happened, Xie Ziqing was furious. He wanted to complain and punish Zhou Baiyan. But Chu Xingqian, being sensitive, asked Zhou Baiyan, "Zhou Baiyan, what was he doing when you came in?" Xie Ziqing froze. Zhou Baiyan paused briefly and said, "He was trying to sneakily pull on your belt." Zhou Baiyan used adjectives for the first time in his life, and he used them very accurately, completely shocking Xie Ziqing and Chu Xingchen. Xie Ziqing was surprised to find out that Zhou Baiyan was so scheming.
What are you talking about? What do you mean by?
Xingchen, I just wanted to make up for our previous intimacy. Chu Xingchen was furious.
So you want to?
She jumped off the bed without hesitation and kicked Xie Ziqing hard several times. If you wanted to kill me, I might have looked up to you, but now I see you're so tasteless. I'll beat you to death. He had just looked innocent and wronged, but now this really made her furious. Who gave you the guts to do this? If I don't punish you, I'll despise myself. This person must be punished. Everything went differently than Xie Ziqing imagined. He wanted revenge, but he ended up in trouble. Because of past experiences, he no longer dared to hope. He begged for mercy immediately. "No, Your Highness, please don't." Chu Baiyan watched everything, knowing Chu Xingchen hated being touched, and also knowing Xie Ziqing was no longer important. She kicked Xie Ziqing several times to vent her anger, then strode out. Xie Ziqing shouted but received no response. He was angry, cold, and scared, trembling with despair. After Chu Baiyan left, a few palace servants came in. They sneered at him lightly, stuffed something into his mouth, and tied him to the bed. Seeing an old palace servant take out a strange-looking knife, Xie Ziqing's eyes widened with rage as he struggled madly. The old servant frowned and ordered, "Blindfold him." Xie Ziqing was full of despair. Just when he thought he was truly finished, footsteps approached again. "You all leave first." It was Wen Dong's voice. At that moment, Xie Ziqing almost cried with joy.
He was saved.
He knew Chu Xingchen wouldn't bear to hurt him. He heard footsteps coming to the bed, and the person removed the cloth stuffed in his mouth. He was overjoyed. "Your Highness?" The person was silent and didn't answer, but a hand gently stroked his face. The hand was warm and soft. Xie Ziqing finally relaxed. "Your Highness, I knew you wouldn't want to hurt me." He knew the princess loved him. Xie Ziqing moved slightly. "Your Highness, please untie the ropes and remove the cloth from my eyes. I don't feel well, and I can't see you." His request was ignored. He gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, I was wrong to cover your face before, but now I want to see your face." She still didn't answer. She simply tore off his clothes directly. Xie Ziqing was startled. "Your Highness." His eyes were blind, but his other senses became sharper. His words trailed off, incomprehensible. Xie Ziqing had been all night, with his eyes covered. After a night of interrogation, he was half dead, his face swollen and bruised. The next day, he finally gained freedom and was allowed into the room. He saw Xie Ziqing, looking like a rag doll, with a purple or swollen, bloodshot face. Every part of him was hurt. He hurriedly wrapped him in a blanket, untied the cloth covering his eyes, and felt a storm of emotion in his heart. "Young master." Xie Ziqing was weak, his eyes completely dull. His body was already in poor condition, and during this time, it had worsened. He was exhausted last night, but the lady hadn't let go of him. She even used the incense he had previously mentioned. She must have liked him very much, so she kept going, and her actions became more and more excessive. He was afraid but couldn't escape. By dawn, his voice was hoarse and broken until he could no longer speak. The lady looked at the exhausted Xie Ziqing with great pity. Seeing Chu Xingchen walk in lively and energetic, he angrily questioned, "Your Highness, how could you treat our young master this way?" He didn't know whether to feel pity or compassion. "Oh." He begged for it. Chu Xingchen casually replied, slightly moved by Xie Ziqing's condition. This was the first time she felt emotional about the story. Xie Ziqing truly deserved to be called one of the obsessive protagonists. He would do anything for Chen Ruoshui. She was touched by what he had sacrificed for her. Enduring endless humiliation and abuse, even turning into a rag doll, such devotion was truly moving. Moved by this, Chu Xingchen withdrew her previous orders. He was considered useless now, and that was enough. When Xie Ziqing heard Chu Xingchen's voice, he struggled to open his eyes. When he saw her, his pupils shrank sharply, and his hand trembled involuntarily. After all the torment she had inflicted, her mood seemed to have improved. Seeing her radiant and glowing, Xie Ziqing pressed his lips together. Last night, I had the imperial doctor treat Chen Ruoshui. The fever has subsided, and there's no danger to his life anymore. For the imperial doctors, Chen Ruoshui was the best test subject. Upon hearing the order, he eagerly went to treat him. Hearing this, Xie Ziqing felt a slight relief. Finally, some good news. Chu Xingchen looked at him and said, I also have good news for you. Chen Ruoshui's mother obtained an imperial decree from the late emperor, and the empress has accepted the decree, granting Chen Ruoshui a pardon. This emperor's decree, Chu Xingchen knows, is the key item that allowed Xie Ziqing and others in the novel to successfully seize power. Because of this decree, all doubts were covered, and everyone's mouths were shut. The emperor's decree is like a special get-out-of-jail-free card, given long ago to the former protectorate general's estate. How it ended up in Chen Ruoshui's hands is a long story, but it was finally brought out and played a big role. Chu Xingchen never thought he could easily solve Chen Ruoshui's problem, but he didn't expect her to trigger the emperor's decree at this moment, which effectively removed a hidden threat. The unexpected success made Chu Xingchen feel good, and he became friendly towards Xie Ziqing, saying, Xie Ziqing, I am moved by your feelings for her, so I will help you. You can leave the palace now. Xie Ziqing was happy about the outcome, but felt a strange blockage inside. He believed that once she had him, she wouldn't cherish him. Thinking this, he blurted out, I won't leave the palace. You won't leave? Don't you dream of leaving? Chu Xingchen said, smiling. Chen Ruoshui knows you sacrificed so much for her. She will definitely be touched.
Who wouldn't be moved by that?
Xie Ziqing found her words harsh and replied, Enough. He awkwardly interrupted Chu Xingchen. I don't believe you will really let me out of the palace. Anyway, he wouldn't. You just don't trust me? Chu Xingchen neither confirmed nor denied, smiling gently at him. I've already thought of a plan for you. In a while, you fake your death and change your identity, then you can stay with Chen Ruoshui forever. Losing the identity of the young master of the Xie family, he wondered how much strength he still had when he reached Chen Ruoshui. Xie Ziqing understood her words clearly. I can't give up my identity as the young master of the Xie family. Can't bear to give up your identity? But in your situation, only death can get you out of the palace. Chu Xingchen looked at Xie Ziqing and said, Think carefully before you decide. Chen Ruoshui is about to be released from prison. She was very accommodating because no matter which path Xie Ziqing chose, it wouldn't be easy. After leaving Yuhua Palace, Chu Xingchen saw Shen Songzhu, who seemed to be waiting for her on purpose. No one knew about last night's events. Chu Xingchen had kept it secret. She paused, then smiled, and walked over. Shen San. Your Highness, how do you plan to handle Xie Xian's servant? Shen Songzhu asked straightforwardly. Shen San, do you have something to say? Yes, please, Your Highness. Come to the princess's chamber. Shen Songzhu and Chu Xingchen went to the pavilion where she had played the zither before. With no one around, he directly said, I know your concerns and anger, but the way you handled things last night was not quite right. Xie Ziqing comes from the Xie family. Even if he doesn't follow traditional rules and behaves improperly, he is still a member of the Xie family. Treating him this way is too insulting to the family. Their reaction might be worse than if he were simply executed. Originally, punishing the eldest daughter was the right thing to do. But due to the special circumstances of castration, scholars are very sensitive. If the Xie family incited scholars to turn against him, it could harm the eldest daughter. Chuk Xingchen listened carefully and said, I didn't think of these things last night. Thank you, Shen Sijuan. Sometimes, acting impulsively can lead to big problems later. It's good that Your Highness doesn't mind my speaking out. Shen Songzhu smiled slightly. Can you tell me how you plan to deal with Xie Xian? I won't use castration, but I also don't want to see him. I just want him to fake his death, so he can be with Chen Ruoshui. But he still cares about his family's reputation and doesn't want to abandon his identity as a noble son. Shun Songju frowned, not fully understanding and thinking that Chu Xingchen was being too kind. Why do you want to handle it this way, Your Highness? Chu Xingchen leaned in and whispered to Shun Songju, because I want to use him to deal with Chen Ruoshui's other men so they can turn against each other. Chen Ruoshui's suitors need to weaken each other first. This also allows Xie Ziqing to have some last moments of usefulness. Once their internal fighting is over, he can die peacefully. Shin Sijuan, you don't realize how popular Chen Ruoshui is. Many men like her, and those men are connected to powerful forces. There are many involved. This time, I stepped on Chen Ruoshui to crush her, and those men must hate me now. They're sharpening their knives, ready to take revenge. Shin Songju didn't expect to hear such reasons. Although Chu Xingchen's words were interesting, they also made him frown.
Who are these people?
Don't worry, Your Highness. We will protect you. Publicly and privately, Shun Songju cannot let those people hurt her. Dazhu needs her. When Chu Xingchen heard that she would be protected, a quick smile appeared on his face. I'm not afraid of them anymore, just a bit annoyed. So, I thought I'd let them fight among themselves. She has made good use of her resources. As for who they are, she honestly doesn't know all the details. I only know about the Crown Prince Fan and some divine doctor or others. Shun Songju nodded.
I still say the same thing.
You don't need to worry too much. There are people who like you, and you have a husband. We will protect you just as well as they do. His tone was calm, but full of confidence and pride. Chu Xingchen didn't expect to hear such words.
No.
She waved her hand and said, You are several times better than them. Compared to when they were indifferent after coming through the book, now they can comfort her by saying that Chen Ruoshue has a husband and a man. This is a huge improvement. She couldn't help but smile foolishly, feeling protected now. Shun Songju looked at her and chuckled. Are we really several times better than them? Of course, she replied. Yes, but they are all unscrupulous. That's why I wanted Xie Ziqing to fight them internally. I thought he would be eager, but... Shun Songju looked thoughtful and said, I have a suggestion. Meanwhile, Xie Ziqing heard Miaobi say that the gates of Yuhua Palace were open again and no longer locked tight. He also heard Miaobi keep muttering, making him feel both pain and irritation. In the end, he couldn't help but get up. He went to pick up Chen Ruoshue, disguised in palace servant clothes, and struggled to walk there. Chen Ruoshue was released, but she looked lost and defeated. She had lost face and felt she couldn't go on living. She didn't expect to see Xie Ziqing as soon as she came out. Seeing Xie Ziqing's appearance, Chen Ruoshue quickly noticed something was wrong. Big brother Xie, what happened to you? I'm fine, Xie Ziqing said vaguely, not telling the truth. He only said he had been reprimanded. He didn't take credit, but Chen Ruoshue knew it was all because of her suffering. She was deeply moved and couldn't help but hug him. Big brother Xie, you suffered to save me. Xie Ziqing's whole body stiffened, cold sweat breaking out because there was not a single good spot on him. It's all in the past, Xie Ziqing said, his voice trembling. Chen Ruoshue felt even more touched. When the carriage to pick her up arrived, she pressed her lips and helped Xie Ziqing get on the carriage. Big brother Xie, come out of the palace with me. Xie Ziqing was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Ruoshue raised her hand and covered his lips with her finger. I know what you're going to say, but I can't just watch you go back again. Today, we can no longer deceive ourselves. Blushing, she leaned her head on his shoulder. I know it might be very difficult for us to be truly together, and we need more time, but I will be completely open with you. She had suffered and endured hardship. Her fiancé, Prince Fan, didn't react, but Xie Ziqing risking everything to save her moved her deeply. How could she not be touched? She couldn't just do nothing, so she decided to give herself to him to show her feelings. Xie Ziqing naturally understood her hint. This was what he had always dreamed of, being able to reach out and touch her, to do whatever he wanted, and to fully possess her. If this had happened in the past, he would have immediately and sincerely kissed her, trembling with excitement. This time, He also trembled all over, but not out of happiness or excitement, rather because he was scared. In his happiest moment, he thought of last night's torment, yet his body was completely calm. At this point, Xie Ziqing had to admit that he was psychologically affected. Thinking of last night made him tremble with fear, even afraid of that kind of thing. Just then, Chen Ruoshui shyly wanted to hug his waist. Xie Ziqing reacted quickly, slapping her hand away and stepping back from her. Chen Ruoshui was stunned. "Big brother Xie, what are you doing? It's not the right time yet, and you also need to rest your body," Xie Ziqing said, his movements causing his wounds to hurt badly, making his face look worse. Chen Ruoshui sensed something was wrong. "Big brother Xie, are your injuries serious? Let me see." She was eager to help him remove his clothes, but Xie Ziqing firmly said, "Don't touch me." His expression was very obvious, which hurt Chen Ruoshui. "Big brother Xie, do you dislike me?" "No." Xie Ziqing's face was very pale as he reached out to hold her. Big brother Xie. Chen Ruoshui was shocked when she saw his injured wrist. "Your injury?" She looked at his wound, feeling something strange, but her worry quickly replaced that feeling. "Chu Xingchen actually beat you so badly. How could she be so unreasonable?" Xie Ziqing broke out in cold sweat and could only admit vaguely, "Ruoshui, go home quickly. I still need to return to the palace." Leaving the palace requires careful planning. He didn't know how Chen Ruoshui would react if she found out how he saved him. He was afraid to face her, so he ran away. Xie Ziqing returned to the East Palace and hurriedly asked Miaobi to send a request for him to stay in the palace. He anxiously waited to see how Chu Xingchen would reply. He was afraid she would order him to die or continue to fake his death. Unexpectedly, Chu Xingchen responded quickly. He didn't need to fake his death, but he still wanted to leave the palace. Xie Shaoqing knows he was wrong and voluntarily requests to leave the palace, going to Zixiao Temple for cultivation, reciting scriptures daily, and praying for the princess's safety. Zixiao Temple is located in the northern outskirts of Fomin City, on a mountain, and is considered a royal temple. It was a place where wrongdoers and disgraced palace women went for hard penance, with tough conditions similar to Ganlu Temple in some palace dramas. But Chu Xingchen wouldn't let him return to the palace arrogantly. Just like in the dramas, once at Zixiao Temple, Xie Ziqing would find it easier to pursue love or engage in internal conflicts. Of course, it would also be easier to commit murder. This was a wonderful suggestion from Shun Songzhu. Chu Xingchen thought it was brilliant, but Xie Ziqing felt like a thunderbolt hit him. His vision blurred, and he became more certain that Chu Xingchen only treasures things when he has them, using them up and then discarding them. Xie Ziqing was unwilling. When he was forced out of the palace, he met Su Dandan and begged her for help, hoping she could persuade Lord Su to oppose this action. In the past, whenever he asked for help, Su Dandan would do her best to assist him. But this time, she completely ignored him. Xie Ziqing found it strange. Su Dandan clearly liked him before. He could only guess that she was now annoyed because she saw him with Chen Ruoshui. As the palace gate grew farther away, Xie Ziqing gritted his teeth and warned, "Chu Xingchen, you are so heartless. Don't regret it later." But regret was impossible. Since Xie Ziqing left the East Palace, he felt the air had become much fresher. After Xie Ziqing left the palace, Fan Shixi went to the East Palace. He knelt before Chu Xingchen and kowtowed 3 times, shouting, "I am a big fool," and begged for medicine. Chu Xingchen had just returned to the East Palace and didn't have time to react. Fan Shixi had already finished kowtowing. Because of his anger, his voice was loud and moving, filling the room with echoes of "I am a big fool." "What's going on?" Chu Xingchen asked. "Please, Your Highness, use the divine medicine water to save my mother. She's been running a high fever and won't get better. The imperial doctor said we could use the divine medicine water to wipe her down. Your Highness, I was blind and said things I shouldn't have, but my mother is innocent. I beg for your mercy." The incident with Chen Ruoshui made Fan Shixi a joke. Lord Fan and Lady Fan wanted him to break off the engagement, but Fan Shitzi hesitated. Lady Fan was so angry she fell ill. Lady Fan had a high fever and tried many medicines and cooling methods, but nothing worked. In the end, she remembered what the imperial doctor said about one last resort. Since all else failed, they could only try the last hope, asking Chu Xingqian for help. Fan Shitzi had many flaws, but he was very filial, and he managed to kowtow 3 times as asked. Chu Xingqian then gave him some alcohol suitable for cooling the fever.
It's only a temporary try.
I'm not sure if it will work, Chu Xingqian said. Fortunately, the alcohol was very effective. Perhaps because people at this time hadn't been exposed to it much, it worked even better. The effectiveness of the alcohol was confirmed by the Imperial Hospital, and it was approved for official use. Chu Xingqian immediately sent the alcohol he had made during this period to Beijiang. As for the supply of divine medicine water for the common people, it would take some time, so the priority was now Beijiang. News spread quickly, and the military generals were excited. Who said our little general isn't favored? Just look at what the princess did for him. The previously settled gambling game was reignited by them, and someone started betting against Ling Zhou again. Now Ling Zhou, and they were evenly matched. Ling Zhou didn't know this, but he was very happy when he heard about the effects of alcohol and the news. He carried a string of sparrows and visited, bowing carefully when he saw Chu Xingqian. Your Highness, on behalf of the soldiers, thank you. You are their benefactor. Chu Xingqian dared not accept this. No, this is what I should do. They are guarding Daqing. I haven't done enough, and there are still many casualties. It was truly not enough. Alcohol was still too restricted, but penicillin was not that easy to get. In war, there are always casualties. Saving even one more is a great thing. Your Highness, tell me what you like, and I will get it for you. Chu Xingqian looked at the sparrows in Ling Zhou's hand. So, is this your gift of thanks? That doesn't count.
Just tell me what you like.
But Chu Xingqian couldn't think of what he liked right now. Sparrows are fine. Your Highness, no need to be polite. Now that you're with me, you're my brother, the kind who can face life and death together. Ling Zhou patted his chest. Ask my brothers in the northern border if you don't believe me. I'm very generous with them. Ling Zhou wasn't lying. Chu Xingqian would be under his protection from now on. Except for the occasional hiccup when facing her, there were no other issues. But I really can't remember what I like.
Take your time.
I'll take you to eat roasted sparrows. I also brought some wine. It felt like being back in the northern border. Ling Zhou naturally put his arm around Chu Xingqian's shoulder. Come on, today I'll treat you to an unforgettable meal of roasted sparrows. My roasted sparrows are the best. Chu Xingqian. Ling Zhou, I'm 2 months older than you. You should call me sister. Ling Zhou looked down and glared at her. You're not taller than me. Whoever is taller is the brother. He didn't want to be the younger brother. After saying that, he looked at Chu Xingqian's face so close that he suddenly realized he was actually holding her shoulder. Flustered, he let go and walked ahead. Tonight, whoever drinks and loses will be the brother. Chu Xingqian didn't get to drink last time, which Ling Zhou still remembered. He decided to settle the score tonight. Ling Zhou and Chu Xingqian rekindled the fire at the place where they had fallen last time. With the help of a sword and a golden spear, they quickly roasted the sparrows. Chu Xingqian looked at the campfire and suddenly craved barbecue. He clapped his hands. Late winter, go see what's left in the kitchen. Get some pork belly, chicken feet, chicken wings, lamb skewers, and so on. Chu Xingqian had big ambitions and even thought about inviting Shen Songzhu and the others to join for barbecue. But the grilled food turned out black and burnt, ending in failure. In the end, Ling Zhou's roasted sparrow was the most delicious, and it paired perfectly with the wine. Next time I roast, I'll call you. I can also make roasted chicken and roasted rabbit.
Okay.
Chu Xingqian lay on the blanket spread by late winter, looking up at the sky. There are so many bright stars here, unlike in the city, where you can't see anything. Ling Zhou, lying nearby, suddenly sat up and nudged him. What city? Are you drunk, Your Highness? You lost, so you have to call me Big Brother. He was very competitive and still wanted to act as the older brother. I'm not drunk. I don't understand why all you guys like to be the older brother. You're younger than me, so just be content to be the little brother. No way. We agreed there would be a contest. Get up and drink. Chu Xingchen was pulled up and given 2 more glasses of wine. He was starting to feel a bit tipsy and looked at the tall wall, suddenly wanting to go out shopping. I want to go shopping.
Now?
No, it's not a good time. There are hardly any people on the street now. Hurry up and drink. If you can't beat me today, you'll have to call me Big Brother. Chu Xingchen refused to admit defeat. In the end, they didn't decide a winner, but he couldn't walk straight. Let's go. As your big brother, I'll take you home. No, I, as your older sister, will take you home. Since Flying Feather Palace was nearby, Chu Xingchen reached the door, pushed Ling Zhou inside forcefully, and said, I'll see you home. Be good, and be my little brother from now on. Ling Zhou, standing with his wings spread like a little chick, looked very angry.
No.
That's not fair. You're cheating. Chu Xingchen didn't care at all. She laughed happily, swayed, and staggered back home. Back at the Eastern Palace, Chu Xingchen saw her bed and immediately fell asleep, not noticing the sneaky figure following behind her. Ling Zhou watched Chu Xingchen laugh happily, looking very proud. It was still me, your big brother, who brought you back. It turned out he was still not convinced and secretly followed Chu Xingchen, finally bringing her home. I won. Starting tomorrow, you have to call me Big Brother. Ling Zhou proudly announced, then turned around and happily lay down at Chu Xingchen's feet. Always watching the whole scene was Wandong. She silently rolled her eyes. Just as she was about to wake Ling Zhou, Jin Chong quickly held her back. Wandong frowned when she saw Jin Chong. How did you get in? You're so bold. Sorry, Sister Wandong. I was rude. I'll go get punished later. Even a beating is fine. Jin Chong carefully pulled Wandong to the door. I stopped Sister Wandong. Our little general has a strong temper, especially after drinking. Finally, Ba Jian, realizing what was happening, helped out. Yeah, if you upset the little general, he might attack with a sword. Just let him sleep here. The spear almost couldn't help but hit someone directly. That was close enough. Cutting someone with a sword was too exaggerated. Wouldn't that make Sister Wandong even more worried? Don't talk nonsense, Sister Wandong. The young general really has a bad temper in the morning, he smiled. Look, the young general is His Highness's little secretary.
They.
Right? There's no need to worry. That was the real point. Wandong paused, looked at Chu Xingchen sleeping peacefully, then at Ling Zhou. Thinking about how they interacted, she finally decided not to disturb them. Seeing Wandong finally agree, Bao Jian almost jumped up and Jin Chong asked, Sister Wandong, where can I get a paddle? I'll go get one right now. I can get one too, Bao Jian said passionately. Wandong rolled her eyes at them, waved her hand, and left. Bao Jian and Jin Chong left the Jinhua Hall, both clenched fists. Young general, you must be brave. We've already fought hard to get paddles for you. You must succeed in becoming His Highness's first man. Don't let us down. With such good timing, location, and people's support, if you still can't do it, then you're not a real man. In the sleeping hall, Ling Zhou might have felt the cold. He skillfully kicked off his shoes and, half asleep, crawled into the bed. Ling Zhou crawled into bed, then hugged Chu Xingchen's foot and slept soundly. Zhou Baiyan silently watched the scene, frowned, and picked up Ling Zhou, tossing him onto the ground. Ling Zhou muttered but didn't fully wake up. Tianlu, who arrived in a sweat, forced himself to ignore his fear and made a gesture. According to the rules, it was his turn to stand guard. Zhou Baiyan looked into Tianlu's eyes and sensed his disapproval. He responded with a gesture. He was pressing down on the prince. Tianlu. Because the task required climbing over the couple's roof, Tianlu, who had some experience, thought that the rules for Zhou Baiyan's shift were too strict. Otherwise, the young lady would never get her own room. When Zhou Baiyan finally left, Tianlu heaved a sigh of relief. After hesitating a moment, he still didn't pick Ling Zhou back onto the bed. He didn't expect that Zhou leader was secretly like this. Remembering what he saw last time, he felt he needed to get to know Zhou leader better. Ling Zhou, who was thrown on the ground, got cold while sleeping and, half asleep, crawled back into bed. The next day, Ling Zhou woke up feeling a terrible headache, still holding something in his hand. When he opened his eyes, he saw Chu Xingqian's foot. Why was he so sure so quickly? Of course, he had only ever seen one girl's foot in his life, Chu Xingqian's. So, was he lying in Chu Xingqian's bed? Ling Zhou's mind went blank. He had shared a bed with Chu Xingqian. No, that's not right. They only shared a bed, not a pillow. He slept at the foot of the bed, and a quick thought flashed through Ling Zhou's mind. This made it easier for him to put the little doll into Chu Xingqian's belly. As this thought crossed his mind, Ling Zhou suddenly sat up, couldn't help but slap his own head hard. Why was he thinking about little dolls? It was all a trick his older brother had played on him. When he was very young, he heard that his sister-in-law had a doll in her belly. He was curious about how the doll got inside and asked his older brother, but he never got an answer. Until he accidentally saw his older brother sleeping at the foot of the bed. Curious, he asked why he was sleeping at the foot, and his brother told him it was because he was secretly putting the doll into his sister-in-law's foot. His brother told him that the doll in his sister-in-law's belly was put in that way. He believed for a long time that the doll was placed through her foot, only to find out later that it was a lie, that his brother had tricked him. His brother had clearly annoyed his sister-in-law, which is why he was punished to sleep at the foot of the bed. Ling Zhou's mind was a jumble of thoughts, and he felt like hitting himself. But now wasn't the time for that. Why was he sleeping on the prince's bed? He jumped off the bed, about to run, but held himself back tightly. Carefully, he looked at Chu Xingqian. She seemed to have been disturbed, turned over, and almost hit Ling Zhou with her hand. Quick as a flash, Ling Zhou dodged and watched as Chu Xingqian's hand rested on the pillow. He silently encouraged himself. No need to be nervous or afraid. Look at her tiny hand. What's there to be scared of? He compared his hand to Chu Xingqian's and felt proud, straightening up. His gaze shifted to the foot of the bed, where he saw Chu Xingqian's foot still sticking out. He had just gotten up too quickly and exposed it. He was about to help cover her when he couldn't resist measuring her foot with his hand. How can it be so small? While measuring, he accidentally touched her sole. Chu Xingqian already felt her foot being cold, and now, tickled by the sensation, she was instantly awakened. She groggily looked up and saw Ling Zhou sneaking at the foot of the bed. She immediately became alert. What are you doing here? What do you want? What can I do? Ling Zhou looked at her, still a bit surprised that he had slept here last night. He cleared his throat and remembered their plan from last night. Just wanted to tell you, I'll take you out to play tonight. He still remembered Chu Xingqian saying she wanted to go shopping yesterday. Chu Xingqian recalled, I understand. Just remember, sister will always be your sister. Don't even think about being a brother. Last night, I was the one who won. I was the one who took you back. Ling Zhou wanted to argue. Clearly, he had taken her back last night, or else he wouldn't have slept here all night. But he didn't dare say they slept together, so he kept quiet. I'm leaving now. Don't sneak out alone. You're a girl, and it's not safe. I'll take you somewhere safe. Okay, I understand. Ling Zhou slipped on his shoes and hurried out of Jinhua Palace. At the door, he looked around cautiously, afraid someone might see him leaving early in the morning. To his surprise, he immediately saw Jin Chong and Bao Jian, eyes bright despite bloodshot eyes. Young general, you're finally out. Jin Chong and Bao Jian quickly helped Ling Zhou up. You worked hard last night. Let's go back now. Since talking outside was unsafe, they hurried back to Feiyu Palace to ask the young general about it. Before Ling Zhou could react, they were helping him walk, almost dropping his shoes. He struggled a bit but finally went along with them. Jin Chong and Bao Jian carried Ling Zhou back to Feiyu Palace, then closed the door smoothly. Young general, last night. Was it settled? Settled? What do you mean? Ling Zhou yawned. Hurry up and prepare water. I want to wash. Is washing more important now? What's really important is your lifelong happiness. It's a big family matter for the Ling family, Jin Chong interrupted him directly. Young general, you don't need to hide this from us. It needs to be reported to the prince. Tell us, last night, did you and the eldest daughter? Ling Zhou finally understood what they meant. His face showed discomfort. What? You want to tell you I just slept at Chu Xingchen's feet all night? His attitude and words made Jin Chong and Bao Jian's hearts sink instantly. Their hearts, which had been warm all night, were suddenly chilled by a bucket of ice water. Your Highness, don't tell me you just slept at the foot of His Highness's bed all night? Ling Zhou's eyes widened in shock. How did Jin Chong know? Seeing Ling Zhou's reaction, Jin Chong and Bao Jian almost spat out blood. Young general, are you still a man? Young general, what kind of man are you? Jin Chong and Bao Jian couldn't help but speak in unison, showing their disappointment and disdain. Ling Zhou rolled up his sleeves. Are you two looking for death early in the morning? Dare to criticize the master? Haven't practiced enough? Feeling itchy? Go to the martial practice field now. Are you not allowed to tell the truth anymore? The sword is not afraid. Such a good opportunity last night.
What are you all talking about?
Am I that kind of person? He couldn't possibly take advantage of someone when they were vulnerable, especially while Chu Xingchen was asleep. Then, I would be worse than a beast. Jin Chong and Bao Jian snorted. You're not a beast, you're worse than one. They didn't dare say what was in their hearts, but they felt hopeless. This young general was beyond saving. They had worked so hard to create opportunities for him with good timing, favorable land, and people support, but in the end, he was lying in the prince's bed, sleeping so peacefully. How heartless, how unbelievable. Yet their young general had done it. There was no drunken impulse, only a deep sleep until dawn, completely hopeless. They had wasted their efforts in vain. Ling Zhou left, and Chu Xingchen lay on the bed for a while, hesitating whether to take a short nap again. Just then, a palace servant reported that Shun Songzhu had arrived. Why did she come so early? Chu Xingchen, not seeing Wan Dong, guessed she was busy. She quickly washed her face and tidied her hair, worried Shun Songzhu might get impatient. Seeing her clothes weren't too messy, she didn't change and went out directly. Shun Songzhu, is there something urgent? She was worried about an emergency. Hearing that Chu Xingchen hadn't gotten up yet, Shun Songzhu stood politely outside the yard, not entering the room. There's something you need to see, Your Highness. His tone was unusually urgent. Please come with me quickly, or it might be gone. Chu Xingchen immediately quickened her pace. What is it? You'll see when you get there. Shun Songzhu led the way outside. Let me show you the way. They arrived at a small pavilion, even more secluded than the last one, seemingly rarely visited. Here it is. Luckily, we caught it in time. Shun Songzhu walked ahead, finally letting out a breath of relief. Chu Xingchen quickly understood what he meant. Because she had just seen a rainbow not far away, beautiful and surreal under the morning sun. A rainbow. Yes, a rainbow. I saw it here today, and thought I was mistaken. Winters in Anqing are cold, and rainbows are rare. It's the first time I've seen one. Shun Songzhu, who went for a walk every morning, saw the rainbow and suddenly remembered hearing at the noble ladies' banquet that Chu Xingchen had no rainbow lollipop to give Chu Xinghai. He didn't know what a rainbow lollipop was, but seeing this rainbow made him want Chu Xingchen to see it. I asked Bao Pu to check if the young prince was awake, thinking that if he was, he could come and see too. Bao Pu hasn't returned yet, so maybe the young prince is still asleep. If he's not awake, there's nothing we can do, Chu Xingchen said happily. This was the first time she saw a rainbow in Dachu, and she wanted to record it, but unfortunately, she had no phone. It's a shame we can't save this moment. Shun Songzhu's eyes flickered at her words, but he said nothing. The rainbow was beautiful, but because she took time to call Chu Xingchen, it disappeared quickly. Chu Xingchen could only be grateful she didn't say too much. Seeing the rainbow. Today must be a lucky day. Yes, it's cold. Your Highness, let's go back first, Chu Xingchen said. She wasn't wearing a cloak, and Shun Songzhu didn't notice when he came out. Now he realized and hurriedly spoke. He hesitated, holding his cloak, unsure whether to give it to Chu Xingchen. Okay, she agreed. Hearing this, Chu Xingchen also felt cold, turned around, and started to walk away. "Wait," Shen Songju called, stepping in front of her with a slightly changed expression. "Your Highness, are you hurt?" "No," Chu Xingchen said, confused. "Then why is there blood?" Chu Xingchen looked back along Shen Songju's gaze and immediately blushed, covering her face and squatting down. I'm not hurt. Shen Songju, you should go help Wandong and ask her to find me here. She had her period." She didn't realize she was menstruating. This was her first time having her period after crossing over. She hadn't expected it and didn't feel anything. The blood was from when she was sleeping. But early in the morning, Wandong wasn't around and she hadn't changed her clothes, so she just came out. Coincidentally, Shen Songju saw everything. Chu Xingchen felt like she had just died in front of Shen Songju again. Shen Songju looked at Chu Xingchen squatting on the ground. Because of her reaction, he suddenly remembered something. His face turned bright red. He paused for a moment, quickly took off his cloak, and draped it over Chu Xingchen's shoulders. "It's too cold here. I should take you back." The cloak still carried Shen Songju's warmth, making Chu Xingchen's face even hotter. "Thank you," she said, grabbing the cloak. After a moment of hesitation, she quickly stood up.
"I can go back by myself now."
She just wanted to leave this awkward situation. Shen Songju responded, but he still followed behind her. Chu Xingchen could feel his footsteps, but pretended not to hear. The cloak was a bit long. Chu Xingchen tugged at it and walked forward in small steps, while Shen Songju slowly followed behind. Chu Xingchen can only be thankful that she didn't encounter many people on her way out earlier. Otherwise, she really would have wanted to disappear. She had just said that seeing a rainbow would make it a happy and lucky day, but now it feels like an embarrassing day. Jinhua Palace. Late winter, due to some matters, went out for a while. When he returned, Chu Xingchen was not there, and Ling Zhou was also missing. The palace maid reported that Shen Songju had come. Wanzhong didn't go looking for him, but instead tidied up the bed. Last night, Wanzhong didn't hear anything unusual, but when she saw the marks on the bed, she froze. The blood.
Could it be?
Wanzhong's heart was pounding. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard Chu Xingchen return, wearing Shen Songju's cloak, with a blushing face. Shen Songju followed behind her. When he saw her, he didn't say much, just nodded and excused himself, but his expression looked a bit unnatural. Wanzhong looked at the cloak on Chu Xingchen and then at Shen Songju's face, feeling overwhelmed. Suddenly, Chu Xingchen leaned on her shoulder. "Wanzhong, I feel so ashamed. I want to leave Earth and go to Mars." "Where is Mars? What happened to your Highness?" "I've been to that place." Wanzhong paused.
Oh.
"Wanzhong, why are you so cold and disappointed?" Shen Songju saw it all. Chu Xingchen covered her face.
So embarrassing. So embarrassing.
"I didn't see it coming." "Your Highness, you should wash up quickly," the maid advised. Of course, Chu didn't have sanitary pads, but her menstrual cloths were quite good, unlike the cloth strips and ash she had seen before. Maybe because she's a noble girl, they are specially made. She didn't know what material it was, soft and absorbent, but sanitary pads are still more convenient. Chu Xingchen was desperately missing sanitary pads. After tidying up and coming out, she saw Shen Songju's cloak. She touched it, feeling conflicted. Should she wash and return it to him, or give him a new one? She decided to give him a new one. But no matter what, she didn't want to see him for now. It was too embarrassing. Earlier, her period came quietly, but after a while, she started to feel pain. Chu Xingchen lay on the bed, with a hot water bag on her, feeling very down. Meanwhile, the maid responsible for washing the young lady's intimate clothes saw the bed sheets and trembled. She had happened to see Ling Zhou go into the young lady's room last night and stay all night. Her first thought was, the young lady had her period and the partner was Ling Xiaoqing. She didn't say much, but her unusual behavior didn't escape notice. At the Jinghong Palace, Xiao Wang was busy doing accounts when Jin Yan entered with a stern face. Xiaoqing. The young lady might have had an intimate encounter with Ling Xiaoqing. Xiao Wang paused with his hand on the white jade abacus, momentarily speechless. What? Jin Yan angrily said it's about Ling Xiaoqing. Last night, he drank with the princess, and he drank too much. I didn't expect Ling Xiaoqing, who seems carefree, to be so scheming. He actually stole Xiaoqing's chance. Jin Yan, have you forgotten why your name is Jin Yan? Xiao Wang's eyelashes flickered quickly. Don't talk nonsense. In the future, avoid asking about the princess's affairs. I just want to stand up for Xiaoqing, Jin Yan said, quickly closing his mouth when Xiao Wang looked at him. Xiao Wang continued to do his accounts, but the sound of the abacus was slower than before. At noon, Jin Yan sneaked in, smiling. Xiaoqing, Miss Wandong asked the kitchen to make red date stewed chicken. Miss Wandong always orders this dish twice a month. Xiao Wang understood the hint and turned his head to look at him. I told you not to ask about things you shouldn't. Jin Yan apologized and left. Outside, he listened to the crisp sound of the abacus again, a slight smile on his face. Xiaoqing clearly cares but is stubborn. In Mingxian Hall, Shen Songzhu hurried back and then fell into a daze. Later, he locked himself in his room, not allowing anyone inside. He took out a hidden book and read it, skipping over some sensitive content until he found what he wanted. Details about a girl's special days each month. It said she shouldn't be exposed to cold or cold foods, as her emotions could fluctuate. A true man should comfort her, care for her, not hit or scold her, give kisses and hugs, lift her high, and responsibly prepare her favorite foods in the kitchen. There was also a recipe at the end. Shen Songzhu studied it carefully, but didn't move. He thought Wandong would arrange all this. His gaze finally fell on the part describing menstrual pain. It described lower abdominal pain, distension, sometimes back pain, and other discomforts throughout the body. Sometimes there was dizziness, nausea, or vomiting. Severe cases included pale complexion, cold sweat, cold hands and feet, and even fainting from intense pain. Shen Songzhu furrowed his brows after reading. Experiencing this every month must be very hard. He didn't know Chu Xingchen's specific situation, but after reading it, he felt uneasy. He asked Baopu to find out about the situation in Jinhua Palace, whether there were any abnormalities or if a doctor was needed. This was the first time Shen Songzhu ordered such a thing. Baopu was pleased, feeling that his master finally understood. He happily went to inquire. The news he brought back was neither good nor bad. No doctor was called, but it seemed the princess hadn't left her room all day. Shen Songzhu thought he probably still felt uncomfortable. He wanted to visit, but when he remembered Chu Xingchen's face turning red, he gave up. He thought Chu Xingchen probably didn't want to see him today. That evening, Ling Zhou secretly went to find Chu Xingchen as planned but was stopped by Zhou Baiyan. When Zhou Baiyan returned on duty, he saw Chu Xingchen looking sad and unwell. He didn't hear their conversation or get any explanation. Seeing Chu Xingchen was sick and sleeping, he decided to block anyone from disturbing him. Ling Zhou was very angry. He tried to explain, but Zhou Baiyan wouldn't listen, and he couldn't fight him. Just wait. One day I will beat you. Ling Zhou angrily promised before leaving. The next day, Ling Zhou came to see Chu Xingchen again. We had an appointment. How could you forget? You should have told Zhou Baiyan first, so he wouldn't think I'm a troublemaker. Chu Xingchen patted her head and apologized. Sorry, I forgot. I was so embarrassed and also had my period, so I forgot. After that first day, she started to feel a bit better, but she still felt anxious without sanitary pads. Tomorrow night, is that okay? Yes, Ling Zhou replied happily. But you can't secretly go out tonight. Chu Xingchen chuckled. What if I go? Ling Zhou immediately said, if you secretly go out, I won't take you anywhere. So childish? Chu Xingchen rubbed her forehead. Got it. Even such a young person still wanted to act like an older brother. Later, Ling Zhou took Chu Xingchen out secretly after work, usually in the evening when they could relax. Chu Xingchen specially changed into men's clothes, and they ate roasted chicken and snacks while wandering around. Before the palace gates locked, they returned, having climbed the rope ladder many times. This was Chu Xingchen's first real understanding of Dechu and Feng'an City. These days were the happiest for Chu Xingchen, but unfortunately, bad news soon arrived from the northern border. This year, the Northern D's harassment and attacks were worse than before, even seeming like a full-scale war. Several women had been taken away. The news reached Feng'an City. Although far away, everyone felt uneasy. Fewer girls went out on the streets. The Northern Border Defense Prince repeatedly repelled attacks, suffering heavy casualties. Alcohol played a role. Many people who would have died before somehow survived now. The existence of divine medicine water gave everyone hope. The defense prince even wanted to recover the women who had been taken. The other side seemed to sense their abnormality and responded. Soon, the news was quickly sent to Feng'an City by fast horse. In the past few years, similar situations always occurred. The reason the Northern D people are so crazy is because they lack food in winter. Sometimes, to redeem women and reduce sacrifices, Dechu would trade some grain. Dechu is still weaker against their iron cavalry. The memorial from the Northern King hasn't arrived yet, but officials are already arguing fiercely. In previous years, we had no choice. This year, we have the divine medicine water, and we must not retreat. But those women are truly pitiful. If we don't give in, the people in the northern border will suffer someday. Giving them some old grain is better than losing lives. Year after year, their appetites only grow bigger. Before the debate reached a conclusion, the Northern King's memorial arrived. This time, their demand for peace was not grain, but a marriage alliance. When they heard marriage alliance, the officials were furious. That's not like back then, when women were so scarce. After 2 marriages, they still want to start again. Absolutely not. The Empress said, "Listen to me first. They are not asking for girls to be sent over. So, what kind of marriage alliance do they want?" The Empress looked strange and somewhat uneasy. She glanced at Chu Xingchen. They want to marry the crown princess. Their second prince is already on his way here.
Chu Xingchen.
Are the Northern D people crazy? They want to marry their second prince to our crown princess. Minister Xiao voiced Chu Xingchen's thoughts. If they think they can marry the crown princess, they're dreaming. All the officials opposed. The bloodline of Dechu must not be tainted by the Northern D. I agree with you. This time, we will fight to the end. However, knowing they would be rejected, the Empress's orders were still on the way. The next day, the Northern D's second prince arrived at Feng'an City. Since he was already at the gate, they had no choice but to receive him, even if they were unwilling. When Chu Xingchen saw this so-called second prince, her brow furrowed. It was because his eyes looked very much like the villain who had previously kidnapped her. Calling him a villain was accurate. He was indeed Northern D. And he was the second prince. So the previous meeting was actually this. Dechu's crown princess. He seemed unafraid that Chu Xingchen would recognize him. Facing her cold gaze, he smiled even more brightly. Although this is our first time meeting, it feels like I've known you for a long time. He sighed. Is this what you people in Central Plains call fate from our past lives? Chu Xingchen chuckled. Very likely. I just don't know if in my past life the second prince was my family's dog, a rooster that crowed every day, or a pig slaughtered once a year. The second prince remembers being eaten by those who killed him, but I've eaten so many chickens, ducks, and pigs that I hardly remember any of them. You. The second prince paused, finally realizing Chu Xingchen was mocking him. His face instantly turned pale. Snicker. A minister couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. In the first round, Chu Xingchen won without any doubt. The second prince didn't expect Chu Xingchen to be so sharp-tongued. Looking at her face, he felt a dull pain in his stomach. Her previous strike was so fierce it almost took his life. Now, after all this time, he's finally recovered. Is this how the Great Chu, known as the Land of Etiquette, treats the sincere envoy from Beatty? The second prince was tempted to provoke Chu Xingchen because he heard that Chu's eldest daughter wasn't very smart. He thought that whether through pressure or coaxing, having her bear a child with their bloodline would help them control her in the future. Later, when he tried to push this idea and faced rejection, he realized it was wrong. But he had already stirred his competitive and vengeful feelings. Isn't Beatty known for being bold and generous? You can't stand a few words about our past? You were the one who brought up this topic first, Chu Xingchen responded calmly, making the angry second prince feel frustrated, but he could only hold back. In the second round, Chu Xingchen won again without any doubt. The second prince looked at Chu Xingchen with intense hatred. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing her hundreds of times. But he remembered his current goal and held back. As long as the marriage alliance succeeds and Chu Xingchen bears his child, he can easily take control of this fertile land. Then he can enslave the people of Chu, making them work in the fields every day. They can eat and live as they please, enjoying their lives. This woman is only arrogant now. Once she's in his hands, he can do whatever he wants with her. The second prince clenched his teeth and forced out a smile. Let's not talk about these things. Let's discuss the marriage. The young king has fallen in love with the eldest daughter and wishes to marry her. Doesn't your Chu have a tradition of a man entering as a son-in-law? The young king doesn't expect the eldest daughter to go to Beatty. Just consider him as a son-in-law in Chu. Even if they have children, they will be Chu's children. If Chu can share the divine medicinal water from the northern border, I, as a representative of Beatty, guarantee that Beatty will never attack again and will always maintain friendly relations. Prince Heir's eyes were full of mockery. Their promises of never attacking would, at most, last 3 years. He spoke more nicely than he sang, dreaming of disinfectant, and was well-informed and clever, but his greed was shameless. He wanted to take all good things for himself, but refused to contribute anything himself. Prince Heir didn't notice Chu Xingchen's sarcasm. He stepped forward affectionately, his gaze sweeping over her face and body. His hand moved slightly as he recalled the feeling of touching her before. The woman from Central Plains was average in water quality, delicate skin and tender flesh. He was quite satisfied but thought she was a bit fiery in temper. But he didn't mind. The men of Beatty were best at taming wild horses, and he believed he could tame this fiery mare, the princess of Dachu, and ride her under him. His blood was boiling with excitement. He licked his lips and asked, Dachu's princess, what do you think? Prince Heir's changing expression was almost immediately noticed by Chu Xingchen. Seeing him become more and more presumptuous, she took a half-step forward and responded with a loud slap. She would never tolerate such voyeurism for even a second. Prince Heir didn't expect Chu Xingchen to dare hit him. His previous infatuation turned into anger. Dachu's princess, you dare to hit me? Oh, I was just swatting a mosquito, Chu Xingchen said, slapping him again. The crowd, who had been stunned, finally regained their senses. Their expressions changed. Officials from Dachu looked shocked, while those from Beatty were furious. Prince Heir was furious. You dare to seek death. At this time of year, where would there be mosquitoes? He was just making an excuse. He could no longer hold back and raised his hand to strike back. Amid the exclamations of Dachu officials, Chu Xingchen raised her hand and said, Here, insect. I just looked, it's not a mosquito, it's an insect, she said, holding a small bug in her palm, as if she had just been swatting a bug. Prince Heir's hand froze in midair. He didn't expect there to be an insect. He had wanted to continue hitting her to vent his anger, but for some reason, his back suddenly felt cold. It was as if he moved again, blood would splatter on the spot, and his hand would be useless. After hesitating for a moment, Prince Heir finally lowered his hand out of a sense of crisis. There really is an insect. Yes, Chu Xingchen naturally had no actual bug to hit. The insect might have been brought over by Zhou Bian. She took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her hands, making sure not to miss a single finger, as if she had touched something dirty. Prince Heir looked annoyed. Dachu's princess, you haven't answered my proposal yet. Prince Heir's proposal is very clever, but... Prince Heir's eyes lit up. But what? If you have any requests, just tell me. Chu Xingchen said, It's just the second prince's suggestion. Dreaming faster won't help. In short, don't daydream. The second prince quickly realized, You're mocking me for daydreaming. After being insulted and humiliated, the second prince was furious. Chu Xingchen was the first to lose her temper, saying, "I haven't even called the second prince a fool for making such a request." The second prince choked, feeling the truth in her words. At this moment, he had completely given up hope. Thinking about the losses he had suffered at Chu Xingchen's hands, his eyes darkened with anger.
Fine, fine.
Chu Xingchen, don't regret this. The second prince, towering over her, stared at Chu Xingchen fiercely. It's not us from Beatty who should regret it. If you truly want peace, don't leave your brains behind, Chu Xingchen said, pointing her finger sharply at his eyes. Next time you dare to look around carelessly, I'll poke out both your eyes. Her actions were quick and fierce, startling the second prince. He instinctively took a step back. Realizing he was scared by her, his face grew even uglier. Chu Xingchen, you still dare to threaten me? Since you do, just wait for the Beatty cavalry to sweep across Daxu and make you the villain of Dax. Their peace talks were over. The second prince left angrily, full of threats. It seemed he was afraid Daxu might turn against him or that he needed to rush back to attack immediately. He ran out of the palace quickly. Everyone in Daxu was united in their opposition to Beatty's conditions. Refusing was fine, but they worried that Chu Xingchen's actions might be too aggressive, causing them to ignore warnings and send troops to attack. Everyone's concern and hints that Chu Xingchen understood. The fierce impression of Beatty's brutality still lingered, and they were somewhat afraid. But Chu Xingchen remained calm. Everyone need not worry too much. He was just talking. They won't dare do anything this year, Chu Xingchen explained. After winter begins, their king fell ill, and the princes are fighting over the throne. They simply can't make such a decision. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. They didn't know this information. Where did your highness get this news? They had read similar stories in novels. When the princes fought fiercely, they would join forces with Yi. But Chu Xingchen couldn't say that openly. I have my sources.
Trust me.
Daxu was weak now. To avoid being bullied, they could only strengthen themselves. Chu Xingchen felt a sense of urgency. She thought the issue with the second prince was settled, but late at night, she realized it wasn't. Waking up in the middle of the night, she found a shadow standing beside her bed. She was very frightened, and the shadow was also startled. She didn't know why she suddenly woke up. He quickly jumped up with a sudden movement, then fell back halfway. Your Highness, it's me, he said. So, don't be afraid. Zhou Bian. Chu Xingchen sighed in relief upon hearing his voice, sat up, removed the lampshade, and adjusted the light bulb. The light brightened considerably, and Chu Xingchen saw Zhou Bian looking like he was about to run away. Wait, Zhou Bian. Why are you covered in blood? Zhou Bian usually wears black, so blood on black isn't very obvious. But if there's a lot of blood, and it's on his face and hands, it can't be ignored. Chu Xingchen gasped. What happened? Are you hurt? Let me see. I'm fine. Zhou Bian stepped back. This is someone else's blood. Chu Xingchen was half convinced. He looked at him carefully and saw that his face looked normal, not like he was badly injured. Where did you go? Was someone trying to assassinate me? No, I went to kill the second prince of Beatty. Zhou Bian threw a cold, emotionless remark at Chu Xingchen. Kill the second prince of Beatty? Chu Xingchen gasped. Did you go alone? Zhou Bian, how dare you? The second prince would have brought his men to ensure his safety in Fengmen City. You went alone? What if you got hurt or died? I didn't give you any orders, and you didn't inform me. Are all your shadow guards so disobedient? Chu Xingchen was very angry, but it was because he was worried about Zhou Bian's safety. Zhou Bian hurriedly said, I won't die. I'm good at ambushes. He waited for the right moment to strike at the second prince. Before leaving, he even asked the queen for permission. The queen didn't say anything about the second prince dying, thinking it was a good lesson, and it was also revenge for the crown prince. Don't you know that those who drown are usually good at swimming? Just because you're good at it doesn't mean you won't get hurt or die. Zhou Bian saw Chu Xingchen getting anxious and quickly said, I'm not hurt, Your Highness. I cut off one of his hands and gouged out one of his eyes. He shifted the topic, then pursed his lips and added, I'll go back and dig out the eye left in him, he promised. The hand that the crown prince had touched was already cut off by him. However, the guards protecting the second prince quickly arrived, so he couldn't cut both hands. He was ready to take his life. Zhou Baiyan felt regretful, but Chu Xingqian gasped again, cut off one of his hands and gouged out an eye. She was shocked and worried at the same time. If you hurt him like that, aren't you afraid he will risk his life to take revenge and kill you? Such injuries would build up a lot of hatred. Zhou Baiyan, you're really crazy. I order you now, don't act on your own again. Unexpectedly, Chu Xingqian was not happy, but angry. Zhou Baiyan lowered his head, his voice humming, I didn't act on my own. Is this still not considered acting on your own? Do you realize how dangerous that is? But, Your Highness, weren't you planning to gouge out his eyes? Zhou Baiyan paused and asked back. He had heard everything. He also disliked the second prince's gaze. If it weren't forbidden, he would have already gouged his eyes out on the spot. Chu Xingqian was stunned. She looked at Zhou Baiyan and opened her mouth. I said that at the time, but I didn't mean for it to happen. Don't take it too seriously next time. If I didn't give an order, you don't need to interfere. Chu Xingqian felt complicated. Who can make all their words come true? Even gods can't. Remember what I say. I'm happy if you listen. But Zhou Baiyan, don't do that next time. It's unnecessary. Even God's words are not always true, let alone her. Zhou Baiyan didn't reply. He didn't care what the god said, he just wanted to do what she wanted. He didn't care about how the former crown princess thought. He didn't want her to waste her efforts now. He remained silent. Chu Xingqian looked down at his face. Zhou Baiyan, don't stay silent. Promise me, I don't want you to get hurt. Seeing you come back covered in blood, I'm really scared. Looking into Chu Xingqian's eyes, Zhou Baiyan finally nodded. Don't be afraid. It's someone else's blood. Next time, wash it thoroughly before coming back. You didn't get even a scratch? I don't believe it, Chu Xingqian said anxiously. Take off your clothes. She wanted to check herself. Zhou Baiyan's eyes widened. He silently took a step back. No serious injuries, just a cut on my hand. His speech was faster than ever before. Your Highness, just use that divine medicine on me. Don't think I didn't see you step back. Stop right there, don't move, Chu Xingqian said sharply, clearly seeing his little move. Just now you said you weren't hurt. Now your hand's been cut. I knew it was impossible not to be hurt. We need a doctor, Wandong. Wandong was just outside the door. He immediately responded. Zhou Baiyan said he didn't need one, but Chu Xingqian didn't listen. Take off your clothes. I want to check before the doctor arrives. Zhou Baiyan grimaced and shook his head, refusing. After saying that, he tried to run away. If you dare run today, you'll face the consequences. Chu Xingqian's light voice sounded, but it made Zhou Baiyan, who was about to slip away, obediently come back. Starchin turned on another lamp and said simply, Take off my clothes. Zhou Baiyan looked at her silently, clutching his clothes without moving. Annoyed, Starchin stepped forward, but he stepped back. She took 2 steps forward, and he took 2 steps back. Clutching his clothes and backing away cautiously, he looked like he thought she might harm him.
Hey.
Starchin was annoyed by her own imagination and gritted her teeth. Don't keep stepping back. If you do, I'll have to hold you down and take your clothes off myself. As she said this, she felt something was wrong. It sounded more like she was threatening him. Hearing this, Zhou Baiyan got even more upset. No. He didn't want her to push him down or do it herself. That would be too strange. Starchin rubbed her forehead. Zhou Baiyan, don't make me say these weird things. I just want to see how many injuries you have. She wanted to help him get better, and she was really touched. But she also worried. It was a normal thing, so why was he reacting like this? Zhou Baiyan didn't dare to step back anymore. I can bandage myself, he said, not wanting to scare her. Starchin crossed her arms. Hurry up, Zhou Baiyan. You're not a girl. Why are you hesitating? Are you afraid I'll force you? Since she came into the story, he had already seen her. Now she was just looking at his upper body and still trying to avoid it. That was too much. Zhou Baiyan's hands trembled. He had no choice but to lower his head and take off his shirt, revealing a slim, muscular, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted boy's body covered in scars. There wasn't a single good spot on him. Besides small cuts, most were big wounds, showing he had been through many battles. Starchin looked at him and realized she couldn't count all the scars.
You.
She knew that the shadows he fought through were the result of countless battles, and injuries were common. She also knew he had come this far because of his strength. But knowing and seeing were different. She couldn't imagine how someone her age could have so many scars. Her gaze made Zhou Baiyan, who was used to cold and harsh conditions, get goosebumps. Your Highness. Don't look anymore. Starchin snapped out of her thoughts. You must not get hurt so easily in the future. After checking, she saw only a new wound on his arm. She quickly pulled his shirt back up, exposing only his arm. When she disinfected his wound with alcohol, her brow furrowed. It hurts. Just bear with it. The alcohol on the wound felt like torture. She looked at Zhou Baiyan carefully. If it hurts, just shout out. Zhou Baiyan looked at her furrowed brow and shook his head. It doesn't hurt. He was used to pain. He had endured worse, so it was nothing. Therefore, there was no need to worry. His hand unconsciously reached out, wanting to smooth her furrowed brow. Zhou Baiyan said it didn't hurt, but Chu Xingqian didn't believe him. You're still pretending it doesn't hurt? How could it not? She looked up and saw Zhou Baiyan's hand reaching out. What's wrong? What do you want? Zhou Baiyan quickly withdrew his hand and shook his head. You're not talking? I can tell you're in pain just by looking at your hand. Why did you act impulsively? A wise person waits 10 years to take revenge. There will be other ways to deal with the second prince later. You chose to do it now. Now you see how serious it is and you'll regret it. Zhou Baiyan denied it. He didn't regret it all. 10 years was too long. He couldn't endure even a day. Seeing her still frowning, Zhou Baiyan couldn't help but say, I even cut off half of his ear.
Huh?
Chu Xingqian's brow finally relaxed, and her eyes widened. It's just the second prince. I also cut off half of his ear. Zhou Baiyan's tone was a bit regretful. He had originally made a special pair of scissors, intending to help Chu Xingqian cut off the third leg of the second prince, as she had previously suggested, but he failed. Because he didn't reach his goal, he only cut off half of his ear. He didn't want to bring it up, but seeing her like that, he had to say it. Chu Xingqian couldn't even imagine what the second prince looked like now. His sly eyes were missing one eye, one arm was gone, and half of his ear was gone, such a mess. Not knowing what kind of knife Zhou Baiyan used, Chu Xingqian bit her lip and applied alcohol again to ensure the effect. Just bear with it a little longer, Zhou Baiyan, Chu Xingqian said, feeling the pain too much and couldn't help but on his wound. She believed blowing on a wound helped reduce pain. She often did it for herself and also felt others' pain when she saw their wounds. Zhou Baiyan shivered slightly. The warm breath Chu Xingqian blew on his wound felt light, but made his whole body, and even his heart, tingle with numbness, making him very uncomfortable. He had seen parents or friends on wounds before, but had never experienced it himself. This was the first time he realized how different it was. He felt something was wrong all over, but he didn't understand how those people could smile and endure it.
It's
okay now. Hearing his unnatural tone, Chu Xingqian was both angry and helpless. You just insisted it didn't hurt earlier, but now you're trembling from the pain. Once you realize how serious it is, don't get hurt so easily. Chu Xingqian thought for a moment. I want to make a rule with you. From now on, try to get fewer injuries. No matter the situation, you must protect yourself well. Seeing his body covered in scars made her feel uncomfortable. You must stick to this, or every time you get a new scar, I will punish you by applying scar removal medicine. Make sure to remove each scar properly. Chu Xingqian really knew what scared Zhou Baiyan the most. When he heard this, his face tightened. Scar removal medicine was more difficult for him than killing 100 people. If you don't speak, that means you agree. We've made this agreement. Zhou Baiyan realized for the first time how much he could lose by staying silent. But then he remembered that Chu Xingqian didn't know how many scars he had. He could hide some from her, making her unaware. Just as he was about to think this through, Chu Xingchen said, I don't know how many scars you have. I need to count them later. Pay attention and remember. Now, we need to bandage your wounds. Is the imperial doctor here yet? Zhou Baiyan was silent. The imperial doctor helped bandage his wounds, finishing with a butterfly knot. Imperial doctor, do you have any ointments that can help reduce scars? Yes, I do. I will bring some shortly, replied the doctor. Thank you. You're welcome, Your Highness. The doctor left, and Wang Dong looked at Chu Xingchen with confusion. Your Highness, the scar removal ointment is for Zhou Baiyan, Chu Xingchen answered. Zhou Baiyan, feeling the strange looks from Wang Dong, quietly slipped away. News of the prince's assassination attempt within the Daqing territory spread to the court the next day. Chen Ruoshui's supporters finally saw an opportunity and began to accuse Chu Xingchen. Refusing a marriage alliance is fine, but even if you don't marry, you shouldn't treat the second prince of Beatty so rudely. Lady Tai, where are your manners? The second prince accuses Daqing of sending assassins, and you act like this. Have you thought about the consequences? Who said I sent assassins? Beatty has killed many of our people. Why don't you say it's their karma and that heaven is punishing them? Chu Xingchen refused to admit it and retorted angrily. The second prince questions us, and you're quick to believe him? Still accusing me of the assassination? Do you not consider the consequences? The loudest voice belonged to Lord Yu, who had fought her twice. Chu Xingchen pointed directly at him. Lord Yu, I see your face is flushed with anger. I'll ask you. Yesterday, the second prince made such unreasonable demands of me. You didn't mind then, but now that he's suffering, you're so anxious? He is injured. Why are you so anxious? Are you a person from Great Chu, or from the Northern D? Looking at you, people might think the second prince is your master. Lord Yu's face instantly changed. Your Highness, you are slandering me. Slandering? Which words of mine are slander? Didn't you just accuse me angrily? Chu Xingchen looked at the people behind him. I saw that you all seemed to have a good impression of the Northern D. When the second prince was injured, you were so worried that you ignored everything to criticize me. Lord Yu knelt down with a bang. Princess, you are hurting my heart. We only feel sorry for the soldiers in the northern border, afraid that it might cause chaos. I only see that you are worried about causing trouble everywhere and that you care about the second prince. If you truly care about the soldiers, go directly to the northern border to guard it, or serve the second prince properly. Lord Yu was truly afraid now. Your Highness, I only want to say that Great Chu is a country of etiquette. A country of etiquette? Chu Xingchen snorted. People are coming right to your door, and you still talk about etiquette? Talking comfortably while standing, you think about the people in the northern border who have been killed, robbed, and attacked by the Northern D. They even killed your family, your parents, your children, and took your wife. And you come back to bow and show courtesy? Every word Chu Xingchen said was sharp and hit the heart. Etiquette depends on who you're talking to. Lord Yu, with your kind of etiquette, I can't agree. The soldiers fighting in the northern border are risking their lives, using blood and life to protect your safety. Yet you are helping the Northern D speak for themselves and talking about etiquette? You stand there comfortably while I can't stand it. Chu Xingchen used her authority as the princess for the first time and demoted Lord Yu to the northern border. During this time, Chu Xingchen had already understood Lord Yu and had long disliked him. He constantly attacked the generals, saying they were resisting poorly, and even spread rumors that the princess's bedchamber would be burned to death in her sleep, turning her into a dried corpse. These rumors were spread just because the common people spoke well of her, and they didn't want her enemies to win more people's hearts. Although Lord Yu was powerful, he had no sense of morality for the people, only caring about his own interests and Chen Ruoshui. He had no evidence before, but now he dared to confront her directly. Chu Xingchen decided to make an example and killed a chicken to warn him. She didn't bother looking at Lord Yu kowtowing. Instead, she turned her gaze to the few people who had just been shouting happily with him. Anyone who shares his thoughts can go to the northern border together. Everyone was completely defeated, falling to their knees with loud thuds. They only had strong mouths, but no real strength. In the end, it proved that Chu Xingchen's prediction was correct. The second prince spoke confidently, but in the end, he had to admit defeat. Northern D did not launch a large attack at all. This trip to Central Plains was a failure for the second prince. He gained nothing but lost his health and the chance to compete for the throne. He only ended up injured. Meanwhile, Dechu became more confident because of the divine medicine water. They started attacking less often, even in small ways. On the day of the winter solstice, the king of Jinbei sent a letter saying alcohol played a big role. The empress was very happy. It happened that 3 days after the winter solstice was Chu Xingchen's birthday. After praising her, she asked what gift she wanted for her birthday and said she would hold a grand birthday feast. No need for a big celebration. Just celebrate together, and that will be enough. Interestingly, the princess's birthday was the same as Chu Xingchen's in modern times. This was her second time celebrating her 18th or 19th birthday. As soon as she returned from the empress, she saw Ling Zhou happily waiting for her. Whatever birthday gift you want, I will give it to you. Ling Zhou was excited. My father wrote me a letter. He praised you a lot and told me. He suddenly stopped. Chu Xingchen tilted her head. Told you what? He told me. To buy you any birthday gift you need, Ling Zhou lied. Actually, his father meant for him to be a good husband for the princess, saying that being with her was as useful as being in the northern border. Because of him, the princess thought of the divine medicine water. Maybe she would think of more in the future. Her father told him to flatter her carefully. He also shared how he used to make his mother happy, but he felt it wasn't enough. When the princess was angry, he should coax her. If that didn't work, he should kiss her and on her lips until she calmed down. Ling Zhou looked at the letter with a grimace, thinking his father was unreasonable. But he couldn't help but keep reading. Then he saw his father say that to make peace after fighting at the head of the bed and the foot of the bed, he should practice his waist strength more. The letter from Jinbei made Ling Zhou blush. His older brother didn't write anything strange, just told him to study the books he sent. Ling Zhou thought they might be military books. Without much thought, he opened them and nearly exploded. He finally understood the feelings Xiao Wang and Shin Songzhu had before and the heavy love from his parents. The books his older brother sent were similar to those Xiao Wang and the others had given before. Ling Zhou almost fainted from anger. His older brother actually sent him that kind of book. He could only curse his brother silently, calling him a bad person, bad from childhood to now. Thinking about the letter he saw last night and the 2 books he had thrown under the bed, then later, unable to resist curiosity, crawled under the bed to look at them again late at night, Ling Zhou kept a stiff face, trying hard to forget the images and words he saw. But the more he tried to forget, the harder it was to forget. He kept thinking about Chu Xingchen's mouth and couldn't help but want to look. Are girls' mouths really as sweet as honey? His father told him to practice his waist more because... Stop, don't think about it anymore. Ling Zhou stopped, but it was too late. He slowly started to bleed from his nose. Ling Zhou, you're bleeding from your nose, Chu Xingchen said. He had been saying that the Duke of Beijiang was too polite, but now Ling Zhou was bleeding, so he quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it to him. What's wrong? Are you too hot? Did you eat grilled sparrows again? No, I ate dumplings today, Ling Zhou said confused. Then why are you bleeding? Late winter, go call the imperial doctor. Before the doctor arrived, Ling Zhou's nosebleed stopped. Chu Xingchen dabbed some water on his neck and said, You should eat more vegetables and not just grilled sparrows. Got it, Ling Zhou replied with a muffled voice. When the doctor arrived, he checked Ling Zhou's pulse, looking a bit strange and hesitant. Chu Xingchen looked on nervously. What's wrong? Doctor, is there a problem? No, the doctor said, indicating he just didn't know how to say it. He couldn't say that Ling Xiaoqing's energy and blood were surging, causing the nosebleed, because his body was restless. The princess was still here. After pondering for a moment, he only said that Ling Zhou was a bit overheated and didn't prescribe any medicine. Chu Xingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor's expression just now scared me. Luckily, it's just heat. Remember to eat more vegetables and drink hot water. Ling Zhou always felt that wasn't the real reason, but seeing Chu Xingchen's concern, he blinked and quickly forgot that suspicion. I know. You haven't said what birthday gift you want. The Duke of Beijian's letter is the best gift. You don't need to buy anything special. No, that's not fair. You must tell me, Chu Xingchen insisted. But I can't remember, Ling Zhou said. No, I won't let you go out to play until you tell me. Where do you want to go? Where to play? Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou had already been to many places before. Where else could they go? Chu Xingchen thought for a moment and suddenly remembered a place.
Yes.
Chu Xingchen waved for Ling Zhou to come over and said something. Ling Zhou immediately got angry. No way, we can't go. He reacted very strongly, saying, You absolutely can't go. If you go, it wouldn't look good. What's not proper? Don't you want to go? Ling Zhou was silent, and Chu Xingchen hummed, I knew you wanted to go too. Let's go together. Ling Zhou. He hesitated and struggled for a moment because he also wanted to go, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say he couldn't go. Remember to come early tomorrow night. We'll go together. After Ling Zhou agreed, he still felt a bit uncomfortable. You asked me what gift I wanted for my birthday, and this is how it turned out. Though he complained, Ling Zhou was honest the next day and came to find Chu Xingchen. Chu Xingchen was still dressed in men's clothes. Let's go. Her voice was full of uncontrollable excitement because their destination was Red Mansion. No matter if it was time travel or reading about this place, everyone was curious about it, and it was a must-visit spot for travelers. Chu Xingchen also wanted to go. She had admired the reputation of the men in Red Mansion for a long time, but had never visited. That was unfair. She had to go. Ling Zhou tried to look calm and knowledgeable, but his curiosity made it hard for him to stay relaxed. The closer they got to their destination, the more nervous he became, worried that his father and older brother would find out and scold him. Where's Zhou Baiyan? Ling Zhou finally thought of Zhou Baiyan, fearing Zhou Baiyan might suddenly appear in Red Mansion. He's on duty today, she said, deliberately not bringing Zhou Baiyan along because Zhou Baiyan came from a brothel background. It didn't seem appropriate for her to take him, either. In Fomin City, there was a street with similar businesses. The brothel was at one end, and Red Mansion was at the other. At the brothel side, Chu Xingchen and Ling Zhou only looked from outside, not going in, because brothels were special places. They were worried about seeing something too heavy or disturbing. After passing by, they headed straight for Red Mansion, which was more refined, mainly for playing music and drinking. Fei Shui Red Mansion, such a beautiful name. The decor looks elegant too. Let's go in here today. Chu Xingchen finally stopped in front of a place called Listening Snow Red Mansion, which looked old-fashioned and scholarly. Then she went inside first. Ling Zhou stomped his foot and followed.